just poured 2 buckets of water on both sides of the pit. Surprisingly, it resulted in an endless supply of water that can never be used up. The boy passing by mistook me for a deity. He even knelt down in front of me directly. My mother is about to die of illness, please, godly brother, save her. In order to connect with the villagers, I decided to help the boy. Although I'm not a deity, if you can find me a cow, I have a way to save your mother. It turns out I am a time traveler with an MC system, and in the MC, milk can cure all illnesses. At this point, I can only give it a try. Thank you so much, godly brother, I will definitely find you a cow. What else do you need? Just call me brother Bai. Do you have any wood at home? I want to make a fishing rod. No problem, brother Bai, but all the rivers nearby have dried up. Where will you go fishing? I glanced at the small puddle, showing a confident smile. Don't worry, even if there are no fish, I can still catch something. After saying goodbye to me, Lu Xiaoer ran home frantically. He was met with a severe beating from his own father. Lu De, you useless brat, not helping with work and running around. Don't you know your mother is seriously ill? Lu Xiaoer was extremely aggrieved by the beating, and quickly shouted, Stop hitting me, father, I have found a way to save my mother. The air around us instantly froze. Who told you this? It's brother Bai who lives in the forest. He said that as long as there are cattle, there is a way to cure mother's illness. To everyone's surprise, when Lu De heard the news, instead of getting excited, he looked dejected and squatted down. It's because dad is incapable, unable to cure your mother's illness, and now he can't even protect you. During the famine, how could anyone live in the desolate mountains and wilderness? He thought that little Lu Air must have encountered a monster. Lu Air looked anxious, but didn't know how to explain. Dad, brother Bai is a good person. He just asked me to bring a bundle of thread over. But Lu De obviously didn't listen. Instead, he picked up the only 2 hens left in the house and said firmly to Lu Air, You are still young, and the future road is still long. I'll go and meet the monster myself later. The future of the family will depend on you. On the other side, I just woke up from the wooden board. It's really uncomfortable to sleep. I don't know when there will be a monster. It's so uncomfortable to sleep on this wooden board. I walked to the door, stepped on the pedal, and the wooden door opened automatically. What came into view was the trees planted a few days ago, which had now grown. I rubbed my hands and reached into the air. In an instant, a stone axe appeared in my weak right hand, with its own spatial grid, making it convenient to start working. I started working, absorbing each piece of wood directly into the spatial grid. At this moment, Lu Air's voice came from not far away, Brother Bai, I brought the thread you wanted. I brought the thread you wanted. Following that, Lu Xiaoer scratched his head awkwardly and, worried, followed me. At this moment, Lu De widened his eyes and looked towards the side of the house. To my surprise, it was actually a field of golden wheat. How could there be ripe wheat at this time of year? Although very scared, he still pretended to be calm, offering the 2 chickens he brought with both hands. Respectfully, he said, Bai Gongzi, I hope to exchange my life for my son's. Please accept these 2 chickens as a token of my apology for disturbing your meditation. I was a bit puzzled. Wasn't I asked to help save a life? How did I suddenly become the villain? Lu Xiaoer hurriedly stepped forward to explain, My father thinks you're a man-eating monster. No matter what I say, he doesn't believe me. He says you've bewitched me. Hearing this, I felt amused and exasperated. Uncle Lu, rest assured, I mean no harm to Lu Xiaoer. I will keep my promise. Just bring your wife and the ox to me. Seeing that Lu De still looked surprised and uncertain, after thinking for a while, I suddenly had an idea in my mind. Let me borrow these 2 chickens first. It will be perfect for an experiment. Brother Bai, why are you destroying this wheat? Lu Xiaoer watched as I walked into the farmland and destroyed 2 plants that had not yet fully grown. Feeling extremely distressed. It's alright. I have other plans for my wheat seeds. Amid Lu Da's astonished gaze, the wheat seeds on the ground flew into my palm. Then, the 2 chickens suddenly became excited, their eyes fixed firmly on the seeds in my hand. I smiled confidently, silently praying to the 2 chickens that they hadn't eaten yet. The next second, Lu Da's pupils suddenly dilated, exclaiming in shock, How is this possible? Lu Xiaoer was also too excited to speak. The 2 hens moved closer together, in less than 3 seconds. A fluffy little chick suddenly appeared. What do you think, Uncle Lu? A monster couldn't do such a thing, right? Lu Da's brain had crashed. You see, these were 2 hens, yet they managed to give birth to a chick. And that chick seemed to appear out of nowhere, without even the process of laying an egg. Only immortals can perform such a miracle of birth. Oh no, I mistook an immortal for a monster. Lu Da's legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud, even kowtowing. I didn't know the immortal descended to the mortal realm. Mistakenly took the immortal for a monster. Please don't blame me, immortal. I quickly reached out to help Lu Di up. No, Uncle Lu, don't do this. I'm not an immortal, just an ordinary Steve. However, Lu Di obviously didn't know what Steve was, still kneeling on the ground, turning to Lu Er and scolding, "You brat. Why aren't you kowtowing to the immortal?" I was speechless for a moment, quickly changing the subject. "When will you bring your wife over? Since she's seriously ill, it's best not to delay any longer." Tomorrow. By Xianjun, do you have time? The village chief's house only has one cow left. I'll ask the village chief if he can sell it to me later. Sure, then come back tomorrow. And don't call me White Immortal Lord, just call me White Spirit. Alright, White Immortal Lord. Call me whatever you want. Seeing Lu Da's respectful appearance, I felt helpless. But there's no need to buy the cow, borrowing it will do. My method won't harm the cow. It's Lord Immortal. Suddenly, Lu Di became uneasy and hesitantly said, "This humble one has one more request. Lord Immortal lives alone in the deep mountains, which is inconvenient. I wonder if I can have a child serve you by your side." Hearing this, Lu Shaoer immediately knelt down to me. "I am willing to stay and be your servant." I furrowed my brow and started to think. With the traits of the MC world, I have no worries about food and water now. However, due to my level being insufficient, I am restricted by the air wall. It's inconvenient to trade items with the villagers on this small hill. Moreover, it's only right to help the poor villagers. So I smiled and said, "Forget about being a servant. But I do need someone to help. Lu Shaoer, consider yourself my little brother and help me dig the soil. Thank you for your great favor, White Immortal Lord." This humble one will take his leave. Lu Di bowed and slowly walked away. He walked until he couldn't see me from afar. Lu Di finally breathed a sigh of relief, then his mouth couldn't help but curve up. His wife was saved, and he even recognized a deity as his elder brother. How amazing! The two of them walked briskly, chatting and laughing as they headed home. I placed the string and sticks on the workbench, and a fishing rod was crafted just like that. I cast my line directly into the small pond and soon there was some movement. Ah, got a bite. I reeled in my fishing rod, and to my surprise, it was a cod. It seems as long as there's water, you can fish. Now I have a supply of fish. If I'm lucky, I might even catch an enchanted book. I cast my line time and time again, never tiring of it, while Lu Di encountered another problem. "You're saying you encountered an immortal in the woods and need to use a cow to cure an illness?" Village Chief Lu Dishi frowned, stroking his beard, clearly not believing Lu Da's words. "Yes, Chief, you're the only one in the village who still has a cow. Please lend it to me for a day. If that's not possible, I'll buy it, and I'll use my land." "Oh Lu Di, it's not that I don't want to lend it to you, I'm just worried you're being deceived." Lu Shida sighed. If Lu Di needed the cow to pay a doctor, he wouldn't hesitate and would immediately lend it. But Lu Di actually wants to use the cow to cure his wife, and from an immortal no less. How is that possible? "Alright, Lu Di, I can lend you the cow, but I need to go with you tomorrow." After Lu Di left, Lu Shida's face darkened, and he immediately called for his son. That's roughly how things went. Do you understand? A big man nodded, rolled up his sleeves, his face full of anger. I don't know where this ruffian came from, daring to swindle our Lu family village. I'll go over early tomorrow and catch that person first. Lu Shida nodded. The two of them devised a plan, just waiting for early tomorrow to capture that despicable swindler. Unexpectedly, on the same night, Lu Da's wife fell critically ill. The continuous knocking at the door made the village chief open it, only to find Lu Er. "Why are you here so early? It's not even dawn yet." Breathless, Lu Er urgently said, "My mother has a high fever. She's been talking nonsense. Dad sent me to fetch you. We need to go to Bai's place right now." The village chief immediately lost his sleepiness. "Why now? We need to hurry and fetch the doctor." "We don't need a doctor, we need a cow." At a time like this, how can you still believe that swindler? Your father has always been muddle-headed, now you're following suit. Brother Bai can really help. Please, village chief, lend us the cow. Seeing Lu Er on the verge of tears, Lu Shida couldn't say anything more, and could only follow Lu Er on the road. It's perfect timing, Brother Bai hasn't slept yet, he seems to be fishing. As they approached the fishing spot, Lu Shida was puzzled. The rivers around here have dried up, where would there be fish? He followed Lu Er's direction. I was fishing by the small pond, but there isn't a single fish in sight. I knew this was a scam. Lu Shida felt a sense of helplessness and despair. It seemed like there was no hope in this world. Just then, something strange happened. With a splash, a fish nearly half a meter long was lifted out of the water, then turned into a golden light and disappeared into my space. Lu Shida witnessed this miraculous scene, his heart pounding. Could there really be immortals in this world? Brother Bai, I brought the cow. Please save my mother. Hearing Lu Er's voice, I finally realized. It must be that my sister-in-law's condition suddenly worsened, otherwise he wouldn't have rushed over so early. Bring the cow over quickly. I emptied the water bucket and prepared to get the milk. How could such clean water be poured out like this? Lu Dishi beside me felt very distressed. I could see the look on Lu Dishi's face, but saving people was the priority. I lifted the empty bucket, silently recited in my mind, and milk sprayed from the bottom of the old yellow cow, instantly filling the entire iron bucket. Lu Dishi's people were stunned. This cow of his was actually a bull. I scooped a bowl of milk from the bucket. Okay, next we just need your mother to drink this bowl of milk, and she'll probably recover from the illness. Wen Yen gently placed his wife Yilan on the ground, carefully brought the milk to Yilan's lips, and the milk automatically flowed into her mouth along the edge of the bowl. A miraculous event occurred. Yilan's complexion visibly turned rosy, even healthier than Lu Da's, and as she fully recovered, the sleeplessness of several nights overwhelmed her brain. He forced his eyes open and gratefully said to me, "Thank you. It's nothing, no need to be polite." I also smiled with satisfaction. The next second, Yilan's head tilted and she fell into a deep sleep. "What's wrong with you, sister?" Lu Da looked extremely anxious. "By Xianjun, how is my sister now?" "Don't worry, her illness is already cured. She's just sleeping due to exhaustion." I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The person was finally saved, and everyone showed a happy expression. Only Lu Dishi stared blankly at the water pool. As the village head, he knew better than anyone the current situation of Liujia village. As early as a week ago, the underground water in Liujia village had dried up. The well, which was originally bottomless, now only had a shallow layer of water left. During these days, the water was not enough even for the villagers' daily use, let alone for irrigating the crops. And this water pool in front of us, whereby Xianjun freely took water, surprisingly showed no consumption at all. This was too surreal. Lu Dishi cautiously reached out and lightly dipped his hand into the water. The gentle sensation of the water filled his wrinkled arm. Without any hesitation, he cupped a pool of water and put it in his mouth. The spring-like sweetness instantly filled his mouth. This is truly life-saving water, good for drinking and irrigating. The crops in the village are saved. At this moment, Lu Dishi also completely believed that the young man in front of him was a god who had descended to earth. But how should he address the god? "Old gentleman, are you Lu Shower's grandfather?" Seeing me talking to himself, Lu Shida became excited and blushed. "I'm not Lu Shower's grandfather. I am the village chief of Liujia village." After speaking, Lu Shida bent his legs and knelt down. "I, Lu Shida, have seen the immortal residence. Why does everyone kneel when they see me?" I helplessly helped Lu Shida up. "Old man, please get up. I am just an ordinary person." But Lu Shida still looked terrified, his body trembling like a sieve, especially his right leg, which was shaking violently. It seems he may have a hidden illness. Thinking about it, I simply fetched a few more buckets of milk and instructed everyone present to drink. "How do you feel?" "I feel much lighter all over. My thighs are also better." Lu Dishi was especially surprised. He is old, and in winter, the pain in his thigh joints makes it difficult for him to walk. Even a slight cold wind in the morning would cause him discomfort, but now he feels nothing at all. "Thank you, White Immortal, for the medicine." Lu Dishi knew that Bai Chen did not like to kneel, so he bowed and thanked her. "It's nothing, nothing. The village chief doesn't need to worry about it." However, Lu Dishi buried his head even lower. After hesitating for a while, he gathered the courage to say, "By Xianjun, I have a humble request. It's about the water source, right?" In fact, I had already noticed the villagers' water shortage and wanted to help. I didn't expect the village chief to bring it up first. "Exactly, I really have no way out. It hasn't rained here for 3 months, and there's no water in the ground. I dare not ask for Bai Xianjun's divine water, but I hope Xianjun can put in a word with the Dragon King. This is also what I want to do next. Follow me." I led a group of people towards Lu village. "It's almost there." I was thinking to myself that in the past few days, I gained a lot of experience from farming and fishing. Now I have reached level 8, and my range of activity has expanded to near Lu village. Finally, I stopped in front of the air wall and decided to stay here. I dug a hole first, then poured 2 buckets of water on either side, creating an endless water source. "Please ask the village chief and the villagers to come here to fetch water." Lu Dishi looked at the continuously flowing water source and couldn't stop smiling. Although he still couldn't understand how it was done, the fact that it was the work of a deity made him unconcerned. It would be strange if he could understand it. "Why not come and visit our village?" Lu Shower seemed disappointed when I was about to leave. "I also want to go, but the conditions don't allow it." "Could it be that Xianjun is facing some difficulty?" Lu Shida asked cautiously. After pondering for a while, since it's not really a secret anyway, I might as well demonstrate it. so I took a step and walked out of the air wall. Suddenly, the surroundings began to shake violently. The unexpected earthquake caused Ludishi to stagger and almost fall. Immediately after, he witnessed a scene that he would never forget. In the clear sky, black cracks began to appear, twisting like spider webs, endless and constantly growing. My goddess Nuwa, have you seen it? The sky is about to collapse again. Ludishi was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he sat on the ground. Immortal, the sky is falling. Do you know the consequences? Hurry back. I quickly shrank back inside the wall, and the wall image instantly disappeared. On the way back to the village, Ludishi remained silent, as if he had lost his soul. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. The existence of immortals and the apocalyptic scene continued to haunt his mind. He finally understood the hardships of the mortal world, and why immortals did not intervene in the past. There was a clear distinction between mortals and immortals. Even powerful immortals like Bai Xianjun would face significant constraints when descending from the heavens, potentially leading to the destruction of the world. Perhaps Bai Xianjun paid a great price for descending from the heavens. Bai Xianjun was truly a great immortal. With a shocked heart, Lushida arrived at his doorstep, where his wife gave him some news, which almost made him faint from fright. His son took a stick to confront the swindler. Ludishi was so shocked that he coughed repeatedly, cold sweat breaking out on his back. The bowl in his hand was unstable and fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces scattered around. Hey, old man, why are you so careless? Did you hurt yourself? The old woman asked with concern. Ah, how could I forget about this? It's over, it's over. He didn't care about anything else, rushing out of the door in a panic. Dad, you're out? Look at this stick in my hand. I'll make that swindler cry for his mother. Smack. Ludishi jumped up and smacked him on the back of the head. Dad, why are you hitting me? Aren't we supposed to go beat up the swindler? The burly man who spoke was full of grievances. What? Hit. I'll let you hit. Did I say we were going to hit? You did. Ask second brother, he heard it too. Hey, second brother, why did you drop the stick? Don't look at me, I didn't hear anything. Second brother? Nephew. Ludishi smacked him on the back of the head twice, then nervously bowed in the direction of Baichan. Immortal, forgive me, we didn't know you had descended yesterday. We thought someone was trying to deceive Ludi, so we resorted to this plan. Please don't be angry. Seeing that the sky didn't fall, Ludishi felt a bit relieved. Let's forget about this matter, call the villagers together later and tell them there's something very important to discuss. The burly man wanted to say something but was stopped by his second brother, nodding reluctantly. Oh, okay. Remember, don't mention the previous incident again. Otherwise, even if your mother stops me, I'll still break your legs. The two left in a daze, and on the way, the burly man couldn't help but complain. Second brother, why did you say you didn't hear just now? I don't want Dad to hit me, it's that simple. What's gotten into Dad? Just one night and he suddenly changed his mind. And he's asking us to gather the villagers. It's so strange, isn't it? I think it might have something to do with that swindler. Are you saying Dad was also deceived? Damn it, second brother, don't stop me, I have to beat him up. Can you find him? And haven't you noticed Dad's unusual behavior? Unusual? The burly man scratched his head, tilted it to the side, and thought for a while before chuckling. Isn't Dad's leg a bit problematic? Look at how he hit you just now, it seemed like he had a problem? You mean, he's not a swindler? Can't say for sure, for now, let's gather the villagers and see what Dad is up to. Maybe we'll find some answers. Alright. This misunderstanding seems to be getting deeper and deeper. Baichan sighed helplessly. He couldn't have guessed that things would escalate so much, with all the commotion scaring him. But, it's really cool. The earth-shattering events, just witnessing such scenes, already made one's blood boil, not to mention that this commotion was caused by him. It's a pity, it would be even better if he could fly. Wait, speaking of flying, I remember there's something called winged elytra in the new version, which allows for short-distance gliding in the air. But with fireworks added, you could fly to the sky. But how do you craft winged elytra? Baichan tried hard to remember, attempting to find a clue from his memory. Before long, he gave up. There was no motivation for him to log into the Minecraft world since his friends had all gone their separate ways to different schools, burdened with heavy academic work. When my world truly became just my world, it lost its fun. The last time he logged in, Baichan even lost the joy of creating from bedrock to the surface. Even the winged elytra thing, he only occasionally learned about it from related short videos, and he was a bit unclear about what content had been updated over the years. If I remember correctly, the original name of that thing should be milk. He still remembered that when he made everyone drink milk, the name of the milk bucket was resolutely Milk Bucket. When was the last time he logged into my world? It seems like, some things are hard to recall. Unexplainably, he felt a bit lonely. I wonder what Luer and the others are doing now. If I had known, I would have prepared more iron buckets, a bucket of milk in reserve. Maybe it could have relieved me from this negative state. No one cares for this empty nest, old man. Feeling cold, 2 yellow hens were wandering aimlessly in the chicken coop just built by Baichin, with a white chick standing awkwardly beside them. There were some scattered eggs around. Nowadays, even chickens have companions to stroll around with. Oh, it seems like they are both females, but we are open-minded and don't care about such trivial matters. It should be about time. I wonder if they can still hatch chicks. Baichin tentatively took out a few wheat seeds deliberately left behind, and all the chickens, including the white chick, ran towards Baichin. Clearly, the white chick just quietly raised its head and looked at Baichin, while the 2 hens clucked loudly, flapping their wings as if they were about to fight. The unique trait of MC creatures is harmless to humans and animals. Even if you were chasing them a second ago, the next second they would calmly stop in front of you and graze. Successfully hatching a second white chick, the 2 hens became redundant. In a few days, these 2 little ones would grow into adults, and they could reproduce a whole chicken farm. And these chickens don't need to worry about getting sick or feeding, they can grow just by drinking air, clucking, and laying eggs. Naturally, there's no need to worry about genetic diseases and deformities. As for inbreeding, honestly, he didn't dare to think about it. After all, there could be even more absurd things. When Luer comes, he'll give them back. The durability of the axe is almost gone. I need to craft a new one. Walking up to the workbench, Baichin felt a hint of doubt. If I remember correctly, there is a crafting table in the game, but how do I open it? After opening the workbench, this time he paid attention to various details and indeed found something different. Could it be this? Baichin clicked on the icon that looked like a book, and indeed a virtual crafting table popped up. There were really a lot of new things. Baichin looked through the crafting table on the left, feeling a myriad of emotions, and then his movements suddenly stopped. Is this a campfire? Baichin clicked on the icon resembling a campfire, checking the materials needed for crafting. 3 any type of logs, 3 sticks, and a piece of coal, all easily obtainable materials. Is it called a campfire? What purpose does this thing serve? In other games, campfires usually provide cooked food and light, but these functions can be achieved with a furnace and torches. But it's unlikely to design something useless. This campfire must have its unique use. Let's craft one and see. After all, it doesn't require any precious materials. Pressing the virtual key, the materials needed for crafting quickly appeared in the crafting grid in the correct order. This is quite convenient. Placing the campfire on the ground, Baichin saw a thick smoke rising from the fire, drifting straight up into the sky until 3 to 4 meters high, before slowly dissipating. Huh, there's heat too? Baichin was surprised to find that when he approached the flame, he could feel the heat emanating from it. He casually threw some grass into the fire, and it visibly began to char rapidly. This fire, unlike the fire on torches, had heat. Baichin placed his hand on the flame, and instantly, the flames began to crawl up his hand towards his body. It hurt. This was the first time Baichin felt pain. He hurriedly ran to the pool and submerged his whole body in it, extinguishing the flames. He could transfer the flames to living beings and objects around him. Next, he tried cooking. Placing the fish from his backpack on the campfire, after filling all 4 corners with cod, he couldn't place any more. Quietly waiting for a few minutes, Baichin obtained 4 cooked cod, which was several times more efficient than a furnace. Torches couldn't be extinguished, at most they fell off the wall, but what would happen to a campfire when extinguished? Filling an iron bucket with water and placing it next to the campfire, what happened next made Baichin widen his eyes. The water actually avoided the campfire, and the flames continued to burn in the water as usual. Building up dirt blocks, Baichin placed a bucket of water directly above the campfire, yet the fire still burned perfectly in the water. Even the thick smoke was unaffected, continuing to rise through the water source. Only by splashing water in the middle would the flames extinguish. He didn't know if additional fuel was needed, but he would see later. After all, a piece of coal could only burn for a day, considering it wasn't normal coal. If this was a perpetual flame, it would be even more extraordinary than a torch. He could directly create a real version of Flame Mountain. Without flint, Baichin couldn't reignite the fire, but the materials needed for remaking were few. He made a second one to see if the flame would last forever. Just this alone benefited him greatly, making him even more curious about other new items. However, at this stage, he had more important things to do. It's time to level up quickly. I don't want to stay in a place where I can't even find bird droppings for a moment. Before leaving, he asked Luer about the distance they had separated earlier, roughly about 30 minutes away from the village. In other words, if he leveled up twice, he could reach the village. He could then move around in the village. Or he could just move there. He believed the village chief wouldn't refuse. After all, if he encountered Steve in real life and Steve patted his thigh, signaling by Chen, he would dare to pounce over and stick to it. If he hesitated, he wouldn't be surnamed Bai. Moreover, Bai Chen was very curious about what miraculous changes might occur in the village if he extended there. Alright, no time to waste, let's continue fishing, Bai Chen exclaimed excitedly. Ahem, the heavens could testify that he didn't like fishing. It's just that compared to mining, fishing provided more stable experience. Besides, there were enchantment books and such, the returns were much higher than being a miner. Efficiency and cost-effectiveness were essential in work. Moreover, Lu Er could come over at any time. If he went mining, wouldn't he have come for nothing? So, it's not that he wanted to fish, it's just that circumstances didn't allow him to mine, that's all. At the head of Lu family village, under the scorching sun, a group of men squatted on stones, baring their bellies, taking off their straw hats to fan themselves. Around them, 4 or 5 shovels were casually placed. This darn weather, it's killing me with this heat. One of the men couldn't hold back, stood up, and couldn't help but complain to the village chief. I say, village chief, why did you call us all here? What's the matter? Seeing someone stand up, the others around chimed in. Yeah, village chief, why did you call us here? It's so mysterious, you won't tell us anything, just saying to wait for everyone to gather. It would be nice if you could give us a hint. Exactly, village chief, the weeds in my family's field haven't been pulled out yet. How about I go back first and come back when everyone is here to inform me? Yes, should we go back first and come back later? Some of the men were eager to leave. Lu Dishi sat there calmly, took out his pipe, smoked a bit, and blew smoke rings, looking completely unconcerned. Seeing this, the men exchanged glances, showing hesitation. The village chief's dedication to the village was known to everyone, especially since most present were his juniors who had grown up under his care. Some even had their weddings arranged by the village chief. If Lu Dishi joked with them, it would be fine, indicating that the matter was not urgent whether they stayed or left. But if the village chief remained silent, they dared not leave. So, everyone silently returned to their seats, their straw hats gripped tightly in their hands. Well, at least they showed some respect by not disregarding their village chief. Since no one is planning to leave, let's wait a bit longer, Lu Dishi nodded in satisfaction. Those who wanted to leave earlier were mostly unmarried or had no responsibilities at home, so it was normal for them to be a bit impatient. Now that they could stay put, it was already good enough. Lu Dishi wasn't intentionally trying to keep them in suspense, it's just that there was something more important than finding the water source. That was the arrival of the immortal being. But some things are better seen than heard. If he directly mentioned it, just like his past self, no one would believe him. He thought it would be more credible if the villagers discovered the miraculous nature of the water themselves. Father! Lu Ping led a couple of people and approached Lu Dishi. Where's Lu Qi? Why didn't he come back with you? Lu Dishi asked in confusion. He's too slow, second brother thought I should come back first and inform you, he'll be here soon. I see, alright, did you all hear? We'll set off shortly, and you'll know when we get there, Lu Dishi addressed the crowd. Father, what's the matter exactly? Lu Ping scratched his head, suddenly recalling something, and exclaimed, oh, I know, it's related to that person on the mountain. Lu Ping felt a strong murderous intent emanating from his father, almost tangible, sending shivers down his spine, so he quickly changed his words. People on the mountain, there can't be anyone in these desolate hills. Oh, right, I don't know about people, but I remember Lu De mentioning something about the mountain. Ahem! Lu Dishi coughed harshly. This is a huge piece of good news. We were supposed to wait for everyone to gather before discussing it. Lu Dishi chuckled, stroking his goatee. But well, I can give you a hint. Everyone gathered around eagerly. What is it, village chief? Stop teasing us. Tell us. Lu Dishi said, what do we lack the most now? Water. They all shouted in unison, excitedly crowding around the village chief. Water, village chief, you found water. Village chief, forget about the slowpoke, let's go first. I'll bring him later. Village chief, uncle. My dearest uncle, just tell us. I knew it would be like this. If it's just water, let them go first, and later one of them can lead them back. But now, it's not just about water. Alright, calm down, sit back quietly and wait. Lu Dishi endured the storm of voices and wiped the water marks off his face. Seeing Lu Dishi's firm stance, they dispersed with sighs. What else could they do but wait? After about 10 minutes, Zhu Zi finally caught up with Lu Kishanshan. The people sitting around looked at Zhu Zi with resentment. I'm just a little late. Why are you all looking at me like that? Look at the way you're staring at me, as if you want to eat me. Zhu Zi shrunk his neck. If you come any later, we might really end up eating you. Someone said softly. No way, my meat is tough, not tasty. Xu Zi awkwardly smiled, then under everyone's gaze, he slinked to the edge of the crowd. Alright, everyone is here, let's set off now. Lu Dishi put away his pipe and set off again along the path they had taken this morning. Great! Finally, we can water the fields, my crops are saved. Yes! Everyone laughed and followed the village chief. Village chief, Lu Di, and the others haven't arrived yet. Shouldn't we wait for them? Someone asked. They already know, no need to wait for them, the village chief replied. As the destination drew near, the excited discussions in the group gradually quieted down, but hope filled everyone's eyes. Except for one person, Zhu Zi, whose expression grew increasingly strange. He silently slowed his pace, soon reaching the end of the group. Xu Zi approached a group of chatting people, nudged one person's back with his elbow, then pulled him out when he turned around. What's up? Hey, why do you have that expression, pulling my pants down? Forget it, I have something important to tell you. Xu Zi had a black line on his face, bumped the other person, and said, take a good look, isn't this the place we came to yesterday? The person pulled out winced, rubbed his arm in pain, then looked around in confusion, suddenly realizing. Right, I was so engrossed in chatting with them, I really didn't pay attention. This is the place we visited yesterday. We walked in this direction, there can't be any water here. I was wondering too. If there really was water nearby, how could we have missed it? The two whispered to each other. Hey, did you come here yesterday? Isn't this the place Lu Di mentioned with the dirty stuff? People around overheard and gathered around. What's there to fear in broad daylight, and if I get annoyed, I'll just pee on it, that'll scare anything away. Isn't it said that only virgin boys' urine works? Zhu Zi rolled his eyes, annoyed, and said, you think you're smart? Realizing his mistake, the speaker awkwardly laughed, changed the subject. Did you really come here yesterday? Absolutely, we definitely came here yesterday, there's definitely no water around here. Xu Zi patted his chest, and the other person nodded in agreement. Are you suggesting that the village chief lied? But that doesn't make sense, the village chief is an elder, he wouldn't lie to us about this, and besides, if we don't find it later, it's the village chief who can't step down, there's no benefit in that. A big guy in the crowd said puzzled. So are you saying I lied? Tell me, what benefit would I get from lying? I swear to God, I was here yesterday, I definitely didn't see any water source. Xu Zi pointed to the sky, swearing angrily, if I lie, may thunder strike me, and I won't find a wife. I didn't mean that, I didn't say you lied. Why are you swearing? Then what do you mean? I mean the village chief wouldn't lie to us about this. So you're saying I'm lying? Xu Zi persistently asked. Why can't you understand plain language? No, I mean, oh, forget it, take it however you want. The big guy cursed and closed his mouth. It seems Xu Zi is telling the truth. Although Xu Zi is idle and wanders around the village every day, he is relatively honest and rarely lies. Moreover, he also made a solemn vow. Everyone in the village knew that the one most eager to get married was Xu Zi. With this vow, it was unlikely to be false. You should know that back then, the weight of an oath was much heavier than it is now. People returned to the group with heavy hearts. As the news spread among companions, it quickly became known to almost everyone. The once quiet group became noisy again. Hearing the commotion, Lu Dishi stopped in his tracks, looking back in confusion. However, when he saw the village chief looking over, the group instantly lowered their voices. What had happened? Lu Qi, Dad, did you call me? Lu Qi walked over and asked. Lu Dishi nodded, go see what's happening with the group, why they suddenly started making a fuss. Okay. Before long, Lu Qi ran back to Lu Dishi's side and whispered, Xu Zi was here yesterday and said there couldn't be water nearby, even made a vow. Now everyone is doubting whether you're deceiving them. There was no water yesterday, but I didn't say there wouldn't be any today. Lu Dishi smugly stroked his beard. Dad, what do you mean? Can water really spring up overnight like wheat? That's impossible unless there really are immortals. Lu Ping quipped nonchalantly from the side. Immortals? Lu Qi suddenly seemed to wake up, looking astonished at his father. Wasn't this the place Lu Di mentioned? And last night, Lu Di clearly said they would leave this morning, and Dad also said they should follow. But this morning, Dad woke up earlier than them, and with that sudden recovery, they had walked so far without any issues. Also, why didn't they inform Lu Di and the others? These questions suddenly connected in Lu Qi's mind at that moment, unless, before we arrived, Dad had already met that person, and the illness was really cured, even Dad was cured too. Seeing Lu Qi's expression, Lu Dishi also understood that his son had guessed something, nodding in agreement. With his father's confirmation, Lu Qi found it hard to believe, feeling that the road ahead had become mysterious and unpredictable. Lu Ping. Seeing Lu Ping still talking beside him, Lu Qi, for the first time, felt that his brother talked too much and stopped him. Oh, truly his own seed, actually figuring it out. Lu Dishi felt very pleased inside. Just 100 meters more, they would arrive soon. Can't let anyone run off. Lu Qi, go to the end of the group. If anyone wants to leave, try to stop them. At least wait until we reach the destination. If they still want to leave, let them go. Of course, when we reach the destination, even if we want to drive them away, we might not be able to. Okay. Lu Qi solemnly replied, walking silently to the back of the group. He stared fixedly at the front of the group, his neck as if frozen, unable to even turn. Faintly, Lu Qi could feel a gaze from the sky secretly watching him. At this moment, Bai Chen, who was fishing, sneezed. After this interruption, the enthusiasm of the crowd was clearly dampened. Every now and then, someone tried to sneak away from the group back to the village, but they were all persuaded back by Lu Qi watching from behind. No one was missing, and the group fell silent. We're almost there. Lu Dishi pointed ahead. Keep going in this direction, a little further and we'll be there. If you can't wait, go ahead. After Lu Dishi finished speaking, several figures hurriedly rushed forward, including Zhuzi who had been eager all along. It's water. There really is water. Ha ha, such sweet water. Cheers came from ahead. The remaining people couldn't hold back anymore and rushed forward. When they arrived, they saw the clear, flowing water. Pillar stood by the water source, his face full of disbelief, muttering to himself. It's impossible. How did water suddenly appear here when there was none yesterday? He was at a loss, unable to be happy even though he found water because he remembered the oath he had just sworn. I won't be able to marry a wife? But at this moment, no one teased Pillar. They rushed to the water source, excitedly scooping up water to drink, some even burying their entire heads in it. Ah, refreshing. So enjoyable. Pillar, come drink, since you won't be able to marry anyway, stop standing there and have a drink. Exactly, if you can't marry, it'll serve as a lesson for you, see if you dare to lie again next time. I didn't lie to you, I really didn't see water here yesterday. Pillar's face turned red as he defended himself loudly. The big man who had argued with Pillar at first asked, then tell me, what's the deal with this water? Well, Pillar couldn't explain, feeling very wronged. Pillar might not have lied. Lu Qi walked over and interjected. What do you mean, the water is right here. It couldn't have just appeared in a day, that's too coincidental. Indeed, how could such a coincidence happen in the world? So many coincidences happened overnight. Even the water, which had already dried up in the well at the foot of the mountain, how could it have surged up to the mountain? Indeed, I guessed right. Lu Qi was extremely excited. He had already guessed the reason why Father Fei had gone to such lengths to gather everyone here. Clearly, he couldn't just tell the two brothers and have them bring people over, indicating that there was something more important to explain than finding water. Immortals had truly descended. Father had seen celestial beings from the heavens. This matter had to be clarified near the water source. In other words, this water could prove the existence of immortals, it couldn't just be sweet water, that was impossible. Lu Qi carefully observed the flowing water, found its source, and soon discovered a flaw. Although the water flow was strong, it seemed to disappear into thin air after a few meters. What was even more bizarre was that the water seemed to appear out of nowhere. The bottom of the water source was tightly packed with soil, a type of soil that Lu Qi could tell at a glance wouldn't seep any water. But if water could appear out of thin air, then that meant. Lu Qi was startled by his own thoughts, his whole body breaking out in goosebumps. Was this water infinite? Lu Qi swallowed hard. Father, this water probably isn't seeping from the ground, right? Lu Dis smiled slightly. Lu Qi struggled to speak. If I'm not mistaken, this water might never run dry. Exactly. Father, second brother, what kind of riddle are you speaking? I can't understand at all. What water doesn't seep from the ground and won't run dry? What's going on? Lu Ping scratched his head nearby. Everyone chimed in. Village chief, it's about time you told us, right? Lu De recounted what Lu De had said last night and what had happened this morning. Village chief, it's not that we don't believe you, it's just that what you're saying is too. Yeah, if the immortals really came down, they should go to the emperor. Why would they come to our territory? Since you all don't believe, didn't I ask you to bring shovels over? Perfect, let's dig up the soil underneath. Lu Dishi had asked Baichen if they could dig up the surrounding land to create a pond for the water to accumulate. He remembered Baixianjin saying that this water couldn't be stored. If allowed to flow naturally, it would disappear upon touching the ground. The only way to prolong it was to let it flow downhill following the terrain, with a height difference of 3 feet every 3 feet. As for the rest, as long as the original water wasn't obstructed by anything, it didn't matter how they handled it. Baixianjin also offered to help, but Lu Dishi didn't dare to accept. Alright, they weren't good at thinking, but when it came to exerting physical strength, they were skilled. Before long, half of the soil had been dug up. When it was completely excavated, everyone looked at each other in disbelief, speechless at the extraordinary scene before them. The water was suspended in mid-air, continuously flowing out from nowhere. It turned out that it wasn't seeping from the ground. Did this mean that everything Lu Chi had said was true, and the village chief wasn't joking with them? This water would truly never stop flowing. And the only ones capable of achieving this were celestial beings. Everyone was catching their breath, unable to believe it, but the water source hanging in midair couldn't be fake. Snap. Zhu Zi, why are you slapping yourself? I'm wondering if this is a dream. A sharp pain shot through Zhu Zi's right cheek, but he didn't mind, covering his swollen face and shouting excitedly, it really hurts, I'm not dreaming. I didn't lie, I can still marry a wife. Zhu Zi, look at you. Everyone regained their senses, teasing Zhu Zi with laughter. What you need to do next is keep digging down in this direction. Village chief, can you tell us what celestial beings look like? Lu Dishi pictured Baichen's appearance in his mind, about to speak. No, did he have the right to describe the appearance of celestial beings? With that thought, he closed his mouth and shook his head. I can't say, but if one day a stranger accompanies Lu Er and wants to enter our village, never question them, that's a heavenly immortal. Lu Dishi solemnly cautioned. Also, Baixianjin doesn't like people kneeling, remember that. Understood. Everyone nodded, looking expectantly towards the depths of the forest. What would celestial beings be doing now? They must be caring for the world, using their celestial arts to bless the people. Boss, are you saying you've been fishing here since we left? Lu Er asked in astonishment. Yeah, unfortunately, I either catch useless junk or no fish at all. Baichen yawned out of habit. Although he didn't feel tired, staring at the water for a long time, even though he used to love fishing, had become somewhat boring. Fishing used to be full of unknowns because he didn't know what fish he would catch that day, their size, or species, whether it was crucian carp, or perch. These unknown elements brought him great joy. Unlike now, where he didn't even need the fish. Sorry, boss, my mother just recovered from a serious illness, so I couldn't leave earlier. If I had known, I would have come sooner. Hearing that Baichen had been fishing alone for so long, Lu Er felt very uncomfortable. If only he had listened to his parents' advice and come earlier. He hung his head, filled with guilt. I thought it was something important. If you had come looking for me so early, I would have sent you back to take care of your mother. Baichen had a black line on his face, waving his hand as if he were disgusted. You don't need to worry about such things. Here, try this on, see if it fits. Speaking, Baichen took out a leather boot and handed it to Lu Er. Don't worry, this is a worthless thing, I just caught it from the water. Anticipating that Lu Er might refuse, Baichen continued, if my little brother all wore straw boots, we'd be the laughingstock. Just put it on, I'll need your help later, consider it an advance payment. Turns out the boss not only fishes in empty water but can also fish out leather boots. Is he a fairy? Boss, you're really amazing. Lu Er couldn't help but exclaim, I've never seen boots being fished out of the water before. Just so, third in the world. Baichen awkwardly chuckled. Enough, talking more will make me lose my composure. A family knows its own business. Before this leather, he wouldn't even bother picking it up, considering it a waste of space, and threw it directly into the water to destroy it. After all, at this point in time, there was almost an iron set. The enchantment he wanted didn't catch anything. So stop being sentimental and try them on. Baichen changed the subject. Okay. Lu Er nodded, looking at the leather boots that were clearly a whole size bigger than his own feet. Without hesitation, he took off his straw shoes. After putting on the leather boots, they visibly started shrinking until they fit Lu Er perfectly. Boss, these shoes, they actually shrank. Lu Er stood up, twisting his ankles. They fit perfectly and are so warm. He tried taking off the boots, and they returned to their original size. Wow, they can change back. Like discovering a new toy, Lu Er repeatedly put on and took off the leather boots, watching them grow and shrink. Even if there was something that needed Lu Er's attention, Baichen didn't rush to stop him, instead stood by, watching Lu Er amuse himself, a feeling Baichen could understand, so he didn't want to dampen his spirits. It wasn't until Lu Er's excitement subsided a bit that he continued. Stop playing, this thing is yours, you can take it off however you want at home, put on the boots. Okay, boss. Lu Er jumped up from the ground, the flush of excitement from earlier still on his face. What are we going to do next? Do you have a knife with you? Baichen stared at the basket behind Lu Er and asked. I do. Use that knife, make a cut on your hand, just enough force to break the skin. Lu Er didn't hesitate, and made a cut on his left hand. Didn't I just sharpen the knife before leaving? And chopping wood was so easy, how come it didn't cut? Seeing no change in his left hand, Lu Er was puzzled and raised the blade. Strange, There were no nicks or dullness. Was his strength too weak? Could it be the boots the boss gave him? After all, they could change sizes, let alone protect him from the blade. But if it was the boots, they were on his feet. How did they block his cut? Lu Er was puzzled. Try again, increase the force a bit. Bai Chen directed, stroking his chin. Okay. This time, Lu Er used about half the force and cut his arm. A white scratch appeared as the skin touched the blade. Confirmed, the armor value of the set can be applied to others' bodies, greatly increasing its value. Once he synthesized the leather set, it would be a 3/5 grid defense. By then, the blade should no longer harm his villagers. It seems the armor value of this set is quite useful, so the boots caught later can be kept. They can be given as gifts to others. Bai Chen calculated in his mind, while Lu Er beside him looked complex. Indeed, it was all thanks to these boots. These are not just ordinary boots, they are clearly the immortal treasures that the old man in the village said could protect the owner. This thing is much more valuable than he imagined. Does he really deserve such a divine object? Lu Er thought to himself, staring at the boots that exuded a mysterious aura. Let me make it clear first, I have OCD. Bai Chen's voice came over. Lu Er raised his head only to find that Bai Chen had already come back to his senses at some point, smiling at him with a tilted head. You've already worn these boots. If you give them back to me now, I'll just throw them back into that pond. Consider it returning to its original owner. Bai Chen shrugged helplessly. And you seem to have misunderstood one thing, Lu Er. Bai Chen walked over, patted Lu Er's head, and said seriously, in my heart, your importance is much greater than you imagine. After all, I don't want my first little brother to be clueless and suddenly be inexplicably taken away by some random passerby. I'm still waiting for you to serve me tea, run errands, and take the blame. Bai Chen rubbed vigorously, even causing Lu Er's body to sway. Lu Er was so touched that he couldn't speak. This was the first time someone other than his parents had been so kind to him. Tears welled up in his eyes, rendering him speechless. Well, that's about it. I'll have to give you a whole set in the future. If you keep being so sentimental, be careful I really take you to experience what it's like to practice landing in midair from thousands of miles high. Okay. And one more thing. Boss, what is it? Now that we have water, wash your hair more often. The oil I touched can be used for cooking. Lu Er nervously glanced up at Bai Chen. Bai Chen looked over with a knowing look and winked. Tidy up a bit. Maybe some girl will take a liking to you, then you'll have a wife. My touch might be more comfortable. Great, big brother Bai isn't angry. Lu Er breathed a sigh of relief, his face blushing, softly replied, got it, boss. Lu Er, here's the axe for you. What you need to do next is simple, just chop down that tree. Bai Chen took out a stone axe, handed it to Lu Er, then stepped back 2 steps. Boss, shouldn't you move further away? Lu Er suggested, so the tree doesn't fall on you later. Don't worry, this tree shouldn't fall, and even if it does, it'll just bounce me off, deduct a bit of health, no big deal. Bai Chen shook his head nonchalantly. Besides, what if this tree falls on your small frame? But I don't want it to fall on you, boss. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Remember, I'm not an ordinary person, this tree is nothing to me, just focus on cutting it down. Okay. Lu Er finally relaxed and started chopping the tree vigorously. Bai Chen watched eagerly as the large tree shook with each strike. He was conducting a very important experiment. Whether others could use these MC tools in his hands besides him. There might be some weakening, or there might be certain restrictions on usage, such as needing to meet certain conditions to use them. For example, the current armor can indeed provide similar effects to the game, offering full-body defense. This determined Bai Chen's future development plan, as relying solely on himself would not be enough if he wanted to expand his farming operations. Just feeding 100 people would be exhausting. The most important thing is food. Livestock needs to be increased first, and there aren't enough seeds for farming, with a certain growth cycle. So, for now, the easiest source of food is through fishing. Therefore, in all his experiments, Bai Chen planned to try the fishing rod last. This way, they could free up enough time so that the fish wouldn't take the bait before they finished the experiment prematurely and got the wrong results. Next, the best-case scenario would be for the tree to be cut in half and drop a wooden block. The next best would be no block, just floating in midair. As for the worst-case scenario, hopefully it wouldn't be that. However, when Bai Chen saw that the wood didn't show any white cracks but instead, as the felling continued, the gap gradually widened, he had his answer. Crash! The gap took up half of the tree, the massive trunk unable to support itself, began to sway in midair. Almost there. Lu Er walked to the other side of the gap and stepped down. Boom! The whole tree fell in the direction of the gap, kicking up dust on the ground. It seemed to be the worst-case scenario indeed. Even in my world, Lu Er and the others followed the laws of reality. Bai Chen's expectations fell short by half. Boss, I cut down this tree. Luer's face beamed with joy as he excitedly looked at Baichen. Seeing Baichen's serious expression, he cautiously asked, "Did I do something wrong?" "No, you did well, it's just that the result didn't meet my expectations. But that's not something you can decide, so don't be disheartened." Baichen shook his head. "How does the axe feel in your hands?" "Very sharp." Luer weighed the stone axe in his hand. "And although it's heavy, it's very handy." Baichen nodded and handed him the stone shovel. "Next, try digging with this." Next, the two experimented with the stone pickaxe, stone hoe, and took out seeds to fetch water from the 3-block water. All ended in failure. Obviously, the plan to have villagers rely on their own planting had temporarily failed. Perhaps they would have to wait for their world to extend to the village for a change. But that was a matter for later. The remaining time would be spent trying fishing. Baichen handed the fishing rod to Luer, letting him try fishing in the water. To increase the fishing success rate, he doubled the size of the pond. If this experiment succeeded, even if it took a very long time, it would be well worth it. This meant that the food issue was resolved, and he would only need to craft enough fishing rods to distribute to the villagers for them to fish on their own. Nestled in the leaves, Baichen crossed his legs, boredly nibbling on an apple. Although he didn't have scissors to get tree leaves in chunks, Baichen could pluck them by hand. One mustn't be so rigid. This apple tastes really good, and it's big too. Taking the last bite, he casually tossed the apple core aside, stood up, and sighed as he looked at the figure still sitting by the water in the sunset. It's still not working. Although he didn't have a watch and wasn't sure of the approximate time, judging by the sun's trajectory, it had been 5 or 6 hours. It was quite impressive that Luer could hold on for so long. If he were to sit by the water like that, even for just half an hour without any response, he would lift the fishing rod to see what was going on and cast it back in. "Alright, Luer, reel in the rod, no need to fish anymore." Baichen walked over and advised. Luer stared firmly at the floating fish marker. "Boss, let me fish a little longer, maybe I'll succeed? It's just a matter of time, I can hold on." During the fishing process, Luer became somewhat restless. After all, holding a fishing rod and fishing in empty water, no one could stand it for long. He curiously asked Baichen about the purpose of doing this. Baichen straightforwardly told Luer. The gist of it was, if he could catch fish, then their village wouldn't go hungry. Good news, the effect was very good, and Luer immediately became honest. The bad news was that the effect was too good. 3 hours ago, Baichen had planned to have Luer pack up, but Luer ruthlessly refused. Baichen suggested 3 or 4 times during this period, but Luer always made excuses to continue fishing for a while longer. If he didn't stop him, this kid might end up fishing for a day or two. "I don't want to be left hanging." "Alright, it's past the final time now. If there's still nothing by now, then it's not going to work," Baichen said. After all, previous experiments had shown that most of the tools Baichen had couldn't be used by Luer, including the fishing rod. "Give me the fishing rod," Baichen said firmly, and Luer could only hand over the fishing rod in disappointment. There was one more thing to try. Baichen took out a compost bin. He had accidentally discovered it in the synthesis table before, and out of curiosity, he had synthesized it with 7 wooden steps. Through his research, he found that the main function of the compost bin was to convert crops and plants into bone meal. Baichen had tried putting pulled grass or leaves directly into it. However, the efficiency was extremely low. If he had the time to put plants in it, he might as well catch a few more fish, making it somewhat redundant. But in this situation, if Luer could use it, it would be good. "Next, go around and pull some grass to throw in there," Baichen instructed. With both of them eagerly watching, the grass disappeared as soon as it fell into the compost bin, leaving a few green particles at the bottom. "Keep going." Baichen's tone carried a hint of excitement. Finally, something usable was found. As more plants were added, the layers of compost kept rising, eventually turning into a block similar to ash soil. "Boss, it won't fit anymore," Luer said. If they were to use it again, they could turn the block inside into bone meal. However, Luer seemed unable to do this step. "Try to see if you can pour out this block." Luer exerted all his strength but couldn't move the compost bin filled with fertilizer even a bit. "No, it's too heavy," Luer gasped. "I see, let's leave it at that then." Although the result was not entirely satisfactory, at least there was a backup plan. With the compost bin, he could let the villagers exchange bone meal for food. It could be considered a way to solve the food problem. Baichen glanced at the sky and said to Luer, "It's getting late, you should go back today. Bring your basket over, this is today's reward, no need to be polite with me. Let me tell you, this grilled fish is delicious, especially the fish skin, it's amazing." Taking out the grilled cod from his backpack, Baichen enthusiastically stuffed it in. Boss, it's too much, don't stuff anymore, it will go bad if we can't finish it. And boss, I can't take it back either. You're right, it is a bit too much. Bai Chen looked at Lu Er's size, then at the overflowing basket in front of him. Yeah, taking it back would be a challenge. What about now? Bai Chen took out some of the grilled fish and asked. Lu Er lifted the basket, pondered, and nodded. This should be enough now. And these 2 apples, one is for you, and one is for your sister. Bai Chen took out 2 apples. How about 2 more? Enough, boss, it really won't fit anymore. Lu Er quickly waved his hand, refusing. All right. Bai Chen was somewhat reluctant and put away the apples he had just taken out. Oh, by the way, did you tell the village chief and the villagers about the water source? Bai Chen asked curiously. Yes, I did. When I came, I saw many people fetching water there. Oh, then I have to go and take a look. I've been in this world for so many days, and the only people I've seen are the village chief, Lu Er, and his family. Lu Er, let me walk you there. What, boss, it's not necessary. I can go by myself. That day, the scene of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking appeared in Lu Er's mind. Seeing Lu Er's terrified expression, Bai Chen had no idea what he was thinking. Don't worry, I'll just take you to the water source, not far. On the small path, Bai Chen walked leisurely through the woods, whistling with wheat seeds in his hand. Behind him, 2 hens flapped their wings and followed him, their eyes fixed on the wheat. I say, Lu Er, you don't have to keep staring at those 2 hens. Don't worry, they won't run away. Bai Chen occasionally turned back, worried that the hens would run away, and said to Lu Er, and who knows, if you don't look back, you might even encounter 2 or 3 more wild ones. Boss, you can keep these 2 hens with you. Don't you need them to hatch chicks? No need, I only need to hatch 2. These hens grow fast. In 2 or 3 days they'll be fully grown and hatch chicks. Besides, your mother just recovered from illness, you can take these 2 hens back. The eggs they lay can help her regain strength. Lu Er scratched his head awkwardly and said softly, we don't eat these eggs. When we have enough, my father will take them to the city to sell for money. My mother doesn't want to eat them either. Even if she cooks them, she will save them for my father. Bai Chen disliked eggs, a food his mother used to force him to eat when he was growing up, claiming it would help him grow taller. He reluctantly ate them almost every day, and although he did grow tall eventually, he truly detested eggs. You've never eaten eggs before? Bai Chen asked unconsciously. As soon as the words left his mouth, he instantly realized what he had said. Oh my, how could I say that? It's like that queen who said let them eat cake. This is like saying why not eat meat? I really want to smack myself. Bai Chen regretted deeply, but once the words were spoken, there was no taking them back. He hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, Lu Er, I didn't mean that. It's just that what you said earlier was so different from what I was thinking. Ah, what am I even saying? His mouth twitched, and he gestured nervously. Lu Er looked at Bai Chen with surprise and said with a smile, don't worry, I know you didn't mean any harm, just like how I couldn't understand before why my companions would envy me when my father called me back for lunch. It wasn't until later when I asked them that I found out, besides our family being able to have meat every few months, they could only get a piece or 2 during the new year. Phew, as long as you didn't misunderstand, Bai Chen joked, covering his pounding heart. I thought my little brother was going to abandon his big brother. I was just surprised that the boss would apologize to me, Lu Er said. Bai Chen was puzzled and replied matter-of-factly, if you say something wrong or do something wrong, you should apologize, right? He even apologized before asking for directions. But boss, aren't you a god? Whoa, Lu Er, your thinking is a bit dangerous. Let me correct you, I'm not a god. Gods don't exist. You should believe in science. Oh well, forget it, let's pretend I didn't say that. Bai Chen was shocked by Lu Er's question and continued, I can't control others, but for me, if it's my fault and no one provoked me, I should take responsibility, even if it means losing everything. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Lu Er felt deeply moved. He could still vividly remember those young masters in the city riding horses, rampaging recklessly, and toppling over vendors' goods at will. Even if reported to the authorities, those officials would turn a blind eye, and after a day or 2, the problem would be resolved. He couldn't forget the arrogant and domineering yamen runners in their village, bowing and scraping before those young masters. Perhaps, they were like immortals. If the eggshell is cracked, Dad will still stay with us. What about birthdays? Bai Chen asked. Birthdays? Is that some kind of festival? We don't have such celebrations here. At that moment, Bai Chen felt the generation gap. I see. Do you remember when you were born? Your destiny. Are you going to tell my fortune, boss? Lu Er looked expectantly at Bai Chen, reciting his destiny and extending his hands, saying, Here, this is my palm, boss, take a look. I don't do fortune telling. Just put your hands back. Then why did you ask about my destiny? It's a secret, Bai Chen chuckled mysteriously. It seemed like celebrating Lu Er's birthday this year was not possible, they would have to wait until next year to prepare. As they chatted and joked, they drew closer to the water source. Bai Chen heard the commotion coming from ahead. How lively! After all, humans are social creatures, and Bai Chen, not yet disillusioned with the world, naturally enjoyed a bit of excitement. Hearing the noise, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. When they arrived, the scene before Bai Chen's eyes caused his brain to freeze momentarily. What on earth is going on here? The crowd was divided into two groups. One group, consisting mainly of elderly people and children led by an old lady, knelt down in unison. Facing Bai Chen's direction, they lit incense, placed chickens and tofu, dried and unfamiliar fruits, and chanted words. The other group, led by Lu Dishi, consisted of a few men who looked uncomfortable, trying to blend in with the kneeling crowd. It was worth mentioning that Lu Qi was also kneeling, while the tall Lu Ping stood behind his father. As for Lu Dishi, he stood out, looking utterly dejected on the side. I've said it before, Lord Bai doesn't like people kneeling, why won't you listen? Thanks to his enhanced hearing, Bai Chen understood what Lu Dishi said. He could roughly guess the situation. These people were worshipping him as if he were a deity. Bai Chen found it somewhat amusing and exasperating. He had knelt before his ancestors since childhood, never expecting that people would burn incense for him while he was still alive. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Sensing something, Lu Dishi raised his head and locked eyes with Bai Chen. At that moment, Bai Chen was speechless and stunned by the scene before him, his expression blank. But to Lu Dishi, the kindly Lord Bai appeared displeased, clearly harboring some dissatisfaction. Oh my Lord can indeed see, look, he's coming over. Judging by Lord Bai's expression, could it be that he's angry with me? He did say he doesn't like people kneeling, and yet I failed to prevent it. If Lord Bai returns to the heavens because of this, I'll be the sinner of Lu village. After all, he had only met Bai Chen once, unlike Lu Er, who was more familiar with Bai Chen's character. Those were the instructions given by the heavenly immortal to the village chief, and he had failed to follow them, causing Lord Bai to intervene personally. He had heard that when an emperor is angered, millions perish. But when an immortal is angered, it could mean the end of the world. The pressure on Lu Dishi was like having a huge task at work that needed your attention, with the boss reminding you 1,000 times to be careful, and then you make a mistake. The boss doesn't criticize you, doesn't say anything. The pressure is at its peak. Lu Dishi's vision darkened and he was about to fall backward. Under the heavy pressure, he couldn't care about anything else and knelt heavily, humble Lu Dishi, respectfully welcoming the immortal. Are the immortals in the mountains coming out? Hearing what Lu Dishi said, the people kneeling down shivered and pressed their heads tightly to the ground. One brave soul slowly raised their head, glanced, and quickly lowered it again. So that's the immortal. Why does he not look as grand as my son? He looks quite handsome, but doesn't look like an immortal. An old woman, seeing Bai Chen's appearance, lost much of her awe and whispered to others with her head down. Exactly, I think he looks like some noble young master. Look at his scholarly air. Could it be the god of literature descending? Stop talking, the immortal is watching. We are so far away, we shouldn't be able to hear, right? Sorry, I can hear everything clearly, they might as well shout directly into my ear. Bai Chen thought to himself. Village chief, I really am not an immortal, you don't need to kneel, please rise. If he's not an immortal, should we kneel or stand? The villagers looked at Lu Dishi, waiting for his decision. Seeing him stand up, they all stood up as well. As the villagers stood up, Bai Chen took a sharp breath. When they knelt before, their thin clothes covered their bodies, but now standing up, Bai Chen could see clearly. Each villager in front of him was thin and pale, their thighs as thin as sticks, almost skin and bones under their open clothes, their rib bones clearly visible. Bai Chen even suspected that if the wind blew a little stronger, these people would be blown over. Even though Bai Chen had already imagined the situation to be serious, it was almost no different from those in war-torn African countries. This is famine. Bai Chen silently took out a wooden board and set it on the ground. Where did this wooden board come from? When the villagers saw the wooden board appear out of thin air, the murmurs instantly disappeared without a trace. Yes, when someone says they are not an immortal, it's just modesty. How did they believe it so easily? At this moment, all the villagers remained silent, not daring to make a sound, their bodies instinctively tense, standing straight. Under the scorching sun, sweat trickled into their eyes from their foreheads, but no one dared to raise a hand to wipe it. What is the immortal going to do? Quickly building a 4-meter-wide platform, Bai Chen asked Lu Dishi, village chief, may I ask, how many households are there in the village and how many people in total? 14 households, 54 people in total. He placed 14 cod fish, each half a meter long, on the platform, filling it completely. It's fish. Such big fish. Since the lake stopped flowing not long ago, They hadn't seen any fish for a long time, not even small finger-sized ones. Suppressed exclamations rose one after another. The villagers couldn't help but swallow hard, staring at the fish on the platform lost in thought. Just one of these fish, if eaten sparingly with wild vegetables, could last for almost half a month. Their children could also have some oil. Baichan said, "These fish, I'll leave it to you, village chief, to distribute. Make sure every household gets one. In the days to come, at this hour every day, I will place the same amount of fish here. These are all for us, and we will have food in the future?" In other words, they won't be lacking food anymore? At this moment, Baichan's voice was like celestial music, piercing through everyone's hearts. They wanted to laugh, to cry, but the immortals were watching nearby, and they didn't want to lose their composure in front of the White Immortal, fearing that he might abandon them. "White Immortal, are all these for us?" Just as everyone was immersed in a beautiful future, Lu Dishi stepped forward to ask. When Baichan was about to say that it was a gift and they didn't need to give him anything, he saw the worry and fear on Lu Dishi's face. Lu Dishi was afraid that if the villagers got used to this life of getting things without effort, one day their reverence for Baichan would disappear. Once Baichan stopped providing, they wouldn't understand, they would curse. Baichan swallowed the words he was about to say and shook his head, saying, "Of course, this is only temporary, until your crops recover, and I won't give them to you for free." He made 7 more compost bins and lined them up on the platform. "What you need to do next is fill these bins with leaves and various plants. Luer will tell you the details later, you don't need to worry about it today." This was already at the edge of Baichan's world, where weeds and leaves grew quickly, making it easy to collect them. This way, the bone meal produced could also generate enough wheat seeds, and by the time the range covered the village, the seeds would be enough to feed the villagers. The villagers were deeply grateful for Baichan's request. A half-meter-long fish, even if there were 7 boxes, they would be willing, even if it doubled. "Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal." The villagers knelt down again, bowing heavily to Baichan, the sound even startling the birds resting in the trees. "I'm not a god, I've said it," Baichan thought, feeling helpless. He signaled for Luer to go back and quietly return to the woods alone. It was better to leave quietly at this moment. Seeing the villagers crying and sniffling, he knew they needed a release for their suffering. As Baichan's figure disappeared, the villagers couldn't contain their emotions any longer. It was chaotic, with Lu Dishi even shedding tears, lost in memories. "Ah, great, we have food now. My children at home won't go hungry anymore. Woo-woo, my second and fourth, your lives were so hard. If you could hold on a little longer, you would have seen the Immortal." Some danced with joy, repeatedly thanking Baichan, while others laughed and suddenly burst into tears. When the emotions had subsided, and Lu Dishi had barely recovered from his choked-up state, he smiled and said, "All right, folks, today is a day of great joy. Let's all go back and cook this fish, the children at home are waiting for us." In the following days, Baichan spent almost all his time fishing by the pond, delivering the fish to the water source at sunset, and collecting the bone meal from the compost bins. At night, he would return home, ripen the wheat with bone meal, harvest the seeds and wheat, and most importantly, gain experience points. Then he would continue fishing madly at night. With this intense operation, Baichan's experience points soared, and before long, he leveled up again, with more than half of the experience points needed for the next level. Just one more level, and the village would be covered. If I'm not mistaken, it should happen in the next 2 or 3 days at the latest. Luer, if anything changes in the village in the next few days, don't let them panic, just say it's because of me. Baichan finished collecting the bone meal from the compost bins and spoke. "I wanted to communicate with the villagers, but as soon as I stood here, they all seemed as silent as if they had swallowed a mute pill. When I approached, they trembled like students meeting a teacher in the office, unable to utter a word for a long time. I'm not a native, why are they so afraid of me?" Baichan felt helpless. The only ones he could communicate normally with were the village chief and Luer. "Got it, boss." Luer looked at Baichan with a worried expression. These days, apart from a few tasks Baichan initially assigned him, claiming it was for an experiment, he just sat by the river fishing, all day long. The only thing he could do was sit quietly next to Baichan and chat about the village gossip these days. The boss had advised him to leave, but he refused. After all, the only thing he could do for the boss now was to keep him company. Baichan nodded faintly, preparing to return to his matchbox. He just wanted to expand to the village as soon as possible. He couldn't help with anything now, maybe there was another way. Luer, feeling lost, made a decision and ran back home. The thatched roof of the simple cottage was hung with a few cured fish, and the aroma of fish soup permeated the house. At this moment, Yilan was busy preparing dinner. After leaving Baichan, they took Yilan to the doctor for a diagnosis. The result was that the illness had completely recovered, but the body was still very weak. After a few days of rest, Yilan could get up. Originally, Yilan planned to go directly to help in the fields, but under Lu Da's strong request, she did some simple household chores. Lu Er looked around and didn't see his father's figure. At this time, his father should have already returned from the fields, right? Mom, hasn't Dad come back yet? Lu Er asked in confusion. Oh, he was called by fourth uncle to help the village chief shortly after you left. He hasn't come back yet. Since it's almost time for dinner, go check on him. How come he hasn't returned yet? Not far from the village chief's house, Lu Er saw 1 or 2 villagers carrying furniture into the chief's house. There was a noisy commotion inside, with occasional sounds of heavy objects being moved. What's happening inside? Lu Er walked in, only to see most of the village elders crowded into this small room. As for Lu Dishi, he was standing in the middle of the room, directing everyone. Move a little more to the left, a bit to the right, good, just like that. Village chief, what are you doing? If I'm not mistaken, isn't this chair Uncle Er's treasure? He treasures it so much, why is it moved here? And this bowl, did you drug them with a love potion? No, I don't have that ability. Lu Dishi smiled, walked to the door, touched the threshold, his eyes full of reluctance. I just discussed with the others, they will stay here for now, rearrange the house, and leave it for the immortal. Leave it for the boss? Lu Er scratched his head in confusion. Yes, the only decent house in the village is my old house. If the immortal wants to rest in our village, it's our blessing. We can't let the immortal sleep with us. Unexpectedly, the news leaked, and everyone brought their belongings over. But I know the boss very well, he definitely won't move in. Lu Er shook his head and said bluntly, in that case, this house will probably just remain empty. Lu Dishi said seriously, whether he moves in or not is one thing, but whether he does anything is another. Anyway, the house is now empty, everyone has brought their things over, we can't ask them to take them back. Lu Er turned to look at everyone, they all smiled and shook their heads. Everything has been moved over, exhausting work, I don't want to move back again. Exactly, my mother said if I dare to sneak these things back, she'll break my legs. Just some wooden stuff, how can it compare to the grace of the immortal Lord, right, everyone? Absolutely right. Oh my, I've been the village chief for so long and I've never seen you all so enthusiastic. Usually each of you runs faster than a rabbit when there's something to do, joked Lu Dishi. Someone chuckled and replied, my village chief, if you were half as powerful as the immortal Lord, we'd have no problem obeying you, we'd even clean the latrines for you every day. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Lu Dishi looked contentedly at the thriving scene before him. It had been many years since the village's crops had been decreasing year by year, and even after the river dried up, he hadn't seen everyone laugh happily for a long time. All of this was because of the immortal Lord. Lu Er, you're here to see your father, he's at the back. Lu Dishi pointed in the direction, signaling Lu Er to go over. Lu Er, why are you here? It's getting late, mother asked me to come and call you back for dinner. Lu Da looked up, glanced at the sky, and slapped his forehead, oops, didn't notice the time. Let's go, we're heading back. Dad, I want to continue practicing archery, I want to protect the eldest brother, Lu Er said firmly. Since the river dried up and the food at home gradually decreased, to save food and reduce physical exertion, Lu Er had been reluctant to practice archery under the pretext of lack of interest. Seeing his son willing to learn his skills, the father naturally felt happy. But did the immortals really need ordinary people like them to protect them? Lu De thought to himself, but still nodded. Alright, we'll start again tomorrow. Zhang Yang Yuan, you good for nothing, how many times is this now? We have no food left to give you, get out, don't linger in our house, or I'll break your legs. In the dilapidated thatched hut, Zhang Yang Yuan was pushed out, the door slammed shut behind him, he fell to the ground, angrily shouting, if you don't want to give me food, then don't, why shout so loudly? He got up slowly and walked about 10 meters away, spat in the direction of the house. Hey, I'm not willing to eat your pig feed, let me tell you, if I become rich in the future, don't come near me. Smack. You good for nothing, come back here and say that again. The door opened, and a middle-aged man walked out from inside. Oh, uncle, I was just talking, don't take it seriously, I'm leaving now, I'm leaving. Zhang Yongyuan stared fearfully at the bundle of sticks in the man's hand and quickly ran out of the village as if fleeing. Pa! Coward, from today on, don't expect to get a single bit of food from us. The man shouted after Zhang Yangyuan's retreating figure. Humph, if you don't give it, I don't want it. I don't care. Zhang Yangyuan panted heavily, squatting on the ground to catch his breath. So hungry, so weak, recently everyone in the village had been stingy, helping out but only getting a tiny bit of wild vegetables in return, not enough for him to eat. Looks like this family is no longer an option. Where should I go to solve today's food problem? He rubbed his shriveled stomach, pondering, the village chief as well. I just took some stuff from his house since no one was there. I'll return it later. It's not a big deal. Forget it. Indeed, the people in the village are all heartless. It's just about food. I'll find it myself. Zhang Yongyuan snorted and casually walked in the direction away from the village. Damn it. How come even the wild vegetables have been dug up by them? Are they deliberately trying to starve me? Zhang Yongyuan picked and sorted through the cracked ground, barely managing to scrounge up a handful of wild vegetables and roots. Go back and cook something to eat, just manage with it. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just apologize to the village chief. He wouldn't just watch me starve to death in front of him, would he? It seems like I'm near Lu family village. I was so focused on finding food that I didn't realize I had walked all the way here. Lu family village is very close to Zhang family village. You can almost see the other village not far away. It is because of this that there is an almost endless feud between the two villages. Water sources and fertile land. These are the lifeblood of the villagers, the lifeline of each village. Every year, they fight fiercely for these two things. Although it doesn't come to killing, getting into a brawl is a common occurrence. Especially in recent months, since the river dried up, the land in the village couldn't be irrigated, and the edible plants to satisfy hunger became increasingly scarce. If someone from another village dares to dig wild vegetables around their village, once caught, they will be beaten up. I need to hurry. If the people from their village see me, I'll definitely get a beating. Wait, this smell? Just as I was about to turn and run, a faint scent of fish lingered at the tip of his nose. It couldn't be wrong. It's the smell of fish. They are cooking fish. Although Zhang Yongyuan is not good at anything else, his sense of smell is very sharp. When he strolls through the village, he can tell which house is cooking and what they are cooking. At that time, he could go in and help, lend a hand, and maybe get something to eat. Zhang Yongyuan sniffed hard, the cold wind rushing into his nostrils, making it difficult to breathe. But he didn't care, he just craved to catch the scent of fish in the wind. Saliva was secreting frantically, he swallowed, licking his chapped lips. The desire for meat outweighed the fear of being caught. He muttered softly, I'm just going to take a look, not doing anything wrong. As long as I'm careful and not caught, it's fine. Thinking this, he tiptoed and quietly sneaked into Lu family village. What surprised him was that the journey was very smooth. He didn't even see a few people. Aren't they coming out to dig wild vegetables? Could it be that the people of Lu family village have found a patch of wild vegetables, and everyone has a share? Zhang Yongyuan was puzzled, but the increasingly strong fragrance made him put aside his doubts. He gritted his teeth and walked in. This fragrance, not just one, it's coming from several houses. Zhang Yongyuan hid behind the wall, looking around at the houses in shock. This one has it, that one too, even that one. It's not just a few houses, every house seems to have fish. At this moment, Zhang Yongyuan even doubted if his sense of smell had failed due to not smelling meat for a long time. He walked around the village, leaning against the wall, and to his disbelief, almost every house in Lu family village exuded a strong fishy smell. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it, the river dried up. Where did they get the fish from? Oh no, my nose is broken. Zhang Yongyuan rubbed his nose in fear, but no matter how he tried, the smell never disappeared. No, it's too fragrant, I can't take it anymore. Zhang Yongyuan's eyes were red, staring fixedly at the houses in front of him. If I die, so be it. Even if I get beaten to death, I've had enough of these days of going hungry. I have to see if there really is fish inside. He crouched down, reaching the door. Hearing the commotion inside, he took a deep breath, then pressed his ear against the doorframe, listening to the conversation inside. The fish soup just made, come and taste how it is? This taste, it's simply delicious. Sister, your cooking skills are amazing. I can never get tired of eating this. Just thinking that we can drink such delicious fish soup every day in the future, we'll have the energy to work. Swoosh! Hearing the sound of soup being drunk inside, Zhang Yongyuan's saliva uncontrollably flowed from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ground. He quickly wiped it with his sleeve. Yes, we owe it all to the immortal lord. Otherwise, not to mention fish, we might not even have wild vegetables to eat. Vanguard? What a strange name. Zhang Yongyuan smelled the aroma and felt even hungrier. Gurgle, what's that sound? The chair was moved, footsteps approached the door. Oh no! Discovered! He had to run quickly. If caught, he would be in big trouble. He scrambled to his feet and ran off in a flash. At the door, the man looked at the panicked Zhang Yongyuan and shrugged. Why run so fast? I was about to invite you for fish soup. The man scratched his head in confusion. Don't know which kid it was, ran so fast. Didn't get a good look, just a stranger from the back. Phew, luckily I ran fast. Almost got caught. Zhang Yongyuan breathed a sigh of relief. So, I wasn't mistaken. The fragrance is coming from every household. Damn it, it must be someone from Lu village cutting off our water source, diverting it elsewhere, deliberately trying to harm us. He gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, alright, since the people of Lu village were unjust first, don't blame me for being ruthless. These fish should have been mine. This house is not bad. If he's not caught, he can escape. Once everyone leaves, he'll go in and take what's rightfully his. He sneaked to the side of a thatched house on the edge of the village and hid quietly. Noon passed quickly, the villagers finished lunch and left their houses. When the house was empty and silent, Zhang Yongyuan sneaked in. As soon as he entered, he saw a bunch of cured large fish hanging from the rafters. Wow, these fish are huge. But now they're mine. Zhang Yongyuan greedily sniffed them, almost wanting to press his nose against them. These fish will stay here for now. He reluctantly moved them aside and began searching the room. Look at this big tub of water, just as I thought. He casually scooped a bowlful with a ladle floating on the surface. Gulp, gulp. The water flowed down his throat, splashing on the ground. Ah, haven't had such a satisfying drink in a long time. Zhang Yongyuan exhaled comfortably. He took out the leftover fish meat from the owner's lunch, pinched a small piece, chewed on it. Fragrant, so fragrant. Haven't tasted fish in so long, almost forgot the taste. He savored it, quickly swallowing and occasionally spitting out fish bones. Huh, already finished? Zhang Yongyuan scraped the bottom of the bowl with his hand, slurping it up. So comfortable to eat. He reluctantly put down the bowl, then stubbornly searched the cupboard, finding nothing in the end. What a poor man, not even a penny. Oh well, what's gone is gone, the best is yet to come. Zhang Yongyuan stared at the fish, grinning lasciviously, as if he saw a brothel girl. Darlings, all mine, come, let me take you away. I'll pamper you well when we get back. Swiftly taking 2 fish, he hugged them close. Hey, quite heavy good stuff. Pity, can't carry the third one. Really want to take them all. Holding the 2 fish under his arms, he looked around, saw no one, and hurriedly rushed back to his village. There's a thief stealing fish in our village. A child's cry came from behind. Run! Damn it, just took your 2 fish, gave them back. Why keep chasing me? They chased us all the way to the entrance of our village. Was it really necessary? Zhang Yongyuan panted heavily as he finally managed to run into the village. Looking at the hesitant men outside, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the ground. They dare not come in, is that it? Those people circled outside the village a few times before reluctantly walking back. Just to escape, Zhang Yongyuan had to throw away all the fish in his hands. It was too heavy, he couldn't run with it. In other words, apart from eating some leftovers at the beginning, he had almost wasted his efforts. Damn it, this matter won't just end like this. But if it's just me alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to avenge this grudge. He pondered for a moment, then smirked. I got it, I'll just tell the village chief. That should do it, right? If he knows about this, the feud with the Lu family village will be settled, won't it? He ran to the village chief's house and saw the village chief of his own village had just returned from outside, still carrying a basket on his back. What a coincidence! He excitedly waved his hands and shouted, Village chief, I've come to see you. He was really out of luck, just returning home and being bothered by this troublemaker. Zhang Yi frowned, discreetly covering the rotten vegetable roots in the basket behind him, quickly walked back to his own house, closed the door tightly before Zhang Yongyuan could come over. Village chief, what are you doing? I have important things to tell you. Why are you locking me out? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. I'd sooner believe the sun rises in the west than believe you, Zhang Yongyuan, have something important to tell me. Putting down the basket on his back, Zhang Yi carefully took out some wild fruits the size of wolfberries and placed them on the table. Keep these, boil them in hot water for the kids. His wrinkled face showed a rare hint of a smile. Zhang Yi completely ignored Zhang Yongyuan's intentions. He estimated that, as usual, he would leave after a few minutes of shouting. Oh, what a pity. I was just about to share some news about finding water. Since the village chief is so unwelcoming, I'll just leave. The footsteps outside gradually faded away. What, water? Wait. Zhang Yi quickly opened the door, only to see Zhang Yongyuan standing at the door with a smile. Where is it? Zhang Yi hurriedly asked. The money I borrowed last time, I don't need it anymore. Consider it lost, okay? Zhang Yongyuan didn't say anything, just smiled at Zhang Yi. Come on, what else do you want? Zhang Yi sighed, asked helplessly. Village chief, lend me 10 won, my luck has been good recently, I'll pay you back double later. Zhang Yongyuan said softly. No way. Zhang Yi glared angrily at Zhang Yongyuan. You don't farm the land, you eat what the villagers produce, and now you want to borrow money at this time, are you dreaming? If this money went into the hands of this gambler, he was sure he wouldn't get a single coin back. Zhang Yongyuan wasn't angry either, looking as if he had Zhang Yi figured out. He just stood there quietly. Fine, I'll lend it to you. Zhang He gritted his teeth, and soon took out a small bag of copper coins from the house. Watching Zhang Yongyuan count the money with his head down, Zhang He asked, "Now, can you tell me?" Satisfied, Zhang Yongyuan nodded, "Of course." In Lu family village, a group of people gathered at the door of the village chief's son's house, talking back and forth. "Are you saying that people from Zhang family village came to our place to steal things?" Lu Dishi frowned, asking in confusion. "That's right, thanks to the youngest of the fourth family who saw it, otherwise the 2 fish in our house would have been almost taken by that person," the man said indignantly. The people around also expressed their anger and support. "People from Zhang family village are too much. It's one thing to compete with us for water and land on weekdays, but now they're directly coming to our village to steal things. Yes, this fish was given to us by the immortal lord. Even though we got it back, we can't just let this slide, village chief." "Exactly, we must make the people of Zhang family village hand over that person. We might even have to fight with them again. I'm still burning with anger from last time. Village chief, tell us, when are we going to fight back?" The people around were filled with righteous indignation, ready to engage in a fight. "No need to go, they will come to us on their own." Lu Dishi pondered for a moment and shook his head slowly. Most people suddenly understood the village chief's meaning, but a few remained puzzled, unable to grasp the situation. "Why is that, village chief? We should be glad if we don't go looking for trouble. Why would they dare to come to us?" someone asked in confusion. "You're clueless," someone nearby rolled their eyes. "What did the people from Zhang family village steal? Fish. What's wrong with that? Where do the fish come from? Naturally, they come from the immortal lord. Don't tell me you don't know this?" He looked at him as if he were mentally challenged. "You're the one who's clueless. Water, fish can only be caught from rivers with fish." But Luer said the fish was caught by the immortal lord in a fishless pond. "Can the immortal lord be like us? I must be crazy to even talk to you in circles." "We know, but the person from Zhang family village doesn't. Since our village has fish, it means we have a river, that's the key." The man paused, feeling the anger in his heart dissipate somehow. He sighed, adding with a complex expression, "After all, it's not just our Lu family village that lacks water and can't find food." Upon hearing this, the people around looked at each other in silence. Yes, without the immortal lord's help, their situation wouldn't be any better than Zhang family villages. "If the people from Zhang family village come later, come and tell me immediately. Before that, do not engage in any disputes with them," Lu Dishi said. He felt a bit worried inside, as the grudge between the 2 villages ran deep. He feared that the people in the village couldn't resist starting a fight with them. However, to Lu Dishi's surprise, everyone present did not object, they just nodded silently. Upon reflection, he understood why. Wasn't Zhang family village just a miniature version of Lu family village from before? On the other side, Zhang He paced anxiously at the village entrance, occasionally looking towards Lu family village. Around him stood a group of villagers eagerly waiting. After learning about the situation in Lu family village from Zhang Yongyuan, he was initially skeptical. Based on his understanding of Zhang Yongyuan, he wouldn't dare to venture into Lu family village's territory. However, from what he heard from others, the people from Lu family village did indeed chase him into the village. Initially, Zhang He didn't want the villagers to know about the situation until it was confirmed. But shortly after he left, Zhang Yongyuan spread the news in the village. Everyone came to him to confirm the situation, and Zhang He had no choice but to send some nimble villagers to Lu family village to gather information. Unexpectedly, they had not returned yet, which made Zhang He very worried. Why haven't they come back yet? How long has it been since they left? Could it be that they were discovered by the people from Lu family village? Zhang He regretted, and he also started to find Zhang Yongyuan, who was idling nearby, increasingly annoying. Originally, he only needed to quietly send a few people to Lu family village to investigate. At most, only a few of them who were in the know would be disappointed. But now, the whole village knew about it. He shouldn't have believed the lies told by Zhang Yongyuan. The groundwater in this area is almost dried up. Where could there be water to raise fish? Village chief, although I usually mess around a bit, when it comes to such a big matter, I absolutely dare not deceive you, old man. Besides, if this is all a lie, wouldn't I be stuck here? When it comes to life or death, it's up to everyone to decide, right? Zhang Yongyuan casually kicked a stone on the ground as he spoke. "Here they come, they're back," murmured the crowd behind him. Zhang He squinted towards the distance and indeed saw a figure stumbling towards them. "How is it?" Before the man could catch his breath, everyone surrounded him, anxiously inquiring. "Cough, cough, fish, so many fish." The man half-bent, panting heavily, said, "Almost every household in Lu family village has fish as long as half an arm. What Zhang Yongyuan said is all true. You see, I wasn't wrong, right?" Their village must have diverted the water to a place we can't find, Zhang Yongyuan remarked. He naturally didn't know if the water was diverted by the people of Lu family village, but who cares now? He was just giving the villagers an excuse. Even if he eventually learned the truth, it wouldn't matter to him. The people of Lu family village have gone too far. The surrounding people shouted angrily. Yes, we must confront them and demand an explanation. Discussions continued, and Zhang He remained silent, deep in thought. Yes, village chief, you don't know, I almost got beaten up by the people of Lu family village just to confirm my suspicions. They can't stand to see our village prosper. Zhang Yongyuan recounted the treatment he received, adding fuel to the fire and feeling pleased inside. He had let the whole village know about this matter before, aiming for the current situation. Now everything was going according to his plan, and no matter how suspicious the village chief felt, he couldn't resist the pressure. Yes, they cut off our water supply, and even almost beat up our villagers. We must demand an explanation from them. Amid the people's condemnation, Zhang He reluctantly said, since that's the case, let's go along with what everyone is saying, but we'll have to wait until tomorrow. It's getting late today, and it's better to rest and prepare. Zhang Yongyuan and the others criticized Lu family village and returned to their own houses. His expression changed instantly, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. His goal had been achieved. In the afternoon, at the junction of the two villages, on a hillside covered with yellow sand, more than a dozen people from Lu family village had been waiting for a long time. Yawn, so boring. We've been standing here for almost the whole afternoon. Why haven't the people from Zhang family village arrived yet? You can enjoy yourself quietly. It's already good enough that we took over the morning shift. Don't lose focus, endure a little longer, someone will come to relieve us soon. One of them said with a smile, his gaze fixed on the distance, his expression suddenly serious. Quick! Go call the others over, move fast, the people from Zhang family village are coming. Alright, I'll go right away. Be careful, everyone. With that, one of them swiftly got up and ran towards the village. In the distance, the people from Zhang family village looked serious, holding various farming tools in their hands, the blades shining under the sun, clearly freshly sharpened on a whetstone. Before coming, they had prepared for a fight to the death, even if it meant casualties. After all, this time was completely different from before. Everyone knew clearly that they were here to fight for water. In a severe drought, fighting for water meant risking their lives. But if they didn't secure water, their village would be in hot water, a matter of time. Today, either they would get a share of the water source or one of the villages would be left defeated. Hey, people from Zhang village, listen up, hold on for a moment. I know why you're here, isn't it for water? Just wait there, we'll bring it to you, shouted the people from Lu village. Am I hearing correctly? People from Lu village are actually offering to bring us water? The people from Zhang village stopped, their faces full of confusion. They had imagined many scenarios, but they had never thought about facing this situation. Should we still fight? This is not just about water. Although Zhang Yongyuan is a jerk, he is still one of us from the village, we need to seek justice for him. The people from Zhang village discussed, then sent out someone with a loud voice to repeat it. Nonsense! A man from Lu village spat, angrily saying, clearly, someone from your village came to ours to steal things, and yet you turned the tables on us. Besides, when did we cut off your water source? That water was given to us by the immortal. Damn it, I knew that son of a turtle Zhang Yongyuan was hiding something, he actually went to another village to steal things, it's simply disgraceful. Hearing this, the people from Zhang village's arrogance suddenly diminished by half, stealing was indeed despicable. Your village is so kind, who knows if your water is poisoned? Nonsense, kindness is taken for granted, whether you want it or not, we can always settle it with a fight. Someone from Lu village couldn't hold back, holding a farm tool in hand, stepped forward, glaring and cursing. Come back. Have you forgotten what the village chief instructed us? Don't provoke conflicts. The person next to him quickly pulled him away. I couldn't help it, just talking back, right? They twisted the truth first, saying we cut off their water. The man said, then obediently retreated. At this point, the people from Zhang village were at a loss, all looking at Zhang He standing in front. Did Lu Dishi ask you to say this? Zhang He asked. Yes. Zhang He nodded knowingly, then turned to his own village people and said, in that case, let's wait a little longer and see what they really want to do. Village chief, we know you have a relationship with Lu village's chief, but this is a serious matter, we can't delay. Seeing some unrest in the group, he continued, I know you want to take advantage of the small number of people now in attack, but look at the people from Lu village, although they are few now, each one is vigorous and strong, if a fight breaks out, we will be at a disadvantage. Calming his own village people, Zhang Yi leaned on his cane, quietly waiting. The two groups confronted each other, time passing by second by second. About 10 minutes later, they saw people from Lu village carrying shoulder poles, each with 2 buckets rushing over here. In those buckets, there was all water. Perhaps in their haste, the water in the buckets spilled little by little as they moved. Witnessing this scene, the people from Zhang village were deeply distressed. What puzzled Zhang He was that Lu Dishi, who had leg problems, could actually keep up with the group. The crowd carried the water and placed it in front of Zhang He. "Is this water all for us?" Suppressing his joy, Zhang He asked tremblingly as Lu Dishi approached. "Yes," Lu Dishi nodded, then said, "This water, and some fish, use them first. Next, you bring 2 decision makers with you, follow me, I'll take you to the water source." "Take us to the water source, don't your village people have any objections?" Zhang He looked at Lu Dishi in surprise. "Aren't you worried that the water won't be enough for both our villages?" "Don't worry, this was the result of our village's discussion. As for water, rest assured, there will be plenty, you'll see when we get there." Zhang He had the people from his village carry the water and a few fish back to the village, then called 2 respected men from Zhang village to follow Lu Dishi. Zhang He and Lu Dishi walked side by side in tacit understanding, while the 2 from Zhangjia village followed silently 5 steps behind. They walked in silence. Since the conflict between the 2 villages erupted, they hadn't had the chance to walk side by side like this for a long time, despite having 1,000 words to say. They didn't know how to start. "Xian Jun, who is it?" Zhang He asked. Lu Dishi looked meaningfully at Zhang He. "Zhang Ji. If I say it's a deity, would you believe me?" "I see," Zhang He murmured in shock, "now I understand. No wonder the people from your village are willing to provide us with water." "Do you believe it?" Lu Dishi was taken aback for a moment. He had already planned the next steps. Zhang He didn't believe it, so he took him to see the endless water source himself, causing his worldview to collapse. Who would have thought that he would actually believe it directly? What a pity, what's going on? Naturally, considering the grudges between our 2 villages, it's absurd that the people from your village would agree to bring us here to the water source, unless there is something even more absurd that would make you make such a decision. If deities descend to earth, everything makes sense. You should still hide those fish, Zhang He suggested. Lu Dishi asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhang He looked at Lu Dishi in confusion. "Haven't the people from your village heard? Zhang Doyao, that dog official, sent people to the village to collect taxes at the entrance. If they can't pay, they beat them to death. Several villages have already been looted. These days, the people in their village were all focused on the matter of Bai Xianjun. No one went to the city, so naturally they didn't hear these rumors." Lu Dishi was greatly shocked by this news. He asked incredulously, "Didn't we just pay taxes? It's only been a few days and they're back again. Do they want us commoners to die?" "Yeah, who said it wasn't? But what can we do? How can the people fight against the officials? Anyway, make sure to hide them well, don't let them be discovered." Lu Dishi nodded heavily. "I got it." As they finished inspecting the water source, when they were about to return, the people from Lu village hurriedly approached Lu Dishi. He glared fiercely at the 3 people from Zhangjia village and said, "Bad news, village head, our village's things have been stolen again. And your house's door has been opened. I reckon things inside have been stolen too." "What?" Lu Dishi's face turned pale. He stiffly turned his head, looking disappointedly at Zhang He. "Zhang Ji, is this your plan?" His house was a place that the people in the village had put a lot of effort into, specifically for the immortal. Since the house had been arranged, people from the village would go in daily to clean it. Those who entered were extremely careful, and they would leave immediately after finishing. "No, this is definitely not my idea. Besides, most of the people from our village were there. How could they have had time to steal?" Zhang He frowned and shook his head. Suddenly, a person popped into his mind. "Wait, I remember now. Zhang Yangyuan didn't come, it must be him." Zhang He tapped his cane on the ground repeatedly. "It must be him. He was the one who instigated the people from our village to come and seek justice from you, saying that he accidentally saw you cut off the water source, and when you found out, you wanted to kill him." "Zhang Yangyuan, the thief who came to our village yesterday to steal things?" "Exactly, him." Seeing Lu Dishi's worried expression, Zhang He asked carefully, "Are there any valuable items in your house?" "Don't worry, the people from our village will compensate you doubly. If only they had sent someone to guard the house. It's not about the items." Lu Dishi sighed repeatedly. "This house was left by the people in our village for the immortal, and now it has been rummaged through by someone else. This." Zhang He was shocked and pale. How could he not understand that if this residence was meant for heavenly immortals, even the mere act of theft, without anything missing, was serious enough? Even if they sold the entire village, they couldn't afford it. What should we do now? "Damn thing, I'll bring him here right away, let you all deal with him." Hearing this, one of the villagers from the Zhang family who had followed couldn't stand it and ran straight back to his village. Seeing the water block floating in the air, continuously gushing water, he already knew their village was at fault, not to mention that Lu Dishi not only allowed them to come and fetch water freely but also promised to share some of the fish bestowed by the immortal with them. He felt ashamed and didn't know how to face the people from Lu's village. In a blink of an eye, people from his own village had gone to steal from another village, the residents of the divine beings who provided them with water and food. This was clearly rubbing their village's face on the ground. Embarrassing. Another villager glanced at his departing companion, then at his own village chief, and ultimately stayed put. I'll go to your village, after all, this trouble was caused by our village. If I leave too, you won't be able to explain to your villagers, Zhang Yi said, gesturing for Lu Dishi to lead the way. Lu Dishi understood the character of his old friend. If he didn't lead the way, he might go on his own. Moreover, this matter indeed required a respected figure from the Zhang family to be present, otherwise, it would be difficult to calm their own villagers. Alright, let's go. So much food, now we don't have to worry about provisions for a week. Zhang Yongyuan put down the basket on his back, took out the fish inside, and placed them on the table. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll take out 2 more for the villagers later, so when the people from Lu's village come, they won't have to worry either. Before he could enjoy it for long, there was a commotion outside, the footsteps getting louder, and then his door was kicked down. Oh, what are you doing? My door. Zhang Yongyuan shrank back in fear, but when he saw the man looking at him, then at the fish in his hands, he suddenly realized. They wanted a share of his spoils. He quickly smiled warmly, holding out a large fish. This is the fish I got from Lu's village, here, take one. The man got even angrier when he spoke, pushing Zhang Yongyuan aside, filling his basket with all the fish and slinging it over his back. 2 of you, take him and bring him to Lu's village. He shouted to the people standing outside the door. Seeing the fish on the table, the onlookers also guessed the situation. Zhang Yongyuan took advantage of the argument between them and the people from Lu's village to sneak off to steal from another village. Since their village chief hadn't returned, he must have been left in Lu's village. Soon, 2 men came out, carrying Zhang Yongyuan and following the leader towards Lu's village. It's just fish, I don't want it, can't you just take it back? Don't take me to Lu's village. Zhang Yongyuan shouted all the way, annoying the leader, who punched him directly in the stomach. Consider yourself lucky this time. Causing trouble on ordinary days is one thing, but this time no one can save you. Zhang Yongyuan groaned in pain, no longer daring to speak. Worried that their village chief would be questioned, they hurried, and in no time, they arrived at Lu's village. Gesturing for the 2 men to pin Zhang Yongyuan to the ground, the leader spoke. This is the person who stole from your village twice. Your village can decide how to deal with him. Of course, this time it was our village's fault, so if you have any other requests, feel free to make them. The people from Lu's village were seething with anger at the sight of him, but they didn't dare to approach and hit him. Gods are 3 feet above your head. After all, Bai Xianjun might be watching. They dare not do evil deeds, not even a thief. Zhang He saw the situation and understood it. He stood up and said, from now on, Zhang Yongyuan is no longer a member of our Zhang family village. What do you think of this punishment? No, village chief, you can't do this. Zhang Yongyuan looked at Zhang He in despair. Seeing his firm expression, not joking at all, he was instantly scared, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. In this barren land, if he left the village, he couldn't survive at all. This punishment was even worse than being killed directly. He cried with a mournful face, slapped himself frantically, knocked his head hard, begging, village chief, second master, I was wrong, please don't drive me out of the village, I won't dare anymore. Please spare me this time. Beat me up. It's fine to beat me up, if not, I'll give up my right hand, okay? He wanted to crawl to Zhang He to plead, but he was held back in place by other villagers. Zhang He's gaze never fell on him, but kept looking at Lu Dishi. Lu Dishi turned around, saw the people from his village nodding in agreement, and said, okay. No! Zhang Yongyuan regretted deeply, crying out in pain, but now that everything had come to this, it was all over. From now on, there was no place for him in Zhang family village. Even after death, he couldn't enter the ancestral grave. He had no home anymore. Sir, it's not that we don't pay taxes. It hasn't rained for several months, the crops have failed, we have no money or food, we really can't pay taxes. An old man knelt on the ground, pleading bitterly to the official in front of him. Get lost. The official kicked him to the ground, sneering, I don't care about droughts or locusts. As long as there are people in your village, you must pay up. If you don't, it means you want to rebel. Since you won't pay voluntarily, we'll do it ourselves. What are you waiting for? Go in and search every house. Yes. Behind him, the other 2 officials coldly rushed into the villagers' homes, cutting open bags with their knives, breaking doors, leaving no stone unturned, searching carefully. Before long, they found a small bag of mixed grains hidden in a cellar. What's this about having no food? What's this? The lead official held up the bag of mixed grains, scanning the villagers with a fierce look. Your villagers are quite bold. How dare you hide food and not pay taxes? Do you want me to take you to sit in jail? Seeing the terrified look on the villagers' faces, he felt a bit relieved. It was because these despicable people refused to cooperate and were unwilling to pay taxes that he had been scolded by his superior. Keep searching. I want to see how much more they've hidden. He waved his hand, commanding. However, no matter how they searched next, they found nothing. Is this all your food? The leader asked. This is our village's emergency food. Sir, you can't take them away, otherwise the village will really have no way to survive. The old man cried, pleading. You're lying. How could it be just this little? There must be more hidden somewhere. He ordered the other officials to bring in a villager, took out an iron ruler he carried with him, and started beating him one after another. Old man, if you don't speak, I'll beat him. Speak! Where did you hide the things? After randomly knocking out a few villagers, the old man was in tears, completely losing his mind, just muttering, there's nothing left, really nothing left. The head official shook his slightly swollen right hand, cursing, damn, these despicable people are really thick-skinned. Upon seeing the old man's reaction, he knew that he wouldn't gain anything from this village. After uttering a few harsh words, amidst the villagers' mournful cries of farewell, he left the village. As the bailiff departed, suppressed sobs gradually grew louder, enveloping the entire village in a somber atmosphere. One rather robust man, unable to contain his anger, grabbed a hatchet and attempted to chase after the bailiffs to kill them. Wang Er, don't act impulsively. We can't kill them, we can't. People around hurriedly restrained him, preventing him from doing something foolish. Are we just going to let them insult us like this? If we lose our last bit of food, what will happen to the village? This court is clearly leaving us no way out. What kind of court is this? Wang Er gritted his teeth. Otherwise, we could kill these bailiffs, but when the court investigates later, what will happen to the elders and folks in the village? We can't fight against them, they earnestly advised. But without food, won't we end up dead anyway? Wang Er retorted. Regarding food, as long as people are still alive, there will be a solution. Seeing the village in chaos, a thought surged in Wang Er's mind. Since they were all going to die, why not rebel directly? On the other side, the leading bailiff furrowed his brow as he walked ahead. This village only yielded so little, we can't meet the quota. Let's see if the next village can provide more gains. I remember the next village is Lu Family Village. He impatiently clicked his tongue. It's always the case of being given orders from above and running around below. This village is even poorer than the last one. It seems like another wasted trip. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Lu Family Village. Where are the people of Lu Family Village? Come out quickly. If you don't pay taxes today, everyone will be thrown into prison. The bailiffs have arrived. Upon hearing the shouts at the village entrance, the people of Lu Family Village were startled. Quickly following the previous instructions of the village chief, they rolled on the ground, making themselves dirty. Swiftly dabbing some water on their faces, they picked up small pieces of yellow clay they had prepared and evenly applied it on their faces. They restored their previous appearance of looking pale and weak, even more so. Having only eaten a few days' worth of food, their spirits were only slightly better. This was just a precaution. After completing these actions, they lowered their heads and scattered towards the village gate. Lu Dishi went forward, wearing a mournful expression, and forced a smile, saying, Sir, Hey, stop. Are you trying to say there was no rain, the harvest was poor, and you have no money to pay taxes? The leading bailiff interrupted. He glanced around, seeing the people of Lu Family Village looking like yellow earth, at most giving them a brief look. He calmly said to Lu Dishi, Don't tell me about droughts and helplessness. I've heard enough of these excuses. Today, no matter what you say, the taxes must be paid in full. Moreover, even if I agree, my two brothers behind me won't. That's right, the kind-hearted magistrate has already given you so many days of grace. If you don't pay taxes now, we'll take all of you back. One bailiff shouted loudly. The other remained silent, only pulling out an iron ruler, waving it in the air, making a piercing crackling sound. No, sir, you misunderstood me. Lu Dishi smiled, took out a bag from his pocket, and respectfully handed it over. This is the tax our village owes. We will pay it all today. Mom, I'm so hungry. I want to eat something. The bailiff looked in the direction of the voice, seeing a child curled up in his mother's arms, crying out. The mother held him, gently rocking her arms, soothing him. Sleep, little one, be good. Once you fall asleep, you won't be hungry anymore. This scene, these yamen runners could see it every day. At first, maybe they felt something, but after seeing it so often, they became numb. Now, all he cared about was whether he could get more reward money. A yamen runner took the bag from Lu Dishi's hand and counted carefully. Boss, the amount matches, it's exactly the tax owed. Are you sure the count is exact, not less? The head yamen runner looked at the money counter with a complex expression. If we are short by a bit, we won't be able to explain. If the magistrate blames us, we won't be able to bear it. Yes, this tax had some whole amounts and some fractions. It was impossible for the boss to take money out of it. If the boss didn't get the money, how could we too get a share? The yamen runner scratched his head in frustration. Boss, I mixed up the villages, we still owe some tax from Lu's village. Oh, my memory. Lu Dishi saw the situation and knew what these yamen runners were thinking. The officials arrived in a hurry, and I made a mistake. I took the wrong money bag. Lu Chi, bring me the bag on my desk. After instructing Lu Dishi, he turned and said, please wait a moment, sirs, the rest of the money will be brought over soon. This village probably still had a lot hidden. Looking at Lu Dishi in front of him, the head yamen runner had a plan in mind. These small gains wouldn't yield much profit. It would be better to search directly. Whatever was found during the search, half would be given to the magistrate, and the rest would be mine. As for these commoners, even if they had the courage, they wouldn't dare to resist. The soldiers in the county town were not to be trifled with. Sir, please count. Is this amount enough this time? Lu Dishi held a sizable money bag and said, this is far from enough. The head yamen runner glanced and pretended to be angry, shouting, all right, it seems you really want to play tricks on us. Everyone, go in and search. With that, he snatched the bag from Lu Dishi's hand and barged into the villagers' homes, rummaging through everything, causing chaos. As he expected, these people indeed didn't dare to resist. The head yamen runner soon noticed that although the villagers didn't resist, they unconsciously gathered in front of a dilapidated house, subtly shielding it. No wonder he couldn't find it after searching for so long. It was hidden there. Get out of the way. Seeing no response from the villagers of Lu's village, the head yamen runner drew his knife and threatened, do you really want to rebel? Aren't you afraid that the county will send troops to raze your village to the ground? Sir, it's not that we don't want to let you in, there really is nothing inside. This is the residence we've left for the deities. We can't let you barge in like this. Lu Dishi sighed. Originally, their village had no intention of paying taxes. They were afraid that if they didn't pay grain, the yamen runners would force their way in. Other houses were fine, but this particular one was reserved for the white immortal lord. They even prepared extra silver, never expecting the yamen runners' appetite to be so voracious. That silver was half a month's income for the village, and it still wasn't enough. At this moment, Lu Dishi made a bold decision. Sir, how about this? Could you kindly come back another day? Our village can gather some money by then. Would that work? Deities, the head yamen runner sneered. If there were any deities, would they be in this world? Stop playing tricks. I suspect your village is hiding something extraordinary inside. Could it be weapons? Search inside. Anyone who dares to stop us will be executed on the spot. Lu Dishi said firmly, no, you can't do this. If you offend the white immortal lord, you will all be punished. You old thing, blabbering on and daring to curse me, huh? Fine, threatening an official, that's another offense. I'll deal with you first. With that, he raised his wooden knife and swung it towards Lu Dishi's arm, blocking the way. He knew very well that if he killed someone, he might not be able to leave the village, but if he just chopped off an arm as punishment, it would serve as a warning to the others. This was his usual tactic, always effective. Village chief. People around exclaimed, too far away to intervene in time. They could only watch as the blade drew closer to Lu Dishi's arm. Ah, damn it, you really dare. A precise arrow shot hit the handle of the knife, knocking the wooden knife out of the constable's hand and onto the ground. He looked up in horror, towards the source of the arrow. Not far away, Luer held a bow and arrow, panting heavily with fear on his face. Attacking an official, that's a capital offense. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Seeing it was just a half-sized kid, he instantly became furious to the extreme. If he didn't get rid of this kid, the news of today's events would undermine his authority in front of his subordinates. He must make him pay. The two constables hesitated, their remaining conscience not allowing them to harm the innocent. Seeing this, the head constable charged forward. The young people in the village knew it was too late to grab weapons, so they gritted their teeth and stood in the way. Fine, you're all against me, then all of you can die. Suddenly, his movements froze, his expression became blank, and he exclaimed in disbelief, what is that? In that direction, it was the immortal lord. He had indeed been watching us all along. Lu Dishi turned around. In the distance, the dry yellow sands suddenly turned green and spread rapidly towards the village. In the blink of an eye, the greenery reached the village entrance, and upon closer inspection, it was clearly a cluster of lush wild grass. It's the immortal lord has shown his presence. The villagers saw the scene and paid no attention to the constables in front of them, all kneeling down on the ground. Is it really a deity? No, save me, save me. The constables, seeing the wild grass spreading towards them, thought it was coming for them, panicked, covered their heads, and curled up on the ground, pleading for mercy. Deity, spare us, spare us. We meant no harm. We were wrong. We won't dare again. Please have mercy, have mercy. After a while, he opened his eyes and found himself standing on a grassy field. Ha, am I okay? The head constable patted himself all over, relieved to find himself unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. Boss, be careful, behind you. Behind him? The constable then noticed a huge shadow gradually covering his own, and he quickly turned around. What is this? It was a massive creature, standing 3 meters tall, with arms almost reaching its feet, having iron-white skin, a muscular body resembling blocks, green vines growing, 2 slightly slanted eyes, and a huge drooping nose. If Baichan saw it, he would recognize it as the Iron Golem from my world. As the giant moved, the whole place seemed to tremble. It raised its long arms and swung them towards him. Before he could even scream, the head constable was sent flying, his body falling to the ground like a ragdoll, unconscious. This left the Iron Golem a bit puzzled, as it had intended to deliver another blow, but with just one strike, the intruder was already down. After that, it stood still, staring straight at the remaining 2 constables. What should we do? One of the constables asked anxiously. He doesn't seem to be attacking us. I don't know either. Perhaps it's because we didn't harm the people of Lu village that he didn't attack us. It was just supposed to be a tax collection outing. Who knew it would turn into this mess? Another person, on the verge of collapse, was so scared that his legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud, smelling the fragrance of wild grass, earnestly knocking his head against the iron puppet on the soft grass. Immortal, have mercy, spare us. We were just following orders. Please show mercy and let us go. We promise not to say anything. What should we do? Let them stay. The villagers asked Lu Dishi. The immortal lord was not present, so he didn't dare to make decisions on his own. After pondering for a moment, Lu Dishi said, if I'm not mistaken, Immortal Bai is about to come to our village. Let them stay here in Kowtow. But what about the fallen Yaman runner? If he dies in our village and the court finds out? Don't worry about him, he brought this upon himself. If he angers the immortal, and if the immortal decides to save him, he won't die. Let him lie there. No matter how great the court is, can it be greater than the heavens? Lu Dishi said. Then, how should we treat this immortal family? The villagers cautiously pointed to the iron puppet not far away. This sudden appearance of a humanoid giant in the village, even though they knew it was the work of the immortal, still made them feel uneasy. Will it suddenly attack us? Sensing something, the iron puppet raised its head and walked clumsily to a frightened child, extending its hand, and a red flower appeared in its palm. Thank you. The brave child took the flower from its hand. The iron puppet withdrew its hand, slowly turned around, and once again focused on the 2 officials kowtowing. Mother, look, this flower is so beautiful. The child, under the envious gaze of another child, proudly showed off to his mother. Indeed, not only the immortal, even his creations were so friendly. Lu Dishi smiled as he watched the huge figure slowly moving away. No need to worry for now, wait for Immortal Bai to come, and let Lu'er handle it. Ah! Finally leveled up. God knows how many fishing rods I've broken. The fish are almost sick of me. This level is really hard to upgrade. Putting away the fishing rod, Baichan sighed. Open the gate. No time to waste. Pack up, get ready to move. Eagerly returning to the matchbox, Baichan checked his belongings and found himself with just a box of fish and trash. Of course, after fishing for so long, he naturally had some unexpected gains. Besides the bamboo he wanted, now planted nearby and already grown, there was also an enchanted book, Infinite Eye. Not to mention, a pair of leather boots with Frostwalker 2 enchantment. Although currently not very useful, considering the rivers have dried up, they were still cool. He even made a special pond to play. Experiment, which took him almost half an hour. As for now, those boots were still in his backpack. He was wearing a pair of leather boots he had just fished out, with durability over half. Bring a set of grilled fish, food is almost enough. Take some wood too. Oh, this chicken seems like it can't be taken away. Baichan looked worriedly at the white chicken in the coop. After these days, the original 2 chicks had grown up, and now there were 2 rounds of offspring. There were almost 4 adult chickens and 2 chicks. After 1 round of feeding, the coop now had 4 chicks. No matter how you look at it, these chickens are so easy to feed. No need to clean up their droppings, and you can feed them whenever you want. They won't die. At most a few chicks will be missing. They grow fast. If only there were some reins, he could just put them on and lead them away. Let's go to the village first and see if we can borrow some rope to take these chickens over. After finishing the count, Baichin closed the door, pulled the doorframe, made sure it was closed, hummed a tune, and walked towards the forest. Today, we common folks are truly happy. Huh, did I close the door tightly? Baichin stopped, turned around to look at the matchbox not far away, hesitated for a moment, then returned to the door, confirming once again. Couldn't resist it. This habit just couldn't be changed. First was the road to the water source, a path he walked almost every day, so he was very familiar with it. Baichin almost ran and jumped all the way there. The wind around him slapped his face, and he loved the feeling of running freely, not feeling tired and not being judged by others. It was a sense of relief he had never experienced under the pressure of his past life. Food was quite a bit more expensive, but the one thing my world was not lacking in was food. As he hardly needed to rest, Baichin quickly reached the edge of the water source, eager to share this good news with others. However, to his surprise, the once lively water source was now empty, with only a few scattered people fetching water. They glanced at Baichin, then lowered their heads to mind their own business. Some animals were drinking water by the water source, alert and raising their heads at any movement, but upon seeing humans, they lowered their heads again to drink in peace. This was the only remaining place where animals could replenish their water source. Among those people, Baichin didn't even see a familiar face, indicating that these water fetchers were not from Lu family village. Perhaps they were from Zhang family village. Lu Er had already told him about what had happened before, including the grudges between the two villages. Lu family village had a good village head, and it would be quite comfortable to live there. He approached one of the men and asked, "Excuse me, can you tell me how to get to Lu family village?" "Lu family village, sir, just follow this small road straight ahead. When you reach the first corner, turn left, then at the second corner, turn right. Then keep going until you see the first village, that's it." The man put down his shoulder pole, cupped his hands, and respectfully said. Perhaps thinking he had made it too complicated, he scratched his head and suggested, "If sir doesn't understand, you can wait a moment, let me finish fetching this water, and I'll show you the way." "What, how could I not find the way? It sounds quite easy. I'm sure I can do it." Baichin confidently waved his hand. "Thanks, brother, no need to escort me, it's straightforward. Don't bother, I'll be on my way." The first fork, turn left here, then right here, keep going straight." "Huh, why is there no road? I must have taken the wrong path, let me go back and try again. This doesn't seem right either. I've made another wrong turn." "Sir, please wait a moment, just one more bucket of water left." The man pretended not to notice Baichin's embarrassed look and said casually, "Ahem, well, I'm not in a hurry, you carry on, I'll just wander around here." Baichin chuckled, admiring the flowing water with his head down. "Hey, the stones in this water are really big and round. Sir, are you curious about the magic of this water?" Baichin turned around to see a woman smiling at him. "Not curious, I poured this water, I know everything about its properties very well." Before Baichin could shake his head, the woman eagerly continued, "Sir, this is a secret between our two villages. I'll tell you in secret, don't tell anyone else. On this mountain, there are immortals living. This water, it must have been placed here by the immortals in the mountains. It's heavenly water, flowing down from the sky, no matter how much we use, it never runs out." Seeing the constipated expression on Baichin's face, she frowned and called over a burly man who was still fetching water nearby. "Don't doubt me, ask him yourself, see if I'm lying to you." Not stopping there, the woman even thought about bringing over a few others nearby. "Don't, I believe you, I believe you." Baichin didn't dare to stay silent anymore, nodding quickly. With each step, he was already laying the foundation for a mansion. Speaking of which, the Lu family village is really lucky to receive the favor of the immortals. The man sighed, "And they are willing to share the fish and water bestowed by the immortals with our village, setting aside past grievances." "Young master, are you going to Lu family village to visit relatives?" "Something like that." Baichin thought of Lu Er and nodded slightly. "I guess so, after all, a person of your stature wouldn't appear here for no reason." The man continued, "One thing, don't take offense, young master, stay in Lu family village for now. It's chaotic here, but it's safer than the city." "That's right, it's right under the immortals' feet, even the bullying soldiers dare not act recklessly there," added the woman nearby. Baichin hesitated, his expression strange as he nodded. "All right, perfect, the water is ready, young master, let's hit the road. Follow me this way." The man lifted the shoulder pole. "Auntie, I'll go ahead." "All right, be careful on the road. I heard the Yaman runners are coming to the village to loot again, so stay out of sight." The man nodded, signaling Baichin to set off. In the dense jungle, guided by the man, the two swiftly moved through the foliage. "Young master, wait, let me take a closer look." Suddenly, the man called from behind, stopping to carefully observe the surroundings. "What's wrong?" Baichin asked, puzzled. After a while, the man breathed out in relief. No wonder you turned back. This path wasn't like this before. I've been here before. But it was supposed to be barren land. Now it's covered in trees. Even the grass has grown taller than my knees. Even the path we walked on is hidden by this overgrowth. This must be the work of the immortals. The man said in awe, I wonder when I can meet the immortals, then I can die without regrets. Did I do this? That's impossible. Baichan thought, puzzled. Wait, maybe it really was because of me. After all, I just leveled up, expanding the world. Maybe the grass blocks extended along with it. Uncle, can you still find the way to Lu family village? Baichan asked cautiously. Don't worry, no problem. The man patted his chest. Although the environment has changed, the general direction can still be found. We won't stray too far off course, and judging by the distance, we're almost at Lu family village. Young master, this way. He hoisted the shoulder pole again, swaying as he walked. Seeing the man panting, Baichan said, Uncle, let me help you carry it. You can rest a bit. Don't be fooled by my appearance, I still have some strength. As they traveled together, the man also got to know Baichan's character, gaining a bit more fondness for this mysterious young master, and relaxing a bit as they spent time together. Thank you for your kindness, young master, but I still have some strength left. Let me handle it. The man laughed heartily, making a rare joke. If I dirty your clothes, I might not be able to afford to compensate you even if I sell myself. Baichan let it go. Next, the man identified the direction, walking on and off along the way. Before the man could speak, Baichan saw the village in the distance. Uncle, is that the village? Baichan raised his hand, pointing in that direction. The man looked at Baichan in shock. Young master, you can already see the Lu family village? Yes, what's the matter? Nothing, the man shook his head. I just feel that young master can see really far. We still have a long way to go from Lu family village. I can only see a black dot. As they neared the village gate, the man stopped and apologetically said to Baichan, Young master, I'll leave you here. It's not good for us from Zhang family village to go in. Baichan replied, Thank you so much, uncle. It's nothing, but young master, my advice is that you should consider it carefully. The man said seriously again, then turned and left. When the time comes, ask the village chief, find out where the people from Zhang family village are, and give them a piece of water cube. It's not a difficult task anyway. It can also be considered as his own reward. Baichan thought to himself as he walked towards Lu family village. It's White Immortal Lord, the village chief guessed right. Hurry, get ready. The once quiet Lu family village suddenly boiled up at this moment. Firecrackers sounded, and the sound of swana and arrow came from inside. Then, the people of Lu family village rushed out, lined up neatly, bowing and shouting towards Baichan. Welcome White Immortal Lord. They originally intended to kneel and bow to White Immortal Lord, but in the end, they followed Lu Er's suggestion and changed it to a bow. Although it seemed a bit awkward, after all, they were all rough people. It seems that he is quite popular after all. Being warmly welcomed by the villagers, Baichan felt somewhat happy. Ah! A surprised cry came from behind him. Baichan turned around, only to see that the man had heard the commotion, turned around at some point, and was looking at him in astonishment. Seeing Baichan turn around, the man suddenly lowered his head, dared not look directly at him, his shoulder relaxed, and the carrying pole instantly fell off, splashing water on the ground on both sides. Without a trace of heartache, he was completely numb at this moment, standing still with an empty mind. He had walked with an immortal, and even advised him to stay in Lu family village and seek the protection of the immortal? Oh my goodness! Baichan saw the man lower his head, so he ignored him and let the people of Lu family village disperse, walking into the village. Hey, from Zhang family village, can you still walk? Do you want us to escort you? The people from Lu family village saw this man standing still, came over enviously, and looked at the man. They had seen this man walking and talking with the immortal lord all the way. They were so envious. What? How do you know that I walked with the immortal lord? Is this an iron puppet? Baichan looked at the big iron block standing in the village with joy. The iron puppet actually refreshed in the village, which means that as long as it is within the coverage range, Lu family village is also recognized as a village, right? Among the villagers. Well, forget it, after all, the villagers here are not like those in the game without intelligence, and he can't just lock them up in glass with a clear conscience. However, the iron puppet, he can always refresh it, then he will have an unlimited supply of iron blocks. But why are there two officials constantly kowtowing in front of it, and not far away, there is one lying down, with his legs straight? Lu Er, what's the matter with those officials? Boss, you mean that official? Lu Er briefly recounted what had just happened on the side, then said, thanks to this big guy, otherwise I would have been killed by that official. So that's how it is. Baichan looked coldly at the officials, especially the one lying down. Anyway, things had happened, although he could save them, It didn't mean Baichen wanted to, it's fine even if they were beaten to death. Even if the officials from the Yamen come, it's no big deal, we can just fight. I've already crossed over, why should I still endure this frustration? With his current abilities, plus the iron puppet, it's naturally not difficult to protect the people of the Lu family village. Just because he doesn't cause trouble doesn't mean he's afraid of it. If things get out of hand, he can first use infinite water to create a water wall in the air. With the impact of that water, who can get through? Or he can evacuate the villagers first, then use magma and water to build a city wall. There are plenty of ways to protect them. Then he can go alone and directly build blocks to run to where those big shots live, pour a bucket of magma down on them directly. If I hadn't luckily leveled up at that time, and the iron puppet hadn't refreshed, who knows what scene I would have encountered when I arrived. Bai Chen became more and more frightened as he thought about it, walking with a stern face to the two conscious officials. Immortal Lord, spare us, we know we were wrong, it was all our leader's idea, we didn't intend to harm those people. Although they kept bowing their heads, the two of them were always listening to the sounds around them, naturally knowing that the one standing there was a god from the heavens, the immortal Lord spoken of by the villagers. The bowing movements that had somewhat paused accelerated, and they shouted hoarsely, Immortal Lord, have mercy, have mercy. Drip, drip. What a smell, sour and unpleasant. Bai Chen wrinkled his nose, looking disdainfully at the crotch of one of the officials, soaked in constantly dripping water. He then looked at the cracked heads of the two men, blood dripping down their faces, even leaving marks on the grass. The main culprit had already been beaten by the iron puppet like that, and these two accomplices had been bowing for so long, they must have had enough. But they couldn't just let them go like this, there was an idea. A thought flashed through Bai Chen's mind. He looked at the two men with ill intentions, then composed himself and solemnly said, I wasn't planning to let you go like this, but since you've been bowing for so long, I'll spare your lives. Thank you, Immortal Lord, thank you, Immortal Lord. The two men joyfully hurried to bow, but what Bai Chen said next made their hearts sink to the bottom. But while the death penalty can be forgiven, the living sin is hard to escape. So, in the next life, you will have to go through a cycle in the animal realm to offset the sins of this life. Bai Chen shook his head and bluffed. Although he couldn't control their next lives, they didn't know anyway. It wouldn't hurt to deceive them a little. To become livestock in the next life? It would be better to just die. If they died, they could still live for a few more years, but if they turned directly into livestock, they wouldn't even have a human form. This was spoken by a heavenly god. As long as he mentioned it to Mengpa, they wouldn't be able to remain human, right? This was what the god himself said. It couldn't be false, how could they doubt it? In an instant, they turned pale with fear, one of them even fainted on the spot. Immortal Lord, is there any way to atone for our sins? The one who was still conscious buried his head in the ground, tears streaming down, and asked in a hoarse voice, I want to continue being human. This effect seems unexpectedly good, huh? Hey, they actually believed my nonsense. They were scared to faint. It seems like the punishment was a bit too heavy. Maybe I should give them some hope. Bai Chen sighed, forget it, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves. As long as you start accumulating virtue and doing good deeds from now on, I will decide your fate when the time comes to transition to the animal realm. Thank you for your mercy, Immortal Lord. The officials were overjoyed, although the outcome hadn't changed, at least there was a way to make amends. Now that you've heard, go, Bai Chen said unceremoniously. Seeing that the god was willing to let them go, the man's tense body relaxed. The things that happened here, I won't breathe a word of it to anyone. As for our leader, he just happened to slip on the road and rolled down the mountain a few times. After struggling to knock his head on the ground a few times, he carefully stood up. However, after squatting for a few hours, coupled with the emotional storm he had just experienced, his legs had become so weak that they were trembling. It took several attempts before he could barely stand upright. Realizing he couldn't carry both of them, he shook the unconscious person awake, and with their support, they stumbled and staggered to the leader. One on each side, they helped him up, wanting to leave at the fastest speed possible. Wait! Bai Chen suddenly shouted. Crack! The three of them fell to the ground together, and the conscious person pitifully turned his head and quickly knelt down, saying, Immortal, do you have any other orders? The Lu family village can't pay taxes. If your county magistrate asks, just say that, understand? Bai Chen instructed. Yes, I will obey the immortal's decree. Now go. The three of them left the village in a disheveled manner. Phew, problem solved perfectly. The leader is so powerful, he can even make them reincarnate as animals in the next life. I wonder if I can ask the leader to help me plead for a better fate, to be my father's child in the next life. Luer stared admiringly at Bai Chen, suddenly struck by a question. Boss, didn't we pay the taxes? Why let those officials return empty-handed? The Lu family village can afford it, but not necessarily other villages. Look at your county magistrate, doesn't seem like a good official, unable to collect taxes during a drought, and sending people to extort. Bai Chen continued with a sigh. If these taxes are paid, perhaps the Lu family village will be burdened with more taxes next, and the magistrate may think that other villages also have surplus money but are unwilling to pay taxes, which would be troublesome. I understand, that dog official will definitely send more people to cause trouble in the village. Lu Er indignantly added. Exactly. Bai Chen nodded. Perhaps this is why there were so many peasant uprisings in the late Ming dynasty, not just natural disasters, but also man-made calamities. Oppression leads to rebellion. If the common people had enough to eat, it wouldn't have come to this. Lu Er, go ask the village chief if there's any vacant land near him. I want to settle down there. Settle down? Lu Er said, our village has prepared a house for the boss. Why don't you go take a look? Everything inside is new and unused. You've prepared a house for me already? Bai Chen smiled, patting Lu Er's head. Yes, it's the village chief's house. I see. Bai Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head and refused. I appreciate your intentions, but I prefer to build my own house, so I can live more comfortably. Most importantly, it would help pass the time. Tell the village chief to have the villagers take their belongings back. Okay, Lu Er said regretfully, looking somewhat disappointed. I'll go talk to the village chief now. Go ahead. How should he deal with this iron puppet? After Lu Er left, Bai Chen was in a dilemma as he watched the iron puppet patrolling the village. If it weren't for its presence, the villagers might have suffered already, and he did have emotions, finding it hard to act. But this iron puppet was also the only threat to him. If he made a wrong move and was deemed to harm the villagers, it wouldn't end well. At that moment, he noticed the iron puppet patrolling suddenly looking at him. Bai Chen had a strange feeling, as if the iron puppet before him had some kind of intelligence. Big guy, come here. As soon as he spoke, the iron puppet took big strides towards him, causing the ground to tremble slightly along the way. A 4-square iron block carries quite some weight. He approached Bai Chen, raised his hand, and with a snap, conjured a cluster of red flowers that almost covered its iron hand, then reached out to Bai Chen's face. For me? Bai Chen knew that the name of this flower was called the poppy. But isn't this only given to villagers? When did Steve also receive this treatment? Moreover, there are quite a lot of these flowers. Bai Chen held the poppies in his hands, and a faint and elegant floral fragrance filled the air. Thank you, Iron Puppet, these flowers smell really nice. Seeing Bai Chen accept the poppies, although still expressionless, the swaying movements had already exposed its current mood. For some reason, Bai Chen now always felt that although it looked tall, it was a bit silly, like a big fool. It doesn't seem like the iron puppets generated in the village, being so friendly to me, but more like something I crafted with a pumpkin head. Can you understand what I'm saying? Bai Chen asked. The iron puppet nodded. That makes things easier. For my next questions, you just need to nod or shake your head, understand? The iron puppet nodded. Bai Chen tentatively asked, first, if I attack you, even to the point of killing you, will you fight back? The iron puppet shook its head without hesitation. Indeed, just like the iron puppet he created, it wouldn't fight back. Second, if I attack the villagers, will you still fight back? The iron puppet hesitated a bit, but then decisively shook its head. Now, for the third question, if someone attacks me, will you help me attack that person? As Bai Chen expected, the iron puppet vigorously nodded. Seeing this, Bai Chen was even more satisfied with the iron puppet, essentially gaining an extra bodyguard for free. With its strength, which general could break through its defense? Perfect. Next, Bai Chen asked the final question, if the villagers attack me, will you help me fight back? This time, the iron puppet was no longer as decisive as before. It clearly hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Bai Chen could sense its awkwardness from its stiff expression. It just stared at Bai Chen, and for some reason, looked at the cluster of poppies. Did I ask too much? Bai Chen thought. In fact, when he knew the answers to the first 3 questions, he was already quite satisfied. After all, the iron puppet was born in the village with the duty to protect the villagers. Being able to watch him attack the villagers was already quite restrained. However, Bai Chen suddenly noticed that the iron puppet's head was subtly nodding up and down, almost imperceptibly, and the arc was slowly increasing, as if in response to his questions. Well, let's forget about this question, you don't need to answer. Bai Chen smiled and walked up to pat the iron puppet's shoulder, interrupting its movement. But his hand couldn't reach it at all. Bai Chen changed his palm into a fist and lightly tapped the iron puppet's chest. Good, I'm satisfied, from now on, you'll be with me, I'll eat hot pot, and you'll eat the pot from the hot pot. The iron puppet stared at Bai Chen, nodding slowly. But for now, I need to give you a name, can't keep calling you Iron Puppet all the time, it might get confusing if there are other villages later on. Bai Chen stepped back a few steps, carefully observing, "Your whole body is made of iron blocks, and you're so big, let's just call you Iron Mountain, what do you think?" Although it couldn't speak, Iron Mountain visibly showed happiness, its iron arm swaying up and down, circling around Bai Chen. "Really good, usually in this situation, I would have already put up 3 layers of wooden boards," Bai Chen thought. After a moment of joy, Iron Mountain suddenly stared at Bai Chen eagerly. Bai Chen immediately understood in his heart, "Don't worry, I will tell the people in the village your new name. Alright, you go patrol." After Taishan left, Bai Chen looked at the village and decided to wander around to familiarize himself with the terrain. It wasn't that Bai Chen looked down on Taishan, but mainly because he was too clumsy, even just moving, the ground would shake. As for the village chief, he would know where I am. Bai Chen glanced at a few heads peeking out from behind houses and villagers who occasionally looked in his direction. Before Bai Chen had wandered far, he saw Lu Dishi walking briskly towards him, his face filled with undisguisable joy. When he heard Lu Er say that Bai Chen had no intention of moving into the houses prepared by the villagers, Lu Dishi was still quite relieved. After all, celestial beings from the heavens had seen all kinds of prosperity. Even if they brought out their best, it probably wouldn't catch the immortal lord's eye. Although he was still somewhat disappointed, he quickly adjusted. But when he learned that Bai Chen planned to build his own house, Lu Dishi felt as if a giant pie had been smashed onto his head. The immortal lord Bai actually planned to build a house near Lu's village, which was fantastic news. If he was planning to build a house, it meant he intended to stay in Lu's village for a long time. Lu Dishi immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over, but he didn't see anyone. After inquiring along the way, he found Bai Chen standing in an open area. "Immortal Lord Bai, have you found a suitable location?" Lu Dishi asked. "Yes, this place seems quite good," Bai Chen nodded. The plot Bai Chen mentioned was located on the outskirts of the village, with relatively flat terrain. In his future plans, his room would have at least 2 floors, everything needed would be prepared, even a toilet would be built. It was a way to make up for regrets from his past life. "Since I will be cutting down trees and building it myself, I can do it however I want." Naturally, the house had to be built larger, and with the relatively small population in Lu's village, Bai Chen had just finished exploring. There wasn't much space left in the village. "Village chief, is this place unoccupied?" Bai Chen asked. Lu Dishi waved his hand repeatedly. No, immortal lord, rest assured. Before you arrived, this place was barren, very solid, and no one wanted this whole area. And if the immortal lord wants this land, even if it's our entire village, we can personally dismantle the buildings on it and give the land to the immortal lord. Lu Dishi added in his mind. Alright, then I'll settle here. Bai Chen was full of enthusiasm. He turned to Lu Dishi, village chief, in the future, please don't let the people in the village call me immortal lord anymore, it sounds awkward. What does the immortal lord mean? Lu Dishi asked with a bow. After thinking for a moment, Bai Chen realized that it wouldn't work if they called him by his name directly. He remembered how the person from Zhang's village had addressed him the first time they met and said, call me young master Bai, how about that? Young master Bai? Yes. Understood, I will abide by the immortal lord's decree. Lu Dishi said. Dad, immortal lord. Something's wrong with me. Suddenly, a series of urgent footsteps could be heard in the distance, accompanied by cries of alarm. Lu Dishi immediately recognized that it was his unlucky child, Lu Ping. The immortal lord was still here, and he was still making a fuss as usual, truly embarrassing the Lu family. Lu Dishi was about to reprimand him when he was stunned by what he saw. Floating above Lu Ping's head was an extremely square and semi-illusory straw hat. Immortal Lord Bai. Young Master Bai, what is this? Lu Dishi looked worriedly at Bai Chen. Although he often complained about Lu Ping, if something really happened to him, he would be the most worried. The straw hat was the standard attire for farmers among the villagers, just without the clothes. Since the iron puppet appeared in the village, Bai Chen had doubts. Since he had already extended to the village, even the terrain had changed, and even the iron puppet had appeared. How could the villagers of the Lu family remain unchanged? It must be noted that one of the natural conditions for the generation of iron puppets is that there must be a certain number of villagers. And the way to identify villagers, the first thing Bai Chen thought of was whether trading was possible. When he was close to the people of the Lu family, he tried to trade secretly, but it was unsuccessful. Bai Chen almost thought that the people of the Lu family were not affected. Since Lu Ping would show such anomalies, it must be due to certain actions during the time he was away. I have to ask clearly. After figuring it out, Bai Chen said to Lu Ping, who was in a mess, don't worry, this straw hat won't have much impact on you, on the contrary, there will be unexpected benefits. Benefits? Lu Ping calmed down. Since the immortal lord said so, he must not be lying. When did you notice this straw hat appearing? Bai Chen asked. I just noticed it when I returned to the village. I didn't feel anything when I wore it on my head. If the people in the village hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have known," Lu Ping added. "Just now, the water at home was used up, so I thought of going to the woods to fetch some water, and when I came back, this happened." "In the woods?" Baichen scratched his head. "So, Lu Ping turned into a farmer just by going to the water source?" "Oh, I remember, I placed a compost bin near the water source, which should be the corresponding professional block for farmers." Lu Ping walked to the compost bin, bound with one of them, and became a farmer. Baichen suddenly realized everything made sense. The people of the Lu family were not unaffected, they were converted into jobless villagers, so the iron puppets could be generated. Farmers can farm. As long as all the people in the Lu family are converted into farmers, the food problem will be solved. There happens to be a farmer in front of him, so he can try. "Lu Ping, take this hoe." Baichen took out the stone hoe he made from his backpack and handed it to Lu Ping. "Face this piece of land, silently think about using it." "Okay." Lu Ping nodded solemnly. Even with his carefree nature, he was nervous, his palms sweating coldly. This is an immortal object, and he can't afford to drop it. And in the current situation, it is obviously related to the semi-illusory straw hat on his head. What exactly are the benefits mentioned by the immortal lord? Lu Ping swallowed hard, tightly gripping the stone hoe in his hand, closed his eyes, and devoutly recited in his heart. "Use." A suction force came from the stone hoe, and Lu Ping felt a bit of his strength being sucked in. When he opened his eyes, he saw a well-plowed piece of land in front of him. "How do you feel?" Baichen looked at Lu Ping, who looked a bit weak, and asked. "I feel like some of my strength has been sucked away." Baichen glanced at the durability, which had decreased slightly. It seems that using a hoe will not only consume durability but also physical strength, but these are minor matters. On the one hand, he can personally hoe the land for the villagers to plant, and on the other hand, as long as there is a water source, the land only needs to be plowed once. The first step was successful, and the next steps would naturally follow. Next, hold these wheat seeds in your hand, and try to plant them using the same method. "Let me know how you feel," Baichen instructed. Lu Ping widened his eyes, his breathing uncontrollably quickened. The wheat grains looked quite plump, but seemed so ordinary. But how could he not know that this was immortal wheat? The immortal lord wouldn't give ordinary seeds, it must be the immortal wheat that Lu Er mentioned, which ripens in just a few days. This means that I might grow wheat from the heavens? His back was almost soaked with sweat from nervousness, afraid of failing next. Lu Dishi beside him was equally nervous. "It's the same as before, the strength has run into the wheat, but much less than before." Successfully planting the wheat, the familiar suction came from the seeds. Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he exerted less effort than before, he felt somewhat weak. Then, he stared at the green seeds on the ground, propped up his straw hat, and smiled foolishly from time to time. "Immortal wheat, I've grown immortal wheat. Once it's planted, it's done." Baichen nodded in satisfaction. Now the food problem was completely solved. Seeing that the wheat was taking up space, Baichen was about to casually knock it down when he heard two exclamations nearby. "Don't!" Baichen looked puzzled at Lu Dishi and the others. "Master Bai, can we please keep this wheat and let it grow?" Lu Dishi pleaded. "Yes, Master, this is the first time we've been able to grow immortal wheat, can we keep it for a while?" Obviously, what seemed like ordinary wheat seeds not yet grown held extraordinary significance for Lu Dishi and Lu Ping. "Then let's keep it," Baichen said. Since he initially just thought the wheat was blocking the way and wanted to pull it out, keeping it or not didn't really matter. But since they decided to keep it, they needed to get some water, or else the ground would return to its original state soon. He dug a hole next to the wheat and poured in the water he had brought with him. When you're out and about, a water bucket is a must. Alright, with water, we don't need to worry about it, no need to weed or spray insecticide, it will grow on its own. Baichen thought, adding, "Oh, although this wheat grows fast, it's still quite fragile, so it's best not to jump on it." "Got it, Master Bai, is there anything else we need to pay attention to?" Lu Dishi asked. "That's about it, Lu Ping, please call the people from the village over." "Alright, I'll go now." Watching Lu Ping's departing figure expectantly, Baichen placed the workbench on the ground and started making a compost bin. He wanted everyone in the village to wear straw hats. At Lu Ping's call, the villagers rushed over without stopping when they heard that the immortal lord had summoned them for something important. Even those who were working in the fields, finding the hoe too heavy, threw it down and ran over. On the way, the people of Lu family village chatted and laughed, curiously discussing what the immortal lord was going to do. As for Lu Ping, after going around the village and calling everyone, he mixed into the crowd of villagers, standing in a very conspicuous position, occasionally shaking the square straw hat on his head. "Ha, look, the straw hat on Lu Ping's head is so strange, it's square, it's really funny." Lu Ping's appearance naturally caught the attention of the villagers, and one person couldn't help but burst out laughing, pointing at Lu Ping walking ahead. Before the laughter died down, the surrounding people all looked at him strangely. "Hey, why are you suddenly not talking and looking at me like that?" he asked awkwardly, smiling cautiously. The people around him looked at that person with confusion. "Don't you know?" "Know what?" "That straw hat on Lu Ping's head is an immortal object bestowed by Master Bai. With it, you can grow the legendary immortal wheat. Yeah, this kid has hit the jackpot, and he's still showing off everywhere. Look how pleased he is." There was a faint sourness in the air. "What?" His smile instantly froze, looking at Lu Ping with envy. Looking at that square straw hat, he no longer found it ugly, and even wished he could wear it all day long. Vaguely, the villagers slowed down their pace, allowing Lu Ping, wearing a straw hat, to walk ahead of them. The village was not big, and the distance between each house was not far, so the villagers quickly gathered together. Their voices were loud when they talked, as when they met occasionally while farming, they had to speak loudly to be heard. This habit had been formed over time. This also led to Bai Chen hearing the discussions even before seeing anyone, which was also related to his enhanced hearing. However, as they approached Bai Chen's location, the villagers instinctively fell silent, stopped chatting, switched from running to walking, and quietly found a place to wait. As no one else came over, Bai Chen looked at Lu Dishi and asked, "Are all the villagers here?" Lu Dishi counted the number of people and nodded. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Bai Chen actually had a lot of opening remarks in mind, but he stopped himself in the end. He didn't want to become the verbose principal he remembered. "I will promote all of you to farmers later." Bai Chen paused, seeing their confusion, and explained concisely, "Which means each of you will wear a straw hat." However, it seemed that these straw hats couldn't be taken off, and he couldn't force it. Bai Chen continued, "I have to clarify that these straw hats may never be removed, so it's not mandatory." "Will everyone have a straw hat to wear?" The people from Lu family village were delighted. With these straw hats, it meant they had the qualification to grow immortal wheat. How could this not excite people? As for the inability to remove them as mentioned by Bai Chen, they didn't really care. Even if it was a green hat, they would be happy to wear it. "As for the specific order, it will be arranged by your village chief," Bai Chen said, then stepped back to the side of the pit and arranged a row of compost bins inside. Since these were transformation blocks, the first priority was to ensure that the compost bins were not damaged. Coupled with the characteristic of not decaying in the ground, Bai Chen thought it was better to bury these transformation blocks in the soil. The people from Lu family village were eager to try one by one, looking expectantly at Lu Dishi, wishing they could be the first one to go up. "Lu Wusan, you go first," Lu Dishi arranged. In theory, it should have been Lu Er's family first, but Bai Chen had specifically instructed him to have his own arrangements for Lu Er's family. Coming, a sturdy man walked out from the crowd, his skin dark, his back slightly hunched, clearly from years of farming in the fields. Seeing that he was the first one chosen, he walked forward excitedly. He quickly jumped into the pit, and not long after, a semi-illusory square straw hat appeared above his head. "How is it? Do I have it on my head?" Since the hat was invisible, untouchable, and weightless, Lu Wusan hurriedly climbed out and anxiously asked the people around him. "Don't worry, Wusan, you have it." "Ah, I have it, I have it." Lu Wusan shouted in delight. "Thanks to Immortal, no, thanks to young Master Bai, thanks to young Master Bai." With this successful case, the people from Lu family village became even more excited. As time passed, about half of the villagers put on straw hats, and soon it was Pillar's turn. However, this time, it was not as smooth as before. No matter how long he waited, the illusory straw hat never appeared. "This shouldn't be happening. Why did it work for everyone else but not for me?" Pillar muttered under his breath, stealing a glance at Bai Chen outside the pit, seeing him frowning, which made Pillar scratch his head in anxiety. Maybe he needed to wait a little longer? Pillar comforted himself. However, the miracle did not happen. Even after 10 minutes passed, he still had nothing on his head. Lu Dishi, seeing no response from Bai Gongzi, asked, "Bai Gongzi, how about letting someone else try before letting him come up?" "Alright, we can only do that for now." Dejected, Pillar climbed up and returned to the queue. Those who hadn't entered yet were also nervous. "So, it can still fail? That's obvious. This straw hat is a magical tool of the immortals. If it were so easy for us to use it, what would be the point? It's all thanks to the immortal Lord's grace that some of us have succeeded. He has opened a small door for us." That makes sense. The next people who went in were much more cautious, afraid that one careless move could lead to failure. However, most of them ended up failing. As the village chief, he naturally understood the nature of his villagers. After carefully observing the distribution of the straw hats, he understood. He said to Bai Chen, who was still puzzled, "Bai Gongzi, those who are recognized are the skilled farmers in our village. So that's how it is. Bai Chen felt a bit regretful. He had hoped to have a small portion of the villagers change professions. Among them, what he wanted most was a librarian who could sell enchanted books. But it seemed like it would take some time. After all, librarians might need to have read books. None of the people in Lujia village seemed like they had read books. However, with so many farmers already, it was enough to supply food for the entire village. He hoped that the villagers who changed professions would bring him good items for trade. Curiously, Bai Chen walked to the front of those villagers with straw hats. Who knows, maybe because of their good relationship, they would give him a discount. Successfully opening the trading interface, Bai Chen's mouth twitched at the unequal numbers displayed. Swindlers, they were such swindlers. 20 wheat for 1 emerald, unbelievable. They were even more ruthless than butchering a fat sheep. How dare they ask for such prices? In the uneasy glances of the villagers, Bai Chen switched through the interfaces one by one. Suddenly, his browsing hand stopped abruptly, and he looked at the trading interface with excitement. Watermelon seeds. Initially, Bai Chen didn't have high hopes of finding anything good. Although he had never traded with the swindler villagers before, he roughly knew the range of items villagers could trade. At most, he knew that the best farmers could exchange crops for emeralds, as food would never run out. They couldn't eat it all. But he distinctly remembered that in the original version, it was impossible to trade for any seeds. However, Bai Chen was still pleased with this change. After all, it was difficult to obtain watermelon seeds in ancient times. They might not have even reached the Central Plains yet. Although he vaguely remembered an official having many seeds at the end of the Ming dynasty, he couldn't recall the name or location. He had thought of finding him later, but it seemed unnecessary now. Although only one of the many farmers could exchange seeds, as long as he had enough villagers, there would always be 1 or 2 who could trade for seeds. It was like drawing cards. As long as he kept drawing, he would eventually draw an SSR. Bai Chen smiled happily. Bai Gongzi, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Ping weakly asked. Bai Chen then realized that in his eyes, he was looking at the panel, but the people around him didn't know. Especially Lu Ping, who had been stared at by Bai Chen the whole time, felt uneasy, wondering if he had done something wrong. It's nothing, I just think you have a bright future, Bai Chen said cheerfully, patting Lu Ping's shoulder. Although it was just a watermelon seed, for Bai Chen, this small step was the most difficult thing. Although the prices were still as exorbitant as ever, with just 1 seed, Bai Chen could cultivate a vast watermelon field given enough time, directly achieving watermelon freedom. Perhaps there would be other different seeds as well, like strawberries, bananas, pears, and so on. Since the circumstances did not allow, he would create his own conditions. At this moment, in Bai Chen's mind, the future plan was clear: increase the village population to achieve food choice freedom. After organizing the plan, with the villagers around, Bai Chen began to announce the next plan. Lu Ping, those of you wearing straw hats, come with me. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, each straw hat villager proudly followed Bai Chen to the workbench. Bai Chen counted the number of people and prepared the same number of stone hoes on the workbench, distributing them one by one. From now on, these hoes are your work tools, remember, take good care of them, Bai Chen instructed. However, he clearly overestimated as each straw hat villager looked at the hoe with a face as if looking at their spouse, not daring to carry it on their shoulders. They even preferred to hold it in front of them with effort, not letting it touch the ground, fearing it would get dirty. Rest assured, Master Bai, from now on, this hoe is my life, no, even more important than my life. If anyone dares to touch my hoe, I will fight them. Lu Ping was excited, his ears turning red as if blood was seeping out, but he maintained a serious face and solemnly assured, "Me too." The Straw Hat villagers echoed. "That's good," Bai Chen nodded, then continued, "but if one day the hoe suddenly breaks on its own, don't panic, it's a normal occurrence, just let me know." Village Chief, Lu Er, and Lu Ping, stay, the rest of the villagers can disperse, Bai Chen said. The villagers naturally obediently left at the immortal's command, but most of them seemed burdened as they walked away. Some, however, ran towards the fields with determination, as if wanting to farm, hoping to be chosen by the Straw Hats in the next job change. Village Chief, take these people to find a spacious place near the village to plant wheat. Confirm the location and inform me before tonight. Bring all the coal available in the village, Bai Chen said. Although the farmers had the ability to cultivate the land, wheat cultivation required water, something Bai Chen had to prepare personally. Moreover, he planned to place torches around the wheat fields to accelerate their growth. Therefore, he needed to prepare before nightfall to ensure the torches' light would illuminate the entire wheat field. Okay, Lu Dishi replied. Bai Chen then turned to Lu Ping, take these wheat seeds, plant them along the water source tomorrow morning, do not disturb the torches in that area, understood? Lu Ping and the others nodded repeatedly, understood. If you've understood, you may go back now. Yes, Master Bai. Lu Ping and the others nodded slightly, bowed, then glanced at each other, their mouths curved into wide smiles, and they left side by side. Bai Chen then asked, Village Chief, is there enough money in the village to buy 2 cows and 2 sheep? If not, prioritize cows, regardless of gender. Since the grassland had already emerged, animal husbandry could also start simultaneously. The conditions for cattle and sheep breeding depended on wheat, which was now planted, while pig breeding was temporarily not possible. The reason for prioritizing cows was simple. Their drops not only included beef for consumption but more importantly, leather. After all, they had just clashed with the officials, and trouble might come looking for them in the next few days. Moreover, at the end of the Ming dynasty, bandits were not uncommon, with the famously Zicheng alone commanding around 200,000 followers. Although this was a long time in the future, with likely some exaggeration involved. But this was Shaanxi, where there were plenty of bandits like Li Zicheng, making it a grand stage for the cat and mouse game between officials and outlaws. Therefore, leather would definitely not be in short supply. Bai Chen could use it to make leather covers. As for sheep, relatively common, providing wool and meat. Wool would be essential in winter, as resources were scarce in ancient times, and many perished from the cold. Plus, wool could be sold for profit. Bai Chen also wanted to experience sleeping on a bed made of wool. Master Bai, do you need this cow alive, or is it fine if it's dead? Lu Dishi asked cautiously. They need to be alive, as I intend to breed them. Bai Chen furrowed his brow, then inquired, is it difficult to find live cows? It's not so much about cost but rather the strict control the court has over cattle trading, making it challenging to acquire. However, there is a cow in Zhang village. If you need it, they will likely not refuse, Lu Dishi added. I also have an old yellow cow at home, so we can make up 2. The village's taxes had not been paid to the court, providing enough money to buy 2 sheep. Regarding the sheep, there should be no issue, perhaps even some surplus, Lu Dishi replied. With that in mind, all extra money would be used to purchase iron ingots or ironware, to be melted down upon return. The village's ironware was not urgently needed for now, but if there was a shortage of iron ingots, they could consider collecting from the village. After all, there were only so many people. Use the remaining money to buy all the iron you can, or ironware if iron is unavailable. Purchase as much as possible. Iron was an equally crucial resource, all to be used in making crossbows. It was a forbidden item in modern times, even more so in ancient times, punishable by imprisonment or exile, or even death. While arrow making required few materials, training skilled archers was a challenge. Unlike in games, in ancient times, only the elite could serve as archers in the army. However, crossbows were different, requiring no strength to draw and with quantity making up for accuracy. With minimal training, they could quickly become combat ready, keeping enemies at bay without armor. As for the money spent, it wasn't their own, so there was no need to be frugal. Bai Chen couldn't let someone who had just come out of the mountains without a penny to spend. After raising them for so long, what was wrong with spending a little money? And it wasn't even for themselves. However, they needed to send more people to prevent the goods from being stolen, especially since they were buying sheep, a much-needed food source. They might get robbed as soon as they left the city. Bai Chen asked, how many can fight? There are about 3 or 4, Lu Dishi stroked his beard, recalling. At the same time, he secretly planned to gather more money with the villagers. Although he didn't know why Bai Xianjun was buying iron, if it was beneficial to him, they would do their best to assist under Bai Xianjun's protection. Tell them to prepare. After the rooster crows tomorrow, they should gather at the village entrance as soon as possible, and I will make further arrangements then. After ensuring he hadn't overlooked anything, Bai Chen dismissed Lu Dishi. Boss, what about me? What task do I have? Lu Er eagerly looked at Bai Chen, hoping for an important assignment. Your mission is very, very important, urgent, and confidential. Looking at the expectant Lu Er in front of him, Bai Chen chuckled inwardly and said with a serious face, now, at your fastest speed, go back and get a long rope, then come back quickly, or else we won't make it in time. Okay, I'll go right away. Lu Er also became nervous and hurried back home at the fastest speed. This speed is almost as fast as when I used to rush for lunch in high school. He's really good at running errands. Bai Chen sat on the workbench, leisurely crossed his legs, and took out an apple to munch on. Before long, Lu Er returned panting with the rope. Boss. Panting, I'm ready, let's go. Alright, time waits for no one, let's set off now. The atmosphere was silent along the way, with Lu Er curious about what urgent task they were about to do next, while Bai Chen was waiting. Boss, where are we going exactly? Are we going hunting, using the rope to tie up prey? Lu Er couldn't hold back and finally asked. Bai Chen's mouth twitched violently, trying to remain calm as he said, well, it's nothing much, just helping me move house. Ha, but boss, you said it was very important and urgent. Lu Er looked disappointed. Look, it's getting late, by the time we go back and forth, it'll be dark. It's definitely urgent, and I'm afraid of the dark, can't walk at night, so of course it's important. Who would be afraid of the dark like a fairy? Muttering in his heart, Lu Er persisted, then what's the rope for? Oh, to tie the chickens and lead them back to the village. You know there are quite a few chickens now, 1 or 2 can be led with seeds, but if there are more, they might get lost, and that would break my heart. Seeing Lu Er looking a bit down, Bai Qin felt he had teased enough and continued, and, I really didn't lie to you. The village needs to plant wheat, but the water there is not enough, we have to go back and fetch a bucket from the original place. Seems like it's not my business. Who said that? You're my errand boy, of course you have to help me lead the chickens. I'm so weak, I might get dragged by the chickens. With that, Bai Chen rolled up his sleeves, revealing his pale arms, flexed a bit to show a tiny bit of muscle, then exhausted. He slightly lowered his body, looking sincerely at Lu Er. See, I didn't lie to you, I'm really weak, so you have to protect me part-time. At that moment, Lu Er recalled the scene of their first meeting, suddenly remembering Bai Chen holding a wolf, and asked with suspicion, but boss, you can carry a wolf, how can you be weak? This kid, so sharp, he remembers everything, not easy to fool. Bai Chen's mind turned, coming up with another idea. That was just a temporary result of divine intervention, usually I'm weak. Before, the boss almost got bitten by a wolf, so although the boss's divine powers are impressive, it's understandable that he's not very strong. I must protect the boss well. Lu Er instantly realized his great responsibility, immediately perked up, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. I understand, boss, I'll protect you well. Walking alone was a bit too dull, so having Lu Er accompany him would provide some entertainment. How fun! Bai Chen walked confidently, enjoying the protection he received, heading towards his matchbox. To deceive others, one must first deceive one's own people. As the boss, he couldn't easily take action, it had to be Lu Er. So Lu Er made his intention to protect himself so obvious that anyone with a brain would think he was powerless and would definitely focus their attention on me. When I arrange a leather harness for Lu Er and swords can't harm him easily, they will surely consider capturing me as a hostage. Then, when I quickly put on my clothes and turn around, the main point is to play dumb. All this is for Lu Er's sake. No wonder it's me, I almost believed it myself. Oh, Lu Er, you have to come over tomorrow morning, and bring your father along. Are we going to the city too? I want to go to the city too, but I can't go now, there's no way. He also wanted to go to the brothel. No other meaning, just want to broaden his horizons. Bai Chen shook his head, your father has to go with us, as for you and me, we have other things to do. The next morning, before the rooster crowed, when the sky was just getting light, Lu Ping, with panda eyes, carefully picked up the stone hoe covered with a sheet on the bed and went out. Since he got the approval of the straw hat from Bai Chen yesterday and was even given a stone hoe, Lu Ping was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. He even laughed foolishly at the stone hoe all night. On the way, Lu Ping met villagers wearing straw hats with panda eyes. These torches are so bright. When they arrived at the designated planting area, the villagers accompanying him were amazed, some even daring to reach out and touch the flames flickering on top. Hey, this flame doesn't burn. Really, let me try. Seeing this, others curiously reached in, and the flame behaved like a tamed beast, obediently allowing them to touch it. Amazing! Stop playing, we should start working, don't waste time. Lu Ping walked into the field and began to demonstrate. Afterwards, they divided the wheat seeds distributed by Bai Chen and started planting. You guys are too slow. I've already planted 5 celestial wheat seeds. Just wait, I'll catch up with you soon. As they became more proficient, they even started joking with each other, as if farming had become a fun activity for them. In this atmosphere, they quickly finished planting all the seeds in their hands. All done. So fast? Licking his lips in satisfaction, one of the villagers asked, do you have any left? Share some with me. All gone. Me too. Although they were exhausted, seeing the well-planted field in front of them ignited a fire in their hearts. At the latest in 7 days, how much wheat will they harvest? After finishing up here, Lu Ping hurried home. He needed to quickly put down the hoe and gather at the place designated by the immortal. Lu Ping was the best fighter in the village, so naturally he had to go to the city. I envy Lu Ping, he always gets the good stuff. I also want to contribute more to the immortal. But we're not bad either. Since the planting is done, let's go back and put the hoes away first, so we don't trip over them. What do you guys think? Okay. Lu Ping, are you going too? Bai Chen asked in confusion, you just finished planting, do you still have the energy? And your hat is quite conspicuous. Bai Chen knew about this because on his way here, he happened to see a villager with a hoe returning home wearing a straw hat. Don't worry, I found this hat last night. As long as I think it disappears, it vanishes, see for yourself, sir. Saying this, Lu Ping's straw had indeed disappeared. I have plenty of energy, and I'm the best fighter in our village, even 3 ordinary people can't beat me. Bai Qin turned to look at the others, seeing them nodding in agreement, he didn't say anything more. But Lu Qi doesn't look like he can fight, does he? Young Master Bai, we're still missing one more person in this team. Lu Qi hurriedly bowed and said, well, they do need someone who can talk. The village chief really thought it through. Taking out the stone swords from the backpack, Bai Qin distributed them for the others to try. How does it feel? Can you swing it? I think it's okay. Lu Ping took the stone sword, waited in his hand for a few moments, then passed it to the next person. No, it's too heavy. The rest of them could only hold on for a couple of minutes before their faces turned red. So, Bai Qin made a few wooden swords, gave them to the remaining people, and took out leather boots from the backpack. Although they were just wooden swords, their sharpness was not something an ordinary iron sword could compare to. Wear these for protection, don't linger after buying things, come back quickly, Bai Qin instructed, but if possible, see if you can bring back a scholar before buying anything. The villagers were skilled at work but too busy with survival to pay attention to what was happening outside the village. When asked about the current dynasty and emperor, they were completely clueless. If it weren't for the new emperor's enthronement announcement, some in the village would barely know the current reign title was Tianqi. But the specific year was a mystery. This needed to be clarified so Bai Qin could gauge how much time was left before the peasant uprising erupted, and maybe try to recruit a librarian along the way. We'll handle it. Uncle, you and Tai Shan are in charge of support. Wherever Tai Shan stops, you wait for them there, Bai Qin nodded, then turned to Lu Di. On the way here, he had asked Tai Shan about escorting them all the way, as ordinary people might not withstand a single blow from the iron puppet. But Tai Shan couldn't leave the world's boundaries, or he would disappear. Bai Qin learned this through nods and shakes of the head. Therefore, he could only support them at the world's edge, while Lu Di, one of the village's only 2 archers, had to be sent out to protect Lu Ping and the others. Watching Lu Ping and the others leave, Bai Qin turned to Lu Er with a mysterious look. Lu Er, have you had breakfast? Breakfast should refer to the morning meal, right? He used to have it, but with declining harvests every year, the village now only had 1 meal a day. The villagers were so hungry that they preferred to hang the fish rather than eat an extra meal. Lu Er shook his head. That won't do, you still need to eat. Tada. Bai Qin pulled out a long loaf of bread and handed it to Lu Er. Try this, it tastes great. What's this? Lu Er took the bread, it was very soft, his fingers sank into it, feeling as soft as touching a cloud. It's bread. Didn't I say before, I'll treat you to bread when the wheat grows? Bai Qin took out another loaf of bread and started chewing. The taste was similar to Dalian bread, but with a stronger wheat aroma, quite a nice snack. He had kept this bread to share with Lu Er. As for Lu Er, he cautiously brought the bread close to his mouth. Mixed with a faint wheat fragrance and the aroma of toasted bread, it enveloped Lu Er, who was smelling such a fragrant food for the first time. Taking a gentle bite, the bread melted in his mouth, the wheat grains seemed to dance in his mouth, sweetness spreading. How is it? Is it delicious? Bai Qin swallowed the bread in his mouth, looking at Lu Er, who stood there in a daze, and curiously asked. Lu Er didn't answer, he just silently stuffed the bread into his mouth. Tears flowed down his eyes, passed through his pockmarked cheeks, and dripped onto the lush green grass. This place was supposed to be a cracked wasteland. Why was he crying while eating? Bai Qin sighed and took out a bucket, scooping up a bowl of water with a wooden bowl. He walked over to Lu Er and gently patted his back. This world is ruthless. He waited until Lu Er swallowed the bread, then handed him the water, saying, Here, have some water, don't choke. Boss, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. Lu Er touched his face and forced a smile. That smile was even uglier than crying. It's nothing, everyone has cried before. Take this, it's not as delicious as what I used to eat before. As my follower, I'll eat the best part, and you can have the rest. Bai Qin handed Lu Er the remaining half of the bread he was nibbling on. Not eating it would be disrespectful to me. It wasn't that he was stingy, but he had only grown about 6 or 7 wheat grains, just enough to make 2 loaves of bread. Boss, can I take this back? I want to let my sister try it, Lu Er asked. Of course. After Lu Er wrapped the bread and put it in the basket, Bai Qin also put away the bucket. Alright, let's eat and drink our fill, then go out for an adventure. Let's see what new and interesting things are around. It's adventure time. Iron Mountain God, is this the end? The ground vibrations suddenly disappeared, and Lu Di and the others knew that Iron Mountain had stopped. Lu Di turned around and respectfully asked, Is this as far as you'll take us? Iron Mountain nodded. In fact, even without Iron Mountain's words, Lu Di and the others could tell, as there was a clear yellow-green line in front of them, separating the 2 worlds. One side was full of vitality, while the other side was lifeless. Lu Ping, I'll leave you here. Be extremely careful on the next part of your journey. Lu De looked worriedly at Lu Ping and the others. Got it, we'll be extremely careful, Lu Ping nodded solemnly. After bidding farewell to Lu De, Lu Ping and the others drew their knives and proceeded cautiously. As the village grew farther away, the surrounding environment became increasingly harsh. Seedlings withered, wild grass died, fields cracked and barren, and occasionally one could see a few scattered human bones. Half a mile without any signs of life, even the trees that were occasionally seen had been stripped of their bark, and where there used to be rivers, one had to dig deep to find damp soil. The center of the former river still bore traces of people digging for food in desperation, although it was only prolonging the suffering. Along the way, they hardly encountered anyone, and Lu Ping and the others felt relieved because in this world, the most dangerous thing was actually people. The few scattered individuals they encountered wandering in the fields had depleted fat, shriveled muscles, skin clinging to bones, resembling dried corpses. Holding broken iron pots with meat in their hands, their eyes emitting a green light, they stared intently at Lu Ping and the others, their eyes filled with longing. The pots served as both a cooking utensil and a weapon. However, Lu Ping and the others all had knives, and with their large numbers, the hungry individuals reluctantly gnawed on their meat and left in a daze. As they approached Changchang, more people appeared. However, they were all stopped outside the city walls, by the dried-up canal. Without a pass, they were not allowed to enter the city. The only reason they gathered here was for the porridge shed set up by the city's officials to help the people. But the porridge was more for show than for the people. The daily quota was only for a few hundred people, and some who queued up for a whole day would only receive a polite remark from a minor official. The porridge is finished today, come back tomorrow. Perhaps when the people from inside the city went to other places, they would shout a few words about the porridge. Once you reach Changcheng, everything will be fine. There's a great philanthropist outside the city giving out porridge. But that so-called porridge was nothing more than soup, and if lucky, one might scoop up a grain or two of rice, which could be savored in the mouth, slightly better than plain rice soup. In ancient times, what is now called porridge was known as rice. It just so happened that Lu Ping and the others arrived just in time, right after the porridge had been distributed. With a single word from the minor official, cries outside the city shook the heavens. Some starving people were so hungry that they approached, only to be beaten to the brink of death. Lying on the ground, unable to breathe, no one cared about their fate. This scene had played out countless times before. The officials' tears were also in short supply, having dried up long ago. Those who had received porridge and those who hadn't numbly returned to their positions, expertly lying down. If those who had eaten the porridge moved even slightly, the energy from that bit of food would be lost. And for those who hadn't eaten, moving a bit could mean being unable to move the next day. You two stay here with your weapons, we'll be back soon, Lucci said. The two left behind nodded and found a quiet spot to wait. Stop, do you have a guide? Of course, sir, please take a look. Lucci smiled and presented the guide, along with some silver coins. The several guards at the gate could tell at a glance that the guide was fake, but what they most wanted to see was a fake guide. It meant they would have extra income for the day. Weighing the coins in their hands, exchanging glances, they silently agreed, let them in. Yes, thank you, sirs. Compared to outside the city, life inside was slightly better, at least without the stench. The streets were bustling with people, vendors calling out as they hurried along, looking pale and weak, lacking vitality. But compared to those outside, they still seemed more human. People in this city used to envy us, but now it seems like our village folks are better off. Zhu Zi muttered. Lucci said solemnly, so the tasks assigned by the immortal must be carried out clearly and without error. Understood, Lucci, you're smarter than us, so give us your ideas on what to do next, Zhu Zi asked. Lucci replied, Zhu Zi, take this money, buy some sheep, keep some money for emergencies, and use the rest to buy iron goods. Wait for us at this location. After all, it was too difficult to transport iron ingots, and they couldn't explain the purpose of the goods. Through inquiries, Lucci quickly found a house. Who's there? The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in dirty clothes, looking thin but wearing long sleeves. Seeing two strangers who looked like villagers, Lu Ping and his companion, he furrowed his brow slightly. What brings you here? Sir, we've heard of your excellent teaching skills and would like to invite you to teach children in our village. Of course, besides the daily teaching fee, we will provide food, Lucci bowed slightly and said. He couldn't mention that their immortal wanted to hire a scholar, so they had to find a way to deceive the man into coming with them. Oh, could you please tell me which mansion I'll be teaching at? The man nodded in approval and asked. Sir, you may need to leave the city. Before Lucci could finish, the door slammed shut, leaving them out in the cold. We can ensure your whole family eats well, Lucci hurriedly said. Why should it be me? Just because I'm in a difficult situation, you think I'm easy to fool? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Leave the city? That would be like offering me up as fish bait, letting you rats have your way with me? You'd better find someone else, I can't bear this blessing. Besides, where are my relatives? They've all died long ago. The voice was filled with unbearable sorrow. Brother, what should we do now? The immortal's decree is to bring back a scholar, so we must bring one back alive. Lucci's eyes flashed with determination. Once he wakes up, he'll stay in our village for a few days, and he won't want to leave. Lu Ping, when he opens the door again, you knock him out, and we'll drag him back. Got it. Before Lu Ping could knock, the man swiftly climbed over the wall and ran away right under their noses. Not good. Quick, chase. Although Lu Ping was fast, he couldn't keep up with the others' familiarity with the terrain. Taking the small paths, after a few turns, he disappeared without a trace. Helplessly, they had to find other scholars. But without exception, when they heard they had to leave the city, their faces changed, and they shut Lucci and the others out. They knew what it was like outside the city. Why wouldn't they? Staying in the city, they could still save their lives. After asking around, no one was willing, and most of them had families, unlike the first person who was alone. Lucci also hesitated to let Lu Ping act. Just as they were about to find another scholar, a loud shout suddenly came from afar. You two, causing trouble in Changchang, must be tired of living. They looked in the direction of the voice and their faces changed instantly. Not good, it's the officials. Although Lu Ping could fight, he needed something in his hands, and fighting officials in the city was a dead end, wasn't it? But why were the officials here? Weren't they supposed to mind their own business unless ordered by the county magistrate? It turned out that when Lucci and the others were wandering around the city like headless flies and asking for information everywhere, their strange behavior caught the attention of some people. Just then, a team of officials passed by, heard about the situation, and came to see what was going on. They caught Lucci and the others red-handed acting suspiciously in front of the gate. Hey, trying to run? The officials drew their swords, blocking their way. Among them, Zhao Wu cursed, instead of going to the market, you have to find trouble for us. When you end up in prison later, I'll peel off a layer of your skin to cool you down. Zhao Wu, what they did doesn't warrant that, just take them back and lock them up for a few days, no need to use force. One of the officials said. I agree. Another official nodded in agreement. What's wrong with you two? Zhao Wu couldn't hold it in and asked strangely, since you came back from collecting taxes yesterday, you've changed completely, saying you want to do good deeds. I thought you were joking. Now you're the ones causing trouble, and saying you'll release them in a few days. What happened yesterday? If you still consider us brothers, don't ask. The two officials shook their heads in unison, refusing to reveal anything. The priority now is to take these two back. Are you the officials who came to our village yesterday? Lucci suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the two officials' faces turned pale, they glanced at each other, then looked at Lucci and the others incredulously. Are you two from Lu Family Village? With so many people in Lu Family Village, they naturally wouldn't remember everyone's faces. Seeing Lucci nod, they felt a chill in their hearts. Oh my, how did they provoke the gods again? This incident was clearly instructed by that immortal, otherwise, why would ordinary people think of taking scholars out of the city? Thinking of the miracle they witnessed that day, and recalling that they might not become human in their next life, they trembled under their feet, stuttering, please, we just came to take a look. Thank you. Lucci bowed, pulled Lu Ping through the encirclement of officials, and quickly left. Damn it, they must have something on my brother. Wait here, I'll be back. After I kill those two, I'll go to the magistrate to confess. I won't involve you. Zhao Wu was furious, gritting his teeth. Zhao Wu, no. Although moved in their hearts, the two quickly intercepted Zhao Wu, one on the left and one on the right. Jokingly, if they really let Zhao Wu do this, wouldn't they be destined to be animals in their next life? After much persuasion, they finally stopped Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu, we have a favor to ask of you. The two officials exchanged a few words and said to Zhao Wu, later, pass a message to the brothers at the city gate. If there is a strong and a thin person dressed as farmers trying to leave the city, and there are no major issues, just let them go. But, Zhao Wu looked worriedly at his brothers, seeing their pleading expressions, he reluctantly nodded, okay. Without asking further questions, he hurried to the city gate. At that moment, Pillar was leading two sheep, with many iron farming tools hanging on them. Where is the scholar? Pillar asked in confusion. No one wanted to come with us, and we were almost caught by the officials and thrown into prison. Lucci shook his head, his face filled with relief. Luckily we ran into the officials who visited our village yesterday and narrowly escaped. Are you hurt? Pillar asked anxiously. Lucci continued, no, but we need to figure out another way for our situation. After some thought, Pillar suggested, perhaps we can go to the outskirts to find the outcasts, maybe they can help. For now, that's the only option we have. After discussing, they arrived at the city gate, where Lu Qi had already prepared some silver coins for bribery. After all, although these were just farming tools, the court still strictly regulated iron products. To their surprise, the gatekeeper just glanced at him and Lu Ping before letting them out of the city. The person lying at the city's edge had already disappeared, perhaps taken away by a kind-hearted soul. Handing over the items to the villagers outside the city for safekeeping, Lu Ping and Pillar stayed behind to protect the sheep and iron tools, while Lu Qi went alone towards where the outcasts gathered. He needed to be quick. There were soldiers guarding the city gate, and although they wouldn't be too aggressive if a conflict arose, he was certain the soldiers would just watch indifferently. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of meat fragrance and followed it to see a broken pot on the ground, bubbling with red liquid and a round object beside it. Surrounding them were people, some with visible injuries, clearly from a recent scuffle over something they were now quietly eating. When they noticed Lu Qi getting closer, they turned hostile, brandishing rusty blades at him. Lu Qi instinctively took a step back, slowly retreating until their gazes shifted away, relieving the pressure in his heart. Walking briskly to the center of the outcasts' gathering place, Lu Qi shouted, "Is there a scholar here? Our village needs a scholar to manage food." However, most of the outcasts paid no attention to Lu Qi's plea, just staring at him coldly. A small group, desperate and with a glimmer of hope, crawled towards him, enduring hunger. I am a scholar, take me with you. I can do calculations, and I only need a bowl of porridge a day. But Lu Qi could tell at a glance that these were just ordinary outcasts. After all, charisma was something intangible, something they couldn't imitate. Feeling a pang of guilt, but knowing the village couldn't support so many people, Lu Qi made the tough decision to drive these people away. Unable to deceive them, these people, unwilling to accept, wailed and begged for food. "Sir, please, give us something to eat, anything will do." He reached into his pocket and took out some dried fish. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and distributed the food among them. Their own immortal lord was a benevolent deity, but due to earthly restrictions, he couldn't leave at the moment. Help when you can, maybe the immortal lord is watching him at this moment. Otherwise, why would he, just as he was about to be thrown into prison, be saved by the official who had arrested him before? This must be the arrangement of the immortal lord. It's a pity that the scholar has not yet been brought back for the immortal lord. However, Lu Qi's good deeds were all seen by a pair of hidden eyes. Just as Lu Qi was feeling disheartened and ready to leave, a weak voice said, "Wait." He turned around and saw a ragged man leaning on a wooden stick, trembling as he walked towards Lu Qi. "I'll go with you." Although the man looked disheveled, the unique temperament of a scholar still lingered, which delighted Lu Qi. He nodded quickly, "All right, come with me. That flower looks nice, Lu'er. Oh, this pink one seems quite rare, growing well. Let's bring it back too, Lu'er. Lu'er." In the dense jungle, Lu'er tirelessly ran back and forth. "Here you go, boss." Taking the bunch of tall lilac flowers, Bai Chen sniffed them. The fragrance was rich and not overpowering. Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction and put them in his backpack. He planned to collect some of these flowers to make a garden in front of his house, planting the tall ones on both sides of the road and the short ones in the garden. Otherwise, he felt like something was missing in front of his house. He couldn't just plant wheat seeds as decorations. Moreover, these flowers had other uses. "Boss, what else do you want?" Lu'er asked expectantly. This automated collection was good, but he couldn't relax. "See if there are any beehives or mushrooms around, let me know if you find any," Bai Chen instructed. "All right." Lu'er smiled and carefully searched around. Although he didn't have enchanted tools for precise collection yet, maybe he could forcefully take down the beehive? If he brought it back, he would have honey to eat and could also make white sugar. Compared to hard-to-find sugarcane, honey could be a good substitute. As for mushrooms, bone meal could be used to mature them into large mushrooms, which could be made into mushroom houses or mushroom soup. With the flowers he had collected earlier, he could create various mysterious dishes with different effects. Some were good, some were bad, but not random. He just needed to eat them once and remember the effects of the flowers used for synthesis. He didn't want to poison the villagers or anything like that. Although the buffs lasted only a few seconds, they were still significant, like fire resistance, life recovery, night vision, and so on. If he remembered correctly, most people in ancient times suffered from night blindness. He didn't know what the mysterious dishes tasted like, but if they had a unique flavor, he could add those buffs and enjoy them. While thinking, Bai Chen looked around and suddenly his eyes lit up, shouting excitedly, "Lu'er, stop, look what I found." Lu'er stopped and looked in the direction Bai Chen pointed. On a tree taller than the others, there was a bird's nest with a few eggs inside. Although Luer didn't understand why Bai Chen was so excited about seeing bird eggs, he was happy because Bai Chen was happy. Luer said, "It seems there are bird eggs inside." "Boss, wait a moment, I'll go get the eggs." "No," Bai Chen stopped Luer. He did some warm-up exercises, rolled up his sleeves, and eagerly said, "Let me do it, I've never taken out bird eggs before." Although he could have just placed blocks to reach them, Bai Chen chose the most primitive method, climbing up directly. He clung to the tree like an octopus, his movements awkward but slowly climbing up. At the fork in the road where the bird's nest was, Bai Chen took out the bird's egg, but instead of hurrying down, he leisurely looked around at the scenery in the tree. In the old world, Bai Chen had very high myopia, and the world was always shrouded in a layer of mist in his eyes. But now, as the mist dispersed, the world once again revealed its beauty before Bai Chen's eyes. "So beautiful!" Bai Chen exclaimed, lowering his head to call out to Luer, "Luer, come up quickly." "All right." Luer agilely climbed up. Having made a living in the woods and fields since childhood, climbing trees was just a small matter for him. "Keep going." Taking out an apple from his backpack, he tossed one to Luer and kept one for himself. The two leaned on the tree branch, Bai Chen absent-mindedly eating the apple, one foot naturally hanging down, swinging back and forth, humming the melody of a song, tapping his thigh in rhythm. It was Jay Chow's rice fragrance. Here, no one would push him to leave anymore, he could stay as long as he wanted. As for Luer, holding the apple, he stared at Bai Chen's profile in awe. Clean water sources, abundant food, no need to rush for survival, no need to worry about his mother's illness, leisurely sitting in the tree, nibbling on the sweet fruit called an apple by the liter. And the price of all this, for now, was just accompanying the scenery. Everything seemed to slow down. Luer had never felt time pass so slowly before. No wonder so many people yearned for immortality. "Luer, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?" A familiar voice interrupted Luer's thoughts. He snapped out of it, only to see that Bai Chen had turned his head at some point, smiling at him. "Nothing, just suddenly thought that you are so handsome, there must be many fairies chasing after you in the sky, right? When a guy praises another guy's looks, it's truly handsome. You've got good taste." Bai Chen was in a great mood, giving a thumbs up, then stroking his chin as he reminisced. "There were a few, but none caught my eye. After all, it's a lifetime commitment." As Bai Chen spoke, he happened to notice something yellow flickering behind Luer in the distance, under the tree leaves. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the yellow object was the beehive he was looking for. With the apple in his hand almost finished, Bai Chen took 2 bites, then said to Luer, "All right, we've rested enough, let's go." "Okay." Luer cleanly climbed down the tree, leaving Bai Chen staring blankly up in the tree. It seemed harder to go down this tree than to climb up. Fortunately, he had water with him. Like most games, even if you fall from a high place into the water, there would be no fall damage. And the water bucket ensured that Bai Chen could release water under his feet at any time. So, Bai Chen took out the water bucket, took a few deep breaths, and jumped down. A clean and neat landing in the water, Bai Chen successfully landed. Still a bit scared, it seemed he had to fight poison with poison, he had to find a cliff to jump off. With more practice, it should be fine. Bai Chen thought so. "Luer, hold on to this bird's egg for me." He would never want to eat boiled white eggs in his life. Handing the bird's egg to Luer, waiting for him to wrap it in cloth and put it in the basket behind, Bai Chen said, "This way, I think I saw a beehive." Walking towards that direction, soon, Bai Chen saw the beehive. The beehive was square-shaped, as big as a wooden board, clearly naturally formed, hanging on an oak tree, with honey droplets falling from it. There were 1 or 2 bees about half a meter long around, collecting honey. "Such big bees, but why are they so cute?" Luer remarked. "Indeed, we can bring a few back as pets." "Luer, stay here, don't move around, if these bees sting you, don't mind me, just run for it." After Bai Chen's instructions, he approached the beehive, first placing a campfire underneath it. After waiting for a moment, he attempted to pry the beehive off. Since he wasn't really destroying the hive, he shouldn't be attacked by the bees. However, despite his efforts, Bai Chen was unsuccessful. The beehive seemed to be fixed in the air, and he couldn't even move it. It seemed like he wouldn't succeed, so he would have to bring scissors next time. When the beehive matured, using a glass bottle could obtain honey, while using scissors could collect honeycombs, which were valuable for synthesizing beehives. Without a place to live, bees would only roam around to find suitable hives or beehives. With beehives, bees could be brought back to wait for them to produce honey. Bees that collected pollen could pollinate crops, helping them enter the next growth stage, similar to bone meal. Bai Chen shrugged helplessly and walked back to Luer's side. "Luer, remember this path." He relied on navigation to walk, so Luer could remember the way. Luer nodded, pointing not far away. "Boss, there seems to be mushrooms over there." Bai Chen looked over and indeed saw a red mushroom there. I'll go. Lu Er volunteered eagerly and ran over to pick the mushroom. Bai Chen instructed, let's look around and see if there are any brown mushrooms. Unfortunately, after turning around, they only found red ones. It seemed like they couldn't make mushroom stew, but red mushrooms could be used to make mushroom houses, which was not bad. Today's harvest is quite rich. We had a good time playing, not bad, really good. Bai Chen put away the red mushroom, saying to Lu Er, alright, we've found enough things, let's head back for today. He wondered how Lu Qi was doing, but with Tai Shan around, dealing with a few scattered bandits trying to steal things shouldn't be difficult. At this stage, Bai Chen himself might not even be able to defeat Tai Shan. Moreover, with Tai Shan's intelligence, he probably wouldn't be as easily fooled as in the game. Besides, it was unlikely that anyone could even move the solid iron feet of Tai Shan. It would be good enough to scrape off a bit of iron dust. Bai Chen thought. Are you saying that we have to take this person with us for him to agree? Lu Qi frowned, looking at the disheveled young man standing next to the burly man with a beard. This is my brother, who has been protecting me all the way until now. I cannot leave him behind alone. Besides, he is a righteous man and can wield a long spear, not inferior to me. Miao Jiming's eyes were firm as he explained. Hearing this, Lu Qi carefully examined the burly man. Although his cheeks were sunken and his muscles somewhat atrophied, his eyes were sharp, his shoulders broad, and his frame unusually large, with thick calluses on his fists. Can he farm? Lu Qi suddenly asked. Farm? Hearing Lu Qi's question, both men looked puzzled, and Miao Jiming looked to Wei Shi for guidance, who shook his head. Miao Jiming smiled awkwardly and said, Sir, although he doesn't know now, he can learn. Well, as long as this robust man was willing to farm, he would probably be accepted in no time. Plus, there was a scholar that an immortal wanted, so it wasn't unacceptable. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Qi nodded and said, since that's the case, let's go. With that, Lu Qi turned and walked back in the direction they came from. As for Miao Jiming, he followed with Wei Shi's support, but the two deliberately kept a short distance from Lu Qi. Young master, have you really made up your mind? Once we follow them, there's no turning back. Wei Shi asked. What choice do we have? We're all going to die anyway. Instead of waiting here to die, it's better to take a chance. Miao Jiming smiled bitterly and said, Wei Shi, I've burdened you. Otherwise, with your strength, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Young master is joking. If it weren't for the young master taking care of me back at the mansion, I wouldn't be here. Wei Shi shook his head and said seriously, it's just rebellion, right? With the young master's knowledge, you can definitely find a place in that stronghold. Be cautious, let's catch up quickly. Miao Jiming looked at Lu Qi's back, feeling somewhat distracted. From the beginning, he had noticed these strangely behaving people, who looked like villagers but had better complexion than city dwellers. However, their attire didn't resemble servants coming from the mansion. It wasn't until Lu Qi and the others left the city with sheep and ironware that Miao Jiming had some guesses in his mind. In ordinary villages, there was no need for so much ironware, nor would they bring out so much money to specially send people to buy, let alone buying 2 sheep. Only the stronghold could gather so much money. It was very likely that they wanted to rebel. And when the leader ran to the vagrants looking for a scholar, he became even more convinced of this idea. Although he was a bit hesitant at first, Miao Jiming hesitated for a long time until he saw Lu Qi sharing his food with the vagrants, and then he made up his mind. Whether intentional or unintentional, since they could still produce meat, and it was dried salted fish at that, it indicated that food was relatively abundant. Moreover, they probably wouldn't indiscriminately kill innocent people. He never expected that he would one day have to struggle and survive for food. Miao Jiming sighed, feeling like he was sinking into a quagmire, about to be swallowed at any moment. When Miao Jiming and the two were brought back, Lu Qi noticed something was wrong. The surrounding vagrants were slowly moving towards Lu Ping, subtly encircling them. Lu Ping and the others also looked serious, anxiously waiting, tightly gripping the sword handles in their hands. When they saw Lu Qi, they relaxed slightly. Let's go! The situation was urgent, and Lu Qi didn't say much. If they delayed any longer, these people would swarm them, and it would be too late to leave. Most of the vagrants stood still, watching Lu Ping and the others leave, then moved back to their original positions. However, a very small number of them, with fierce expressions, followed closely behind. As the distance from the city grew, the group, after absorbing wandering beggars, became even larger. If no one wanted to be the scapegoat and let others benefit, they would have rushed forward long ago. Take this, eat something first. Lu Qi handed over almost half of the dried salted fish to Miao Jiming and Wei Shi. Thank you. Miao Jiming took the dried salted fish, swallowed his saliva, and resisted the urge to stuff it into his mouth, trying to tear the fish into 2 pieces. However, after a long period of hunger, he was almost out of strength. Even just lifting the hand holding the dried fish caused it to tremble violently. Young master, it's a small matter, let me do it. Wei Shi saw Miao Jiming's actions, gently took the dried fish, and split it in half. You can have the rest. Miao Jiming reached out and took the smaller portion from Wei Shi's hand. Don't rush to refuse. You must have seen those vagrants behind us. We both know they can do anything for food, so you need to eat more. Every bit of energy regained counts. If they rush up, we have to hold on until the reinforcements arrive. Wei Shi nodded after listening. After all, since the other party was already planning a rebellion, and this batch of ironware was very important, they would definitely send people for reinforcement, and the number wouldn't be small. However, looking at the increasingly large group behind them, Miao Jiming still felt a bit anxious. He forced himself to quicken his pace and asked Lu Qi, "Heroes, may I ask how many people are in your reinforcements?" "Only one person, but we still have the Iron Mountain God General with us. We'll be there soon, no need to worry," Lu Qi replied. "What? Only 2 people? And one of them is a God General? You guys, aren't you planning to rebel? Why do you have so few people?" Miao Jiming exclaimed incredulously. Lu Qi quickly denied. "Who said we're planning to rebel? You can't just say that. Rebelling could cost them their lives." Miao Jiming persistently asked, "Then why are you looking for scholars?" "Oh, the Immortal Lord asked me to find scholars. As for why, we don't know either," Lu Qi answered. "Heh, Immortal Lord, Immortal Lord?" Miao Jiming felt like the sky was falling. The leader he thought was a righteous rebel against the court turned out to be a fraudster posing as a god to deceive people. Having studied the Confucian classics, he didn't believe in immortals or Buddhas, but he understood the allure of using the guise of gods to win hearts. However, that so-called Iron Mountain God General was probably deceived by so-called immortal techniques, thinking he was an ordinary man invulnerable to weapons. And since they weren't rebelling, but parading around under the guise of the Immortal Lord, their intentions were clear. Throughout history, there had been those who used deception to enjoy power. He never expected to be so mistaken. Well, he might as well lie outside the city and die. "We're here." Just as Miao Jiming began to doubt life, Lu Ping's voice reached his ears. "So what if they were here, just 2 people? Could they handle the hungry mob behind them? Wait, what's going on?" Miao Jiming stared at the scene before him, dumbfounded. In the distance, there was a dense jungle overgrown with wild grass, starkly different from the surrounding desolation, eerily as if it were placed in this world by someone. This eerie place hadn't seen rain for months, even the river had dried up. Where was the water source for these plants to thrive? Moreover, if this place had been so good earlier, the vagrants outside the city would have already flocked here, not leaving a single tree bark untouched. Miao Jiming was utterly bewildered. At that moment, the hungry mob behind them stirred, causing Lu Ping and the others to raise their swords, alert. The crowd parted, and a man with a face full of scars emerged, his body thin and bent, his fingers long and skinny like eagle claws, a sly smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and walked towards Lu Qi and the others. "I've come to discuss terms with you." His voice was hoarse, like nails scratching on a blackboard, making people extremely uncomfortable. "You have 2 sheep, right? Just give us one, that's the deal we've negotiated. Just 1 sheep, and we'll leave immediately, how about it?" "No, absolutely cannot give it to him." Miao Jiming's heart tightened. Perhaps this was just a ploy. If they really handed over a sheep, the hungry mob had been hesitant to approach earlier precisely because they were cautious. It could also be that they genuinely only wanted one. But if they gave up the sheep, they wouldn't be satisfied, they would only demand more, like a pack of wolves smelling blood, viciously attacking. By then, they might not even be able to leave. But they couldn't refuse outright either, as they would charge directly. The best course of action was to stall. Unfortunately, he had just joined and couldn't make decisions, nor could he refuse directly. Miao Jiming looked at Lu Qi with a worried expression, silently praying, "Please don't agree, even if you refuse outright, it's fine." Seeing Lu Qi pondering, the man shed a few tears, heartbroken, and knelt down, crawling towards Lu Qi, even kowtowing. "If not, even if you give us some food, it's fine. Adult, please, we were just ordinary people too, but we suffered from a famine, this darn sky, it wouldn't rain. We didn't want this either." His voice was full of despair, evoking sympathy. Hearing this, Lu Qi and the others also felt uneasy, as they had been in similar situations before. Only Miao Jiming, who had been observing from the sidelines, felt that something was not quite right. "He's too close. This guy definitely has ill intentions. Be careful, righteous one." Miao Jiming quickly spoke up to warn. The scar-faced man, crying, had slowly approached Lu Qi, and upon hearing Miao Jiming's warning, he realized this was his only chance. His expression hardened, the scar-faced man suddenly bent down and pulled out a sharp broken blade from his waist, thrusting it straight towards Lu Qi's left arm. "Got him!" Before the scar-faced man could show a hint of joy, he suddenly received a heavy blow to his abdomen, causing the broken blade in his hand to fall off, and he collapsed on the ground motionless. Wei Shi clenched his fist. Seeing the fierce look in the scar-faced man's eyes, he felt that this person must be cunning and treacherous, so he remained on guard on the side. However, the danger was not over. The starving crowd suddenly erupted. They dare to kill. Fine, since they're not willing to give us anything, let's just take it by force. They're the ones pushing us to this. Brothers, let's go together and avenge our friend who spoke up for us. Kill them, everything will be ours. That's right, they pushed us to this. Slaughter them, divide the sheep among us, we all get meat, let's go. Stirred by someone with ulterior motives, the eyes of those starving people turned red as they stared at the two sheep. Kill! Kill! Holding various sharp fragments they picked up along the way, they staggered on the ground, swinging their arms wildly due to lack of strength, resembling zombies from a sci-fi movie. Unrelated to justice, they didn't even know the fallen person, they just wanted a justified reason. That scholar, take these things and go first. Lu Qi stared solemnly at the approaching starving crowd, saying to Miao Jiming, they could die, but the scholar that the immortal lord wanted must be taken back. As long as the immortal lord was there, their children and brothers could continue living in that paradise, so even in death, they had to fulfill the immortal lord's request. Even if it was just an unintentional remark. In fact, if they only cared about their own safety, they could easily run away. After all, they were just starving people who were about to die, they couldn't catch up, but those tools, and the sheep, would definitely not be taken back. Hey, big guy, can you use a sword? Zhu Zi swallowed nervously, asking Wei Shi. Compared to a long spear, it's a bit inferior, Wei Shi replied. That's good then. Zhu Zi quickly took off his leather boots and handed them, along with a wooden sword, to Wei Shi. These are for you to use, they're just a waste with me. A wooden sword, leather boots, what are these for, what use could they have? Oh well, at least the wooden sword could be considered a weapon, better than bare hands. Wei Shi took the wooden sword, watching the approaching starving crowd vigilantly. Put on the boots too, quickly. Wei Shi was a bit impatient, but seeing Zhu Zi staring at him intently, he had no choice but to comply. But these boots, they're too small, he couldn't even fit his feet in. However, as his feet approached the boots, an unimaginable thing happened. The boots suddenly enlarged, firmly wrapping around Wei Shi's feet. What is this? Wei Shi, shocked, asked, not even considering the imminent danger. Lu Qi, with a complex expression, said on the side, this is a protective device left by the immortal lord for us. But Zhu Zi, what will you do? Anyway, my life isn't worth much, maybe if the immortal lord sees how brave I am, he might even let me marry into a wealthy family? The pillar pretended to be nonchalant and laughed heartily, but his legs were shaking like a sieve. He picked up the broken blade dropped by the scar-faced man as a weapon, a strange smell emanating from the blade. Damn, it's coated with gold juice. The pillar's expression twisted. Wei Shi solemnly said to the pillar beside him, I'll take care of this. Immortal Lord, it seems we have truly arrived at a dangerous place. Wei Shi sighed inwardly, raised his wooden sword, and looked ahead. His goal was to do everything possible to delay the steps of these starving people. Miao Jiming's mouth tasted like rust, with each breath accompanied by a strong smell of blood. His feet felt as heavy as lead, and his consciousness was slowly fading. But he dared not stop, biting his tongue fiercely, the intense pain and the taste of blood filling his mind, barely keeping Miao Jiming awake. He couldn't feel if he still held the rope in his hand, his only consciousness urging him to keep running forward. As the green line drew closer, a figure finally appeared in his blurred vision. He had arrived. Go back, quickly. Save them. Seeing the person, Miao Jiming could no longer hold on, spat out a few bubbles of blood, and passed out. Lu De hurried over to catch Miao Jiming's body and gently laid him on the ground. Suddenly, the earth shook, and when he turned around, the Iron Mountain god, who had been sitting idle, stood up, his eyes turning deep red like rubies. His current wisdom was enough to understand what was happening. The villagers he protected were under attack. The Iron Mountain god was enraged. He pushed the world aside and rushed violently towards the direction Miao Jiming had come from. Lu De saw the red light emanating from the charging Iron Mountain god. Be careful! Wei Shi swiftly knocked down a starving man in front of him with a sword, then turned and kicked another one attempting to attack the pillar, sending him flying. The starving man crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood before lying still. Panting heavily, the pillar gratefully looked at Wei Shi, nodding slightly in appreciation. From the struggle with these starving people until now, he had no strength left to speak. These starving people were extremely tenacious, knowing that their endurance and speed could not match Lu Qi and the others, so he didn't bother engaging with them. He went straight after Miao Jiming. There was no way to fight them off, and even if he injured or killed a few, they wouldn't stop, regardless of the lives around them. Lu Qi and the others had no choice but to face them with swords. Despite taking down many starving people, it was just a drop in the bucket. There were simply too many of them. The pillar looked at Lu Qi and the others, their clothes almost in tatters, especially Wei Shi, who was almost half naked, feeling guilty. His clothes were the most intact among them, with just a few scratches. After giving Wei Shi his boots and wooden sword, his weapon was too short to defend himself. As a result, Lu Qi and the others subtly protected the pillar in the middle, holding the outer perimeter. It started off easy, but the starving people kept coming, even the strongest couldn't handle it. Fortunately, the Immortal Lord had given them immortal weapons to withstand some of the damage, or they would have collapsed long ago. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by the starving people, and their energy was almost depleted. Just then, something even more despairing happened. The boots suddenly exploded, disappearing without a trace. Ha, after killing so many of us and losing the sheep, you won't escape either. You'll stay here to pay the debt, ending up in your grandfather's belly. The starving people laughed maniacally, eyeing Lu Qi and the others recklessly. We can't wait any longer. Follow me, I'll charge ahead and carve a path for you. Wei Shi's eyes flashed with determination as he squeezed out these words from his throat. All right, Lu Qi replied hoarsely without any pretense. If it weren't for Wei Shi's exceptional martial skills in the previous battle, they would have been overrun long ago, and if possible, he wouldn't want to give up either. But now, without the protection of immortal treasures, if they didn't act this way, they would all die. Take care of my young master. Wei Shi looked at Lu Qi solemnly. It was only when Lu Qi nodded that he could finally relax. From the boots that could withstand sword blades to the wooden swords as sharp as iron swords, Wei Shi could see it all. Even if that immortal lord wasn't a deity, he possessed some extraordinary abilities, albeit a bit foolish. Disregarding trivial matters, he was confident enough to only send these few people. But by protecting his belongings, as long as these people returned, remembering his favor, he could leave, and his young master wouldn't be bullied by the people in that village. I wonder if when the young master wakes up and finds that I'm gone, will he hide in a corner like he used to, wiping away tears secretly? Ha ha! Wei Shi's lips curled slightly, and in the next moment, his eyes instantly became sharp. Kill! Wei Shi burst out, exhausting the last bit of strength in his body, and charged directly at those sharp weapons. Boom boom! Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, and the frequency increased. The starving people surrounding them were already exhausted, and with the violent earthquake, many of them staggered and fell to the ground. An earthquake? Wei Shi was overjoyed and was about to take this opportunity to charge out. Unexpectedly, the earthquake, like a roaring beast, forcefully knocked Wei Shi to the ground. Monster! It's a monster! At that moment, all the starving people in front of Wei Shi showed fear, struggling to get up, stumbling and crawling forward desperately under the strong earthquake hindrance. Don't kill me! Run! What kind of monster is this? Wei Shi turned his head abruptly, his breath escaping him. What a scene it was! A 3-meter-tall creature covered in blood, emitting a red light all over its body, swinging its long arms at an incredibly fast speed. Before the fallen starving people could even take a few steps, they were ruthlessly thrown into the sky, crashing to the ground like rag dolls. Some unlucky ones had their arms smashed into pieces if they happened to dodge a bit but got hit. It was like hell, filled with pleas and screams, with scattered limbs on the ground. Seeing the miserable state of Lu Qi and the others, Taishan was truly enraged and no longer showed mercy to these creatures that resembled his own villagers. Quick, run! Wei Shi's face was filled with fear as he shouted at Lu Qi and the others. If it were a fierce general on the other side, he would have the courage to fight him. But as the monster approached, he could tell at a glance from its body color and movements that it was mostly made of iron. Seeing its ferocious movements, going up there would only add another life to that monster. Why aren't you running yet? Run! Wei Shi shouted anxiously. Don't worry, a pillar sat down directly on the ground, looking at the towering figure moving. That's the Iron Mountain Divine General under the Immortal Lord's command. Even though they knew in advance that the Iron Mountain Divine General was formidable, they were still shocked, even scared, as if they were pinching ants. This is their so-called Divine General? Wei Shi was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the war machine that was slaughtering mercilessly. Those ferocious starving people were easily dealt with in this way. The screams for mercy gradually faded away, and the body was dyed red like an iron mountain, standing on the red soil, looking back at Wei Shi and the wooden sword in his hand. He was going to die. He couldn't resist, he would die. Staring at those cold red eyes, Wei Shi's strength drained from his hands, the wooden sword fell, and he collapsed on the ground. Iron Mountain God General, he is with us. Zhu Zi quickly shouted on the side. Iron Mountain nodded and walked towards Lu Qi and the others. However, the sight of him covered in blood still made Lu Qi and the others somewhat afraid. Iron Mountain saw all of this and touched his head, pondered for a moment, conjured up red poppies in his hand, and walked over gently, handing them to Lu Qi and the others one by one. This was his way of expressing goodwill that he could think of. Of course, Wei Shi was bypassed directly by Iron Mountain. Lu Qi keenly noticed as the Iron Mountain God General approached. The originally smooth body showed some cracks, and the red light was still flickering, just obscured by the color of blood. After handing the poppies to them, Iron Mountain took a few steps back, creating some distance from them, then turned around and looked at them. Iron Mountain God General, are you planning to send us back? Lu Qi asked. Iron Mountain nodded. If these villagers were not under his watchful eyes, Iron Mountain would not feel at ease. Let's go. It's time to meet the Immortal Lord, Lu Qi said to Wei Shi. Wei Shi swallowed hard. Immortal Lord? Even the God General was so brave. What kind of mighty figure would this Immortal Lord be? Bai Chen returned to Lu's village and saw Lu Dishi and another person from Zhang's village standing at the door, holding 2 cows and waiting quietly. Bai Chen recognized the man from Zhang's village, the hardy uncle who had guided him to Lu's village that day. But that uncle seemed different from the expression he had when he was punished to stand outside before. Meanwhile, on Lu Dishi's side, don't worry, White Immortal Lord doesn't eat people, relax a bit. Lu Dishi smiled and patted the uncle's shoulder, comforting him. When the Immortal Lord arrives, do as I told you. If you're worried about saying the wrong thing, just say less, I'll help fill in for you. Zhang Chu nervously fidgeted with the rope in his hand, saying, understood. He regretted wandering around the village. Since the last time he escorted Bai Chen to Lu's village, he accidentally got lost in the village, and within half an hour, the whole village knew about it. All because of this chance encounter. He savored the pleasure of being the center of attention. Even those who usually didn't get along with him lowered their heads in the crowd, listening to him recount his encounter and the story with the Immortal Lord. He repeated it over and over, feeling more and more excited, and the villagers never tired of listening. He would even mention the previous plot to newcomers. And when Lu Dishi ran to their village saying the Immortal Lord wanted to use their village as cows, the representative chosen by the villagers was not the village chief or the owner of the cows. It was him. At first, when Zhang Chu heard this great news, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, practicing all night how to greet the White Immortal Lord and what to say and do when they met again. Until dawn, he was full of confidence, feeling that his skills were perfected, and he could respond to anything Bai Chen said immediately. Even now, he kept reviewing, waiting for the Immortal Lord to arrive so he could perfectly fulfill the task given to him by the village chief. Here he comes. Lu Dishi sat up straight, whispering, Ha! Zhang Chu quickly looked up and saw Bai Chen and Lu Er walking towards them slowly not far away. Uncle, we meet again. Bai Chen smiled and greeted Zhang Chu. Commoner Zhang Chu greets young master Bai. Zhang Chui nervously raised his hand, no longer showing any trace of boldness. He lowered his head slightly and said, last time it was a mistake on my part, not recognizing the identity of the young master, and failing to observe proper etiquette. Please forgive me, young master. According to Lu Dishi, this was what he had learned from secretly observing the Immortal Lord, who seemed to appreciate such gestures. The young master saved everyone in Zhang village, and we have no way to repay your kindness. This cow is a token of our gratitude, young master, please accept it. Seeing the uncle who had been so enthusiastic and talkative along the way now behaving so cautiously and apologetically, Bai Chen's smile stiffened. After a moment of hesitation, he let out an almost imperceptible sigh and asked, all right, what is it that you want? Delighted that Bai Chen agreed to accept the cow, Zhang Chudi quickly waved his hand and said, no, young master's kindness cannot be repaid with just a cow. We dare not trouble the young master any further. As for the water matter, there is no need to bother the young master. We only ask for permission for our village people to fetch water from Lu village. On the way here, Zhang He had specifically instructed Zhang Chuyi that if the cow was given away, nothing should be taken in return. Although their village was not as prosperous as Lu village, they could still receive some blessings. Now that the Immortal Lord was bound by mortal constraints and needed some earthly possessions, this was a rare opportunity and a chance for their village. As long as they could make a good impression on the Immortal Lord and leave a lasting memory of their village, they would be content. This was also the reason why he had been sent here. Of course, Bai Chen nodded. Seeing Zhang Chuyi remain silent, Bai Chen knew he had to dismiss them. If there's nothing else, you may go back now. Yes, this humble one takes his leave. Zhang Chuyi bowed and left, his heart pounding in his chest. He was overjoyed that he had fulfilled the village chief's request and had the opportunity to speak with the Immortal Lord again. Bai Chen gestured for Lu Er to lead the cow away and said, Lu Er, take this cow back and look after it for me. In truth, Bai Chen didn't really want the cow, as it would be troublesome to care for compared to the bred ones. It needed to be fed and cleaned up after, and it was quite intelligent, which meant he might have to consider taking it out for walks. However, he had no choice but to accept it. Over these days, Bai Chen had gained some insights. He had indeed changed from his past self. Alright, Lu Er nodded and went to lead the cow away. Village chief, is there anything else you need? Bai Chen asked, puzzled, as he looked at the motionless Lu Dishi. Young Master Bai, the people from Zhang village mentioned that Wang Er from Wang village is planning a rebellion. They are gathering people from nearby villages. What do you think we should do? Lu Dishi cautiously spoke. Finally, Lu Dishi added, it is said that the officials from the court not only seized their village's grain seeds but also wanted to arrest people and bring them to the Yamen for punishment. The people from Wang village had no choice but to drive away those Yamen runners. Are the officials in Chengcheng County so unyielding? Bai Chen was speechless after hearing Lu Dishi's words. Even he knew that grain seeds were essential for farmers. They would rather starve than lose their grain seeds. It was one thing to impose taxes forcefully, but now they were even daring to steal grain seeds, showing no intention of leaving any room for survival. When he played games, he knew that during a winning streak, he had to give some advantages to the opponents, offer them some benefits, so they wouldn't give up and surrender directly. Wow, the county magistrate in Chengcheng is really pushing it to the limit. Natural disasters were unavoidable, and there were even man-made calamities. It was no wonder there were so many uprisings among the farmers. Bai Chen shook his head. In these villages, most people were related by blood, and even the village chief was their clan leader. The tax collectors were everywhere, making life unbearable for the villagers. The people in the village had long held deep grudges against them and were eager for someone to lead them, to vent their anger. Even if they didn't join the rebellion, they wouldn't report it to the authorities. Moreover, by Shui Wang Er. In other words, it is now the end of the Tianqi era, and the peasant uprising is about to officially begin. Let's not get involved in this matter, Bai Chen said. Their own Lu family village has just started to develop, with no preparations like leather armor and crossbows, let alone being farmers. It is unwise to conflict with the court. If a few of their villagers are accidentally killed, it would be a huge loss. Hearing this, Lu Dishi also breathed a sigh of relief. They can now eat and drink water, so naturally they do not want to conflict with the court. But if the immortal's decree requires them to follow, Lu Dishi will immediately arrange for the men in the village to go alone. After all, everything now is bestowed by the immortal. As for that emperor far away, he doesn't care about them. Bai Chen asked, when do Wang Er and the others plan to start the uprising? Tomorrow, the exact time has not been mentioned, Lu Dishi replied. I understand, you can go back first and let me think about it. Bai Chen waved his hand. Yes. After Lu Dishi agreed, he turned and left. This is a good opportunity. After all, their village lacks everything, it's empty, and the only profession available is farming. Bai Chen wants to gather all the villagers' professions. It's impossible to join the uprising, so it's better to take advantage of the chaos to go and save a few blacksmiths, carpenters, and the like. But it's not as simple as just guarding against a few bandits. The city will definitely be in chaos by then, so they need agile and capable people to go. But they only have a few people on hand now, and almost none of them are suitable. They are still short of people. Bai Chen sighed in his heart. Lu and the others haven't returned yet. Forget it, let's grow the giant mushrooms first. Let's go, Lu Er, I'll show you something fun, Bai Chen said. Taking Lu Er, they walked all the way to the side of Bai Chen's house. After some thought, Bai Chen dug 2 blocks down, poured a bucket of water, and tried to plant the red mushroom. Naturally, he failed. No matter what, the red mushroom couldn't be planted. Indeed, what he has now is not the ancient version, it's already considered an antique. Bai Chen reluctantly put away the water block. To plant it directly, he would need podzol or mycelium. Podzol is easy to find in the redwood forest, but the only downside is that it cannot assimilate the surrounding soil. As for mycelium, forget about it, although it can assimilate soil, that stuff is only found on mushroom islands. Whether he can assimilate a mushroom island in his place is one thing, and another is that he needs to find a sea first to have an island. It seems he can only go through a more troublesome way. Bai Chen first dug out 2 blocks of soil on the ground, placed 1 block on the side, stepped in, held a torch, covered his head with a soil block, and buried himself in the soil. After creating a completely dark environment, Bai Chen tried to plant the red mushroom in his hand. This time, it went smoothly. Success! Bai Chen showed a victorious smile. He knocked open the soil block above his head, reached up, grabbed the edge of the soil block, and easily climbed out. The real world is much more flexible than the game. You don't need to specifically dig open a block to come up. Lu Er, stay far away from me now. Bai Chen smiled, shouting, I'm starting. Taking bone meal out of his backpack, He stood on the edge to avoid being trapped and losing health by the giant mushroom that was about to grow. Use. As a few bone meals were consumed, a giant red mushroom instantly sprouted up, surrounding Bai Chen. Boss, are you okay? Lu Er's nervous inquiry came into the closed mushroom room, sounding a bit muffled. Bai Chen touched the mushroom cap, which was very soft. After some thought, he said to Lu Er outside, "It's okay, Lu Er, try to see if you can dig open this mushroom." Okay. Soon, a person-sized gap was dug open in front of the mushroom house. Bai Chen agilely crawled out from inside, proudly showing off to Lu Er. "How about it? Aren't I amazing? Look at how big this mushroom is." "So amazing, boss, can I touch this mushroom? I've never seen such a big mushroom before." Lu Er stared at the huge mushroom, unable to look away. "Of course, feel free." Watching Lu Er curiously exploring next to the giant mushroom, Bai Chen felt like he was back in the past, entering the pit with his good friends. They were just like this, curious about everything, even playing with a button for half a day. Indeed, my world is meant to be played together. However, bone meal is consumed more now. In the past, using the bucket method for planting, 1 bone meal was almost enough. But now, 4 have been used. However, the bone meal obtained from trading with villagers has accumulated to almost a set, so it's used casually without any regrets. Suddenly, an idea popped into Bai Chen's mind. Wait, this mushroom should also be considered a crop, so can't farmers be brought in to plant it? If successful, wouldn't that solve the housing issue? Although the generated mushroom house is at most 3 by 3, in modern times, university dormitories are only slightly larger than this, and in cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, there are houses much larger than this. Moreover, in ancient times, for those fleeing famine, having a place to shelter from the wind and rain was already very good. And if one had a village made of mushrooms, it would seem quite cool. What's that called? Mushroom village? If farmers could carry bone meal and red mushrooms with them, planting mushroom houses anytime and anywhere, and even produce red mushrooms, wouldn't that be a mobile food source in camp? Just thinking about it feels amazing. Yes, it's definitely worth a try. Lu Er, go to the village and bring a villager wearing a straw hat here. Bai Chen was excited, eagerly instructing Lu Er. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Er sensed the excitement in Bai Chen's tone and immediately dropped the giant mushroom, running towards the village. He's getting faster and faster. Bai Chen laughed. Then, he planted another mushroom following the previous steps and climbed out of the pit. Bai Chen then took out a workbench and crafted a stone shovel. In the experiment, he tested whether farmers could use the shovel to dig soil, bury themselves temporarily, and plant mushrooms. First, test if red mushrooms can be grown, otherwise the following steps would be a waste of time. Now, all that's left is to wait for Lu Er to bring the farmer over. At that moment, Bai Chen felt a slight vibration under his feet. It should be Iron Mountain's movements. With that head of his, every step he takes causes a tremor. Finally, he's back. Great, with iron tools, he can make a crossbow first, and face those bandits and officials. He would have some fighting power. Bai Chen looked around and soon saw the figures of Iron Mountain and the others. But at that moment, Bai Chen's good mood instantly vanished, his face turned pale. Iron Mountain, covered in cracks all over his body. And his villagers, especially Lu Ping, who could exchange for watermelon seeds. Almost all covered in wounds, some still losing blood, their clothes torn to pieces. Who did this? Since Bai Chen arrived in this world, he felt anger for the first time. Boom! The once clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, as if a huge crack tore through the sky. Lightning slashed across the sky, like a dragon dancing in the sky. Deafening thunder rolled in, as if the gods were angry, pouring rain down, instantly submerging the earth in a watery world. The raging wind began to howl in this world, signaling the world's anger. At the edge of the world, countless animals hurriedly fled. Predators no longer fought each other but stood on the dry land, watching everything in the world. The village of Lu and its surroundings were once again hit by heavy rain, but no one felt happy. The people of Zhang's village stepped out of their doors, looking in horror at the eerie scene. In the distance, a clear dividing line appeared in the sky, where lightning flickered and torrential rain poured down. Everyone in Zhang's village remembered the direction of that place, which was naturally where the White Immortal Lord resided. The White Immortal Lord was angry. In stark contrast to the dead silence outside, the lush green forests in the world were blooming with colorful and beautiful flowers, emitting waves of fragrance. Industrious and lovely bees collected nectar in the flowers, while a few all-white chicks roamed freely. Wild grass grew rampant, occasionally revealing hidden wild rabbits. Every time Iron Mountain landed, the trees around would rustle, startling a flock of birds into swirling in the air. This world welcomed fleeing animals, who lived together with the creatures here in this peaceful world. Wei Shi gazed in astonishment at this magical world. Is this the means of that immortal lord? No wonder they are called immortals by these people. Our young master is saved. He looked at Miao Jiming, who was unconscious in Iron Mountain's arms, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Thanks to our young master for timely calling the divine general over, otherwise, they might not have survived. But the young master was already weak, and after enduring hunger and running desperately for a while, his breath had become somewhat faint. Young master, you must hold on. Thinking this, Wei Shi anxiously asked Lu Qi, how much longer until we reach the village? Just around the next bend. Lu Qi said, glancing at Wei Shi's worried expression and reassuring him, don't worry, the immortal lord is a benevolent god, not scary at all. He is usually very gentle, so there's no need to be so afraid. Your young master is a scholar. The immortal lord won't trouble you. Understood, Wei Shi nodded. Look, that village ahead is our village. Lu Ping pointed to the village in the distance and said to Wei Shi, great. Finally, we've arrived. Wei Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he suddenly saw a square straw hat appear on Lu Ping's head. Ah, this thing is the straw hat given to me by the immortal lord. It's awesome. Not many people in our village have it, and I'm the first one to own it. Lu Ping raised his hand nonchalantly to touch the hat but accidentally tugged at his wound, furrowing his brows slightly. I just looked and didn't say anything. Wei Shi was speechless. Alright, first take these iron tools to the immortal lord, then you can show off your hat, Lu Qi said. Hearing his elder brother's straightforward words, Lu Ping explained, brother, I didn't mean to show off. I just thought the sun was scorching, so I wanted to shield myself from it. Ha! Why did the sky suddenly darken? Zhu Zi suddenly said. Just as Zhu Zi spoke, the sky instantly turned completely dark, with only a faint light visible in the distance. Everyone looked up, only to see the previously sunny sky covered with dark clouds in an instant, with lightning darting like thunder dragons among the clouds. Without any warning, dense raindrops plummeted directly down, hitting them. Their vision was completely obscured by the pouring rain, and thunder dragons kept twisting in the world, accompanied by deafening thunder. Taizhan walked behind the crowd, pulled out a hand, gently gathered a few people together, leaned forward slowly, raised an arm, indicating that Lu Qi and others should hide under his body. Thank you, God General. Lu Qi and the others quickly thanked him. In his arms was a scholar, what the master needed, to protect. Lu and the others were villagers he had to protect, who also needed protection. Taizhan tilted his head and looked at Wei Shi standing outside in the rain. Resembling creatures from his village, harmless, helping the villagers, lovely, and worth protecting. After a moment of contemplation, he gently pulled Wei Shi under his body as well. Seeing the terrifying god general reaching out towards him, Wei Shi subconsciously took a step back, only to realize that the god general just wanted him to avoid the rain. Wei Shi looked up, met Tieshan's gaze by chance, hesitated for a moment, and said, thank you, Taizhan god general. Taizhan raised his eyebrows, tilted his head, touched Wei Shi's head with his hand, and handed him a peony. In his eyes, these creatures resembling villagers were all lovely as long as they didn't harm his villagers. In his heart, they could rank second. No, third. Taizhan thought for a moment and decided to be fair, giving everyone present a flower. Yes, including the unconscious Miao Jiming. Why is it raining so heavily all of a sudden? It was sunny just a second ago, Wei Shi complained loudly. He didn't notice the pale and fearful expressions of Lu Qi, Lu Ping, and the others, nor the increasingly nervous pillar and the rest. Accompanied by howling winds, amidst lightning and thunder, with almost no intervals between lightning strikes, they saw a dark figure rapidly approaching them from the direction of the village. Every time lightning struck, the dark figure would appear closer to them at a speed far beyond normal. That is. Before Wei Shi could finish, Lu Qi hurriedly interrupted, replying anxiously, it's an immortal lord. Their father had once told them about the catastrophic event, but words were insufficient to describe such power. However, they also knew that the immortal lord's abilities could be world-shattering. Was the immortal lord angry with them? As the figure approached, they finally saw clearly that it was Bai Chen. Bai Chen stood in the rain curtain, with the wind howling around him, unable to touch his clothes, and the rain pouring down without leaving a trace on him. Under the fearful gaze of Lu Qi and the others, Bai Chen asked, who did this to you? His tone was calm, without a hint of anger on his face, but the terrifying and apocalyptic sky behind Bai Chen was enough to show his current mood. Under the intense invisible pressure, Lu Qi knelt down promptly, followed by Pillar and the others, burying their heads in the damp soil. Oh my god, they were facing a real immortal. Gulp Wei Shi couldn't help but secretly kneel behind Lu Qi and the others, his mouth dry, but he couldn't stop swallowing saliva. At this moment, Wei Shi even envied his unconscious young master. He turned his head helplessly, stealing a glance at Lu Qi, his eyes full of innocence. Where was the promised gentleness? Wasn't this deceiving an honest person? Lu Qi suppressed his panic, bit his tongue hard to pull himself out of fear, and quickly replied, reporting to the immortal lord, "We encountered starving people on our way back, their numbers were too many. In order to distract them, we accidentally got surrounded by them. Fortunately, Taizhan God General arrived in time, and we managed to save our lives." Bai Chen asked, "Where are those starving people now?" "Dead," Lu Qi replied. Bai Chen's momentum waned, and he continued, "All of them?" "Yes, they were all taken care of by the Iron Mountain God. Lu Qi Dao, truly a puppet of iron, their combat power is outstanding, not a single one managed to escape." "Well, that's acceptable." Bai Chen's anger dissipated a bit. With the enemy wiped out and the villagers injured, it could be considered even. He still had a soft spot for the underdog. But can't the hungry people even crack Iron Mountain? Wait, if Lu Qi and the others haven't had a chance to enter the world yet, Iron Mountain might really break out directly. Maybe that's when the blood was shed. After all, iron puppets have iron heads, daring to fight and go anywhere. He had seen quite a few foolish iron puppets drown in water. Iron Mountain, Bai Chen looked at the dumbfounded iron head standing there and cautioned, "If there's a lake in the future and someone falls in, don't rush to save them, call others over, understand?" It was necessary to mention this matter first, so he wouldn't forget later. Iron Mountain nodded dumbly. At some point, the thunder gradually stopped, the wind also calmed down, and only sporadic drizzles fell from the sky. "Immortal, are you not angry anymore?" "Immortal, the immortal boots you bestowed upon us have all dissipated," Lu Qi said cautiously. Leather boots fished out of the water, how much durability could they have? Just keeping people safe was their greatest use. "Alright, get up. The boots were meant to protect people in the first place, breaking is normal, don't worry about it. And you did well this time, brought back so many iron tools, even a sheep, and a scholar, although lying down." Looking at Lu Qi and the others drenched like chickens, Bai Chen took out grilled fish from his backpack. "Divide these and eat now. Keep eating until you can't eat anymore." In the MC, after filling up the satiety with food, health can be restored, of course. This only applies to food made by Bai Chen himself. There was just too much grilled fish, and since the campfire didn't require coal, Bai Chen would fish while waiting for the fire to die down, then immediately fill it up again. There wasn't much else in the backpack now, just an excess of grilled fish. Lu and the others took the still steaming, fragrant grilled fish and ate, their faces showing expressions of happiness. Such a delicious fish. They walked back to the village, eating the grilled fish in their hands. The first one unable to finish was the thin pillar. "My wound, it's so itchy." The pillar looked down, only to see the wound scabbing over at a visible speed, then falling off, revealing new, tender skin. "Hey, it's healed, so fast. Could this fish be a divine fish from the heavens?" Seeing this, Lu Ping and the others exchanged glances and hastened their swallowing. Divine fish, this was a rare opportunity, they had to eat more. After comforting the frightened villagers, Bai Chen led Lu and the others to the side of his unfinished hut. There, Lu Er, Lu Wusan, and even Lu Dishi were standing quietly, waiting. "Boss, are you okay?" Lu Er asked worriedly. "Is the mortal realm still rejecting you? Is there anything uncomfortable about your body?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me?" Bai Chen shook his head and said, "Don't worry about that, go bring the cow over." After the cow arrived, Bai Chen emptied the water bucket and extracted milk from the cow. He said to Iron Mountain, "Bring that guy over here." As Iron Mountain approached, a strange smell wafted towards Bai Chen's nose. After all, the impoverished people who couldn't even eat their fill were too preoccupied to take care of themselves, and he had gotten used to the stench. "Iron Mountain, stop for a moment." Bai Chen wrinkled his nose and stopped Iron Mountain, gently placed that person on the ground, "Then come over here." His sense of smell was still intact, naturally unable to withstand the pungent odor stronger than a garbage dump. Bai Chen handed the milk bucket to Iron Mountain. Even Iron Mountain can be firmly held. Bai Chen nodded, then said, "Go, feed him all the milk inside." Bai Chen stared at Iron Mountain's big nose, thinking to himself, "This nose is even bigger than mine, how can he not smell it?" The man's complexion began to gradually recover. He had managed to secure his future position as the chief librarian, and unexpectedly, there was a bonus. Next, Bai Chen turned his gaze to Wei Shi on the side. On the way here, Bai Chen learned from Lu Qi that this guy seemed to have quite a high combat power. How coincidental, he happened to need someone like him to go into Chengcheng and bring back a few people. Seeing the legendary immortal king staring at him, Wei Shi was extremely nervous. He originally thought that with his skills, he could still play a role in the village, but facing the immortal king in front of him and the divine generals under his command, all of whom were stronger than him, he was worried about being driven out of the village. Bai Chen spoke up. "Wei Shi, I need you to do something for me." "Young master, speak your mind, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Wei Shi knelt down on one knee, showing respect, and said firmly, "That's the spirit. Look, that's what a warrior should be like. When I raise a large group of soldiers in the future, the scene will be truly spectacular." Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good, tomorrow there will be a rebellion in Changchang. I want you to go to the city and bring back some people. A carpenter, a blacksmith, and a doctor, one of each. I will give you a few things, and they will follow you naturally once they see them." Wei Shi replied, "Yes. Lu Ping, you go with him too." Bai Chen continued. Lu Ping answered, "I got it. It doesn't take too many people to recruit, 2 are enough, and they can be armed more comprehensively, and he could still get some leather." After all, this uprising was no small matter. Bai Chen glanced at Miao Jiming, who was still unconscious. It seemed he would need some more time to wake up, so it would be better to arrange a place for him first. Fortunately, there were farmers around, so he could try to build a mushroom house. "Lu Wusan, come here." Hearing Bai Chen calling him, Lu Wusan shivered. Previously, when Lu Er found him and said that the immortal king needed him, Lu Wusan was extremely excited, but with the recent weather changes, the villagers speculated that the immortal king was angry. Lu Wusan also thought so. Why else would the weather clear up as soon as the immortal king's anger subsided? In other words, he was not facing the usual gentle immortal king now. Lu Wusan walked forward and asked, "Young Master Bai, what are your orders?" "Take this bone meal and stand on the higher ground in that pit." Bai Chen pointed to the pit, indicating. Bai Chen was worried that the villagers might accidentally get stuck when the red mushrooms grew, so he dug an extra grid next to the pit. The pit overall appeared as a trapezoid. Lu Wusan walked over, stood in the pit, holding several flat boards of bone meal. "Next, follow the method you used to plant wheat before, try using the bone meal, and don't panic no matter what happens." After Lu Wusan was ready, Bai Chen instructed, "Remember, don't lean your head over, and try to curl up your body as much as possible." "Yes, young Master Bai." The red mushroom house rose directly from the ground. Very good, it worked. The mushroom town was just around the corner. Bai Chen instantly became spirited and instructed Iron Mountain, dig a 2-meter high, 1-meter wide exit, remember to go slow, don't hurt anyone. After Iron Mountain dug out a 2-meter high square exit for the mushroom, Bai Chen then had Lu Wusan crawl out. Bai Chen was in high spirits and took out a workbench, making a wooden door and a notice board. He held a miniature wooden door in his hand and waved it towards the empty space. The wooden door flew out, instantly enlarged, and firmly clicked onto the mushroom house. Of course, even if the mushroom house disappeared, the wooden door wouldn't fall. Placing the notice board on the mushroom house, Bai Chen's thoughts flickered, and a row of words appeared on the notice board: Mushroom Town House No. 1, Bai Chen Limited Edition. Well, this house will definitely appreciate in the future. Bai Chen clapped his hands contentedly and said to Wei Shi, "From now on, this house is for you all to live in. After all, if you work under me, even though there's no car, housing needs to be arranged first." "I'm really a good boss," Bai Chen thought smugly. "Is this our house?" Wei Shi stared at the red mushroom house. Even though he feared nothing, at this moment, his nose tingled, and there was a hint of tears in the corners of his eyes. Going through hardships with his young master, not to mention a place to live, they couldn't even eat their fill, and now they had their own house. It wasn't just a house, it was their shelter, their roots, their home, meaning they no longer had to drift aimlessly. Looking at Bai Chen's smiling face, Wei Shi took a deep breath, held back his tears, solemnly knelt down, and knocked his head 3 times, saying, "Wei Shi thanks the young master for taking me in. I offer my broken body to serve the young master." This time, Bai Chen accepted without objection, feeling justified, and finally said, "Well, it's just a small token. You are now considered part of the village. Go wash up properly first, don't worry about anything else. Have a good night's sleep, Iron Mountain is here. He will protect you. Once you've recovered, you'll have the energy to work for me tomorrow." After that, he turned to Lu Dishi and continued, "Village chief, you are in charge of their meals for now. Take them to bathe and change into new clothes, and start anew." "Yes, I understand," Lu Dishi replied, then walked up to Wei Shi and said, "Wei Shi, come with me." Lu Qi and the others also returned to the village, including Lu Er. Only Bai Chen and Lu Wu were left. Continuing from the previous experiment, Bai Chen found that when a farmer held a shovel, it could consume a lot of energy to dig up soil, but the soil wouldn't shrink, it would just be cut off in a cubic shape. This cubic block, when Bai Chen tapped it, would shrink and fly into his backpack. Moreover, this block could be transported. Bai Chen tried placing wooden sticks underneath it, and Lu Wu could push it away directly, meaning the blocks they created with tools were solid blocks. Also, mushrooms had to grow in complete darkness. They would try again at night. Bai Chen called Lu Wu back and asked him to come back at night. After everyone left, Bai Chen looked at the clear sky and pretended to be angry, saying, "I'm really angry now. No reaction? Looks like I have to be serious. Bai-Chin began to recall the takeout he had stolen, especially the one he had almost paid for with a voucher, covering half of the meal cost. Damn, my takeout. However, even so, the sky showed no response at all. I'm just looking for trouble for myself, getting annoyed just thinking about it. Bai-Chin paused, calmed down, his face full of regret. It seems I can't exploit bugs anymore. I was thinking of going treasure hunting on a rainy day. Let's make the crossbow first. Bai-Chin held the iron tools in his hand and squeezed them. They were a bit soft. He directly pulled out the wooden stick, squeezed the iron tools into ingots, placed them on the workbench, and iron grains appeared on the right, but in smaller quantities than 9. Then he tried to combine 2 wooden sticks to see if he could make an iron shovel. Seeing the empty space on the right side of the synthesis column, he took out the wooden sticks and successfully synthesized iron grains. The synthesized iron grains couldn't be reshaped by Bai-Chin. Comparing the size of the iron grains with those of the MC, he chiseled out 9 pieces of iron on the ironware, then adjusted them to match the size and shape. Next, Bai-Chin attempted to synthesize iron ingots using the iron grains, but failed. It seems that this feature is not usable. Bai-Chin then tried to pull out the wooden sticks, placing them directly on the ironware, which could also generate iron grains directly. It seems this is the only way. Bai-Chin, feeling helpless, generated iron grains from the ironware and then synthesized iron ingots, leaving behind 2 iron ingots to make scissors. Bai-Chin then thought again and drew out 2 more pieces. These were intended to repair the Iron Mountain, although as long as the Iron Mountain didn't escape the world, didn't respawn monsters, and currently nothing could harm it, not even a drop of blood would necessarily be shed. But the role of the Iron Mountain was much greater than that of a crossbow, so it needed to be well maintained. Bai-Chin planned to use the remaining 6 pieces to make crossbows. First, he synthesized tripwire hooks, placed them in the center of the workbench, placed lines on the left and right, then placed wooden sticks to make crossbows. Bai-Chin held the crossbow, pulled it back, placed a wooden stick, and then pulled the trigger. The stick flew out and stuck into a nearby tree. It seems that it's not necessary to use synthesized arrows, which is good. In this case, it's more cost-effective to make crossbows than swords. Later, he would have Luda train on how to use the crossbow. After all they needed to learn was how to aim and shoot. With cows, sheep, and chickens now in place, it was time to expand his farm. Leading the 2 sheep, Bai-Chin returned to his unfinished cabin and temporarily housed the cows and chickens together. Bai-Chin created enough wooden fences and, for symmetry, divided the area into 3 sections, herding the cows and sheep into them, leaving 1 section empty for now. After feeding the cows and sheep with wheat, Bai-Chin took wheat seeds and walked to the chicken coop, where he saw eggs scattered all over the ground. He really didn't feel like collecting these. Bai-Chin went in, collected all the eggs in his backpack, and smashed them on the ground. Instead of egg yolks and whites all over the ground, what emerged were newly hatched chicks. Directly smashing them out was the true hatching process for chicks. Authentic. After feeding the adult chickens again, Bai-Chin looked at the chicks wandering around the coop, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The eggs would be dealt with later. When there were too many chickens and he no longer needed to increase their numbers with eggs, he would have the villagers help collect them. He would symbolically collect 1 or 2 eggs as an achievement, as the eggs were of no use to him and not very tasty. At most they would be used for making cakes. He could consider himself a livestock farmer now. Well, maybe not yet, at most he could be considered a chicken farmer. Bai-Chin thought. The number of cows and sheep was still too low. There were no rabbits, no pigs, no horses, and certainly no packs of dogs. It seemed like he was lacking everything. Wait a minute, if I remember correctly. In the latest version, there seems to be pandas. Bai-Chin was suddenly thrilled, his face turning red with excitement, and he started spinning in place, laughing gleefully. This was no joke, those were pandas, legal to breed, and very easy to reproduce, just give them bamboo, and he could raise as many as he wanted. Wow, this was amazing, too amazing. Calm down, I need to calm down. Bai-Chin took out a bucket, buried his head in it, and a row of bubbles appeared below his field of vision. So, what he needed to do next was to create a river first. On one hand, it would help him fish for treasures more effectively, and on the other hand, it would help him get pandas. He would create a river, establish a bamboo forest, and then wait for the spawn. He would have the villagers check every day, and if there were pandas, he would lure them into his house and keep them there. The plan was set. As for the issue of whether it will refresh, Bai-Chin is not very worried. After all, the wild beehive has already proven that the creatures in MC will refresh. Moreover, there were villagers who brought a white chicken to him before, saying they found it outside. After all, this is reality, so it's normal for the refresh to be slower, as the time in the game is not synchronized with real time. As for the fact that monsters have not refreshed until now, Baichen speculates that he may currently be in peaceful mode. In this mode, monsters will not refresh. But that's fine. After all, the world was small before. According to the monster generation rules, the distance was not enough to generate, so there was no need to worry. But now that the world has expanded, in case monsters do spawn, he would be fine. The villagers have iron golems to protect them, so nothing would happen. But for others, it would be a disaster. Suddenly, an image popped into Baichen's mind. A large group of small whites shooting arrows towards the city walls, covering the laborers rushing to the walls, an explosion breaking the city gate, armored zombies invading the city, the sky filled with countless giant phantoms, and small blacks teleporting instantly. It was like a bizarre world. Speaking of which, he now seems to be in a strange rule horror story he had seen before. But it's the harmless kind. At least for now. Before the bubble disappeared completely, Baichen lifted his head and started to plan. As for digging the river, he didn't need to do it himself. Hadn't he tested it before? Farmers can use shovels to dig out solid blocks. Just let that big silly guy from Iron Mountain carry it over. So it wouldn't be wandering around the village doing nothing, randomly giving flowers to passing villagers. After all, it had unlimited stamina, it wouldn't get tired, and Iron Mountain might even be happy. For the pandas. But now it's getting late, so he'll start tomorrow. Baichen looked at the sky. It was already dusk. He finished breeding the cows with wheat, then walked to the sheep pen. Without horns, they weren't goats, they were sheep. Baichen fed the sheep with wheat to produce lambs. Looking at those familiar foolish eyes, Baichen nodded in agreement. This is how sheep should look. Now it's perfect. He took out the crafted shears and snipped the wool off the 2 sheep. But he was still missing one to make a bed. Baichen looked at one of the sheep without wool for a long time. The sheep leisurely eating grass, completely unaware of the impending disaster. After a while, Baichen regretfully looked away. It's a pity that in the game, sheared sheep don't seem to drop wool. Otherwise, with 2, they could breed, and the lamb would grow up in just a few days. Looking at the still young lamb, Baichen took out some wheat and fed it. This way, it could shorten the time for the lamb to grow up. One was enough, more would be wasteful. Grow up quickly, buddy, I just need your wool. Sister, how is it? Doesn't it look too casual? Lu Wusan was wearing clothes that he only wore on New Year's Day. He turned around nervously, looking at his wife. He had asked this question countless times. Good, very good. The woman looked indulgently at her excited husband, answering repeatedly. Dad, why are you going out so late? A little head popped out from inside the house. The child grabbed the doorframe, asking in confusion. The immortal lord asked your dad to come find him. There's something very important to do, the woman said. Wow. The child looked at Lu Wusan with admiration. Dad, you're so amazing. I want to be like you when I grow up, and have the immortal lord ask me to do things too. Good boy, you're truly my son. Ambitious. Lu Wusan happily lifted the child, spun him in the air a few times, kissed him on both sides, then put him down. Finally, he confidently looked at his wife and child. Well, I'm off. Come back soon. I'll be waiting for you, the woman said gently. All right. Lu Wusan left in a carefree manner, but as soon as he turned the corner, he leaned against the wall, feeling his heart pounding hard, far from the calm demeanor he had just shown. This was his chance to be alone with the immortal lord. In the village, besides Lu Er, perhaps only the village chief had such an opportunity. How could he not be nervous? After catching his breath, he walked in that direction. Iron Mountain, who had been patrolling the village, saw Lu Wusan and silently walked over, escorting him all the way. Thank you, Iron Mountain Guardian. Lu Wusan expressed his gratitude. Iron Mountain gently patted Lu Wusan's head and walked away unsteadily. It loved everyone in the village equally. You're here? Greetings, White Lord. Lu Wusan quickly bowed. Stop with the formalities, finish up and go home to sleep. White Shin waved his hand nonchalantly, handing the red mushroom to Lu Wusan. White Shin said, try planting it and see if it works. Lu Wusan took the red mushroom and tried to plant it, but naturally failed, looking at White Shin in a fluster. After a moment of thought, White Shin suggested, try covering it from the moonlight and see if it works. White Lord, it worked. Lu Wusan joyfully replied. Indeed, practicality was key. It seemed that farmers could plant these red mushrooms at night without the need for complete darkness. White Shen nodded in satisfaction, standing next to the mushroom, signaling for Lu Wusan to use bone meal to ripen the red mushroom. Since this time the red mushroom was planted on flat ground, the bottom was not completely covered by the mushroom cap. Next, White Shen handed Lu Wusan a wooden axe, which turned out to be unusable. However, when Lu Wusan used a wooden shovel, he successfully dug out a small red mushroom, still consuming energy. Without tools, irregular mushroom caps can be dug out, something anyone can do, but if farmers use a shovel, they can obtain small red mushrooms for planting, White Shen muttered quietly. It would consume more energy than planting wheat, as bone meal needed to be used multiple times to ripen them. Acceptable. Then, White Chen instructed Lu Wu-san to dig up all the giant mushrooms that couldn't be made into mushroom houses, planting the red mushrooms in the holes White Chen had prepared earlier. After all, mushrooms couldn't be planted haphazardly. Planning ahead was necessary to avoid the mushroom town looking messy in the future. Just as Lu Wu-san was about to plant the fourth mushroom house, White Chen hurriedly stopped him. Judging from Lu Wu-san's expression, White Chen could tell he was pushing himself. If he continued to ripen them, he might collapse at any moment. Stop here for today, go back first. But there's one more thing you need to do. White Chen pointed to the mushroom cap that had been dug up. Take some of this back, cook it thoroughly, let your family watch over it, don't leave it side for 2 days. If anything unusual happens, come find me immediately, understood? Yes, I understand, Lu Wu-san replied wearily, then picked up a few mushroom caps from the ground and took them back. Having Lu Wu-san test the poison was unavoidable. After all, no one could say for sure if these mushrooms were toxic in reality, so it was necessary to clarify before promoting them as food. The 2-day buffer was for reassurance, but chronic illnesses couldn't be ruled out. This was why the village needed a doctor, to prevent such incidents and diagnose diseases for treatment. As long as the doctor could identify the illness, it didn't matter if they couldn't cure it, as there was hardly any ailment that a bucket of milk couldn't solve. However, milk could only alleviate positive and negative effects in the end. Previously, when Baichen rescued Luer Nyang, he discovered that there seemed to be a persistent negative effect, such as weakness caused by hunger, and milk could only provide temporary relief. Therefore, ongoing recuperation also needed to be planned by a doctor. It's a pity, if only I had kept the bailiff who was knocked away by Taizhan before. Baichen muttered slowly as he walked back to his own small house, and he happened to look up and see the brilliant starry sky. In the tranquil night, the boundless darkness was adorned with countless stars, shining brightly or dimly, flickering with their own light, scattered across the night sky. Listening to the nightbirds chirping and the sound of cicadas, accompanied by the wind, Baichen couldn't help but be intoxicated by the beauty of the starry sky, finding a sense of peace and tranquility in his soul. This starry sky is truly beautiful. Will I have the opportunity to go up there and take a look in the future? I wonder if a backpack full of blocks is enough to take along, but it seems like breathing is also an issue. Suddenly, Baichen's mind turned, and he realized, this is reality. Even the cover of mushrooms can be replaced directly with shadows without the need for blocks. I don't need oxygen either, just breathing, so if I put on a transparent cover like SpongeBob, wouldn't that solve everything? Baichen hurried back to his house, where there was a small fishless fish pond, and he walked to the edge of the pond, took out the water bottle he had caught before and had kept for a long time. He poured out the water inside, then Baichen bit the mouth of the bottle and submerged himself in the water. Hoo-hoo! Baichen breathed, looking at the lower right corner of himself, where there were no bubbles appearing. This method is feasible. He instantly thought of chopping trees all day and night, gathering enough logs for a backpack, then slowly assembling wooden planks to build something. After hesitating for a long time, Baichen gave up. He was afraid that after seeing the starry sky, he would no longer be satisfied with the expansion of the village. The starry sky, well, it can be a lingering thought. I'll go see it when there's nothing interesting here. This experiment is not entirely useless. He could open a door in the sea to separate the water, then pour out the water that surged into the cover. In the future, he could also explore the deep sea. But these things are not urgent for now. Take it slow. First develop the village slowly. I have to go back. I still need to prepare Wei Shi and the others for tomorrow's departure. Baichen shook his head gently and put the empty bottle back in his backpack. He had previously thought of this thing as rubbish, threw it in a small corner of his backpack and forgot about it. Now he realized he was in ancient times. This thing, now its value has doubled. You know, pure and transparent glass like this should be quite valuable. Put it in the backpack first. Even if it's not needed in the future, it can be sold for some iron or gold. It definitely can't be sold tomorrow. Maybe those rebels will target it. I'll find a chance later. Prepare the luggage. Bring back some local specialties when you return. A strange sense of déjà vu. Ha, it feels a bit like a combination of Travel Frog and SimCity. Quite interesting. Baichen laughed lightly, looking at the now quiet village and the sporadic mushroom houses in Mushroom Town. He still has plenty of time. In Changchang, inside the ancient grass hall, Ji Ningji withdrew his hand from the patient's pulse and said, "Open your mouth." He carefully observed the patient's tongue coating and had an answer in his mind. "All right, close it." "Senior Ji, how is it?" the patient asked anxiously. "Judging from your symptoms, it seems to be caused by an invasion of wind cold, leading to spleen and stomach imbalance," Ji Mingji said with a smile, "but it's nothing serious. I will prescribe a prescription for you to take on time, and you will recover in a few days." With that, he quickly wrote down the prescription and handed it to the middle-aged man beside him, instructing, "Xing'an, go, get the medicine for this patient." Ji Xing'an nodded, "Okay, Dad." Seeing the man looking worried, Ji Ming comforted, "Don't worry, this medicine is not expensive, just a few coins. Here is your medicine, take it." Ji Xing'an wrapped up the medicine he grabbed and handed it to the patient. "Thank you, Senior Ji. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Go on, go on." Ji Ming waved his hand, indifferent. When there was no one else in the pharmacy, Ji Ming sighed. He rubbed his swollen eyes, revealing a deep sense of helplessness and powerlessness. Recently, more and more people have been suffering from stomach problems. This medicine only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Is the court really planning to do nothing? Even if they just allocate some food and supplies from elsewhere, it wouldn't have escalated to this extent. I'm afraid that once the funds reach our place, only a fraction will remain. The higher-ups haven't had their fill yet. How could us common folks have a share? Ji Xing'an said mockingly. He glanced outside the door and continued in a lowered voice, "Moreover, our county magistrate is so wise, sending people out every day to arrest others. The cries from the county office have never stopped." Ji Ming knowingly said, "Yes, I heard that bandits are rampant outside the city. These peaceful days may not last long." Clack, clack. Footsteps approached outside the door, and the father and son exchanged a glance, wisely falling silent. The visitor was a man dressed in leather clothes, leather pants, a leather hat, and leather boots, the fully armed Wei Shi. He bowed respectfully and asked, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Ji Mingji?" "Indeed, sir. What brings you here to see me?" Ji Mingji asked cautiously. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. When Wei Shi entered, Ji Mingji had already noticed that although the man seemed a bit emaciated, his complexion was strangely rosy and shiny, his mind clear, his eyes bright, and his speech articulate. It didn't seem like he came to seek medical treatment. And with a calm and dignified demeanor, he didn't appear to be here for a loved one with a stubborn illness. It probably wasn't good news. "I heard that Senior Ji is highly skilled in medicine. I happen to have a miraculous medicine that can bring the dead back to life," Wei Shi said. "Are you interested, Senior Ji? Bring the dead back to life?" Ji Xing'an looked at the big man in front of him suspiciously. "Are you sure you're not joking?" "Absolutely." Wei Shi nodded confidently. Having learned medicine from his father for half a lifetime, he had never seen a prescription that could achieve such a feat. He was probably a fraud. "Oh, how do you intend to prove it?" Ji Mingji chuckled. He had learned medicine since childhood and had a good reputation for treating patients in the city with traditional Chinese medicine. Now someone was telling him there was a medicine that could bring the dead back to life? "All right, please don't panic. I have no intention of harming you both." Wei Shi nodded, took off all his leather gear, then took out a small knife and fiercely cut a long gash on his arm. "Hey, why do this, warrior? Xing'an, quickly, get the medicine." Ji Mingji hurriedly got up and walked towards Wei Shi, intending to apply pressure to stop the bleeding. "Senior, wait a moment." Wei Shi took out some dried fish, ate a bit to fill his stomach, then pulled out an apple. "Please watch this wound carefully. This so-called miraculous medicine was just a wild fruit? This was ridiculous." Ji Mingji frowned, looking at the bleeding cut. The next moment, he felt his scalp tingle, his furrowed brow instantly relaxed, his eyes widened, showing surprise. The wound on Wei Shi's arm began to visibly heal and scar at a speed visible to the naked eye as he ate, then it fell off. "How is this possible?" Ji Mingji directly grabbed Wei Shi's arm, examining it back and forth. Looking at the white and tender skin left by the wound, he knew what he had just seen was not an illusion. "If Sir doesn't believe, I can demonstrate it again for you," Wei Shi said, about to finish eating the remaining half of the apple. "No, I believe you, I believe you." Ji Mingji looked at the half-eaten divine fruit with a heartache. What a sin! Just to prove its authenticity, this unique divine object in the world was halved like this. How many people could this save? "Tell me, what do you want?" Ji Mingji stared at the half-apple, reluctantly moved his gaze away after a long time, exhaled a breath, and asked. He did not think this person came here just to broaden his horizons. There must be an ulterior motive. "If I say there is a divine medicine that can cure all diseases in the world?" Wei Shi stared into Ji Mingji's eyes, saying each word deliberately. "All diseases in the world? Can it cure the bubonic plague?" Ji Mingji took a deep breath and asked. "The bubonic plague, also known as the Black Death?" "Yes," Wei Shi replied. "I have it. I can give you everything, whether it's this shop or my own life." Ji Mingji no longer hesitated, saying, "As long as you can tell me where this medicine is now." "Old sir, the Immortal Lord requests your presence." "Immortal Lord?" Hearing this term, Ji Mingji was stunned. A ridiculous idea popped into his mind. Could it be that immortal? This thought was unstoppable. Ji Mingji couldn't catch his breath. Covering his mouth, he coughed. That person is. He stuttered, faintly revealing his mostly missing teeth, tremblingly raised his hand, slightly bent his index finger, pointing upwards. Seeing Wei Shi respectfully nodding, Ji Mingji's mind exploded. Yes, how could a divine medicine that can generate bones, revive the dead, and cure all diseases come from the mortal world? The immortal has descended. The common people finally have hope. In silence, a few tears slid down Ji Mingji's already wrinkled face. He quickly wiped away the tears. Forgive me for my emotional outburst, I couldn't help it. I can't accept the title of sir. If you don't mind, you can call me Wei Shi. Wei Shi shook his head and said, thinking that he could actually be invited by the immortal lord, Ji Mingji felt that all the good deeds he had done in his life were not in vain. Shall we leave now? Ji Mingji eagerly looked at Wei Shi, wishing to fly over to see the immortal in the sky. Perhaps Ji Lao will have to wait a moment. Seeing that the matter was settled, Wei Shi revealed the plan of Wang Er and the others to rebel and attack the city. We have to wait until those people break open the city gates before we can set off. Indeed, they came. But how could these people break the city gates? Ji Mingji wondered. Seeing Ji Mingji's hesitation, Wei Shi understood, and continued, this city will be breached, as per the immortal lord's decree. Hearing this, Ji Mingji's heart tightened, his fleeting hope instantly vanished, and the next moment, he suddenly realized a problem. The immortal lord actually knows, then why? Why allow those villagers to attack the city? After all, after the city is breached, it won't just be the officials who suffer, but also the innocent common people. Ji Mingji didn't say it explicitly, but Wei Shi understood the unspoken words of Ji Mingji. Ji Lao, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. The immortal lord is a carefree guest in the heavens, unable to bear suffering, that's why he descended, his powers suppressed by the mortal world, only now able to look after a village. Wei Shi told Ji Mingji the speculation Lu Dishi had told him, saying, it is precisely to save these people that the immortal lord sent us mortals to do things in the city. Ji Ming suddenly felt enlightened, understanding everything. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Wei Shi and asked, is the immortal lord the one who instructed me to come? Wei Shi looked at Ji Ming knowingly, shook his head, and said, the immortal lord only instructed me to bring back a physician. On the way, I heard about Mr. Ji's exceptional medical skills and good reputation in Changchang. Therefore, I thought of bringing Mr. Ji to see the immortal lord. However, the immortal lord also mentioned that family members could come alone. I see, so the immortal lord did not see me after all. Ji Ming felt a bit empty inside, but in the next moment, he regained his composure. After pondering for a while, he sighed. Even so, Xing'an, take the child and follow him. Ji Ming turned to Ji Xing'an and continued, then he gestured to Wei Shi, my son may be dull, but after following me for so many years, he has learned a few things. While his medical skills may not be perfect, he is considered reputable in Changchang. Let him accompany you. Father, at this moment, do you still intend to stay in this pharmacy? Ji Xing'an anxiously persuaded. Ji Xing'an had witnessed everything that had just happened and was aware of the existence of the immortal lord. In his view, there was no safer place than where the gods protected. Wei Shi also agreed, indeed, Mr. Ji, once the city gate is breached, not only the rebels will enter. By then, your life will be in danger. Yes, I cannot leave. Ji Ming shook his head, looking at the benevolent character hanging on the pharmacy wall. If I leave, the ordinary people of Changchang will have nowhere to seek medical help. Don't worry, this is a pharmacy, a place to save lives. It's unlikely that people will come here to rob, especially when they can't even feed themselves. Ji Ming continued, you will be the first to come looking for me because of my reputation. If I leave now to seek refuge with the immortal lord, I won't be at peace with myself. But, father, Ji Xing'an wanted to say more but was interrupted by Ji Ming's wave of hand. Xing'an, go with them. With you there, my grandson and daughter-in-law will be safe. Besides, Xing'an, I want you to go and see for me first, what that miraculous medicine is that can cure all diseases. I understand, father. Ji Xing'an nodded reluctantly. Mr. Ji, I admire your righteousness, Wei Shi said respectfully. After packing their belongings, Wei Shi, along with Ji Xing'an's family, joined Lu Qi and others. Lu Qi was responsible for bringing back the craftsman, and with his leather boots that could change sizes freely, it was effortless to invite them. Zhu Zi exchanged the flower-made dye with Bai Chen for money, then purchased ironware and a small amount of paper, loading them onto a cart. After the group assembled, they hid in a small alley, quietly waiting for the right moment. Outside the city, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Run! The rebels have broken in! The people on the street panicked, and the sound of doors slamming shut echoed everywhere. By Shui Wang Air stormed into the county town, shouting, "Kill the county magistrate, open the granary. Kill with me. Kill, kill." The rebels charged straight towards the county office. It was happening now. Wei Shi and his group, hiding in the alley, pushed the cart and ran wildly along the streets and alleys. With no one on the streets, they didn't have to worry about running into anyone. They reached the city wall, where the gate was wide open, unguarded, with only hungry people entering the city sporadically. They pushed the cart of ironware out of the city gate. The hungry people at the gate only saw some ironware and paper on the cart, so they moved aside. Some villagers from the Lu family were even waiting at the city gate to assist. Bai Chen was worried about the small number of people, so he decided to send out all the capable fighters from the village to bolster the situation. The people of Lu family village were all extremely happy because they had completed the task of the immortal, except for those craftsmen who were uneasy about the future. From the moment they left, they were already rebels, with no turning back. Inside the mushroom house, Miao Jiming woke up in a daze. He looked around at the completely unfamiliar environment, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Where am I? What happened? Oh, right, I joined a rebel stronghold, only to find out that the leader was a fraud from the martial world or just a muggle, who only sent some kind of divine general to assist. I ended up risking my life to seek help right after joining, which led to me passing out. So, I've been rescued now? After understanding the situation, Miao Jiming relaxed and looked around. He gazed around with a strange expression. Why is this house so oddly shaped? There wasn't much space to begin with. Why is there such a big pillar in the middle? Why do I still have a small flower in my hand? Miao Jiming hesitated for a moment, then decided to discard it. Fortunately, Taizhan was not around. He then touched the wall. Why is this wall a bit soft? Finally, Miao Jiming walked out of the door and, looking back, he was completely dumbfounded. The place he lived in was not a house at all, but a gigantic red mushroom. Moreover, there were 3 or 4 more mushrooms like this around. What's even more bizarre is that there was a sign hanging on the door of the house with some words written on it. Mushroom Town Room No. 1, by Chen Limited Edition? What on earth is this? Where have I ended up? Wait a minute, I don't remember eating any mushrooms. How can I be having hallucinations? Maybe I'm still not awake? Miao Jiming was utterly confused. He rubbed his eyes hard, but nothing changed. Gritting his teeth, he slapped himself hard. Ouch, that hurts. Not a hallucination? Miao Jiming helplessly looked towards the only village that seemed normal and walked towards it. Is anyone there? Miao Jiming shouted loudly, but there was no response. As he walked into the village, he noticed that every house in the village was covered with dried fish, almost identical and half a meter long. Isn't this a drought? Where did this fish come from? He was stunned by the sight before him. This is fish meat, not rice meat. Even the rivers have dried up, so where did they catch fish? Something's not right, this is really not right, where am I? Miao Jiming swallowed hard, feeling completely lost now, cautiously leaning against the wall as he slowly wandered around the village. Suddenly, he finally heard some movement, but after witnessing the strange phenomenon earlier, he didn't dare to act rashly and instead approached slowly. When he reached the source of the sound, Miao Jiming cautiously peeked out and witnessed an extremely bizarre scene. It seemed like all the villagers of the village were gathered here, a group wearing straw hats, holding shovels, standing in place with their eyes closed as if praying. Before long, they moved aside with their shovels, and a huge white monster lifted a large square piece of soil from where they were standing, placing it on a wooden stick nearby, then scooped water from a nearby pit into the hole. Some villagers then pushed the soil block forward while others placed wooden sticks underneath. Not far away, there was a huge wooden platform with many roasted fish emitting a faint heat. The villagers with straw hats would occasionally walk to the platform, stuff fish into their mouths, and then continue working. It was too bizarre, way too bizarre, better keep my distance from them. Avoiding the villagers' paths, Miao Jiming walked to a small unfinished wooden house. As he approached and took a closer look, his expression became even more peculiar. That small wooden house was completely built using individual wooden blocks stacked together, with no traces of adhesive in between the blocks. Who invented this ingenious method of house construction? How was it done? The house was surrounded by a wooden fence, making it difficult for Miao Jiming to cross over and get a closer look. Not far away, there was a young man fishing by the lake. Seeing this, Miao Jiming did not feel the joy of meeting a fellow scholar. Instead, he looked serious. The man had the demeanor of a scholar, but his expensive clothing indicated he was not an ordinary person. Moreover, being able to leisurely fish in this place while others worked could only mean that this man's status was extraordinary. He was probably the master here. This must be the one. The one who, during this drought, managed to ensure the village had fish to eat, strange creatures, and water. He must truly be a remarkable individual. Miao Jiming thought to himself, subconsciously wanting to leave, but then he suddenly realized, could the other person have known about his awakening long before? Was this some kind of test for him? Wei Shi, where have you gone? Miao Jiming gritted his teeth, then approached and stopped a few meters away from Bai Chen, bowing to his back. I am Miao Jiming, thanking you for saving my life. It's nothing, come sit, accompany me in fishing. Bai Chen slightly moved aside, gesturing to Miao Jiming, I am Bai Chen. In that case, Bai Senior, I will follow your lead. Miao Jiming walked up awkwardly and sat down a distance away from Bai Chen. He knew he still carried a strange smell, but he dared not disobey the elder's command and thought it best to keep his distance. Miao Jiming did not believe Bai Chen could be as young as he appeared, which was why he addressed him as senior. As soon as he sat down, he stared at the empty water pool and the fish hook without any bait, stealing a glance at Bai Chen. He was curious but dared not ask. Miao Jiming, now that you are here, you must have seen the village. How do you feel about it? Bai Chen asked with a smile. Miao Jiming thought about what he had just seen and heard. Every household was filled with uneaten fish, there was a flowing water source, people in the village pushed soil blocks with happy smiles, and there were white humanoid creatures helping out, as well as the sprouting wheat in the distance. This environment, like a world from another realm, left him momentarily entranced. This scene was unparalleled, even in a prosperous era. Coming back to his senses, Miao Jiming sincerely exclaimed, the people live in peace and prosperity, with an abundance of food, just like the peach blossom spring of Master Jingjie, making one yearn to settle here, rooted in this place. However, it was clear that Bai had more in mind than just discussing these superficial matters. Miao Jiming tentatively asked, Bai Senior, do you know anyone in the government? I do not, Bai Chen shook his head. Miao Jiming continued, I have some thoughts, not sure if I should speak them. Just say it, I'm listening. In the current world, there are foreign invaders, with Jinzhou besieged by troops on May 11th. The situation is uncertain now, but it will surely worsen. Natural disasters ravage the land, people are displaced, bandits roam. With internal and external troubles, the court cannot handle everything, and chaos will reign in the empire within a few years. Miao Jiming gathered his courage and added, Bai Senior, with your powerful magic, you must not fear this chaotic world. But I see that you care for this village, and in the future, it may get entangled in the muddy waters of official and bandit conflicts. Perhaps this is why you had the villagers purchase iron tools. He paused and continued. In the village, since there is surplus food, the seniors naturally have a way to obtain food. In order for this chaotic paradise to stand forever, there must be enough manpower, which requires someone to manage it, and that's why I came here. First, train the troops, second, regulate. Currently, we only need to focus on these 2 points. Of course, the most important thing is to have you, Senior Bai, so that the village's future will be worry-free. It's amazing, speaking so convincingly, much better than me, a college student who only thinks about what to eat for lunch. Bai Chen listened attentively, nodding calmly on the surface, feeling somewhat surprised inside. He originally just wanted a librarian and some knowledge of the years. It seems that indeed talented individuals are needed for management. Bai Chen thought to himself. As the village chief of the Lu family village, Lu Dishi can temporarily oversee things, but since most of the villagers are from the Lu family village and he is the elder of most people in the village, he can naturally suppress them. But not knowing many characters, when more people come in the future, mistakes are likely to occur. He can't manage everything himself, it's too troublesome, and there are also issues with food and housing distribution that need to be considered. That person definitely can't be him. Everyone has their own expertise. The movies funded by the coal boss are always the best. He's already overwhelmed managing 3 unruly children, let alone thousands of people in the future. It seems like he's struck gold this time. You think just like me. Bai Chen, with a straight face, said, well done, you have passed my test, so I will temporarily entrust you with the task of regulation. I will inform the village chief later. Miao Jiming calmly replied, yes, I understand. His reaction seemed somewhat indifferent. Bai Chen carefully observed Miao Jiming in front of him and noticed that this person seemed lifeless, with a dull and powerless look in his eyes, as if he had long lost his will to live. This won't do, I need to find a way to ignite his passion. My villagers can't be gloomy all the time. Let me think, what do scholars in ancient times desire? Just as Bai Chen was pondering, the fishing rod in his hand twitched slightly. He immediately lifted the rod, a big fish flew out and turned into a golden light merging into Bai Chen's body. Ha! So this is how the fish in the village is caught. Are the willing ones the ones who get caught? Miao Jiming witnessed this scene, his eyes wandering. Unfortunately, there's still nothing good. Bai Chen put away the fishing rod and said to Miao Jiming, follow me. Bai Chen led Miao Jiming to the chicken coop, took out some wheat seeds, and fed the little chicks. When Miao Jiming saw the lively, freshly hatched chicks jumping around, he realized that he had been thinking too conservatively. Creating things out of thin air, this is truly divine power. Bai Chen pointed to the chicken coop and said, "These chickens will grow in a few days, and without needing to be fed, they will lay eggs. As long as there are enough of these chickens, we won't have to worry about hunger anymore. At that time, it will be a brand new era, and your name will be engraved in history, remembered by all. No one will starve?" Miao Jiming didn't care whether his name would appear in history, as after all, once a person dies, they become just a pile of dirt. In the drifting days, he had long been indifferent to such matters. But all of this is because of you. If you were to leave, wouldn't everything return to its original state? Miao Jiming, mustering up courage from somewhere, asked. "I will always be here," Bai Chen said with a smile, enticingly. "How about it? Do you want to come with me and see what a world without hunger looks like? It's pretty cool." Miao Jiming stared blankly at Bai Chen, finally understanding why his mother prayed to the gods every day. In that moment, he found his own faith. His eyes sharpened again, he knelt down, suppressing his excited emotions, and resolutely said, "I will do my utmost to manage the village." "All right," Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. There was a different kind of commotion coming from the village. Bai Chen's ears twitched, and he understood. It was Lu and the others returning. He looked at Miao Jiming, who was full of fighting spirit and eager to try, and said, "Perfect timing, Wei Shi and the others have also returned. I'll take you there. It's a good opportunity to meet the village chief. Wei Shi is back too? Great." Miao Jiming was overjoyed and followed Bai Chen as they left. "Mother, look quickly, such big mushrooms. And over there, that big white one, so big, looks so silly, but it's really strong." Ji Xing'an's young son excitedly pulled his mother's hand, talking excitedly all the way. Ji Xing'an, along with the other craftsmen, were all captivated by the abundance of fish in the village. Ji Xing'an was fine, although he didn't have the best meals, he could still eat his fill. But the craftsmen were different, they could hardly take their eyes off. Not to mention fish meat, they couldn't even eat their fill of rice on regular days, so even if they were given just a fish tail, they would be content. They had made the right choice coming back. The craftsmen exchanged knowing glances, feeling fortunate for their decision. Before they could reach the place, Wei Shi and the others stopped because they saw Bai Chen walking towards them. The villagers busy digging the soil also stopped and greeted Bai Chen respectfully. "Greetings, young Master Bai." "Greetings, young Master Bai." Lu and his group also greeted. Bai Chen asked the blacksmiths, "Who among you can make a crossbow?" "I can." They had prepared mentally before coming here. After all, besides the court, anyone who wanted them would surely be for making weapons and armor. They couldn't have been brought here to make farming tools, right? So when they heard Bai Chen's inquiry, almost all the blacksmiths responded, afraid of being overlooked if they answered late and being kicked out of this place later. Seeing almost everyone nod, Bai Chen was somewhat surprised. "Can you make armor as well?" Again, everyone nodded. Isn't the court supposed to value these craftsmen? Bai Chen was puzzled. In his view, these were skilled individuals, yet they were easily deceived into coming here. Although they weren't emaciated, they seemed somewhat malnourished, probably due to not having enough to eat on regular days. It seemed that the treatment they received from the court wasn't very good. Bai Chen wouldn't have them make armor, as armor made of iron was inferior to a full set of leather. It was simply a waste of iron. But a crossbow was a good thing. If made by Bai Chen, it would consume a lot of iron ingots and would be durable, not breaking within a few months. Of course, the advantage was that it could be made instantly and could be enchanted. But for large-scale production, these craftsmen were still needed. "Ah, are we going to rebel?" One of the villagers trembled nervously when he heard Bai Chen ask if they could make crossbows. "Rebel, rebel, I'll make you rebel." A villager from the Lu family nearby gave the man a couple of slaps on the back of his head and scolded, "Can't you speak properly? Didn't young master say it's for our protection, not rebellion?" "Exactly, and if we talk about rebellion, it's the emperor rebelling against young master." "That's right, we all listen to young master, whatever young master says goes." "Exactly, even if young master wants us to rebel, we will rebel. Then the dragon throne should belong to young master Bai." As the villagers became more and more excited, the craftsmen on the side began to tremble, afraid of being heard by the court officials. Bai Chen quickly raised his hand to silence them, and the villagers instantly quieted down, looking at Bai Chen, waiting for his next words. Then, Bai Chen had Lu recount everything that had happened in the county town. "In the future, there will only be more bandits, so we must pick up weapons to protect ourselves. I will select some people to learn how to use crossbows and weapons. Of course, you won't be working for free, there will be monthly wages. Anyway, that's about it. This time, I will let Wei Shi, along with Lu De, decide on the selection." Bai Chen pointed to Wei Shi beside him. You can find them. But before that, Bai Chen looked at the craftsman and said, "You are craftsman, stand in a line so I can confirm the numbers." The craftsmen quickly lined up. Bai Chen soon confirmed that there were 6 craftsmen, 2 stonemasons, and 4 blacksmiths. If I remember correctly, there should be 4 blacksmiths corresponding to them. They are armorers, fletchers, weaponsmiths, and toolmakers. Armorers are obviously not needed, and as for toolmakers, considering the small number of villagers, they can be put on hold for now, given there are only 4 blacksmiths. Taking everything into account, Bai Chen decided to convert the 4 blacksmiths into 3 fletchers and 1 weaponsmith. Alright, I have a rough idea of the situation now. But as for the specific tasks you want to undertake, let's discuss that tomorrow. For today, let's leave it at that. First, someone needs to transport these iron tools to my house so I can break them down into iron ingots one by one, and then proceed to craft those professional blocks. Also, for the lectern, we need bookshelves for synthesis, which requires paper. I will have Tai Shan bring you the miraculous item for curing all diseases later, Bai Chen said to Ji Xing'an. After all he had in his hands now was a bucket. He planned to make another iron bucket at night, fill it with milk, and let Ji Xing'an study it slowly. Alright, Ji Xing'an nodded. Niao Jiming, after you finish at Wei Shi's place, remember to discuss the issue of regulation with the village chief. After saying that, Bai Chen thought for a moment, realized there was nothing else to attend to, and left. He intended to gather some grass, harvest some wheat seeds, and use up the remaining inventory in his backpack to breed more chicks. Then he would return and prepare the necessary professional blocks. Bai Chen planned to have those people work on them the next day to familiarize themselves with their future lives. When Bai Chen's figure was completely out of sight, the people in Lujia village erupted in excitement, surrounding Wei Shi and Lu De tightly. Choose me, I'm strong and good at fighting. Pick me, I only need half the wages. I only want 30%. Alright, if that's how it is, then I don't want wages, just feed me well. Uncle, do you think your nephew is suitable? Nonsense, who isn't like a nephew to me? On the other side, Bai Chen sheared the wool from the fully grown sheep and used the 3 pieces of wool in his backpack to craft a bed. Walking into the house, he placed the bed in the inner room and lay down directly. So troublesome. It was indeed a bed that required 3 pieces of wool to craft, but it was comfortable to lie on. Bai Chen sank into the bed, thinking, if he wanted to expand now, he needed to gain more experience, and obtaining experience through smelting cobblestone was undoubtedly the fastest way at the moment. However, coal was scarce now, and using wood to make charcoal would consume a lot of wood, which was not feasible for now. Suddenly, he felt his eyelids getting heavy. Bai Chen woke up abruptly, sprung up from the bed, and the drowsiness vanished instantly. Forced sleep, indeed, it's an MC bed. In my world, as long as a player lies down on a bed, after waiting a few seconds, the screen goes black, and then it's directly the next morning. Not bad, saves him from having to lie in bed for a long time to fall asleep. After all, theoretically, as Steve, Bai Chen doesn't need sleep. It might feel strange psychologically if he stays up for a few days, but he will get used to it over time. But he couldn't sleep now, he had to first get the professional block and iron ingot out, who knew what time he would wake up. Stepping out, he used the iron tools brought back to synthesize iron ingots, directly synthesized paper into books through the crafting table, then turned them into bookshelves. Using planks to synthesize stairs, then synthesized the librarian's professional block, the lectern. With the librarian, if lucky, you could trade for some useful enchanted books. Enchanted books could be used on iron felt, consuming experience to add additional attributes to weapons and armor. Next, Bai Chen successively synthesized the stonemason's stonecutter, the weaponsmith's grindstone, and when it came to the fletcher's fletching table, he looked troubled. The fletching table required 2 flints and the necessary synthesis. This thing currently relied on digging gravel to obtain, and gravel only appeared where there were rivers, so you could follow the river to take a look. After all, although there was no water, the terrain had not changed. But he couldn't find the way to the river. Well, let's call Lu Air over. Bai Chen synthesized an iron bucket, walked out the back door, and took a bucket of milk from the yellow cow in the cowshed. Don't worry, that little calf will grow up soon, and then you'll be free. I won't catch you milking, Bai Chen said sincerely as he saw the old cow staring at him. Cough, it will take you a few days to give birth to a calf, but don't worry, it will be over soon. By now the sky had darkened. Bai Chen put the milk bucket in his backpack and headed towards the village. Just passing by Mushroom Town, due to more people brought over than expected, taking advantage of the night, under the leadership of Lu Wusan, the farmers were busy planting mushroom houses. Tai Shan helped move the square blocks of earth that were dug up. The craftsmen stood quietly on the side, patting their slightly bulging bellies, eagerly waiting to be assigned mushroom houses. It had been a long time since they had eaten meat. They couldn't control themselves for a moment and ate too much. Handing the milk bucket to Tai Shan to take to the doctor, Baichen headed straight to Lu Er's house. Knock knock. As he gently knocked on the door, Baichen called out softly, Lu Er, are you asleep? There was a rustling sound of dressing inside the house. Hey, this was a coincidence. Lu Er was not asleep either. Before long, the door opened. Lu Er yawned slightly, squinting at Baichen with sleepy eyes. Boss, what's up? Baichen muttered, come on, let's go on an adventure at night. Let's find a river first, dig up some gravel, and by the way, bring back those bees we saw before to work for us. Okay, boss, just wait a moment for me. Lu Er nodded softly. Although somewhat puzzled as to where there was still a river nearby, he quickly ran to the water bucket, scooped up a bowl of water, and splashed it on his face. After waking up, he picked up the basket and machete, silently following behind Baichen. Baichen said, all set, let's go. Lu Er, you should remember where that beehive was, right? Yes, Lu Er nodded. Very well, where's the dried-up river? Baichen continued to ask. After a moment of thought, Lu Er recalled, for the river, boss, walk this way, I'll lead the way. Led by Lu Er, Baichen indeed found a sandy area, collected the gravel, gathered a set of sand, took it back to be fired into glass. After walking a few miles, they arrived at the jungle where they had found the beehive before. Baichen first placed a campfire under the beehive. This way, they wouldn't be attacked by bees during the collection process. Using scissors on the beehive, he obtained 3 honeycombs. 3 honeycombs were enough to synthesize a beehive. Unfortunately, a beehive could only accommodate 3 bees, and there was only 1 beehive nearby. Breeding small bees with flowers, Baichen looked at their cute appearance and gently touched them with his hand. Hopefully, this wouldn't be considered an attack. Fortunately, the bee was very gentle, even gently nudging Baichen's hand. Lu Er, you should try too, don't worry, it won't harm you, Baichen said to Lu Er beside him. Okay. Lu Er swallowed nervously, closed his eyes, extended his hand, lightly touched the little bee, and immediately pulled his hand back. Unharmed, he then placed his hand on the bee's head and slowly stroked down. It seemed that the bees could coexist peacefully with the villagers. With their ability to promote crop growth, these little creatures were destined to thrive in the fields in the future. Fortunately, most of MC's animals were cute and easily accepted. Well, except for the hellhounds. Lu Er, take this flower and lead them back. Baichen, seeing Lu Er enjoying himself, handed over the flower with a smile. Leave it to me. Lu Er, no longer afraid, took the flower, and the bees buzzed around him as he led them back. Watching Lu Er reluctantly part with the bees, Baichen returned to his small house with the flower, only to find Miao Jiming standing respectfully at his door. Miao Jiming, it's late, is something wrong? Sir Bai, I heard from Wei Shi that there's a rebellion, and they've successfully breached Chengcheng, Miao Jiming said, listening to the buzzing wings and glancing at the half-meter-long bee following Baichen. Feeling his scalp tingle, he lowered his head, unable to look anymore, and forced himself to say calmly, in the coming days, perhaps soldiers will come to the village causing trouble, military training is urgent. After learning that Baichen had the villagers call him that way, Miao Jiming also changed his address. Due to the imperial farming system, the garrison in Chengcheng was stationed at a guard post more than 10 miles away from the county town. Wang Er and his men rebelled without any warning in the county town, and by the time reinforcements arrived, they had already fled. The court would definitely hold someone accountable for this, and the patrol responsible for capturing bandits and maintaining order would need to make up for it by capturing Wang Er as soon as possible. But if they couldn't find him, they might come to Lu village. If the patrol leader had a conscience, they might just take some food and leave, but, after all, the decision to treat them as bandits was solely up to that patrol leader. Sir Bai, we plan to start military training early tomorrow. Can we use some of the sacred fish on the wooden platform? No problem, those fish are there to be used, especially for military training, Baichen agreed. Immortal, there's one more thing, there's plenty of food in the village. Wang Er has incited a rebellion with villagers from several surrounding villages, and those left in the village are experienced farmers. I think the village could use these people. Immortal, what do you think, should we send someone to bring them back? Miao Jiming continued. Of course. Miao Jiming, composed and courteous, thanked Baichen and said, thank you, Sir Bai. I won't disturb your rest any longer, I'll take my leave now. Alright, go ahead. Baichen watched Miao Jiming, somewhat fearful but pretending to be calm, leave. Although the bee wouldn't sting him if he didn't provoke it, and it was actually quite cute upon closer inspection, it still exuded a strong sense of oppression to those unfamiliar with its habits. Even wasps had to make way for it, let alone this half-meter prehistoric giant bee. Baichen used the honeycomb he obtained to synthesize a hive and placed it in a corner of the garden. He lured the bees into the room, stood in the corner with the flower in hand, blocked the surroundings with wooden blocks, then squatted down, crawled out, sealed the wall, all in one go. Let the bees stay inside for a while, they couldn't be killed anyway. When the number of young bees was enough for breeding, he would release the 3 back. He emptied the gravel from his backpack and knocked it off until he had 6 flints, then synthesized 3 arrow-making platforms. Done, let's call it a day, time for bed. After finishing everything, Bai Chen stretched lazily, threw himself onto the bed, found a comfortable position, and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. Walking into the village, Bai Chen found that Wei Shi and Lu De had already started training with the selected villagers in the open space. Lu De was responsible for teaching the villagers how to use crossbows, how to aim and shoot, and then slowly correcting the crossbowmen's movements. However, being hunters, they only had limited knowledge about crossbows, so Lu De repeatedly shot with the crossbow to find the best posture and grip. Of course, this side seemed normal. On Wei Shi's side, the scene suddenly changed. Although it was a bit far, Bai Chen could still hear and see. The villagers' faces were flushed with excitement, their eyes firm as they muttered softly, under the protection of the immortal lord. Then they took a sword and fiercely stabbed their own bodies, letting the blood flow down, their faces turning pale. They endured the pain, gritting their teeth. They persisted until Wei Shi shouted, and they quickly swallowed dried fish, then ate grilled fish with pre-cut portions to quickly heal their wounds. This behavior was repeated. So you use the fish like this? Bai Chen gasped. I thought it was just for treating bruises, but they're stabbing themselves. Nearby, there was a separate pair, one of them being Lu Er. They were both wearing full leather suits, holding ordinary iron swords, abandoning defense, and stabbing straight towards each other's faces. Wei Shi was guiding them from the side, reprimanding anyone who showed fear by closing their eyes or dodging. Attack without defense, risking their lives. This was the training method Wei Shi chose after considering the conditions of the Lu family village. With the divine fish, the villagers could recover from injuries as long as they didn't die, and the divine boots could protect them when fighting desperately with enemies. So, the people of the Lu family village only needed to learn one move for now. Forget about defense, just strike at the enemy's vital points. The most important thing was the morale of the Lu family village. Even if only one person was left, the remaining villagers dared to fight desperately. Moreover, Lu Dishi would talk to his 2 sons about the immortal lord's preferences and dislikes, sharing his experiences from being by the immortal lord's side. However, Lu Ping was not good at keeping secrets, including the 2 officials who were told by the immortal lord that they would be reincarnated as animals in their next lives. Honestly, this was the first time Wei Shi felt sympathy for the officials. Coupled with the previous scene of the immortal lord's divine appearance and the anger of heaven and earth, the villagers had long regarded him as their spiritual pillar. In this situation, Wei Shi even suspected that if the immortal lord gave the order, the people of the Lu family village would dare to commit suicide without hesitation. As for Lu Er, Wei Shi originally didn't plan to let him participate, as if Lu Er had any problems, the immortal lord would definitely be furious, and it wouldn't be as simple as thunder and lightning. However, when he learned that Lu Er was protecting the immortal lord, Wei Shi felt a pang in his heart. He guessed that the immortal lord must be restricted by mortal constraints, but he didn't expect it to be so serious that he almost got injured by a wolf. Immortals wouldn't die, at most they would abandon their mortal bodies and return to the heavenly realm, but in this chaotic world, there would be no more peaceful days. Therefore, the immortal lord's life was particularly important, and the only one qualified to stay by his side was Lu Er. Therefore, Wei Shi agreed. Considering that Lu Er needed to protect Bai Chen closely, Wei Shi was especially strict with Lu Er and even told him firmly that if the immortal lord was in danger, Lu Er must step forward to block the blade. Even if it meant death, the immortal lord must not be without protection in this world. Lu Er nodded naturally, which was also the reason he wanted to join the training. Under Miao Jiming's command, some villagers collected wild grass and flowers to put into compost bins, synthesizing bone meal. Then the farmers carried ripened wheat to obtain wheat seeds to plant. The area of the wheat fields kept expanding. Some traveled back and forth between villages, bringing people back and also bringing back many men. Not everyone was willing to leave their hometown and rebel with Wang Er, so this group could be trained as soldiers or to work in the fields. Even the elderly and weak could go pick flowers and obtain bone meal, with payment made in fish from the village. The village developed in an orderly manner, and Lu Er also had his own things to do. Exploring alone was not very meaningful. Bai Chen finished transferring the newcomers, fed the chicks every day, tended to the bees, and then went fishing in his small fish pond. After all, it would take some time before the lake was completed. Although there was still a shortage of manpower in various places, the construction of the lake, a matter defined by Bai Chen, took precedence, even if it seemed useless. The people in the village still put it first. Bai Chen would sneak a glance at the village while fishing, and the villagers of the Lu family would occasionally look at his figure. Only when they saw him there would they be reassured to do their own things. The people from other villages who had just joined, influenced by the Lu family villagers, and with an endless supply of fish and water, also looked at him with admiration. For now, it was better to quietly be a mascot for a while. He would deal with the matter of the soldiers later, Bai Chen thought. As time passed, the Lu family village developed rapidly. Under the setting sun, the sound of horse hooves came from the forest where the Lu family village was located. The official emissary had finally arrived. Damn it, why do I have to deal with this kind of thing? Why did it have to be in Chengcheng? Wouldn't it be better to rebel in other places? Riding on horseback, Wu Zhen's expression was gloomy, showing a hint of fatigue, muttering curses. These farmers caused trouble every month, and as an inspector, he naturally had to deal with these annoying matters. It would have been fine if they had just been restless, but it took a bit of effort to send out a few teams of men and horses to settle things down. Then he could peacefully drink and eat on his own turf. Living such a peaceful life was still bearable, but suddenly someone came to tell him that there was a rebellion in Chengcheng, and now it had been captured? At first, he couldn't believe it, but when he arrived in the county town, the commoners had flooded into the city, causing chaos everywhere, and the official grain in the granary had been taken without a trace left. The beams of the wealthy households in the county town were filled with women, some of whom were taken down by those commoners who had rushed in, and after a round of revelry, they lay disheveled on the cold floor. As for the county magistrate, his body had been chopped into pieces, with no trace of his head to be found. Chengcheng was in complete chaos. He spent several days cooperating with the military to suppress the situation, leaving behind some troops and a few personal guards to stabilize the situation in Chengcheng. He left the county town without stopping, wanting to make Wang Er bow down and explore the surrounding villages. There was no one in sight in each village. Almost everyone had followed Wang Er, leaving behind only the elderly, weak, and sick. Wu Zhen had no way to arrest these suspected rebels for questioning. They were either too old or too young, and the higher-ups wouldn't believe it. However, he could still find some marching rations. He was driving away the thieves and bandits for them, so that they could sleep peacefully. But how could he go on a military expedition without food? The grain in the city had been taken by these farmers. Was it wrong to take it back? It wasn't wrong. If anyone was to blame, it was the damn traitor Wang Er. He was the one who caused all this. Wu Zhen kept cursing, feeling extremely parched in his mouth. He licked his cracked lips, opened the water bag around his waist, and poured water into his mouth. The water inside barely moistened his lips before it ran out. Wu Zhen, with a dark face, coldly ordered the laborer following him, "Bring me water." The laborer had been walking for a long time, hungry and thirsty, the hot weather making him feel dizzy. It wasn't until Wu Zhen impatiently shouted for the second time that he reacted. Before the water could be handed over, Wu Zhen snatched it and scolded, "Damn it, if you fools weren't so dull, I would have caught Wang Er by now." Seeing the laborer's longing gaze at the water jug in his hand, Wu Zhen sneered and nodded. "Want a drink?" The laborer didn't speak, but his eyes sparkled slightly, nodding gently. "Then crawl over and fetch it. Once you get it, all that water will be yours." Wu Zhen threw the water jug far away, instructing the man to retrieve it. The laborer trembled as he crawled towards the water jug and finally managed to pick it up. Before he could take a sip, another soldier snatched the water jug from his hand. "Ha, you think you deserve it?" Wu Zhen mocked. "I'm not having a good time, so don't expect to either." Whether it was anger or the unbearable heat, the laborer's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Unlucky. Watching the laborer's miserable state, Wu Zhen cursed outwardly but felt somewhat relieved inside. Soldiers were soldiers, and laborers were laborers. These laborers were not soldiers, so there was no need for him to treat them with respect. The surrounding laborers numbly continued forward. In these times, just surviving was difficult, and sooner or later, it would be their turn, so they had no spare energy to sympathize with others. And no one sympathized with them either. In this world, the good people had long died out. "Go check behind. Why is there so much commotion in that forest we just entered?" Listening to the commotion behind, Wu Zhen frowned and instructed his guard beside him. After a while, the guard returned and reported, "Someone heard that there seems to be a giant white monster in the forest, incredibly strong, killing without hesitation. It has killed many outcasts outside the city before. At this time, daring to shake the military's morale, behead the idiot spreading rumors as a warning." Wu Zhen gritted his teeth. He was already feeling annoyed, with Wang Er always on his mind, and now there was this monster. Were they deliberately trying to oppose him? Yes. Wait, this forest does seem a bit strange. Wu Zhen stopped the guard, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Do you know where they got this information from?" "It seems to be from a mad scar-faced outcast outside Chengcheng. They said that person was lucky, playing dead to escape, but all the others traveling with him died." The guard organized his words and replied. Wu Jin grumbled, absurd. Even if it's true, it's just one monster. It can only kill one person, right? Without legs, it can't run, right? This is just nonsense. Truly all fools, believing such obvious lies. At that moment, a scout ran over, crouching in front of Wu Jin and reported, Report, a village has been found ahead, less than a few miles from here. How many people? Wu Jin asked calmly. They had passed countless villages, not even encountering Wang Air, let alone Li Air or Zhang Air. Most villages were deserted. So, Wu Jin wasn't really concerned, just casually asking. Quite a few, no less than 100. The scout replied. What? Wu Jin asked seriously, are you sure? I and a few others have confirmed, every word is true. Good, Wang Air, I finally have you in my grasp. Soldiers, line up, quickly. A hint of excitement flashed in Wu Jin's eyes. Also, bring me my armor quickly. Generally, soldiers wouldn't wear armor while marching, as it would tire them out quickly. Unless preparing for a night raid, there would usually be laborers carrying the armor. Similarly, they wouldn't always line up, as it would keep the soldiers in a constant state of tension, wasting their energy. Putting on armor and lining up both took time. The troops needed to be organized before setting off. The role of scouts was to spread out around several dozen miles, gathering intelligence, and immediately alerting in case of enemy encounters to prevent surprise attacks. Wu Jin put on his armor and patiently waited for the troops to finish lining up. This was not a time to rush. You, lead the way. We need to bring the traitors back to Chengcheng before nightfall. Wu Jin's troops stealthily approached Lu village. When they were still some distance away, Wu Jin didn't rush to attack but instead sent out scouts to gather information about the village. Although they were just a temporary gathering of ragtag individuals, as a general, underestimating the enemy was the last thing one should do. If the enemy numbers were too high and the defensive structures were in place, he didn't mind waiting a bit longer. With the enemy in the light and us in the dark, a night raid was also a good option. When the scout returned, Wu Jin couldn't wait to ask, how is the village defended? Where is the weakest point? My lord, the village is almost defenseless, with only a few men in leather armor and wooden swords patrolling the village entrance. The scout paused, barely audible, then continued, most of the villagers are elderly or children, likely survivors from surrounding villages who gathered here. Is there anything unusual? Wu Jin pondered for a moment before asking. There are quite a few unusual things, the scout replied. At intervals in the village, there are holes, but they are quite obvious, easily avoidable by cavalry. On one side of the village, there are small houses shaped and colored like mushrooms, but we didn't dare approach to confirm, fearing discovery. Perhaps it's just a ruse by the villagers. On the other side, there's a strange lake, only a dozen meters long, likely springing from underground. Maybe it was the discovery of this lake that led the villagers to gather here and form a new settlement. Outside the village, there's a large, peculiar wooden structure that may hide something. Don't mind those anomalies. What do you think the odds are if we charge straight in? Wu Jin inquired. A village of mostly elderly and children, weak defenses, and combatants with wooden swords. The scout was almost certain the enemy won't stand a chance. He could already envision the cavalry charging into the village, causing the opposing villagers to scatter in disarray. I see. You may go now. Wu Jin gestured for the scout to leave. He didn't rush into the attack but waited, questioning the other scouts who had gone out to gather information. Having done all the necessary checks, Wu Jin finally revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He didn't care if these people were refugees from the vicinity. All Wu Jin knew was that he had been pursuing the rebel Wang Air, and today, he had made progress. Although he hadn't captured Wang Air, the cunning rogue had slipped away, but his uprising forces had been severely weakened. Despite the financial setback of rectifying his mistakes, at least he could save his own life even if he faced punishment. Cavalry, charge with me. The rest, follow, kill. Wu Jin no longer hesitated. With a command, he led his army towards the Lu family village. Soon, he saw the village that the scouts had described, mostly inhabited by elderly people who were fleeing towards the village. Only a dozen foolish individuals with wooden swords attempted to block their path. How foolish of them to think they could stop his cavalry on their own. Wu Jin sneered. Unexpectedly, even as he led the charge with his cavalry towards the village, some villagers dared to approach them. To his surprise, Wu Jin noticed that most of the villagers wore straw hats and held white objects as they approached the pits. Wu Jin felt something was amiss, but with the cavalry already charging, he couldn't stop them. He shouted to the cavalry, faster, cut down the obstruction. They drew closer to the peculiar villagers with hats, almost within a few steps. Suddenly, the villagers waved bone meal towards the pits. Instantly, a huge red mushroom wall sprang up, blocking the cavalry's path. The cavalry had never seen such a sight before. Instinctively, they tried to slow down to avoid crashing into the red mushroom wall. The startled horses, combined with the rider's attempts to control them, caused them to veer off course and fall to the ground. The powerful inertia threw the riders off their horses, and they groaned in pain upon hitting the ground. With just that one move, the entire cavalry was defeated, including Wu Jin. However, thanks to his armor, he only suffered minor injuries. In theory, these injuries should not hinder Wu Jin's movements, but as he climbed to his feet, he looked bewilderedly at the red wall. The bizarre turn of events exceeded his understanding, leaving Wu Jin momentarily stunned. However, he quickly reacted and shouted to the infantry behind him, "Quick, those who don't want to die, attack! Kill these rebels, or we will all be held accountable by the court. And for each person you kill, I will double your reward." Wu Jin was unsure if the court would blame these soldiers, but he knew that if the infantry didn't act, he might not escape today. Kill them, chop down the rebels and get rewarded. With the instigation of his trusted men and seeing that the red mushroom wall did not harm them, some soldiers couldn't resist their greed and charged forward. One after another, more and more infantrymen approached, vigorously attacking the red mushroom wall. Meanwhile, Wu Jin quietly hid among the soldiers, ready to slip away without his armor. If the horses weren't down, he would have mounted one and fled this cursed place. But if he ran now, the infantry would surely scatter, and he would be an obvious target for those mysterious individuals. He wouldn't stand a chance. He had to wait for the infantry to disperse on their own before blending into the crowd and attempting to escape. What's happening? An earthquake at this moment? Wu Jin nervously swallowed. He watched as the mushroom wall was gradually pushed aside, a sense of impending doom creeping over him. Once that wall was breached, he knew he would face something truly terrifying. Soon, the final mushroom wall was smashed open, revealing a white figure before them. Iron Mountain was feeling quite resentful. Its creator was worried that the invaders would discover the village's anomaly, so he had built an underground chamber for it to roam freely inside. This is nothing, as long as it can help the lovely villagers and the revered creator, it is happy. Besides, the creator is afraid it will get bored, so different villagers come down to accompany it every day, making the days less dull. After all, taking care of these villagers is its reason for existence. And through this opportunity, those villagers who usually avoid it, when they accompany it, will initially keep their distance. Every time a villager comes to see it, Iron Mountain quietly moves a tiny bit closer to the villagers after a while. If it is discovered, Iron Mountain will tilt its head and pretend nothing happened and retreat. Over time, the villagers are no longer so guarded against it, gradually letting down their guard. When Iron Mountain does this again, they pretend not to see. In this way, the awkward it finally feels like it is getting closer to the villagers for the first time. Since then, whenever a villager who comes to see it is bored, they will tell it their stories, sometimes shedding tears as they speak. Honestly, it doesn't understand anything, but it is happy to be the villager's listener. Every time this happens, Iron Mountain will reach out and pat the villagers' heads. It doesn't know how to comfort people or speak, but at night, when it hears the cries of the little villagers, it rushes over in a hurry. Observing the situation, it finds that when the little villagers hold and cry with the tiny little villagers will stop crying and fall asleep with a smile. This seems to be very effective. Following suit, it gently holds the little villagers in its arms and rocks them tenderly. At first, the villagers look at themselves in shock, but they do not struggle and accept everything quietly, while Iron Mountain watches them with its head tilted. Strangely, most of them end up crying even more, but they cover their mouths and cry silently. Iron Mountain is puzzled because it followed the steps one by one, so why did it not work? After racking its brains, it came up with a possible conclusion. Perhaps the little villagers are too big, and there are no big villagers who can hold them. But fortunately, it can hold them. To be honest, the villagers don't smell very good, not like flowers, but rather stinky. However, Iron Mountain doesn't mind. It loves these villagers and knows they are going through pain, so they don't have time to take care of themselves. Who doesn't like nice-smelling things? It doesn't let go until they cry themselves to sleep, and Iron Mountain is unwilling to put them down, watching the villagers snuggle in its arms peacefully, feeling content. It waits until a few minutes before the next little villager comes in to wake up the little villager in its arms. Iron Mountain feels it should do this. The little villagers seem unwilling to show their vulnerable side to other villagers. As it expected, when the sleeping villagers wake up, their first reaction is to wipe away the tears from their eyes. The villagers look at it awkwardly and smile. It waits for them to tidy up, placing a flower on the head of the female villagers and a leaf behind the ears of the male villagers. It looks better this way. At night, Iron Mountain still comes out because the village situation is not visible to invaders at night, allowing it to continue protecting the villagers. But today, it suddenly heard strange noises. Iron Mountain knew that the invaders had arrived. It was very worried. The little villagers were so fragile that even a little force from it could hurt them, and they were so small. What if they were bullied by outsiders? Last time, it was like that, hurt by a group of despicable guys. It was fortunate that it ran fast and saved the little villagers in time, otherwise, it would have been sad for a long time. But with the creator there, so powerful, surely the little villagers would not be harmed, right? Although it thought so, Iron Mountain was still anxious, wanting to pace in place but afraid of making noise, so it could only keep rocking its body incessantly. It tiptoed to the door, crouching down to peek nervously through the hollow part of the door. It saw the rushing sand and a group of invaders holding small toys. Even small toys could harm the villagers. Taizhan was anxious, wanting to smash the door in front of it and rush out to smash those damn guys to pieces. But the creator had instructed it to show mercy, to capture them alive, not to harm the horses, saying they were useful, and since the door was still closed, it couldn't go out yet. Watching the horse getting closer to its villagers, Taizhan really wanted to rush out and grab those guys from the horse's back and throw them into the air to free fall. Fortunately, a mushroom wall appeared at the last moment, blocking the invaders, and the villagers were unharmed. Digging holes on both sides, the mushroom wall was soon breached, and the Straw Hat farmers quickly evacuated towards the village. Their role had been fulfilled. Just then, the door in front of Taizhan finally opened. Lord God, I entrust the next steps to you, Miao Zhiming said solemnly. Taizhan nodded, patting Miao Zhiming's head. It seemed like the villagers liked being patted on the head, so despite being in a hurry, it patiently stroked them. Miao Zhiming accepted it helplessly. After patting him, Taizhan exerted full force and, causing tremors, headed towards the mushroom wall. Several villagers in full leather armor accompanied it, including Lu Ping and Wei Shi. Their goal was to create chaos with Taizhan, capture the opposing leader, and bring him back to Bai Xianjun. Bai Xianjun said the captured ones were useful, intended for some experiments. They could be cut, as long as they didn't die, as Bai Xianjun could save them, as long as they were not injured. At the broken mushroom wall, Taizhan stood quietly, waiting for the wall to be dismantled. Taizhan thought, once the wall was breached, it would stand among the crowd without attacking first. It couldn't be too heavy-handed, but if those guys tried to attack Taizhan, it wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. It could get hurt too. The white monster really exists. The rumors are true. Damn, I don't want to fight this kind of monster. Isn't that just asking for death? Gudong staring at the huge white monster crawling out of the mushroom wall, everyone instinctively took a few steps back. They trembled all over, unable to even hold their weapons. The only thing keeping them from fleeing was the fear of being branded as deserters, to avoid implicating their loved ones. After all, their superiors were still alive. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The soldiers dared not attack, and Taizhan was waiting for their move. Why isn't it attacking us? Could it be like the mushroom, no attacking power, just scaring us? The soldiers were puzzled, while more villagers in leather armor, wielding wooden swords, emerged from the mushroom wall. But this time, no one dared to underestimate them. These strange occurrences dispelled any thoughts of capturing these people as hostages. By order of the immortal lord, surrender your leader, the rest, surrender and you shall not be killed. Wei Shi shouted. There was some commotion in the crowd, but under the suppression of loyalists, it soon quieted down. Truly, one doesn't cry until one sees the coffin, Wei Shi thought to himself. Clang! Suddenly, an arrow shot straight at Wei Shi's head, hitting an uncovered spot on his leather helmet. A crisp sound came from his forehead, and as he looked down, the arrow lay twisted on the ground. The soldiers watched in disbelief as the scene unfolded before them. Then, in unison, they turned their heads, their eyes filled with strangeness and a hint of sympathy towards the archer. Who gave him the courage? Risking his life for just a little money. Oh, it's the trusted aide of the inspector, then it's fine. The archer successfully caught Iron Mountain's attention, and it charged angrily towards him, unimpeded along the way. Those who ran slowly were knocked flying. The man, seeing Iron Mountain coming towards him, gasped in fear, dropped his bow, and tried to run away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Iron Mountain rushed forward and, as a gesture, gave him a taste of flying. Watching the trusted aide flying several meters high, the last string in the soldier's mind suddenly snapped. Run! If we don't run now, we'll all die. Quick, split up and run, that monster can't kill all of us. The soldiers scattered in all directions, fleeing. Wei Shi immediately spotted Wu Jin, who had taken off his armor and was running away, and called out to him. Lu Ping, you're fast, go after him. Got it, I'm on it. Lu Ping shouted, dropped the stone sword in his hand, took his companion's wooden sword, and chased after Wu Jin. One person alone was not enough, another person had to be sent. Wei Shi said to a pillar, Zhu Zi, you go and support Lu Ping. Alright, leave it to me, boss, I'll make sure to bring that guy back to you. Zhu Zi replied and followed suit. Kneel and you won't be killed, kneel and you won't be killed. The villagers shouted, chasing after the fleeing soldiers, while Iron Mountain pursued the fleeing soldiers, crushing their legs and chasing after others. Soon, the ground was filled with kneeling or lying people. Listening to the painful groans around them, the kneeling soldiers despaired. What awaited them next might be hell. Lu Ping, although wearing leather, was slightly affected in speed, but he continued to closely follow Wu Jin and his group. Seeing that he was about to catch up, one of the trusted aides who was fleeing with Wu Jin suddenly said, "Sir, let me hold him back. Please take care of my family." After saying this, the aide turned directly, holding a sword, and ran towards Lu Ping. He no longer cared about his own life, holding on to a glimmer of hope, gripping the sword with both hands, straightening it and thrusting it towards Lu Ping's throat. However, when he saw that Lu Ping opposite him was not even defending himself, his heart sank to the bottom, because it meant that the other party was not worried at all about being harmed by the sword. Indeed, when his sword touched Lu Ping's skin, it was like stabbing into a rock, bending completely. Lu Ping took advantage of this opportunity, deftly slashing the aide's neck with the wooden sword, and then continued to chase after Wu Jin without stopping. He didn't even delay for a second. The aide, clutching his neck, looked at Lu Ping's departing figure with a fierce expression on his face. In his final consciousness, he thought, "Sir, this time, it seems you won't escape either." Huff, huff. Wu Jin ran forward in a sorry state, now alone, as those who had followed him had stayed behind to delay the pursuers. When the last person tried to stop them, Wu Jin turned around and saw that the person who had been chasing him all along was already running out of breath. Wu Jin was exhausted, his body urgently needing rest, but he dared not stop, afraid that if he did, he wouldn't be able to run anymore. Finally, he must have shaken them off, right? He thought after narrowly escaping death, but then he heard a noise from behind. Wu Jin turned around and saw a burly man eating something, moving even faster than before. "Don't kill me! I surrender, sir, please don't kill me." Seeing that there was no way out, Wu Jin simply stopped, knelt on the ground, and repeatedly knocked his head. Lu Ping ran up to him, annoyed. "Not running anymore?" Not running, sir, please spare me, let me go, I'll go with you, don't kill me. I have lots of silver at home, and several beautiful wives, all for you. I beg you to spare my life." Wu Jin cried with a mournful face, trembling. As Lu Ping approached, he thought of using the small knife he carried to attack, but these people were so strange that swords and knives were useless against them. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. The immortal lord said you're needed for experiments." "Experiments?" Wu Jin was puzzled, he shrank his neck, feeling scared, and comforted himself. It didn't sound like they were going to torture him for confession, just experiments, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Following Lu Ping back, Wu Jin was very afraid. After hesitating for a while, he decided to ask Lu Ping, "Sir, what kind of experiments are these?" Wu Jin asked with concern, hesitating. "It's nothing much, let me think." Lu Ping glanced at Wu Jin, thought for a moment, and said, "It's just planting crops, trying to see if wheat seeds can grow, digging holes, fishing, cutting trees, and digging stones." It didn't sound so scary, but could this person in front of him be lying to him? Wu Jin wondered. "Are you doubting that I'm lying to you?" Lu Ping looked at Wu Jin's skeptical expression, angrily. Wu Jin trembled. "How could I dare, sir? That's good. I never lie to people." Lu Ping snorted coldly, his arrogance unabated, ignoring Wu Jin. Seeing Lu Ping's stubborn appearance, Wu Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. People like him, who were so steadfast, usually spoke the truth. He was safe. The mushroom wall at the village gate had already been dug away by the villagers. A few days ago, Lu Wusan ate the cooked mushroom cap, and Ji Xing'an would check his pulse every now and then, but so far, there had been no abnormalities. Moreover, according to Lu Wusan, the soup made with mushrooms and fish was extremely delicious, making people want to have another bowl after finishing one. Even when used as the main ingredient, it tasted excellent. After confirming multiple times that the mushrooms were harmless, Ji Xing'an reported it to Miao Jiming, who then relayed to Bai Chen. As a result, the village had another staple food, the only downside being that the giant mushroom farmers could only plant them at night. Almost all the fleeing militiamen were caught, but due to the large number, some managed to escape. However, most of those who fled had their legs broken by Tai Shan and lay on the ground wailing. The ones still intact, who had dropped their weapons and knelt down earlier, were being escorted one by one to the underground room where Tai Shan had been staying. As for the militiamen with broken legs, they were being fed fish by villagers wearing leather boots. "Please, spare me, my family is waiting for me at home, I can't die." The militiamen with broken legs pleaded desperately, their hands tied behind their backs, trying to move away from the villagers. They knew they were now disabled, without even the qualification to be prisoners of war. Who would want someone with a broken leg? There must be poison in this food. If you don't eat, we'll kill you now. And if you dare to vomit, we'll kill you too. Seeing these people unwilling to cooperate, the villagers had no choice but to threaten them. I'll eat, I'll eat. The militiamen gasped in pain, closing their eyes in despair, mechanically swallowing the fish fed to them until their stomachs couldn't take it anymore, retching until the villagers stopped. Then, the militiamen lay on the ground, resigned to await death. Mother, I'm coming to you now, ah. Father, I'm coming, ah, ah. Suddenly, a sharp pain and swelling came from their broken legs, and they screamed in agony. But the pain came and went quickly. The militiamen soon discovered that their legs seemed to have completely healed. They cautiously stood up, using the legs that were supposed to be broken to step on the ground. It was really healed. Mother, it seems the child can't come, please wait a little longer. Looking at the villagers with complex expressions, the militiamen felt very strange. Clearly, it was the other party who broke their legs, but now it was also the other party who healed them, and they had to thank others. They consciously placed their hands behind their backs and followed to the basement. Although they were not sure why someone would use such precious things to heal their legs, they knew one thing: they could live. It's good, they still have value to be used. Some with evil intentions did not dare to escape at this time, and could only follow to the basement. The final casualties were only the unlucky one who shot arrows at Wei Shi and was thrown by Tai Shan, and the trusted ones who protected Wu Jin's retreat. These people were instructed by the immortal lord before, if they dared to fight back, there was no need to save them. The peasant workers who came with the team almost immediately knelt down and surrendered. After all, in their view, it was all the same. Better to die early and be reincarnated. These peasant workers, just poor people coerced by the army, would be managed separately from the militiamen and were led to an open space. The peasant workers stared blankly at the ground, waiting for their fate. Niao Jiming, from a distance, carefully observed the peasant workers, thinking to himself, those militiamen did not yet understand their nature, a mixed bag of good and bad. If the bad ones were left in Lu village, trouble would arise sooner or later. Moreover, the immortal lord happened to need them. It might be difficult to pick out the good ones from them, after all, everyone had different thoughts, but the bad ones were much simpler. Just ask these peasant workers. He had to find those who were obviously bullied by the militiamen. Soon, Niao Jiming roughly determined the candidates. However, to prevent retaliation against these people later on, Niao Jiming divided the peasant workers into several rounds, calling them out, but only personally questioning the selected candidates. Under his questioning, the peasant workers slowly spat out a few names and then fell silent. Then, Niao Jiming questioned each of the following individuals one by one. Just in case, he also called a few peasant workers with relatively good mental attitudes. In the end, he confirmed the names. These are probably the ones. As for the rest of those who have committed wrongdoings, they can be forgiven for now. Send them to Bai Xianjun. Niao Jiming walked to Wei Shi's side and told him the names of those people. Understood, brother. Jiming. Wei Shi awkwardly replied. Since the last time he met Bai Xianjun and learned that the immortal lord wanted the villagers to call him young master, Niao Jiming no longer allowed Wei Shi to call him young master. He believed that in this place, only one person could be called young master. Niao Jiming nodded. After arranging things here properly, he hurried to the side of the peasant workers. He needed to record those among the peasant workers who had special skills, to report to Bai Xianjun. I'm really fed up. Why are there so many ruthless and cruel scoundrels over there? That Qingcheng County magistrate, those Yamen runners, even the bandit hunters, I don't know where these trash came from. What kind of place is this Chaodan? It's rotten everywhere. Bai Qin frowned, angrily looking at the chaotic scene in the distance, unusually cursing. Previously, Niao Jiming had asked him about his attitude towards those official soldiers. Bai Chen's answer was naturally, friends bring good wine, but if the jackals come, they will be greeted with shotguns. If those soldiers just came over politely to inquire about Wang Er's whereabouts and then left after asking, Bai Chen wouldn't mind giving them some military provisions to serve as a bridge between the Lu family village and the court. Even if they wanted some food and supplies, as long as they didn't enter the village, everything could be negotiated. After all, the soldiers at the end of the Ming dynasty were basically errand boys for their superiors, being chased by bandits and then by civil officials. All of them were having a hard time. Moreover, he and the court didn't have any direct conflicts of interest. He could obtain iron tools, coal, and other necessary supplies through this channel. Future food supplies would definitely not be lacking, even in abundance. He could easily use food to exchange for those troublesome vagrants for the court. In his world, as long as it could be accommodated, he would never let them starve to death. Just a compost bin could feed countless people. Grass was growing on the grass blocks at all times. The court got food, he got supplies and manpower, accelerating development without any loss. He even worried that these soldiers might mistake them for rebels, but Baichen didn't let Taizhan come out to build earthen walls. He was originally planning to surround the Lu family village with dirt blocks. In the end, he thought of digging a few pits and using rapidly growing mushroom walls as substitutes. It could have an unexpected effect, and the small mushrooms in those pits would at most make people wonder briefly, not delve deeper. Could the other side even calculate that these mushrooms could grow bigger? Even Taizhan was kept underground during the day, just to prevent those soldiers from being afraid to approach. He didn't expect that he had considered the other party so much. Well, the other side simply treated him as a soft persimmon, not even giving a heads up and directly charging with cavalry? Isn't this clearly wanting to treat the Lu family village as rebels to be suppressed, to report back after completing the task? Everyone is stubborn, the civil ones tax, the military ones behead. Who can stand this? Forget it, it's fine, send me some militia and horses, that's not bad. Plus those iron weapons, just consider them as equipment dropped by wild monsters. Moreover, there were some experimental subjects now. He couldn't easily harm his villagers, but he didn't plan to let go of these people. It would be a waste to kill them. Good people shouldn't be wronged, bad people shouldn't be spared. Seeing the situation instantly under control after Taizhan appeared, without needing his intervention, Baichen turned to Lu Er, who had been looking serious beside him, and instructed, "Lu Er, you guard the door now. If the disturbance is over, come and tell me." After that, Baichen took out a stone shovel and dug a basement in place during this time. He paved the exit with stone steps, took out a workbench from his backpack, synthesized an iron door, and 2 levers. Then, he piled up stones around the exit, revealing a space for a door, placed the iron door, and put a lever on the side. Baichen tried pulling it, it worked well, the lever operated normally. The iron door couldn't be knocked open, it needed a switch to prevent them from escaping. Inside, he roughly divided the space with glass he had synthesized earlier, put up wooden doors, and then walked out. At this moment, Wei Shi happened to arrive with his men. He had to take off his leather armor first, so that they wouldn't dare to resist later. It would be troublesome if some experiments couldn't proceed. Baichen thought, took off his full-body leather suit, his face stern, coldly looking at the people escorted by Wei Shi. This guy is their leader? That idiot who charged over without thinking? Baichen pointed at Wuzhen, calmly asking. Wei Shi looked at Baichen, who seemed no different from usual, but for some reason, he felt a hint of terror, sweating coldly, and said in a trembling voice, "Master by his right, it's this person. White, Lord White, I thought it was that traitor Wang Er in the village, and I didn't want to alert him, so I made a big mistake." Wuzhen's voice trembled lightly, wanting to kneel down but was dragged up by Wei Shi behind him. He could only squeeze out a few drops of tears, pitifully looking at Baichen, stammering, "Please, my lord, spare me for not knowing. I can do anything. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I just need your help with some things, it's just an experiment." Baichen smiled at Wuzhen, frankly saying, "Don't be afraid, it's very simple, I guarantee you won't have a scratch when you come out, I keep my word." Indeed, that big fool didn't deceive him, it was just some simple experiments. Hopefully, that fish won't taste too bad. Wuzhen's anxious heart eased a bit. Wuzhen didn't notice the militiamen coming up behind him, looking at Baichen in horror, their legs trembling. Wuzhen didn't realize, but they knew in their hearts. Their legs had just recovered from fractures minutes ago. No injuries when coming out doesn't mean they won't get hurt inside. Bye. They were about to beg for mercy, but their mouths were covered tightly by their fellow villagers, staring wide-eyed, making despairing sounds. "Take them in and lock them up separately." Baichen pulled down the lever, instructing Wei Shi and the others. "Yes, sir." After Wei Shi and the others finished, Baichen sent them all away. "Lu Er, you go back first too. What's coming next is not suitable for children." Baichen took a deep breath, giving Lu Er a faint smile, softly saying, "Also, tell the villagers not to come no matter what noise they hear. It's best to stay far away and not hear anything." "Take care, boss." Lu Er nodded. Baichen said slowly, "Don't worry, I'll be very careful. Careful, so as not to ruin these experimental subjects too early. As for rejection reactions, it seems milk can perfectly suppress them. Just drink a bucket of milk every now and then to ignore the effects. Food cannot restore missing body parts, it will stitch up at the missing wound, but organs with regenerative functions can ignore this condition. Even severed parts can be reattached, and if healed, the wound can be reopened. It doesn't have to be the original part, but flexibility may be slightly affected. Also, as long as the eyes are intact, they can be restored, bringing back sight. Swollen hands can be reattached to the body, and consuming MC food can restore them to normal. Extensive skin burns can be treated with MC food, but the newly generated skin will differ greatly from the original skin. Well, it might be used for whitening, but the process may be a bit painful. The mushrooms grown are not toxic to villagers, they can even be eaten raw. The toxicity of MCBs is extremely strong, almost fatal within seconds, and seems to cause extreme pain instantly, but can be detoxified with milk. Just like in the game, once one is attacked, the bees in the surrounding area will have red eyes and attack the assailant. Fortunately, their attack criteria are based on being harmed. Light hits with bare hands or accidental collisions won't trigger retaliation, and the bees will die in the following period. By waiting for the bees to breed to a certain number, luring them with flowers into the enemy's camp can have an unexpected effect on the first surprise attack. Militiamen can change jobs to butchers, which is somewhat unexpected. Unfortunately, there are no zombies at this stage, otherwise, they could try making a discount machine. Dealing with these people, who are not villagers, Bai-Chin just needs to treat them as NPCs, so there won't be any psychological burden. Bai-Chin stroked his chin, sitting on a wooden board, crossing his legs, pondering the conclusions he had just drawn. In the basement, there was a dead silence. The militiamen and the Marshalltown residents huddled in the corners, trembling with their heads down, afraid to look at Bai-Chin. After a while, Bai-Chin stood up. "Here we go again." The people in the basement's heart rates increased, their breathing became rapid and heavy, their bodies turned cold, uncontrollable tremors shook them violently, they clenched their teeth, made clattering sounds, desperately squeezed towards the edges, everyone pressed tightly together. At this moment, they wished there was a hole in the ground to bury their heads in, just to feel a hint of safety. Bai-Chin ignored them and walked straight towards the luxurious suite of the Marshalltown. Monster, monster. No, the Marshalltown, now wearing a blood-stained apron, tears and snot streaming down his face, cowered in the corner, fearfully watching Bai-Chin approaching. "Damn fool, you deceived me so cruelly. Why, is this about fishing, farming, or chopping trees? Please, kill me, monster, no, godly grandpa, I really didn't know, please don't torture me anymore, give me a quick death." His voice was hoarse, his body seemingly unharmed everywhere, but the expression on the Marshalltown's face seemed as if he had endured unbearable torture. Bai-Chin glanced lightly at the Marshalltown, who immediately froze in fear, not daring to say another word. "Follow me, after the next experiment, you won't have anything to do with it," Bai-Chin said indifferently, opened the wooden door of the room where the Marshalltown was, then walked to the basement door, took out the handle from his backpack, opened the iron door, and looked back at the Marshalltown. The Marshalltown's legs wobbled desperately, trying to stand by the wall, but ended up falling to the ground, unable to get up several times. He looked up in terror at Bai-Chin, no trace of his previous arrogance left, crying and smiling apologetically, tremblingly saying, Godly grandpa, give me some time, I'll be ready soon." He fiercely hit his own legs, growling bitterly, "Move, do something. Forget it, who knows how long it will take for you to recover, I'll do it." Bai-Chin walked to the Marshalltown side, grabbed him with one hand, and walked towards the door. The militiamen in the basement watched the still open iron door, breathing heavily. Only when Bai-Chin's trace completely disappeared did faint cries start to be heard in the basement. "Escape?" A militiaman's voice trembled as he asked, "If we continue to stay here, I'll go crazy." "Can you escape from the monster?" someone started to say, then was suddenly covered by someone else in fear, his pupils shrinking slightly, gratefully looking at the person, then continued, "God? Besides, where would we escape to?" The militiaman who spoke at the beginning fell silent, then suddenly erupted, lowering his head and fiercely hitting the earthen wall. Before he could hit it, he was stopped by someone. "Why, won't you let me escape? Won't you even let me die?" The militiaman went completely crazy, hysterically shouting, "Are you sure you can die?" People around him held the militiaman's arms, asking meaningfully, "If you don't die, it will be troublesome." I. The militiaman deflated, sitting on the ground, with a vacant expression, muttering, "Retribution, this is all retribution." The people around looked at each other, a hint of regret flashing in their eyes. Those in the basement, who had come here, were all clear about their own backgrounds, all used to being arrogant and domineering, never seeing the laborers as human beings. They helplessly covered their faces, huddled in the corners, quietly waiting for Bai-Chin to return. "Don't move around later, if you fall early, I won't be responsible." Bai-Chin carried the Marshalltown with one hand, placed a wooden board under his feet, poured a bucket of water on the ground. As long as the landing spot in Minecraft was water, no matter how high the fall, Steve wouldn't get hurt, including the villagers. Now the Marshalltown had also been transformed into a butcher, which was a good opportunity to test whether this feature existed. Bai-Chin continued to build, holding the wooden board in his hand without moving, watching Bai-Chin's actions with some fear. He felt that something not so good was about to happen. Why was this wooden board being built like this, in small squares? It shouldn't be able to build very high. Will it collapse? Wu Jin swallowed hard, thinking hopefully, but to his complete surprise, the wooden board kept getting higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, the people on the ground were almost the size of ants. What on earth was going to happen? Wujin felt like he was going crazy, being so close to the sky for the first time, with his feet almost hanging in midair. His heart was pounding along with Bai Chen's steps. Almost there. Bai Chen stood excitedly on that square space, gazing at the barren land in the distance. He had never tried bungee jumping before, just admired others doing it online, never expecting to bungee jump without a rope for the first time. This was so thrilling. Wow, it's really high. Bai Chen looked down, feeling his breathing quicken, his palms slightly sweaty. Since he was going to jump anyway, why not take this opportunity to experience skydiving without a parachute? He built up the platform a bit more, but it seemed a bit too much. Oh my, back in the day, I had to crouch on the ground even when standing on the top floor, leaning over the edge, with a railing. This was the first time standing on such a narrow space. It's a bit unbearable, let's expand the area first, I need to crouch for a bit. Bai Chen quickly built 3 more blocks around him, creating a 2x2 platform, placed Wujin on it, and then crouched down. As soon as Wujin touched the board, he collapsed on it, too scared to look down. Bai Chen understood his appearance. With Minecraft's properties, even if the support blocks below were knocked out, the board could still float. But even though he knew that, he was still somewhat worried that the board might collapse. Just like being on a tall building, even though it's safe, you always feel like you might fall. Wujin, that's your name, right? Bai Chen turned and asked. Wujin nodded quickly. Yes, that's my name. Good, listen carefully, this is your final experiment. Bai Chen stood up, frankly telling Wujin, I won't take you down, the only way down for you is to jump into the water below. Don't worry, you now have my magical support, as long as your whole body is submerged in the water, you'll most likely be fine. If you survive, your experiment will end here. Of course, you can stay up here as long as you want, the choice is yours. Bai Chen took a deep breath, smiling at him. Well then, I'm going down first, see you later. With that, Bai Chen looked at the water below, adjusted his angle, and jumped suddenly, hands slightly spread, shouting, all things are illusory, all things are permissible. God, no. Wujin lay on the wooden board, fearfully peeking at Bai Chen falling, feeling dizzy and as if the board was about to collapse, fearing he would fall. No, I'll die, I can't jump. Wujin huddled on the block in midair, feeling the cold wind bleakly blowing. He missed his mother. As Bai Chen fell, he overcame his fear, trying to keep his eyes wide open, watching the approaching ground and the growing buildings. As the speed of his descent increased, his body became incredibly light, as if weightless. The air pressure isolated the high-speed wind noise and other sounds, and Bai Chen felt a strange silence. From a unique perspective, he overlooked the magnificent scenery of the earth and sky, a beautiful sight he had never seen before. Bai Chen couldn't help but shout in the air. Ah! He knew that his behavior did not match the image he had in the villagers' minds. But so what? Image, why should I care about how others see me, whether as a deity, a demon, or a human? That's just their perception of me. I'll do what I want, act as I please, without needing others' belief or worrying about their opinions, just doing what I want to do. Why should I change for others? I, Steve Bai Chen, why should I pretend to be mysterious? The voice echoed through the sky, making the busy villagers around lift their heads and look towards the source of the sound. At first, they didn't pay much attention, but as soon as they saw, chaos erupted, realizing it was none other than their white immortal lord falling from the sky. Oh no, the white immortal lord fell from the sky. Ah, what do we do? What do we do? The people of Lu Family Village, along with the newly joined villagers around, were in a panic, watching the scene in disbelief. For them, it was as if the sky was falling, and if anything happened to the white immortal lord, everything here would vanish into thin air. What's all the commotion outside? Lu Dishi was still happily smoking, looking at the harvested wheat with a big smile, but upon hearing the commotion outside, he frowned, then looked up, dropping his pipe to the ground. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, realizing it wasn't a hallucination. He lost his composure, shouting in shock, oh my ancestors, the immortal lord has fallen. Lu Ping? Lu Ping? He had forgotten that Lu Ping was still guarding the militiamen at that moment. Wei Shi and Miao Jiming abandoned their work and hurried towards the direction of the immortal lord. The villagers who were watching over the militiamen also rushed over, leaving the bewildered militiamen staring at each other. Can't run away? Here, we have food and shelter, good meals to eat your fill, why go back to drink the northwest wind? And we have the immortal protecting us. If you want to leave, go ahead, I promise not to report you. I suggest you don't give your brain to others. That's true, we get fed here, so I'm not going back. But didn't the immortal fall down? What if he dies? Immortals don't die so easily. But what if? Let's go, take a look. Strangely, almost none of the militiamen wanted to escape. Some even showed concern and followed the villagers towards Bai Chen's direction. After landing on the ground, Bai Chen didn't rush to get up but lay on the water's surface, gazing at the azure sky, laughing heartily. This is so much more exciting than my previous life. So much fun, too much fun. Then, he lay quietly on the water's surface, savoring the impact he had just experienced. Nearby, the villagers gathered but dared not approach. Even Lu Dishi, Miao Jiming, Wei Shi, and others stood at a distance, watching without daring to come closer. They were waiting for someone. Soon, a path cleared in the crowd, and Lu Er ran over, panting heavily and anxiously. Lu Dishi didn't speak, just looked nervously at Lu Er, and the surrounding villagers also looked at Lu Er for help. Lu Er nodded and walked towards Bai Chen's position. Thank goodness, we have Lu Er with us. Watching Lu Er's figure getting farther away, sighs could be heard from the crowd. Yes. Ah, Lu Er, you're here. Bai Chen heard the commotion, turned his head, saw Lu Er, and grinned. You didn't see. Oh, no, you did see. Anyway, I just did a leap of faith from high up. It felt like flying, so exhilarating. Yeah, it looked really cool. Having been with Bai Chen for a while, Lu Er had learned some new words and chuckled in agreement. Right. Boss, this water must be really cold, right? I don't feel a thing, and look, as soon as I got in, I slid down, couldn't even get wet. Bai Chen stood up, and the water slid off his clothes. Next time, I'll take you along to experience it too, okay? It's so much fun. Lu Er, you haven't been around here recently, have you? Bai Chen asked tentatively. Lu Er nodded. Of course, I always listen to the boss. I always take a detour when passing by here. That's good. The image of our big brother is still solid. It's not a good thing to have so many people surrounding us all the time. Bai Chen looked at the crowd not far away, then thought for a moment and said to Lu Er, go and disperse the villagers, tell them I'm fine, and ask Wei Shi and Miao Jiming to come over. After Lu Er left, Bai Chen returned to the basement and found that none of the people inside had left. They were all sitting quietly, not daring to move. When they saw Bai Chen return alone, their hearts trembled. The patrol officer was probably dead. While the militia were afraid, there was a hint of envy in their hearts. Playing several wooden swords were thrown out by Bai Chen. The villagers' experiment was almost over, and now it was time for his own experiment. Making the villagers of Lu family village attack him was even harder than killing them. As soon as Bai Chen spoke, they would probably kneel down in fear. Bai Chen looked at the pale-faced militia and casually pointed at one of them. You, come out. Ah, the pale-faced militia couldn't catch his breath and almost fainted. His companions supported him to prevent him from falling, while others quickly pinched the acupoints of the pale-faced militia. A friend in need is a friend indeed. If he fainted, they might be next. With everyone's efforts, the militia hadn't fainted for a second or two before waking up, looking around in despair. Everyone avoided eye contact with him. The pale-faced militia shakily walked forward, shoulders hunched, head down, afraid to look at Bai Chen. Pick up the wooden sword and attack me with all your might, Bai Chen said to the militia. I dare not, immortal sir, why don't you just kill me? The pale-faced militia knelt down and begged for mercy. Previously, someone had resisted when they saw Bai Chen not wearing that strange leather outfit, but Bai Chen pushed him against the wall. The resistor was embedded in the earthen wall, with his bones shattered, barely alive. The resistor had it worse than them, just slightly better than the patrol officer. That person had just been thinking about understanding himself by hitting the wall. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to repeat the experiment we just did? Bai Chen coldly glanced at the pale-faced militia. If you don't want to, hurry up. The militia seemed to remember something, and in fear, he started retching. He quickly picked up the wooden sword, his face full of tears, and said, Immortal sir, here I come? Bai Chen nodded. The pale-faced militia trembled, gritted his teeth, and stabbed towards Bai Chen. When the wooden sword entered Bai Chen's body, he panicked, let go, took a few steps back, and knelt down trembling. Bai Chen pulled out the wooden sword, causing pixelated blood to appear, then looked at his health bar. Only 2 points deducted? The wooden sword's damage was 4 points, so it should have deducted 2 hearts. You, come forward. Bai Chen pointed to another relatively weak person. This time, only 1.5 points were deducted. Then he let a third person stab him with a stone sword, deducting 2.5 points. It seemed that the amount of health deducted was related to the individual. The final experiment. Bai Chen ate an apple to replenish his hunger, raised his health, and had the 3 people each hold a weapon and stab him at the same time. After receiving the damage, the next 2 damages were immune. Although they pierced Bai Chen's body, his health did not decrease. Invincible frame. Now he didn't need to hold back. How dare you hurt young Master Bai? You're looking for death. Outside the door came a loud shout. It was Wei Shi who was called by Lu Er. Beside him, Miao Jiming was chatting, unaware of any abnormalities from Lu Er. Wei Shi's face and ears turned red with anger, his expression dark as he rushed towards the three men. Who dares to touch Lord Bai, will die. I knew it, I knew it. The few militiamen watched Wei Shi approaching, resignedly closed their eyes, waiting for their final rest. But finally, they could find release. Wei Shi, stop, Bai Chen hurriedly shouted. Hearing Lord Bai's words, Wei Shi slammed on the brakes, stumbled, and fell to the ground. He quickly got up, his dusty face covered with stubble, nervously asking, Young Master Bai, what's the matter? I ordered them to attack with full force, you don't need to worry about it. Bai Chen waved his hand. Hearing that it was Lord Bai's own command, Wei Shi's anger subsided slightly, but he still shot a glare at the militiamen. Well, he had to put on a show. What if something happened to Lord Bai? The militiamen ignored Wei Shi. After all, it was just death, they didn't care, what could he do to them? Wei Shi, these people are now under your care, Bai Chen continued, treat them like the other militiamen. These experiments were a way to make up for their mistakes, but labor reform was still necessary. Alright, leave it to me, young Master Bai. Wei Shi's eyes sparkled. You can go now. Bai Chen watched them leave, lost in thought. In fact, there were two more experiments. One was to create witches. In thunderstorms, when lightning strikes 3 to 4 blocks near villagers, if they survive, they turn into witches. Witches use negative splash potions as weapons and drink potions with beneficial effects for defense. Both types of potions have significant effects. Among them, the swiftness potion caught Bai Chen's interest. He already had horses. If he threw splash swiftness potions at the horses and let them breed, the offspring's speed would significantly increase, and it would be permanent, allowing for further optimization of the genes, resulting in a horse that could run like the wind. And with no stamina limit, it would surpass even the fastest horses. Although there were no splash swiftness potions, they could be fed directly. As for how to get potions from witches, in the original version, it required enchantment looting, but Bai Chen could just take them directly. You can't be so rigid, you have to keep up with the times. As long as the ideology doesn't slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. However, apart from a slight thunderstorm earlier, the sky had been quiet until now, not even a drop of rain. And horse breeding required golden apples or golden carrots, but there was no gold in sight, so breeding was temporarily impossible. It had to be put on hold for now. As for the other experiment, Bai Chen immediately abandoned it as extremely inhumane. Humans are also a kind of animal and can naturally reproduce, coinciding with the rules in MC. However, unless under extremely special circumstances, Bai Chen would never attempt it. Perhaps it would be a punishment for them, but what if they had intelligence like Iron Golems? That would only harm an innocent life. The guilty should bear the consequences, not the innocent. Bai Chen couldn't do that. Leaving the basement, Bai Chen looked at the vast golden wheat field swaying in the wind in the distance, a satisfied expression on his face. The flowers in front of the door were just decorations. The vast wheat fields in front of him were what truly made Bai Chen feel content. Unfortunately, it was still too little. Bai Chen fantasized about a mushroom town nestled in endless golden wheat fields, surrounded by clear water, with his own castle housing various animals. How picturesque that must be. We need more farmers. Miao Jiming, have almost all the people from the other villages been brought over? Bai Chen asked Miao Jiming, who was standing beside him. Yes, young Master Bai, we have basically brought back the people from the villages around here who were coerced by Wang Er. In the next few days, the village's population should not increase anymore, Miao Jiming replied. Since the village's population would not increase for the time being, perhaps it was time to build a city wall. He had even captured the imperial inspectors and left them high in the sky. If they reported back, regular troops might come, which would be troublesome. Not to mention, the number of bandits would surely increase in the days to come, so defensive fortifications had to be prepared. With a city wall, a few militiamen could guard at night, along with Iron Mountain, who enjoyed working overtime, there would be minimal danger. While MC's offensive capabilities might not be strong, in terms of defense, it was like a turtle shell. Moreover, by placing eternal torches along the city wall, it was hard to believe that anyone could sneak into the village. Have the villagers push the excavated dirt blocks to the outskirts of the village, and I will have Iron Mountain stack those dirt blocks together to make a dirt wall. Also, keep a record of the professions of the newcomers. If there are any fishermen, let me know, Bai Chen instructed. Since farmers could grow wheat, perhaps fishermen could catch fish. Also, go back and tally up which villagers have made the biggest contributions to the village in these days. Inform me tomorrow morning, Bai Chen added after some thought. Rewards and punishments were necessary. For those who contributed significantly to the village, they naturally deserved rewards. Understood, young Master Bai, I take my leave. Miao Jiming nodded, bowed to Bai Chen, and left. It had to be said that Miao Jiming was a rare talent. In just a few days, the village's population had multiplied several times. Under his command, the wheat fields expanded, and the village was well managed. It was a pity that the only general in his hands could not be used yet. Speaking of which, what was the situation in Wuzhen now? Bai Chen looked up along the long wooden ladder, and this time, even with his enhanced vision, he couldn't see what was happening up there. It was built too high, and he wondered if he dared to jump down. It was quite simple to destroy this ladder, just set it on fire. But for now, he decided to leave it temporarily. If someone saw it, it might attract more people to the village. Moreover, if the bandits dared to attack the village directly after seeing this anomaly, it would only show that their minds were not functioning well. Bai Chen continued to think. The number of villagers gradually increased, and it was becoming too troublesome for him to personally oversee every job change. It would be better to build a structure and place profession blocks inside. If a villager needed to change jobs, they could simply go in and make the switch. Each profession would have its own distinctive building with a unique symbol. If he remembered correctly, there were a total of 13 professions in MC, so he would need to build 13 buildings, requiring a sufficiently large area. But for now, he would focus on setting up the farmer's building, as it was a priority. He decided to name this group of buildings the Temple of Job Change. It would be the world's first wonder. Bai Chen made up his mind, then noticed Lu Er looking uneasy beside him, so he asked, "What's wrong? Do you need to attend to something? Master Wei has already started training, and if you have nothing urgent, may I?" Lu Er hesitated. "Then let's go, it's not a big deal." Bai Chen shrugged, paused, and then asked, "But that training looks really painful. If Wei Shiqiang forces you to go, just tell me, I'll take care of him." "No, I want to go myself. It's a bit painful, but I can handle it." Lu Er shook his head, with a serious expression, saying, "I have to protect the boss, a little pain is nothing." Seeing Lu Er's serious expression, Bai Chen was taken aback. "What a silly goose." Bai Chen chuckled and said, "Alright, go then. The boss is waiting for you to protect him. It's good to have a goal, after all, a person needs direction. Keep busy, stay busy." Bai Chen watched Lu Er's back inside. "Find a place to build your own temple for career advancement. Has the immortal lord given you the divine fish to eat?" The leader of the Lu family village militia asked, puzzled, as he looked at the militiamen with full faces. "Fish." Upon hearing this word, the militiamen's faces turned pale, their stomachs churning, unable to control the urge to vomit. After recovering a bit, one of the militiamen trembled and said, "Sir, you guessed right, the immortal grandpa gave us fish to eat." "Pleased to be called sir." The Lu family village militia smiled and said, "Oh, don't call me sir. Since you've eaten fish, let me show you where you'll be working first." "Okay, we'll follow your lead, sir." Leading Gao Figuang and others to the vicinity of the water source, the Lu family village militia found a few foremen working and had them assign tasks to the newcomers. When it was Gao Figuang's turn, the Lu family village militia scrutinized his handsome face. "You'll follow him for now." "Okay." Gao Figuang nodded silently. As soon as the villagers left, the foreman militiaman with Gao Figuang said indifferently, "Follow me." He knew Gao Figuang, but he had no fondness for this arrogant fellow and naturally didn't care about his face. The selection of foremen was based on the militiamen's daily performance and evaluations from the laborers. Following them, Gao Figuang helped move soil blocks to the outskirts of the village and also saw the white monster that had broken his leg before. He learned that the monster, referred to as the Iron Mountain God General by himself and others, and the demon that had tormented them before, was known as the White Immortal Lord among the villagers. Compared to his time underground, just doing manual labor made Gao Figuang feel like he had endless strength. However, perhaps it wasn't an illusion. Since going blind and being fed a bucket of what should have been milk, he felt relaxed all over, even able to see distant objects more clearly. Initially worried that his team's progress would be severely slowed down, the foreman was surprised to find that by evening, Gao Figuang's team was among the top performers. When it was time to rest, Gao Figuang lined up and received his dinner for the day. "Did you come back from the Immortal Lord's place?" the villager serving food asked, puzzled by the unfamiliar face. Seeing Gao Figuang nod, the villager muttered, "No wonder I don't remember you. If you're new and haven't eaten enough, come back for seconds, I'll make sure you're full." Holding a bowl of steaming noodles and a few steamed buns, Gao Figuang returned to his team, squatting down. He was about to eat the noodles when the others in his team stopped him. "Wait, our team moved a lot of blocks today, we'll definitely get some extra eggs." "Wait a bit, we'll share the eggs before you eat." Gao Figuang worked hard, earning the respect of his team members, who were now willing to remind him. Thanks to Brother Gao, we'll have fish to eat today." Soon, their leader happily carried back boiled white eggs, holding a bowl filled with fragrant and delicious fish meat. There's even fish meat. Hey, Gao Xiong, what's wrong with you? Wait, I'll go call someone. Others excitedly looked at Gao Feiguang, but when he saw the fish meat, he immediately covered his mouth and retched. No need, just an old problem, this fish, ugh, you guys go ahead and eat it. Gao Feiguang gasped, took an egg, and pushed the fish meat aside without looking at it. Alright then. They exchanged glances, joyfully divided the fish meat, first sniffed its aroma, peeled off the fish skin, wrapped it in a steamed bun, and stuffed it into their mouths. So delicious, this fish meat is amazing. After tasting it, they buried the fish meat under the noodles, planning to save it for later. Meanwhile, Gao Feiguang quietly moved to a different spot until he couldn't smell the fish anymore, then he slowly began to swallow the noodles in his bowl. After finishing the noodles, Gao Feiguang used the steamed bun to scrape the soup from the edge of the bowl until there was no more left, then he ate the last bit of the bun. Almost half full. Gao Feiguang licked his lips contentedly, eating too quickly. He could only hold the bowl and stare blankly at the line still waiting for food. He could ask for more rice, but he wasn't too sure about it. Being able to eat a warm bowl of noodles in this drought year already made Gao Feiguang very satisfied. Before, it was a question of whether he could even have a meal on regular days. You're not full? You can ask for more noodles and steamed buns, just take your bowl and go get some more if you want. The leader looked at the absent-minded Gao Feiguang, swallowed the noodles in his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and said. Gao Feiguang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head slowly. This didn't look like the behavior of someone who had eaten their fill. Normally, he would fight for food, but now he was shaking his head. Where had the old Gao Feiguang gone? The leader was puzzled. Although he didn't understand why Gao Feiguang had changed so much, he owed it to him for being able to eat fish meat, so he decided to help him out. Wait here, the leader stuffed a handful of noodles into his mouth, handed his bowl to someone else, took the bowl from Gao Feiguang's hands, and went to line up. When he returned, the bowl was already filled with noodles and a few steamed buns. If you can't finish it, just let me know. I'm too lazy to go get more noodles again. The leader handed over the bowl, picked up a steamed bun from it, took his own noodles, and started eating. Thank you, Gao Feiguang replied awkwardly. Ha, did I hear that right? The leader raised his head in surprise, looking at Gao Feiguang incredulously. Thinking he might not have heard clearly, Gao Feiguang repeated, thank you. The leader shook his head strangely, and said calmly, you're welcome, we should thank you too. How could we have eaten fish meat without you? Eat up, if you want more, just let me know, I'll get you some. Gao Feiguang nodded in response and continued eating his noodles. As for the others in the line, they got more noodles, left some room in their stomachs, and started eating the remaining fish meat in their bowls. They carefully tore off the fish meat, chewed it in their mouths, even the fish bones had to be chewed for a while, until there was no more flavor, then reluctantly spat them out. After everyone had eaten their fill, during the leisure time, they gathered in a circle and chatted. Phew, finally full, living like this is really comfortable. Yeah, unlike in the barracks, so many things to do, never even get a full meal, and before they deducted more than half of our military pay. Now they just don't give it to us directly, haven't seen any military pay for months. The higher-ups are eating well, they don't even see us as human beings. Exactly, I thought it was all over back then, but thanks to General Shin breaking my leg. That's right, didn't expect that being slow would have its benefits, otherwise, how could we have such good days now? Those who ran away are really miserable, ha. Hey, you guys are not as smart as me. I knelt down immediately without any hesitation. They laughed happily, teasing each other. Hey, I heard that if we perform well, we might even get to join the army next. The treatment is more than twice as good as now, not to mention the salary, meat to eat every day, and... The leader lowered his voice, the people inside, each of them has immortal tools. Immortal tools? People around curiously gathered. Are those the ones worn by the person who was shot with an arrow and remained unscathed? Exactly, that person is called Wei Shi. His whole body is covered with immortal tools bestowed by the White Immortal Lord, almost invulnerable to weapons and elements. The stone sword in his hand was also bestowed by the White Immortal Lord, said to be forged from celestial stones, sharper than an iron sword. Wow, that's amazing. So we need to speed up now, strive to be among the first to join the army. There are fewer people now, so we might still have a chance at the immortal tools. If more people come later, it might not be possible anymore. Maybe we can even taste the divine fish. The taste is incredible. Is it the one we ate before that healed broken legs? Unfortunately, I was too scared at the time and couldn't taste anything. Hey, wasn't that fish about half a meter long? Ugh. As they chatted excitedly, a retching sound suddenly came from beside them. They turned their heads and saw Gao Feiguang raising his head, mouth bulging, with some soup dripping from the corner of his mouth, before finally swallowing it. The others exchanged glances, silently deciding never to mention fish in front of Gao Feiguang again. Let's go, let's wash up first. It's said that the White Immortal Lord values cleanliness, so we should clean ourselves up too. You can use the water however you want. It's said to be the divine water brought down from the heavens by the White Immortal Lord, never running out. The leader said to Gao Feiguang, after we're done, I'll take you to see where you'll be staying. It's really extravagant. Gao Feiguang filled a bucket with water from the pool, looking at the clean water source with some emotion. Who would have thought that they used to be reluctant to even drink water, and now they had an abundance of water to use as they pleased. He splashed the water on himself, cleaned up, and followed his leader to a red mushroom house. Due to the large number of militia members, Miao Jiming had Lu Wusan and others plant several mushrooms at similar distances to ripen, connecting the grown mushroom houses together. By breaking open the 1-meter-wide mushroom wall in the middle, a large space could be obtained to accommodate many people. You'll sleep there. The leader pointed to a corner of the mushroom house, looking meaningfully at Gao Feiguang. I don't think you'll be thinking of escaping at night, right? Of course not, Gao Feiguang replied softly. That's for the best. After saying that, the leader left the mushroom house. Gao Feiguang was a late addition and naturally not staying in the same house as their team. Even if Gao Feiguang escaped, the leader was not worried about being implicated. The White Immortal Lord had no intention of keeping these people forcibly, as Miao Jiming had personally stated. After the leader left, Gao Feiguang walked to the corner of the mushroom house and lay down on the prepared straw mat. Of course, the mat was simply laid with some dry straw underneath. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he felt someone quietly approaching him in the darkness. Before Gao Feiguang could say anything, the person preemptively whispered, "We plan to escape under the cover of night." What does your escape have to do with me? Gao Feiguang looked around, not arousing suspicion from others, and said coldly. The person's eyes flickered, lowering his voice. When I was pushing soil blocks earlier, I heard your cries of pain, and your face looks like it's healing with new skin. I guess you must have suffered a lot during that time. And most importantly, I remember you mentioned having a younger brother who just came of age. Gao Feiguang was taken aback at the words. Once a household became a military household, they would be so for generations, unable to escape military service. Each military household had to ensure there was always a soldier serving in the army. If the serving soldier fell ill, died in battle, or encountered any other unexpected situation, the corresponding household had to provide a new male to fill the position. In other words, if he delayed his return, his younger brother would have to take his place in the army. Military households also had to bear the cost of clothing and living expenses during service, and they couldn't afford any extra money. Moreover, with the recent uprisings being so fierce, if his younger brother went now, wouldn't it be sending him to his death? It's no wonder they came looking for me. Is this also the reason you want to escape? After pondering for a while, Gao Feiguang furrowed his brow and asked, why didn't you leave earlier? Why wait until now? The man nodded. If I can't go back, then my father will have to serve. We planned to wait until they relaxed their guard and then escape at night, but we didn't expect them to prepare to repair the walls, and it would be too late to leave. Aren't you afraid of Bai Xianjun finding out? Well, the man's tone softened, hesitating. Bai Xianjun's powers are suppressed, so he shouldn't be able to hear us. Otherwise, we would have been caught yesterday. How long do you plan to leave? The man remained silent, staring intently at Gao Feiguang. Let me think about it. Unable to get any more information, Gao Feiguang struggled, thinking for a long time until the other person lost patience and was about to leave. Then he said, all right, when? The man gestured for Gao Feiguang to extend a hand, and he secretly wrote down a time on that hand. After the man left, Gao Feiguang lay on the straw mat, unable to calm down for a long time, feeling as though several pairs of eyes were constantly watching him with every move he made. Honestly, he hesitated a bit. He didn't want to run away with them, especially when he thought about that enclosed space. Gao Feiguang shuddered. Besides, he had a reason he couldn't avoid going back. Is anyone there? Grandpa Deity? Can you hear me? I really know I was wrong. I will do good deeds in the future, never do bad things again. Please let me down. Wu Jin curled up, shivering from the cold, sniffing, trembling. So cold, so cold. He looked around the pitch-black surroundings, feeling tired, hungry, thirsty, and cold, his eyelids heavy, ready to fall asleep at any moment. But Wu Jin dared not, afraid that if he accidentally fell asleep, he would fall off. He was even more afraid that the place would suddenly collapse. He was really scared. Early one morning, Bai Chen saw Miao Jiming through the door, huddled in fear, curiously observing the hard-working bees in his garden. Although he had lost a few bees a few days ago, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 flowers, but unfortunately, the number of beehives had always been insufficient, so the number of bees in the garden had always been around 6. Jiming, is the list almost ready? Bai Chen pushed the door open, grinning. Please have a look, young Master Bai. Niao Jiming stood up straight and handed the paper to Bai Chen. At the same time, after briefly summarizing everyone's achievements, he stood quietly in place. Well done. Bai Chen glanced at Niao Jiming, feeling puzzled. Why wasn't Niao Jiming's name on it? Bai Chen asked, among those people, are there any skilled fishermen? There are a few who are good at fishing, Niao Jiming replied. That's good, Bai Chen nodded. Before he arrived, almost everything was dried up, even the river, so having a few skilled fishermen was already quite good. Anyway, he didn't expect these people to go fishing. If they could change jobs to become fishermen, maybe they could catch fish with a fishing rod. In his opinion, skills could be completely compensated by equipment. As long as you have hands, you can do it. Even without hands, you can still manage. Master Bai, someone escaped from Lu family village last night. According to your instructions, the guards did not stop them. Miao Jiming paused and continued, this morning, when the militia found out, they were indignant and wanted to help us catch those who escaped. The atmosphere in the camp is very heavy now. Everyone is worried that you will blame them and drive them away. Indeed, they escaped. Bai Chen thought. He originally thought it would take a few more days for someone to escape. Bai Chen didn't care about those who escaped. He knew that the villagers treated him like a deity, and the militia who stayed in the village naturally did the same. Bai Chen also knew that he had not mistreated these militia members. It was unavoidable that there were too few varieties of food. He still wanted to eat fried potato sticks and drink cola. The conditions did not allow it, but at least he fed them well. In this situation, they all wanted to escape, which indicated that something was indeed holding them back. Bai Chen had heard of the military household system of the Ming dynasty. When the eldest son died, the second son would take his place, and if all sons died, the father would have to go to fill the vacancy as long as there was an adult male in the family. They had no choice but to do so. Such people couldn't just be caught and beaten. Moreover, those who returned would definitely not dare to oppose Lu family village again. If they were released, they were released. Maybe they would come back with their families later? Good. After rewarding the villagers for this matter, you tell Wei Shi and the militia that if they want to leave, they can go. Bai Chen paused and continued. Also, prepare 3 days' worth of food for them. Yes, Niao Jiming continued. Master Bai, there is another matter. Previously, because of the officials' affairs, the village did not dare to disturb you. The surplus wheat that was collected is now stored in the underground chamber where Lord Xinjiang once stayed. Oh, it was unexpected that the people in the village had left some wheat for him. It was just right to exchange it with Lu Wu San for emeralds and then exchange it with Lu Ping for watermelon seeds. It would increase the variety of food he could eat. Not bad. The villagers finally struck gold for him, which was great. Bai Chen couldn't wait and said, I'll go take a look. When he arrived at the entrance of the underground chamber, Bai Chen looked at the wheat that filled the entire room and couldn't help but ask, isn't this a bit too much? Master Bai, the wheat you granted matures very quickly, and with the help of the divine barrel, this quantity is reasonable. It's still a bit too much. It hasn't been that many days. How much did you deliver as a percentage? Bai Chen turned around and asked. Almost 90%. How much? Bai Chen looked at Niao Jiming incredulously and asked in surprise. Niao Jiming cautiously said, 90%. If Master Bai is not satisfied, we will go back and make up the remaining half. It's not that, I actually think you've delivered too much. Bai Chen pursed his lips. 1% is already a lot. The former village chief told me that in the past, the people in the village worked themselves to death just to barely have enough to eat. When a severe drought came, the crops couldn't even cover the imperial taxes. People starved to death every year. The remaining 1% can already support the people in the village now and leave some surplus. It's easy to satisfy. In the future, deliver 5, 6%. Just eating well is not enough, Bai Chen sighed, waved his hand. Clothes and other things need to be changed. If there's something they want to buy, the villagers need to have some money too. 60%, he didn't do anything himself, just took 60%. In the past, he would definitely have been called out to be hanged. But he felt that if he said less, the villagers would not feel at ease. He couldn't eat much of this wheat himself, leaving 1 or 2 batches for making bread and breeding cattle and sheep, and exchanging the rest for emeralds to see if he could help Lu Wusan advance. Bai Chen walked forward and collected all the wheat back into his backpack. By the way, Jiming, if you meet Wei Shi later, remember to tell him to inform the villagers that if someone accidentally breaks their limbs, they can eat fish after they are healed. Also, if their stomach is cut open and their organs are damaged, they must be brought back intact. Okay, I understand. Niao Jiming looked respectfully at Bai Chen's figure, thinking to himself. Fortunately, in this chaotic world, there is such an immortal as Bai Xianjun. But what if the immortal leaves? What should he do? He dared not imagine what the village and he himself would become after the immortal left. The villagers gathered according to their professions, standing at the front of the line, while those without professions stood at the back, and the peasants and militia stood on the sides. They looked expectantly at Bai Chen standing on the high platform. It was a platform built by Bai Chen before dark yesterday so that those behind could see. Lu Ping! Bai Chen called out loudly. Here, here! Lu Ping ran up with a silly smile. You have made great contributions to the village, this is your reward from me. With that, Bai Chen took out 2 torches and an apple from his backpack and handed them to Lu Ping. This divine fire is yours now. Thank you, Master Bai, I will definitely work harder in the future. Lu Ping knelt down excitedly, bowing his head and receiving the 2 torches and the apple with a sacred look. Even if he was stupid, Lu Ping knew that these torches could not only burn forever for illumination but also help wheat grow at night. The apple itself emitted a fragrant smell, indicating its extraordinary nature. Only Lu'er and the immortal could get close to it, making it even more precious than the divine fish. They were all extremely precious divine items. The immortal was so kind to him. Taizhan, Bai Chen called out to Taizhan, who was holding a cow. Since the cow grew up a few days ago, the village head's yellow cow finally returned to Lu Dishi's home. In previous experiments, Bai Chen found that although this milk could not cure the villagers' night blindness for the time being, it could restore their vision and alleviate other minor ailments. Taizhan poured the milk into Lu Ping's mouth. As the milk went down, Lu Ping felt relaxed all over and could see farther. Thank you, Master Bai. Lu Ping suppressed his joy and walked down amidst the envious gazes of others. Then, Bai Chen called up the people on the list one by one and rewarded them with milk, torches, and apples according to their merits. Watching the awarded villagers, their faces filled with excitement and those who were not awarded looking envious, Bai Chen thought to himself. A few wooden sticks, charcoal from the village, apples picked up, and unlimited milk. Am I being stingy? But he really didn't have much good stuff now. Alright, that's about it, you can all disperse, Bai Chen said with a smile. Then, he left first. If he didn't leave, they wouldn't leave. Instead of staring at each other, it was better to leave directly so he could continue to build his own temple of transcendence. We obey, Master Bai's decree. Everyone bowed in unison, their faces turning red as they shouted loudly. The sound echoed like thunder through the sky. The villagers left one by one to attend to their own affairs, leaving only Wei Shi and the laborers still standing in their original positions. You all must have heard about the escape last night, right? Wei Shi addressed the militiamen. Rest assured, the Immortal Lord does not blame you. On the contrary, the Immortal Lord allows you to leave the village with 3 days' worth of provisions. If anyone wishes to leave, just come out directly. The militiamen remained silent, none daring to be the first to step forward, fearing being the first target. Rest assured, this is not a trick. The Immortal Lord personally said you can leave. Do you doubt even the Immortal Lord's words? Wei Shi patiently explained. Finally, someone gritted their teeth, lowered their head, and walked out from the group. Give him 3 days' worth of provisions, Wei Shi said. The person silently accepted the provisions, kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Bai Chen, and walked towards the village outskirts without any hindrance, disappearing into the woods. Seeing someone leave successfully, chaos erupted in the group, with more people coming out, receiving 3 days' provisions, kowtowing 3 or 4 times, and leaving. It wasn't until about half of the group had left that the militiamen quieted down. This is your last chance. If you want to leave later, it will be difficult. Think carefully, Wei Shi said sternly. After waiting for a while with no one else coming out, he continued, alright, since you've chosen to stay, you are now members of the village. If you dare to do anything harmful to the village, don't blame me for not recognizing you. Yes, the militiamen shouted. Wei Shi nodded and listed a series of names. Those whose names I mentioned have performed well in these days. If you wish to continue to join the army, report to me tomorrow morning. These people were observed by the villagers of Lu Family Village, hard-working and of good character, and most importantly, they held great respect for Immortal Bai. Even though some of them appeared weak and clearly new recruits, Wei Shi didn't mind. As long as the Immortal was present, in just one day, these people could transform into sharp blades in the Immortal's hands. Village Chief, do you know what Immortal Bai usually likes? Niao Jiming asked solemnly. Lu Dishi chuckled, why are you suddenly asking about this? The Immortal values you highly, no need to worry. Hearing Lu Dishi's words, Niao Jiming understood the misunderstanding. He shook his head and explained, I grew up in a noble family, with some money left. When I was young and ignorant, I followed those rich kids out for fun, and their way of living and eating was different from ours. What do you mean? Lu Dishi suddenly realized, lowering his voice, here, for Immortal Bai, it's too dull? Niao Jiming nodded. For 1,000 years, we've never heard of a true immortal descending to Earth. Now we know there's a difference between immortals and mortals. Immortal Bai can withstand the pressures of the mortal world, indicating his exceptional status among immortals, probably very high in the heavenly court. Miao Jiming paused and continued, the immortal's original life must be far better than even the emperor's, something we can't imagine. Even so, the immortal is willing to descend, yet until now, we've only been asking from him, and he has never asked anything from us, even the wheat he probably accepted out of concern for us. After speaking, he pointed to the towering wooden board that reached the sky. Perhaps the immortal lord is reminiscing about his previous life in the heavenly court, which is why he wants to take a look back at the heavens. However, his powers have not fully recovered yet, so he can only rely on these external objects to barely ascend. Although the immortal lord cares for the people, he shouldn't just leave us without a word. But Miao Jiming didn't finish his sentence, but he believed the village chief could understand his meaning. I understand, Lu Dishi nodded solemnly. It seems I have underestimated the immortal lord. According to Lu Er, the white immortal lord seems to have a keen interest in food and animals. However, when it comes to animals, unless the immortal lord orders otherwise, it's best not to bring them back privately. In that case, I thought that when we go to Chingcheng, we could bring back some chefs. If we're lucky, we might even bring back some opera performers to entertain the immortal lord. Village chief, what do you think? Good idea. In another village, a group of bandits was looting the village. You have two choices. 1. If you want to live, kill her now and join us. From today onwards, we are brothers. Tiger Chow Wenshur threw a rusty sword and said with a fake smile to the person kneeling on the ground, 2. Do it yourself. The person kneeling on the ground was someone who initially refused to join them. Watching his elderly mother tied up and crying, the man picked up the knife and looked around at the bandits watching him intently. With a heavy heart, he raised the knife and slit his own throat. Coward! Chow Wenshur spat at the man and signaled his men to pick up the knife and hand it to another kneeling person. After a moment of hesitation, the person raised the knife and stabbed the old woman. Good, we are all brothers now. Bring in the meat. Chow Wenshur chuckled, clean up our new brother. The old woman was quickly dragged away. There's not enough to eat at all. Chow Wenshur sneered. Since Wang Er's uprising, it was discovered that the imperial soldiers couldn't suppress the situation. Rebellions were breaking out everywhere, and Chow Wenshur couldn't resist joining in. Unexpectedly, with just a few villages under his control, he already had 400 to 500 men. Not enough food, so they stole. Not enough people, so they also stole. Even the few villages they recently passed through had very few people and little food. I heard that the people from the nearby villages have been taken away by the Lu family village, his confidant answered. Chow Wenshur instructed, send someone to find out how to get to the Lu family village. Soon, his confidant returned, shaking his head. Forget it, let's continue in this direction, we'll see it sooner or later, Chow Wenshur said. Zhang Yongyuan followed the group slowly with a rusty knife. Since he was driven out of the Zhang family village before, he had been wandering around. When he heard about the uprising, he volunteered to join. Little did he know that the first thing he would do after joining was to eat. Finally being able to join and have a meal was a relief. When someone asked for directions to the Lu family village, Zhang Yongyuan hesitated for a moment but didn't step forward. Some things are only appreciated after they are lost. He also realized that the Zhang family had already done enough for him, Zhang Yongyuan. If they passed through the Lu family village, they would inevitably pass through the Zhang family village first, and Chow Wenshur's temperament would surely disturb the peace of the Zhang family village. Forget it, let him pass. Zhang Yongyuan remained silent, waiting until the confidant left and the group started moving forward. He suddenly realized the direction the group was heading was towards the Zhang family village. No, he couldn't let them go to the Zhang family village, he had to lead them around a bit. I know the location of the Lu family village. Are you sure it's this way? Chow Wenshur stared at Zhang Yongyuan intently. They had traveled a long way, and it was already dark. Zhang Yongyuan replied, yes, we're almost there. It better be, or you'll be the one in the pot soon. Chow Wenshur sneered. We've arrived. Chow Wenshur looked ahead. A long string of miserable screams came from the sky, gradually approaching the ground, and finally disappeared completely into the night. What is that sound? Chow Wenshur said puzzledly. It sounds like human screams, but how could it come from the sky? The confidant frowned, trying to see what was in the dark sky, but all he could see was darkness, nothing else. He carefully looked at Chow Wenshur. Big brother, this place is full of strangeness everywhere, shall we retreat? I'm worried. Retreat? Retreat from what? This is just a less than 10 feet high earthen wall. Look at what those people on top are holding. Wooden swords? Just children's toys, Chow Wenshur said impatiently. You are holding an iron sword, are you afraid you can't cut through that thin piece of wood? Moreover, even with high walls, there must be wealthy households inside. If we attack, will there be a shortage of food and women? Perhaps the defense inside is weak, that's why they are resorting to these tricks to scare us away, relying on these to bluff us. Chao Wenshi sneered, then continued, moreover, we have over 1,000 people, what can they use to fight us? Even immortals would find it hard to save them. Bring up those two-legged sheep from behind, let them charge first. Anyone who dares to run, kill them and eat their meat. Chao Wenshi said with a sinister smile. On top of the city wall, several night guards heard the commotion behind them and curiously chatted. What's that commotion behind us? It sounds somewhat like the voice of Marshal Inspector Wu. I remember he was taken to the heavens by the immortal lord to stay there. It's about time for him to come down, or he'll either starve or die of thirst. Yeah, he always picks fights with people for no reason. It's just his time to pay the price. Falling into the hands of the immortal lord is considered lucky for him. Hey, I heard that immortal Bai even knows Mangpa. She can decide whether we'll be humans or livestock in the future. Luckily, although we haven't done many good deeds, we haven't done anything bad either. Yeah, thanks to the time I accidentally tripped over a stone, the militia laughed heartily. I brought that stone back yesterday and put it in my room. Stop chatting. The sergeant heard the noise and walked over, expressionless. Since you know that our current life is not easy, then guard the night well, don't make mistakes, or I won't spare any of you. Yes. The militia didn't hesitate. They immediately fell silent and began to watch the pitch-black wall outside. Boss, there seems to be something there. And there's a sound. Suddenly, a militia pointed to the distance, looking serious as he spoke to the sergeant. The sergeant looked over and saw the dark shadows moving outside the torchlight, the rustling sound getting closer. In the dim light, a group of elderly, weak, and sick people were sobbing as they walked towards the high wall. Behind them, there were people holding machetes, ready to strike anyone who dared to stop. They were bandits. His face changed, and he shouted urgently, "Not good, there's a situation, go ring the bell." One of the militia immediately ran towards the direction of the village's big bell. Clang clang, the once quiet village suddenly sprang to life. Villagers woke up from their beds, put on clothes, and fled towards the direction of the underground shelter. The militia put on leather boots, grabbed wooden swords, and hurried towards the city wall. Leather was still scarce, and the boots that Bai Chen had fished out of his backpack had been distributed. As for the leather armor, there were only 4 or 5 sets at the moment. Bai Chen, who had been busy all day, was about to go to bed when he heard the screams coming from the sky. He guessed that Marshall Town had come down. It had been 4 or 5 days already, and he hadn't died yet. Bai Chen left his small house and hurried towards the heavenly stairs. When he arrived, he saw Wu Zhen lying unconscious in the water, looking like he was about to die. Well, it seemed even villagers could end up in the water. He hadn't expected someone to actually dare to jump down, such will to survive. After going through a series of experiments, Bai Chen had originally planned to give him a quick death as the final experiment. However, upon second thought, killing him seemed a bit of a waste. Instead, he decided to wait for Wu Zhen to wake up and tell him that if he died carelessly next time, he would be reborn as livestock with his memories intact for several lifetimes. Unless he did good deeds to offset his sins. It seemed like a good idea, as they would believe anything he said, just like the 2 bailiffs before. Recycling waste, so to speak. Hopefully, he wouldn't faint again when he woke up. At that moment, the sound of a bell rang out. Bai Chen frowned. Huh? Are there still people daring to cause trouble? Can't they see this behemoth? He looked up at the sky. Well, it was nighttime now, so they indeed couldn't see it. Bai Chen hurried towards the earthen wall. Halfway there, he saw Miao Jiming running towards him. Master Bai, could you ask the Divine General not to intervene for a while? The soldiers of the Lu family village need real combat experience. Relying on the Divine General all the time might hinder their growth. It made sense. With only one Iron Mountain now, it would indeed be difficult to protect everyone when more people arrived. The villagers had to learn to protect themselves. Then you should stop Iron Mountain too. Bai Chen looked at Miao Jiming speechlessly, pointing to Iron Mountain not far away. The Divine General only listens to your orders, Master Bai. If I want to stop him, I would have to do it in your name, which I cannot do. Miao Jiming smiled bitterly and bowed. Iron Mountain, come here. Bai Chen called out loudly. I have a task for you, Bai Chen said to Iron Mountain. Do you see those bright things in the sky? Those are called stars. Count how many there are, I'll ask you later. Oh, you should be able to count, right? Iron Mountain nodded, still looking towards the earthen wall. Don't worry, I'll go, you just focus on counting the stars for me, Bai Chen assured him. Only then did Iron Mountain raise his head, slightly nodding, and began counting. Done. Let's go, Bai Chen said. Please, let us in. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I was forced to do this. Outside the wall, cries echoed, with a dense crowd of people pushing towards the Liu family village. These bandits were much more ruthless than the official soldiers. The earthen wall was only 3 meters high, still unfinished. If they let these people get close to the wall out of pity, the bandits would trample over them and enter the village directly. But killing them would surely dampen the morale of ordinary people. Allowing these people in directly might have bandits hiding among them, leading to an attack from both inside and outside, breaking the village's defenses. Therefore, they had to stop them outside the wall. Wei Shi watched the people being forced forward, his eyes firm. He took a deep breath and ordered, "Crossbowmen, prepare." The crossbowmen, already prepared, readied their crossbows, ready to shoot at them upon Wei Shi's command. Compassion didn't involve handling soldiers, they couldn't let them in no matter what. The immortal would ensure they had a better next life. Go, give those people a bit of a scare, but if anyone resists, kill them on the spot. Wei Shi instructed the militiamen behind him wearing leather boots. With the divine fish, as long as people didn't die, they could be healed. As for those accidentally injured, if they dared to resist, why fear the bandits? Wei Shi took a deep breath and shouted, "Open the city gates, kill! Kill!" Pulling down the levers on both sides, the iron gates opened, and the militiamen rushed out with wooden swords in hand, slashing down in front of the person ahead, only leaving a cut on their chest, but if they dare to come closer, a stab to the thigh to disable their mobility, making them too scared to move forward. With wolves in front and tigers behind, none of them are good guys. Please spare us. The desperate refugees huddled on the ground, not daring to move, while the militia stepped over them and charged straight at the bandits. Seeing that tactic failed, the people hidden among the refugees glanced at each other and quietly retreated. Damn it, it didn't work. Tiger Chow Wenshi cursed as he watched the dispersing refugees ahead. What kind of people are they, so ruthless? But, only 100 or so dared to come out, seeking death. Chow Wenshi exclaimed with joy, "Charge at them, their crossbowmen dare not shoot. Kill! Cut them down for a toast." Hundreds of bandits roared in unison, their voices terrifyingly loud. However, the militia was not intimidated, and they charged straight at the bandits. In close combat, the bandits quickly realized that the wooden swords in the hands of these people were as sharp as their iron swords. Those are not wooden swords, they are wrapped in a layer of iron. We've been deceived. They have soft armor. Aim for their heads. The militia still lacked real combat experience. Even with previous training, they would instinctively defend themselves on the battlefield. As for the bandits facing them, pillaging several villages and killing were already routine for them. Coupled with their larger numbers, they held a significant advantage in the initial clash. Just when the bandits thought victory was assured, suddenly, a figure appeared on the earthen wall. "Bai Xianjun is watching us. Damn it, Xianjun is here, it's Bai Gongzi. Forget it, brothers, charge at them. Don't let a single one escape. Under the protection of Xianjun, invincible. Charge, kill all these traitors. Kill, kill, they all must die." The militia occasionally turned back, only to see Bai Chen standing on the earthen wall, watching them. In an instant, they were energized as if injected with chicken blood, their brains buzzing. When they turned back again, their eyes were bloodshot, staring fiercely at the traitors. The initially fearful militia, at this moment, completely abandoned defense. Their eyes were fixed on the necks of the bandits, their strength instantly more than doubled. Bai Xianjun watched, they couldn't lose face. They wielded their swords directly and charged at the bandits. Seeing the terrifying gaze of the militia, even the ruthless bandits who didn't blink at killing began to feel a hint of panic. After hearing about that Xianjun, they finally realized that this was no ordinary village. Damn it, this was a cult nest. The soft feared the hard feared the ruthless feared the fearless. These cultists were all fearless, how could they be dealt with? As darkness fell, the sounds of battle were deafening, and the bandits instantly realized that the militia, who they thought would fear the falling blade, allowed themselves to be stabbed without resistance. They didn't even lift their hands, just stabbed at the bandits' hearts, slashed their necks. Even if the knife luckily pierced the militia's heart, the result was as if they felt no pain, just grinned, firmly grasping the sword hilt stuck in their heart. Then the rest of the team would swarm in, hacking the bandits to death, protecting the injured in the middle, waiting for them to recover after eating the magical fish, then rising to continue the charge. Some had their ears chopped off, didn't even bother, picked them up, tucked them into their pockets, eyes bloodshot, continuing the charge. Their teammates forcibly took them out, covering their retreat. Under the torchlight by the city wall, a teammate held the ear to the wound, the injured person ate some fish, immediately revived and vigorous. Other militiamen who had just been cut down were rescued before the finishing blow, then immediately resurrected on the spot the next second. How can you fight like this? It's impossible to fight at all. After fighting for a while, the ground was filled with their own people, not even a single enemy across the way was killed. The morale of the bandits collapsed instantly. Run, these people can't be killed. Quick, escape. They're all madmen. Help! Realizing something was wrong, the bandits turned and fled in disarray, even discarding their weapons because they were too heavy. They just needed to run faster than the others. Once one person dropped their weapon, naturally, another would follow suit. The remaining militiamen mercilessly laughed, crazily chasing and killing, screams and clashes intertwining to create an extremely eerie scene. Who were the real bandits in the end? Big brother, let's escape. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Yes, big brother, the situation is not right. This village is strange, let's quickly make the rest of our brothers escape. As long as we survive, we won't fear running out of firewood. Koenchi's confidant by his side stared at the militiamen getting closer to them and hurriedly advised. Watching his scattered subordinates fleeing, Koenchi felt his heart dripping blood. Is this what you said, a village with plenty of food and no resistance? Koenchi glared fiercely at Zhang Yangyuan, filled with deep regret, and coldly said, "This village wasn't like this before, it's only been a few days." Zhang Yangyuan knelt down in terror, desperately kowtowing and pleading for mercy, begging pitifully. "Sir, please listen to me." Before Zhang Yangyuan could finish, Koenchi struck down with a knife, abruptly silencing him, a round object rolling off Zhang Yangyuan's body and rolling far away. "Damn you!" Koenchi exploded in anger, spat at Zhang Yangyuan, and sneered, "Go explain yourself to the king of hell." Koenchi, with a dark expression, stared fixedly at Bai Chen on the city wall, his gaze shifting. "Bring me my bow." Before becoming a bandit, he was a hunter, and within this distance, he could hit the target. He could see clearly the person in front of him. Once he appeared, those people would go crazy. He was definitely a very important figure on the other side. Maybe if this person died, the other side would be thrown into chaos. By then, everyone inside would die. Because of you, I've lost so many men for nothing, and you dare to stand directly on the city wall. You don't even know how you're going to die. Koenchi gritted his teeth in hatred, took the bow and arrow, aimed at Bai Chen, his face twisted, muttering to himself, "I am the tiger from heaven." He released the bowstring, the arrow shooting straight towards Bai Chen. On the city wall, Lu Er, who had been observing the battlefield to prevent any sneak attacks on Bai Chen, curiously asked, "Boss, did you cast a spell on them? How did they suddenly become so powerful?" Not exactly, but I did give them a buff." Bai Chen stood on the wall, lost in thought. The ancient night was much brighter. With the faint light of torches, Bai Chen could see the situation on the battlefield clearly. Oh my goodness, these guys are like berserk warriors. Spartans of the Ming dynasty? They can even catch up and kill. Their combat power is simply incredible. Even if the bandits on the other side were 3 or 4 times more, they would probably still win. Just as Bai Chen was feeling emotional, Lu Er suddenly saw an arrow shooting towards Bai Chen like a released arrow, its tip gleaming coldly in the firelight. Watching the arrow getting closer and closer to Bai Chen, he was shocked, his brain in chaos, instinctively lunging towards Bai Chen. "Boss, be careful. Come back," Bai Chen said, reaching out to pull Lu Er back in front of him, then holding a shield in his left hand, blocking the arrow. The synthesis of a shield requires 6 wooden planks and an iron ingot, capable of defending against most attacks from the front, even able to withstand a creeper explosion without armor, and it has high durability. Therefore, with an abundance of iron ingots, Bai Chen made himself a full set of iron armor and then crafted a shield for easy access. "Well done, if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have noticed, I almost bit the dust." Bai Chen smiled and lightly tossed a brain steel coin to Lu Er with extreme gentleness. "But next time we encounter such a situation, don't foolishly rush in to block. Can't you just push me aside?" "Oh, got it." Lu Er winced, holding his forehead and grumbling. Wei Shi, observing the battlefield from a distance, naturally heard Lu Er's cry of alarm and saw the arrows falling to the ground. Wei Shi, relieved that Bai Chen seemed unharmed, felt a wave of post-fright. Thank goodness, the immortal lord is unharmed. How dare they, how dare they? Then, that fear instantly turned into anger. He knelt down on one knee, his eyes red, and asked Bai Chen for permission. "Lord Bai, please allow me to go down and capture the archer alive and hand him over to you for judgment." "Can you see?" Bai Chen asked. Although Wei Shi had been given milk before, he was not sure if his night blindness had been cured. Wei Shi, feeling uneasy, said, "I can roughly discern the direction where the archer is." "Forget it, I'll go myself." Watching the bandit with a bow in the darkness, Bai Chen put on a full set of iron armor and swapped his leather boots for iron boots. A sword would only limit Bai Chen's performance. Besides Iron Mountain and the bees posing a threat to Bai Chen, the rest would at most break 1 or 2 health bars. If the bees were not provoked, there would be no trouble, and Iron Mountain couldn't fight back or curse. Normally, Bai Chen would just wear leather boots, as anything else would obstruct his outfit. This was only the second time someone had attempted to attack him since he arrived in this place. "Luer, follow my orders, go warm up a cup of wine for me now," Baichen said solemnly. "I'll be right back. Unfortunately, I don't have a beard or a big knife." "Yes, boss," Luer replied respectfully and ran back to the village. Although there was no wine at his home, his fourth uncle had a hidden jar of wine, asking him for it, even though his uncle treasured the wine and hadn't drunk it for many years. If the immortal lord wanted it, he would surely be overjoyed. Sending Luer away, Baichen jumped down the earthen wall and headed towards Chaowenshire. "There's a bandit intending to shoot Lord Bai. Catch the one with the bow," Wei Shi shouted loudly. His words instantly caused a commotion among the militia below. If Lord Bai was injured, who would feed them? Where would they live? Not allowing people to sleep well, night raids were one thing, but daring to harm Lord Bai? They should all go to hell. The militia became excited and more aggressive, their speed increasing. The night was too dark to see clearly, so they focused on chasing the bandits holding something in their hands. Realizing something was wrong, they slit their throats and moved on to the next. The bandits who were caught up with, without bows, were hacked down. Those who offended the immortal lord must die. Not a single bandit was a good person. "Brother," the trusted one said with mournful faces, "let's escape quickly. With that arrow of yours, those people have gone even crazier, killing even those who surrender. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Let's go," Chaowenshire said grimly, squeezing out the words. He was about to hand the bow to his trusted one, hesitated for a moment, took it back, slung it on his back, and turned to flee. It's better to be alive than dead if they catch up for real. Ah! Boom! Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past behind Chaowenshire, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, with water droplets faintly splashing on his face. "Do they still have a catapult?" Chaowenshire wondered, squinting his eyes, feeling a huge panic piercing through his body like an electric current. That was no stone, it was clearly a person. However, that person had already fallen apart like a broken doll, scattered everywhere. He touched the water droplets on his face, sniffed it, a bloody smell rushing into his nostrils. "It's blood!" The shouts and pleas for mercy behind him were getting closer. Chaowenshire couldn't help but glance back. His heart skipped a beat, his eyes widened, his pupils dilated in fear. The nobleman he had shot arrows at before, wearing iron armor, was moving at an incredible speed, as if completely unaffected. At that moment, he held a torch in one hand, swiftly rushing towards Chaowenshire, grabbing bandits along the way and flinging them towards him. Accompanied by screams, the person in the air spun with immense power and incredible speed towards him, feeling the intense pressure the object brought, as if it would crush Chaowenshire heavily to the ground. Finally, brushing past Chaowenshire, it crashed onto the grass beside him. Chaowenshire even saw, in that moment of near collision, the person spinning in the air with a look of fear and despair. Monster! This was definitely a monster. His thoughts became chaotic at that moment, countless ideas colliding in Chawenshire's mind. Fear seemed to root his feet to the ground, making him unable to move. He struggled to lift his trembling legs forward as if they were made of lead. Boom boom, the continuous sounds echoed around him. The flying objects kept changing, sometimes giant rocks, sometimes whole trees, shaking the ground beneath Chawenshire's feet. Sometimes the square boulder descending from the sky, like a sudden shadow looming to devour him, but ultimately flew over his head, blocking his path. The people around Chawensshire were dwindling. His legs began to uncontrollably run wild, as if they had sensed the impending impact. His breathing became rapid and shallow, each inhale felt like an exertion of all his strength. He felt like a mouse toyed with by a cat. Chaowenshire wanted to scream, but the sound was locked in his throat by fear. He ran slower and slower, eventually weakly coming to a stop. Not running anymore? Bai Chen asked in astonishment, setting down the whole tree he had just uprooted. Chaowenshire looked at Bai Chen holding the giant tree, his body trembling uncontrollably. What a waste, the tree he just uprooted. Bai Chen shrugged helplessly, casually tossing the tree aside. It fell with a loud crash. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who shot the arrow just now, right? Bai Chen lowered his gaze, looking at Chaowenshire calmly. Bai Chen carried a torch with him, his every move observed by everyone. While Bai Chen was crazily uprooting trees, the rebel bandits were already completely terrified, afraid to move, fearing the giant rocks would hit them. Even the wailing refugees were too scared to make a sound. The surrounding militia, with red eyes, calmed down at this moment, murmuring as they watched the giant rocks dancing in the air. Wow, is that the White Immortal Lord? Thank goodness, it was the Divine General who acted just now, or else we're lucky to be alive. The Immortal Lord is really kind to us. Shiming, brother, didn't Ludis say that the White Immortal Lord was almost bitten by a wolf before? I didn't remember it wrong, did I? Wei Shi looked at the scattered giant rocks on the ground and couldn't help but speak. You're absolutely right, Miao Jining said approvingly. It seems the immortal lord's powers have recovered a bit. That's great. After all, those rocks would never hit them on the head. Miao Jining stared respectfully at Bai Chen's figure, feeling a myriad of emotions in his heart. Wei Shi, take your men to investigate and interrogate those refugees one by one, find out the details of this group of bandits. Remember, interrogate them separately, do not give them any chance to communicate. Got it. Wei Shi responded and left the earthen wall. Lu Wusan, go back to the village and ring the bell. Lu Wusan nodded, alright. These militiamen already had combat experience, so setting off to Chengcheng gave them a bit more confidence. Miao Jiming watched the militiamen escorting the bandits and pondered. In the past few days, the Lu family village was almost isolated, with only a small number of people venturing out to bring back others from neighboring villages. With the recent rise of banditry, the Lu family village had cut off contact with the outside world, unaware of the situation beyond. But Chengcheng was a must-go destination. On one hand, although the village had enough food, other daily necessities were running low and needed to be replenished. On the other hand, the daily routine in the village was monotonous, with only the odd activity of ringing a strange building and eating simple food, lacking any entertainment. Of course, the most crucial point was the court stance. The bold bandit raids on villages indicated that the number of bandits outside had likely become overwhelming. It wouldn't be long before the army was called in to suppress them, and under the current conditions of the Lu family village, they might not be able to withstand it. Although the village leader might have a plan, they needed to be prepared in advance, at least to know roughly when the army would arrive. Additionally, Chengcheng's defenses were likely tight, making it difficult for ordinary people to enter. However, this issue had been resolved after the arrival of the martial town. When the time came, they only needed the martial town to lead them, making it easy to enter the city. As for whether the martial town would cooperate, Miao Jiming didn't doubt it. Even in the presence of true gods, there were no wrongdoers. Jiming, what are you thinking about? Lu Er's voice interrupted Miao Jiming's thoughts. Miao Jiming snapped back to reality. Lu Er was carefully holding a bowl of wine, looking at him curiously. Miao Jiming grinned, thinking about what to pay attention to when we go to Chengcheng. By the way, Lu Er, is there anything you want me to buy for you? I can bring it back on the way. Something to buy? Lu Er thought for a moment, his eyes gleaming. Can you bring me 3? No, 2 servings of candied haws? I want to taste them. Oh, why only 2 servings? Miao Jiming asked with a smile. 1 for the leader, 1 for me and my sister, and I guess our parents will share 1, Lu Er explained. What about me? Bai Chen chimed in with a smile. Oh, wine. Let me taste it. Here you go, leader. It's warm, should be rice wine. Bai Chen slowly drank the wine, smacking his lips. Tastes pretty good. Jiming said he would bring me some candied haws back. Seizing the moment while Bai Chen was drinking, Lu Er grinned. Candied haws? Are you ready to go to Chengcheng? Bai Chen turned to Miao Jiming and asked. That's right, Bai Gongzi. Then bring me some delicious treats from Chengcheng. Bai Chen requested. Miao Jiming nodded, understood. Oh, leader, you seem so happy. Did you think of something good? Of course, good things are happening. Bai Chen glanced at his status bar, showing an effect, Village Hero I, lasting for 2 days. The effect of a village hero at level I reduces trading prices by 30%. Fortunately, he hadn't exchanged the wheat in his backpack from his previous visit to the temple, so he could exchange it all now during this opportunity. But now it's getting late, let's talk about the exchange tomorrow. After all, this state will last for 2 days, no need to rush. At this moment, Wei Shi had roughly learned about the nature of these bandits from the refugees. With a cold face, he walked towards Bai Chen, suppressing his anger. Wei Shi, why do you look so grim? Bai Chen frowned, hesitated for a moment, then said, is it related to those bandits? Taking a deep breath, Wei Shi told Bai Chen all the information he had just gathered from the refugees. Young Master Bai, how should we deal with these bandits? Wei Shi asked. Slaughtering villages, looting food, killing, burning, forcing people to eat human flesh, and various atrocities, these people don't even deserve the chance for reform through labor. Bai Chen coldly said, kill them all. People like them don't deserve to live. Just hearing about the deeds of these bandits made Bai Chen furious. They are worse than beasts, why keep them alive, just to eat for free? He doesn't even want to support such villagers, they annoy him just by existing. His mushroom source is not meant for these people. Yes. I'll take care of it right away, Wei Shi said firmly without hesitation. Wait. I've thought about it, leave me a few people, the most vicious ones, they might be useful in the future, so we don't have trouble finding them when needed, especially that so-called Sky Tiger, bring him to me now. Bai Chen said sternly. Soon, the Sky Tiger Chao Wenshi was brought before Bai Chen by the militia. I heard you call yourself the Sky Tiger? Bai Chen smiled as he looked at Chao Wenshi. Chao Wenshi, suppressing his fear, gritted his teeth and roared, "Do whatever you want, kill me if you can, you coward." With that, he gathered some phlegm in his mouth, ready to spit at Bai Chen, but before he could act, a militiaman behind him elbowed him down. "You better keep that tough attitude. Now tell me, since you dare to call yourself the Sky Tiger, then," Bai Chen said sincerely, "have you been to the sky?" It turns out, his tough attitude didn't last. At first, Chao Wenshi seemed defiant, but halfway through, he started begging for mercy. To ensure Chao Wenshi wouldn't get too bored after daybreak and could enjoy the beautiful scenery underground, Bai Chen extended a few meters horizontally and placed a glass block for Chao Wenshi. It was a thoughtful gesture, showing great care. Removing the extra blocks, leaving only one glass block for the Sky Tiger, Bai Chen returned to his original position and placed water at the highest point. The water flowed down along the wooden planks, eventually reaching the ground. In a drought-prone area, water is scarce, and now this continuous flow of water from above will surely attract the passing refugees to gather in that direction. Skillfully jumping from a height and landing in the water, Bai Chen followed the previous direction, counting silently in his mind, and positioned himself directly below where Chao Wenshi was, then poured a bucket of water. In order to let him land in the water, Bai Chen specifically changed his role to a butcher. Of course, this time, Bai Chen didn't tell him that landing on the water would save him. "Looks like I need to prepare an extra iron bucket. At least 3 should do," Bai Chen thought to himself. One for storing milk to prevent any accidents, although he shouldn't be drinking it these days. The village hero effect would be nullified if he drank milk. The other 2 are for storing water, so he can create unlimited water anytime, anywhere. At this moment, all the farmers in the village came out of the walls, holding red mushrooms and bone meal, ready to build mushroom houses outside the walls. The militia split into 2 teams. Most of them went to let those bandits have a long sleep. They felt no remorse about killing them. On one hand, these people were like damned beasts, on the other hand, this was the decree issued by the White Immortal Lord. Under the various miracles and Wei Shi's deliberate guidance, Bai Chen had become their faith in their hearts. Another small part of them was dedicated to treating the injured refugees one by one. These refugees, still under observation for now, couldn't be allowed inside the walls just yet. But considering their arduous journey and all the terrible things they had been through, both physically and mentally exhausted to the extreme, Bai Chen specifically instructed Miao Jiming to let them rest in the mushroom house for the next few days, until they adapted and their bodies recovered enough to go out and gather grass and bone powder. Even if they were willing to push blocks of soil themselves, it had to be approved by Ji Xing'an first. These refugees were too tired, not just physically but mentally as well. They couldn't see a future and dared not stop. Since they dared not stop, he would force them to stop. If they were made to work in such a state of mind, how would he be any different from those bandits or the court? Wouldn't that be hypocritical? They weren't like those lawless bandits, they were unfortunate souls who had been driven to ruin. Why make them suffer so much? Bai Chen wouldn't skimp on food, even if it meant there might not be fish or chicken. After all, there was already a large number of chickens, and the eggs produced daily were collected by the villagers and placed in boxes at a 60% rate. The rest was left for them to arrange as they pleased. As for the eggs in the boxes, Bai Chen smashed them all. Just one word, willful. Anyway, it would hatch little chicks. Smashing eggs. This had always been his dream, and now it had finally come true. The newly transformed fisherman could indeed catch fish like him, but it would take longer, and casting the rod would consume energy every moment. And for now, it seemed they could only catch fish. But aside from meat, grain-based foods would fill them up. Watching the villagers running back and forth in the distance, Bai Chen thought to himself. The bandits had been dealt with, the heavenly tiger had ascended, the refugees were under Miao Jiming's care, and he had said what needed to be said. Oh, right, there's also Tai Shan, how could I forget about him? Bai Chen slapped his forehead in regret, drawing a drop of blood. He walked to where Tai Shan was separated from him and saw Tai Shan lying on the ground, pointing his fingers one by one. Tai Shan, how many have you counted now? He asked with a smile. Tai Shan stood up, gesturing with his hand, but Bai Chen couldn't quite understand. Oh, so you've counted this many, impressive Tai Shan, well done. Bai Chen nodded as if he understood, praising, this is your reward. With that, Bai Chen took out an iron ingot and handed it to Tai Shan. Listening to Bai Chen's praise, Tai Shan happily swayed his body, carefully taking the iron ingot from Bai Chen's hand and then spinning around, eventually stopping and pulling out a red flower, which he gave to Bai Chen. Thank you, Tai Shan. By the way, the villagers are outside the wall now, you can go play with them there. Watching Tai Shan's simple movements, Bai Chen chuckled speechlessly. Go back to sleep. Bai Chen lazily yawned and walked back to his small house. Feeling a vibration behind him, he turned around to see Tai Shan slowly following him. "Are you trying to escort me?" Bai Chen hesitated and asked. Tai Shan nodded. Bai Chen smiled and said, "All right, let's go." When Bai Chen reached the door of his house, he turned to Tai Shan and said, "Here we are, I'm going to bed now. Good night, Tai Shan." Tai Shan nodded, then, to Bai Chen's incredulous gaze, reached out and patted his head before swaying away. "Ha, never thought I'd have a day where Iron Mountain pats my head." Bai Chen shook his head helplessly but couldn't help but grin. These days, while they were building the city walls at Iron Mountain, Bai Chen was also working on the transfer temple. Currently, he had completed the farmer, mason, and archer. As for the rest, he would work on them during the day. It wasn't urgent, and he had plenty of time. Ever since he made a bed out of wool, Bai Chen would basically go to bed as soon as night fell. Climbing the wooden stairs, Bai Chen reached the second floor and entered one of the rooms. The ceiling was made of glass, allowing a clear view outside, with torches at the door casting a faint light around. The walls were made of logs, the floor of earth blocks covered with flowers and grass, with wheat and bamboo growing nearby. He placed the red flowers gifted by Iron Mountain in a pot. Walking to the bed surrounded by leaves, Bai Chen slipped under the covers, listening to the sound of flowing water, gazing at the sparkling stars in the sky, and slowly closing his eyes. Sleeping until dawn, no need to wake up early for class. What a wonderful day, he yawned as he got up from bed, murmuring, "It would be even better with a phone, lying in bed playing on the phone would be great." Standing on the balcony, looking down at the herds of cattle and sheep, Bai Chen felt content. These days, even though leather was scarce, Bai Chen hadn't slaughtered a single cow, wanting them to multiply first before considering. Sheep, on the other hand, had their wool trimmed daily. As for horses, they hadn't been placed in Bai Chen's backyard yet, as they were not from Minecraft. Dealing with them and feeding them was troublesome. They were currently taken care of in another area designated by Bai Chen, managed by Wei Shi and the others. "Boss, are you up?" Following the voice, Bai Chen saw Lu Er holding a basket, smiling at the door downstairs. Why was he here so early today? Lu Er seemed to have been here for a while. Bai Chen descended the stairs, opened the door, and looked at Lu Er in confusion. "Lu Er, why are you here so early? Is there something you need?" Lu Er opened the basket, revealing a large bowl of porridge with very little water, almost filled with rice grains, clearly scooped from the bottom when cooked. There were also a few steaming mantou. "Boss, didn't you say before that everyone in the village should have breakfast? My mother made breakfast this morning and asked me to bring it to you, still warm." Lu Er proudly said, "I'll come every day to bring you breakfast." "Good, I've been tired of bread and milk, haven't had porridge and mantou in a long time," Bai Chen said thoughtfully. "You must have waited a while." Lu Er shook his head. "Not really, I figured you'd be getting up around this time, so I came a bit early." "Come on, let's go inside. You can put the basket on that table in the kitchen," Bai Chen said, turning to walk towards the box in the kitchen. It contained various cooked foods, mostly fish. Although sleeping didn't deplete satiety, he had used up a lot during the recent battle with bandits and hadn't eaten before sleeping. However, these ordinary foods didn't seem to increase satiety much, so he still relied on grilled fish as the main meal. "Sit down and eat with me?" Bai Chen said to Lu Er, who had been standing. "If you don't want to eat, it's fine, no need to be so formal. Sit down and watch me eat if you want." Bai Chen ate his porridge, mantou, and grilled fish. "Boss, do you need someone to take care of your daily life?" Lu Er couldn't help but ask. Bai Chen swallowed his porridge, laughed heartily. "Why, do you want to move in with me?" "That's perfect, I've saved a room for you, feel free to move in whenever you want." "That's not what I meant," Lu Er paused and continued. "I was wondering if you need any maids or the like." "Did Miao Jiming send you to ask me that?" Bai Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring. He couldn't believe that Lu Er, this little guy, could come up with such a question. As expected, Lu Er nodded slowly. "What's this guy thinking?" Bai Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Let's forget about maids and such, I have hands and feet, I don't need anyone to take care of me. Suddenly having a stranger around is strange, and usually, I prefer living alone." As for Lu Er, in special circumstances, since he had just arrived here, during those days when he couldn't see anyone, it was this kid who came to chat with him to pass the time. "I see, I'll tell Jiming later," Lu Er said softly. Feeling relieved all of a sudden? Bai Chen looked at Lu Er with a smirk, smiling. Lu Er nodded seriously, "A bit. I thought you would blush and then turn your head saying you didn't." Bai Chen shook his head disappointedly, lowering it to drink his rice porridge. "Too straightforward, not interesting at all. I'm not a little girl, why would I blush? I'm a manly man." Lu Er muttered. "Hey Lu Er, when are you getting a wife?" Bai Chen changed the subject, following up on Lu Er's words. This time, Lu Er finally blushed. He stuttered and couldn't speak for a while. "Why so shy?" Bai Chen teased, grinning. have you set your eyes on any girl? Tell me. You should know that in ancient times, people married much earlier than now, not to mention arranged marriages. Luer's age was about right. And no. Luer mumbled, his voice barely audible, like a mosquito's. If Bai Chen didn't have good hearing, he wouldn't have heard it. Bai Chen continued, really? No. Too bad, I wanted to play matchmaker. Bai Chen shook his head regretfully, looking at Luer sincerely. Hey, Luer, if you meet someone you like in the future, don't be afraid to approach her to build rapport. Once you have mutual interest, you don't have to worry about the rest. As long as you both like each other, I'll support you. Of course, as long as you don't pester her, although it's unlikely, I still have to say it. He added. Luer's ears turned red. Bai Chen chuckled, and ate several steamed buns in a row. Hee, innocent youth, a rare find. What about you, boss? Luer asked softly. Me? Bai Chen was stunned. He stared at the ancient costume he was wearing and fell into a daze. After a while, he smiled contentedly. Ding! He stood up and swiftly flicked Luer on the head. The force was minimal. Bai Chen could control it well. He didn't want to make a mess early in the morning. Ouch, why did you suddenly hit me, boss? Luer winced, holding his head. Adult matters, don't worry about it, let's just move on. Bai Chen nonchalantly sat back down, nibbling on his steamed bun. And I didn't hit you, nothing happened just now. Be careful, I might sue you for defamation. Bai Chen had a poker face. Luer was speechless, silently rubbing his head. The boss is really childish. Has a childlike heart. Let me wipe my hands. Bai Chen finished his steamed buns in 2 bites, then used his hands, which had just been roasting fish, to pat Luer on the body. Although there were no oil stains on his hands, he enjoyed seeing Luer wanting to dodge but holding back. Let's go feed the cows and sheep. Let's find Lu Wusan and the others to exchange some emeralds. Bai Chen dragged Luer and headed towards his farm. Happiness is a trap, impossible to last forever, and will inevitably come to an end, with the best outcome being both people dying at the same time. But in the end, the one left behind will naturally be oneself. His whole life was too long. After breeding the animals on the farm, Bai Chen couldn't wait to go exchange emeralds with the people in the village. Of course, the main person was Lu Wusan, who could exchange wheat for emeralds. Bai Chen planned to raise his exchange level first to see if he could get something more useful. On the way to the village, Bai Chen noticed Taishan squatting on the ground, looking at something. Taishan, what are you doing squatting there? Bai Chen asked in confusion. Taishan slowly moved aside, and Bai Chen finally saw that Taishan was holding a red flower, intending to give it to a black cat? Where did this black cat come from? Could it have been spawned in the village? When did this appear, Taishan? You usually wander around the village, do you know? Bai Chen asked in amazement. Seeing Taishan shake his head, he didn't ask further. He took out codfish and used it on the black cat. Before long, a red heart appeared above its head. At this moment, the black cat also meowed gently, nudging Bai Chen's leg with its little head. Black cat beast, I have tamed you. We now have a cat clan, let's go home. Bai Chen happily sucked in the black cat, then held it up in the air, hesitating for a moment before saying, I need to give you a name. Meow. The black cat licked its paw, staring at Bai Chen with orange eyes. In that case, I'll call you Dream, and if you're okay with it, meow once. Bai Chen smiled broadly. Meow meow, the black cat meowed softly. Well, 2 meows. That's double approval, very agreeable. Okay, Dream, stay here for now, I'll take you to my house later. Bai Chen said cheerfully, placing Dream on the ground. As for Luer, he stared at Dream circling around Bai Chen, feeling a sense of crisis. Taishan, on the other hand, looked at the red flower in his hand. Not being able to give it away made him feel uncomfortable. At that moment, a villager hurried by. Taishan walked over and gave the red flower to the villager. Oh, thank you, Lord Taishan. The villager, who was carrying water, was stopped by Taishan, first stunned, then put down the water bucket and happily accepted the flower. Then, after struggling to pick up the water bucket again, he bowed respectfully to Bai Chen and left. Taishan, I know you give flowers to express your feelings, but you should do it when others are not busy. Look, just now, you had to trouble someone, Bai Chen said somewhat helplessly, chuckling. Seeing Taishan looking a bit dejected, Bai Chen thought for a moment and added, of course, in this situation, you can try making a flower wreath, the kind that can be worn around the neck, so it won't be a bother. Taishan nodded, continuing to patrol the village while weaving a flower wreath in his hand. Shall I go now? Bai Chen said to Dream. The black cat seemed to understand and sat quietly in place, watching Bai Chen leave. Zhu Zi, do you know where Lu Wusan is? When he arrived at the village, Bai Chen happened to see Zhu Zi walking around in the village and asked, Who is it, Master Bai? Zhu Zi smiled obsequiously, stuttering, Uncle San is still outside planting mushrooms. There were too many people yesterday, and Uncle San and the others were too tired to keep up, so they decided to temporarily squeeze them into a large mushroom house, plant the red mushrooms at night, and continue building the mushroom house during the day. Okay, got it. Walking outside the earthen wall, Bai Chen saw Lu Wusan and the others busy planting mushrooms, while most of the refugees were numbly leaning against the wall, eyes dilated, faces lifeless, holding a small bowl of noodles and a steamed bun. Worried that these people, who had been hungry for so long, might not be able to control themselves and overeat, Bai Chen decided to give them a small amount of food first to fill their stomachs. Compared to the villagers Bai Chen had seen before, the situation here was much more tragic, with homes destroyed, families torn apart, and people treated as provisions by bandits, tortured beyond recognition. If Bai Chen couldn't see their eyeballs moving, he would have thought they were just lifeless bodies. The only ones with a bit of vitality were the children, but even they were only slightly better off, perhaps suffering from malnutrition, with most of them swollen all over. Children shouldn't be like this. They should be able to jump high and run far, be chubby and healthy, and have proper nutrition. It was time to slaughter the chickens. Yes, and eggs too. Relive my childhood nightmares. They all need to be eaten. If there weren't enough eggs, they could take from the 60% that Miao Jiming was missing. After all, they could only be used to feed the chicks. Bai Chen was lost in thought. Boss, a child is coming towards us, Lu Er hesitated and said. A child? Bai Chen looked in the direction Lu Er was pointing and indeed saw a little girl. The girl's hair was dry and sparse, resembling a clump of dry straw. Her lips were cracked, with traces of blood from prolonged lack of food. Her clothes were tattered, covered in patches and holes, unable to conceal her frail body and sunken belly. As she approached Bai Chen, a glimmer of hope shone through her lifeless eyes. Big brother, are you a god? The girl asked tentatively, her voice hoarse and hollow. My mother told me that gods can make it rain, so we can have enough to eat at home. The uncles who can grow big mushrooms all say you're a god, is that true? Bai Chen glanced around and saw the refugees all looking up, ears perked, waiting for his answer. They needed a reason to keep going, to move forward. Was he worthy of being called a god? After much contemplation, Bai Chen gave his answer amidst the people's anticipation. Of course, I am a god. Bai Chen let out a heavy sigh and said firmly, isn't it just about having enough to eat and a place to stay? Rest assured, no one will go hungry under my watch. Thank you, godly brother. The girl's eyes sparkled as she smiled through tears. Thank you for coming down from the heavens to look after us. A god, truly a god. We're saved, we're saved. Sob, 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 husband, did you see that? Little stone will grow up healthy. After hearing Bai Chen's words, the refugees' eyes lit up. They struggled to stand up, knelt down, clasped their hands together, and bowed to Bai Chen. This time, Bai Chen didn't avoid their gestures. He quietly accepted their gratitude. The right time, the right place. When it was almost time, Bai Chen asked the refugees to rise. After that, their spirits were visibly lifted compared to before. Then, Bai Chen looked at the girl and smiled gently. Beautiful miss, may I perform a magic trick for you? With that, he bowed slightly towards the girl, flipped his hand, and produced an apple. This fruit is for you to eat. Thank you, the girl said softly. As the little girl took the fruit, a bouquet of pink peonies appeared in Bai Chen's hand. Bai Chen slowly squatted down, looking directly at the girl, gently placing the bouquet on her head, and sincerely said, Here, you don't have to be afraid, don't worry about going hungry or thirsty. I will protect you and take care of yourselves. The girl nodded vigorously, yes. Thank you, fairy brother. Go back now, Bai Chen said with a smile. To his left, an old man was guarding several children, anxiously watching the girl. As he watched the girl run towards the old man, Bai Chen seemed lost in thought. The children had different appearances, probably not related to the old man by blood. Their parents. Bai Chen couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Let's build a school for them. Children of the same age should play together, have companions, which might brighten their lives and ensure proper education. Following the mushroom houses, Bai Chen soon found Lu Wusan, who was ripening red mushrooms. As he approached Lu Wusan, something suddenly flew out of his body and fell to the ground. Bai Chen picked it up and checked his backpack. Isn't this a cookie? Seeing Lu Wusan's puzzled expression, Bai Chen realized he didn't know what was happening either. It seemed that things would still be given, even if the villagers themselves didn't have any. It made sense. What would the other professions give? Bai Chen wondered curiously, and quickly sent Lu Er to gather the villagers who had changed professions. During this time, he exchanged all the wheat for emeralds. Lu Wusan had become a farmer apprentice, with 2 new exchange items, 4 apples for 1 emerald and 1 emerald for 6 pumpkins. They weren't very useful for now. When the villagers arrived, they threw out a variety of items: butchered lamb, pork chops, rabbit meat, beef. There were few armorers like Bai Chen who changed professions, planning to upgrade to the highest level in exchange for enchanted diamond sets in the future. He completed a set of chainmail armor, chestplate, leggings, boots, and helmet, along with an extra helmet, boots, and leggings. He kept a set for himself as a collection, as chainmail sets couldn't be crafted. The rest could be given to Wei Shi as rewards for the militiamen who performed well. Enchanted arrows from the Fletcher, leather from the tanner, books from Miao Jiming, clay blocks from the stonemason, fresh cod and salmon from the fisherman, stone and iron axes from the weaponsmith, and even a golden axe head. What a waste, pure waste. Why not just give gold directly? Might as well give me a silver axe head to cosplay as River God. Bai Chen absorbed all the items on the ground into his backpack. Stone axes, hoes, picks, and shovels from the toolmaker. Wait, what's this? Bai Chen looked in surprise at the lava bucket in his backpack, feeling incredibly lucky. Another bug in the game. Lava had the same properties as water, flowing infinitely from high to low, and when in contact with water, it could create cobblestone. On one hand, it could be used to make a stone generator, and on the other hand, it could be used to build city walls. By building upwards in a trapezoidal shape, with just a bucket of water and a block of lava, a 3-meter thick hollow, infinitely high city wall could be constructed. Moreover, lava could destroy all objects it came into contact with without depleting itself. This meant that with this bucket of lava, Bai Chen could set up a garbage disposal site for small-scale use or clean up nuclear waste without worrying about mutated seafood. Furthermore, lava had a crucial role in making obsidian, which could be used to create a nether portal. I wonder what hell looks like, or maybe there is no entrance to hell at all. I never expected this magma to be obtained like this, murmured Bai Chen to himself. He had originally planned to see if he could find a volcano later and dig out a bucket from inside. If he dug down, it would be troublesome, as he would have to search in the soft flow layer between the crust and the mantle. With just a pickaxe, it would take ages to dig down. Should he give it a try, trigger it a few more times? As soon as this thought came to mind, images of the miserable refugees immediately appeared in his head. Bai Chen immediately dismissed the idea. Absolutely not this one. Moreover, even if it was a bucket of magma, there was a way to obtain unlimited magma, just that it might take a longer time initially. With an alchemy pot and a water-dripping stone cone, one could produce unlimited magma. The alchemy pot was easy to make, requiring only 7 iron ingots to craft. But what about the water-dripping stone cone? Perhaps he had to search inside the cave or try digging a hole directly to see if he could find a natural cavity. This was much better than digging for magma directly. However, now that he had magma, he could start by building the city wall. It was impossible for Bai Chen to build the earthen wall alone, and he felt that the wall made of soil would not withstand a siege. As for the water-dripping stone cone, that could be dealt with later. A bucket of magma was enough for Bai Chen to do many things. No time to waste, let's go fix the city wall today. Bai Chen was eager, muttering to himself, I will name the repaired wall the Wall of Maria. Oh, today Miao Jiming and the others are going to Chengcheng. I should remind them not to get drenched by the magma, that would be troublesome. Jiming, when do you plan to set off? Bai Chen asked Miao Jiming. Miao Jiming replied, it should be half an hour from now. Alright, pay attention to the sky when you come back. If you see something red, stay away, Bai Chen instructed. Miao Jiming looked puzzled. What could the red thing be? And Wuzhen, where is he now? Bai Chen suddenly asked. Master Bai, Wuzhen has been unconscious since he came down last night and is currently being taken care of in one of the mushroom houses. If I remember correctly, it should be in this direction. Leading the way, Miao Jiming brought Bai Chen to the front of one of the mushroom houses, where a militia was standing guard. The current mushroom house only had some straw laid out, nothing else. Wuzhen had just woken up, looking around in confusion. Wasn't I supposed to be in the sky? How did I end up here? The unforgettable memory flooded his mind the next moment. I remember now, I was in the sky, hungry and thirsty, and the cold wind was blowing, making it impossible to sleep. After a few days like this, I couldn't hold on anymore, and when I lay down for a moment, I accidentally rolled off. When he felt the weightlessness and woke up, he was already halfway in the air, and he passed out in fear. When he woke up again, he was here. I didn't die. Hey, hee, I'm not dead, the immortal didn't deceive me, that's great. Wuzhen was ecstatic, grateful that he had survived those experiments and lived again. The immortal said that as long as he survived, it would be the final experiment. That was an immortal, and they kept their word. As a person in the laboratory, Wuzhen knew of Bai Chen's great powers, not to mention the heavenly stairs, something only immortals could achieve. Initially calling Bai Chen a monster was because, as a test subject, he was genuinely scared. Wuzhen, you're awake? Hearing this familiar voice, Wuzhen shuddered all over. He looked over and saw the figure that he would never forget, appearing before him once again. Ignoring his weak body, Wuzhen quickly got up and kowtowed to Bai Chen, saying, "Immortal sir, if you have come to find me, is there anything else you command? I know my wrongdoings. Please don't let it be another experiment." Just the thought of those experiments made Wuzhen tremble. No pain, no gain. With those bandits as a comparison, Bai Chen found Wuzhen much more pleasing to the eye now. "Rest assured, I will keep my promise. This will be your final experiment." Bai Chen paused, then continued, "But there are other tasks for you to do next." Wuzhen hesitated not a moment and said, "Immortal sir, please command me. As long as it's not an experiment, I am willing to do anything." "Good, I want you to follow him back to Qingqing for a while, then you stay behind and carry out your duty, exterminate the bandits." Bai Chen was not sure how strict the security was in Qingqing now, but as an inspector, Wuzhen could definitely bring people in. With bandits rampant now, sending Wuzhen back to eliminate them was better than keeping him here all the time. As for letting the tiger return to the mountain, Bai Chen was not worried. In Wuzhen's heart, as long as he was an immortal for a day, he would not dare to act recklessly. However, to prevent Wuzhen from slacking off, Bai Chen repeated what he had said to the constable to Wuzhen. Moreover, Bai Chen added that he should transform his memories into animals. This method was indeed very effective for these people. Hearing that he might become an animal in his next life, Wuzhen almost fainted, his face turning pale. After hearing about the way to atone for his sins, he regained some color and gratefully thanked Bai Chen. "If you lack food or water, I allow you to replenish here, but on one condition." Bai Chen looked at Wuzhen and said seriously, "If you encounter someone in distress who seems to be a decent person, you must give them food and inform them of the existence of this place." Wuzhen nodded and replied, "Yes, I will remember your command, immortal sir. Go outside and get some food to eat, quickly, we will be leaving soon," Bai Chen instructed. He did not want to delay the departure to Qingqing because of Wuzhen. Just because he found him slightly more pleasing did not mean Bai Chen accepted Wuzhen. Their relationship was already negative, and a slight improvement did not change that. Of course, he would not give him leather boots and wooden swords anymore. Leather boots were already in short supply, and Bai Chen was too lazy to make a wooden sword for Wuzhen. "Jiming, take him with you. It will be more convenient to enter the city later, and take these with you. If you don't have enough money, exchange these." Bai Chen handed a die made from flowers to Miao Jiming, saying, "Remember, don't forget to bring me some good food." "I understand," Miao Jiming nodded. After instructing Miao Jiming, Bai Chen left. He was going back to make an iron bucket, carrying 2 waters in his backpack, 1 milk and 1 magma, filling the backpack with logs, ready to go to build the city wall later, and bring the dream back home. Wuzhen was led by Miao Jiming to the refugees and had a meal. Wuzhen, who had been hungry for days, ate the steamed buns voraciously. He subconsciously looked towards the sky-reaching stairs where he had stayed before, and suddenly noticed that there was another sky-reaching stairs nearby, with water falling from the sky. Although he didn't understand what was going on with the water, Wuzhen was very familiar with that sky-reaching stairs. "Hee, I wonder who offended the immortal sir." Wuzhen's lips curled up, feeling slightly better. Finally, someone was as unlucky as him. Damn you, damn you." The sky tiger lay flat on the glass, gripping the glass tightly with his hands and feet sweating profusely. Occasionally, he had to temporarily release one hand to wipe the sweat off his body, to prevent his hands from becoming too slippery and losing grip on the glass. He dared not open his eyes, because once he did, he would be able to see the scenery below through the glass, with birds flying past from time to time. It was too high. All he could rely on was a cube of glass suspended in the air, which was far from providing him with a sense of security. The sky tiger's legs were getting weak, as if he could lose balance at any moment and fall from this great height. "I shouldn't have rebelled, let alone run into the village to plunder. Why am I so unlucky?" His mental defense was gradually collapsing. Unable to hold on any longer, he screamed in impotent rage, "Damn it all." Miao Jiming arranged things in the village, taking Wuzhen, Wei Shi, Lu Ping, Lu Qi, and another 2 or 3 dozen militiamen, each carrying wooden swords and also holding iron swords picked up from the bandits, and set off from Lu's village. The iron swords were for intimidation, and from the mouths of those refugees, they also knew that the situation was no longer the same as before. Chaos reigned outside. Who knew if bandits would jump out halfway? Those people had no idea of the power of these wooden swords. And those militiamen, having experienced the battle last night, were familiar with the way of fighting, fully capable of matching seasoned soldiers. Despite being only 2 or 3 dozen strong, even with a conservative estimate, they could fight against 4 or 5 times as many enemies without falling behind. Just their ferocious fighting style alone was enough to make the bandits hesitate to approach after suffering some losses. In the end, most of those bandits were just ordinary folks a few days ago, not even daring to engage in direct combat with the soldiers in the guard post, only daring to go to the village to kill those defenseless and pitiful people. They were just bullies who feared the strong. In the team, silence reigned, a solemn atmosphere enveloped everyone, each person stood tall, with a serious expression, marching like a regular army, because their god was walking with them. Soon, Bai Chen and the others reached the edge of the world, looking at the seemingly peaceful but actually perilous wilderness outside. "I'll leave you here," Bai Chen instructed Miao Jiming and the others. "Be careful on the next part of the journey, you can do without things, but everyone must come back alive." Missing limbs were a minor issue, there were still a few captives left by the previous bandits. "Yes, Master Bai," everyone replied in unison. Bai Chen glanced at Wu Jin. Wu Jin immediately understood and assured, "Rest assured, Master Bai, this humble one remembers clearly and will definitely follow Master Bai's instructions." Watching the group go far away, Bai Chen turned to the chicken that had been brought over, picked it up, and threw it outside. The chicken flashed red light, and shortly after going out, it lay dead, leaving nothing behind. "Indeed, can't get out," Bai Chen pondered. It was somewhat expected, after all, when Iron Mountain came back last time, he was covered in cracks. Now there were many chickens, so he could indulge a bit. Next, he took out 2 buckets that had been prepared long ago, created infinite water at the edge of the world, and filled the iron bucket with water. If someone inadvertently came near but hesitated to approach, they could use this water to quench their thirst or something. It was just a small favor. Then, Bai Chen retreated about a dozen meters, synthesized the logs into planks, and began to build upwards. When he reached a certain height, Bai Chen's speed gradually slowed down. He carefully squatted down to add a plank outside, then slowly moved back, placing another plank above that one. There was no way around it. If they accidentally fell down, just climbing back up would take a long time, slow and meticulous work. Moreover, it was dangerously high. Once they were out of the White Immortal Lord's range, even though the team remained quite solemn, it was noticeably more relaxed. Along the way, they encountered some unsavory characters, but upon seeing the number of people in the group, they wisely left. "Wei Shi, something's not right." Miao Jiming frowned, discreetly moving closer to Wei Shi and lowering his voice. "Someone has been following us from behind." Wei Shi stole a glance and indeed, there were people following them in the distance. "Those people are probably a small band of bandits, we've been targeted. I'll go prepare everyone for a possible confrontation at any moment," Wei Shi stated decisively. "Don't speed up, just keep walking at a normal pace, but let them know that we've noticed them," Miao Jiming suggested. They were still carrying goods for trade, so no matter how fast they tried to go, they wouldn't get far and would only show weakness, making the other party think they were scared. With still some distance to Chengcheng, since the small band was here, it meant the main force was not far away, there was no escaping. This way, the bandits wouldn't dare to make any reckless moves, and they truly had no fear. "All right," Wei Shi slowed his pace and walked to the back of the group. Chaos had already reached such a level outside, they had only been walking for a short while and already encountered bandits. The chaotic times had arrived. "Prosperity brings suffering, decline brings suffering," Miao Jiming sighed. The pace of the group noticeably quickened, but due to the packages they carried, they couldn't run very fast, and the people behind them were like a persistent itch. "They're coming," Wei Shi said solemnly. Before he could finish speaking, nearly 100 people rushed towards them, surrounding Wei Shi and the others. Swish! Wei Shi and Lu Ping picked up stone swords, while the rest drew wooden swords. "Ha, were these people here to joke around, using iron swords instead of wooden ones?" The surrounding people looked at each other in confusion, their eyes full of mockery. The leader shouted to Wei Shi and the others, "We are under Wang Er's command, you should have heard of his name, we only rob, not kill, hand over the goods, and we will let you go." Miao Jiming calmly walked out, holding a bag of silver fragments, and said calmly, "This righteous one, people like you who stick to principles are rare. How about this, I have some silver fragments here, a gift for all you righteous ones. Let us go in peace, what do you say? Why escalate things and ruin the harmony between us?" Just now, Miao Jiming roughly estimated the number of people present, no more than 200. 7 against 1, the advantage was on their side. They had someone backing them up. However, no one knew if they would encounter other bandits next, so it was best to resolve matters with silver, to conserve strength. Courtesy first, force later. If they didn't know what's good for them, don't blame them for being impolite. Zhong Guang looked at the bag of silver fragments, feeling hesitant. "Big brother, they seem to be from Lu family village," someone whispered to Zhong Guang. Zhong Guang frowned and asked, "How do you know?" "That big guy, I remember him." The person pointed at Lu Ping, explaining, "I saw him when I visited Lu family village before." This was going to be difficult. Zhong Guang thought to himself. Some days ago, when they passed by their own village, they learned that their elders and children had been taken to a village called Lu Family Village. Brother Wang Er sent people to check on that village, including the person currently talking to Zhong Guang, and it was said that those people were living well. Originally, Brother Wang Er wanted to personally go and express gratitude, but the reports that came back mentioned something strange about that village. The village seemed to have an eerie atmosphere throughout. It seemed like a gathering place for a cult. However, after much consideration, Wang Er decided not to disturb the Lu family village and instructed his men to bypass it. In this chaotic year, joining a cult was better than rebelling. Thinking this, Zhong Guangdao glanced at the wooden swords in their hands and shook his head inwardly. It seemed they were indeed brainwashed by the cult. It was understandable, with so many things to carry, they were probably planning to sell them in Chengcheng. Mistaking them for merchants, it wouldn't be right to rob the rich to help the poor now. Guangdao, should we still rob them? That village seems a bit suspicious, one of the men who had been to Lu family village sincerely said. Since they are from Lu family village, let's not rob them. But we still need to make sure, Zhong Guangdao asked. Hey, are you from Lu family village? Miao Jiming nodded, yes. Ah, they are from Lu family village. It seems we only rob the rich to help the poor, not the villagers, someone exclaimed. What should we do, still rob them? Rob them for what? It's Lu family village, my mother is still there. Mine too. Hearing that they were from Lu family village, the men looked embarrassed and quickly put away their weapons. Seeing Miao Jiming and his group, they became much friendlier. Good people were hard to come by. It's like stirring up trouble for no reason, Zhong Guangdao sighed in relief seeing his men's reactions. Some of his relatives were in Lu family village, so he naturally didn't want to harm them. We were in the wrong here. Since you are from Lu family village, Zhong Guangdao said, making way for them, we offended you, please leave. Thank you, Miao Jiming thanked and handed the bag of silver shards to Zhong Guangdao as they left. What's this? Zhong Guangdao looked puzzled at Miao Jiming. Brother, please accept these silver shards, share them with your brothers. Miao Jiming smiled, if you have time, come visit our Lu family village. These people, pressured by circumstances, were different from the previous bandits, they still had a conscience. Miao Jiming wanted to see if he could integrate them into Lu family village. They were all skilled farmers, the village could use more hands. Once they reached Lu family village, would they be able to leave? On the other hand, frequent visits to Chengcheng would help them avoid trouble. Touched by Miao Jiming's kindness, Zhong Guangdao felt moved. Since they became rebels, no one had been so friendly to them. As they walked away, Zhong Guangdao weighed the bag in his hand, then instructed his men, Tuwa, take a team and follow them from a distance. If anyone dares to plunder, use Wang Er's name to stop them, and when you're close to Chengcheng, come back. Reciprocity is important. They were rebels, and the people from Lu family village were good citizens. They couldn't tarnish their reputation. A silent farewell was enough. Understood. When I return, I will discuss this with Wang Er and make sure our men are on high alert, Zhong Guangdao thought to himself. In the following journey, although Miao Jiming knew there were people following them, the situation was completely different this time. Several waves of bandits were scared off by those behind them. By Shui Wang Er, the man who dared to charge at the county magistrate, was not someone they wanted to provoke. When they safely arrived at the gates of Chengcheng, those people withdrew. The county town was no longer as relaxed as before, where one could enter by paying silver. The gate guards were now armored soldiers, and every person entering the city was thoroughly questioned. They soon spotted Miao Jiming and his group approaching Chengcheng. Have the brothers behind us be ready to close the city gates at any time. There's a group of people with weapons, they don't seem like good folks. The guard pointed at the iron swords they carried and shouted with a furrowed brow. Wait, look, doesn't that look like our patrol, Lord Wuzhen? And those people, they seem to be Old Song and the others, they actually didn't die? Another guard suddenly said. Did they also escape from that eerie village? The soldiers guarding the city looked puzzled. The Lu family village had become a topic of daily conversation for them. There were two versions of the story. One was about a demon village near Chengcheng, where there were demon people who could summon giant mushrooms with a wave of their hands. There was also a huge white humanoid monster made entirely of mysterious iron, impervious to weapons and fire, incredibly strong, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, extremely brutal and vicious, showing its fangs, enjoying breaking people's legs, and listening to their screams. This version was provided by those who had narrowly escaped. Initially, the soldiers guarding the city dismissed it as an excuse to cover up their defeat by bandits. But when those who were supposed to be dead returned alive, the story became even more bizarre. It was like a myth, almost unbelievable. According to them, the white monster was a celestial general from the heavens, gentle in nature, fond of giving people red flowers and patting their heads. It obeyed an immortal who had descended to Earth, whose name was unknown, as the villagers dared not speak it aloud. They simply referred to him as White Immortal Lord, although he disliked this title, so in his presence, they usually called him White Young Master. This White Immortal Lord was extraordinary, with powerful magic. Even if his cultivation was suppressed by mortal constraints, he could single-handedly create a paradise. There were inexhaustible water sources, wheat that ripened in 7 days, and with the help of immortal barrels, could be quickly ripened, providing endless food. Giant mushrooms that grew instantly, serving as homes, only needing a simple push of the soil to eat to their heart's content, perhaps even enjoying eggs and fish daily. Milk that could cure all ailments, and divine fish that could heal wounds upon consumption. Made of divine wood, as hard as an iron sword, an immortal artifact that could protect its owner autonomously, defending against swords and knives when worn. The people inside lived in peace and prosperity, like a utopia. In short, it was uncanny. Those who returned had only been back for a day or two, and even the most cheerful among them now seemed restless, sighing and appearing lost. They often gathered in pairs, reminiscing about their past lives there, eager to share every mundane detail if asked. When questioned about their feelings upon returning, not one expressed regret. But regardless of the version, Lord Wuzhen should have died. TSK, what a pity, he didn't even die, so lucky. One soldier muttered, expressing regret. Life was already hard, and with this troublemaker back, peace would be hard to come by. The gatekeepers said nothing more and let Miao Jiming and the others inside. They entered the county town. Lord Wuzhen first gave orders to the city guards not to hinder Miao Jiming and his group from leaving, no matter what happened. Then, he cautiously asked Miao Jiming, shall we part ways here? Although they were now in his territory, the events that had unfolded before were still fresh in his mind, and Lord Wuzhen dared not show any arrogance. Of course, Miao Jiming continued, but Lord Wuzhen, don't forget what White Immortal Lord instructed. How could I dare forget? Lord Wuzhen bid farewell to Miao Jiming and the others with a mournful face before leaving. Truly worthy of White Immortal Lord, his methods are so clever that even someone like Lord Wuzhen can be influenced, becoming so humble. In the team, the militiamen familiar with the temperament of Wuzhen sighed, saying, it's a pity that those who came back from the Immortal Lord, no matter how we ask them, they refused to say what happened back then. I'm not sure, but I can confirm one thing, they must have eaten a lot of fairy fish at the Immortal Lord's place, otherwise they wouldn't feel like throwing up just by looking at fish. They didn't have this problem before. Ah, that sounds great, I also want to eat fish until I throw up. Unintentionally overhearing the conversation between the militiamen, Miao Jiming glanced at the militiaman who was enviously talking about it. No, you wouldn't want that. Do you all remember the plan I arranged for you before? Miao Jiming shifted his gaze away and asked the crowd. Seeing them all nod, Miao Jiming solemnly said, alright, now let's disperse and act separately. After finishing the task, we'll meet back at this place. Yes. The crowd dispersed in all directions, leaving dozens of people behind to guard the weapons. With the instructions from Wuzhen, the gatekeepers dared not cause trouble, and even took the initiative to explain the situation to the patrolling soldiers. Among them, Ji Xing'an's speed was undoubtedly the fastest. He rushed east and west, bypassing several small paths, and the scenes along the way made his worries even heavier. Lu Ping followed Ji Xing'an closely, his face solemn as he surveyed the city. Houses, shops everywhere showed signs of destruction, various abandoned items scattered in the corners of the streets, and dried bloodstains on the ground. Even the usually bustling market had most shops closed, the air still filled with panic and unease, with few pedestrians on the streets, each one hurried and anxious, as if being chased from behind. Nowadays, the people in the city were already greatly weakened, so poor that they could hardly afford to eat. However, the restaurants, although showing signs of damage, were still open, filled with elegantly dressed nobles eating meat, drinking wine, listening to music, cursing by Shui Wang air incessantly, their voices so loud that anyone passing by could hear. The drought affected the common people, those who couldn't afford to eat, but not these officials and nobles. On the contrary, the worse the drought, the more they hoarded grain, causing the price to rise, but it didn't affect them since they could afford it. Although they might have lost their silver, their properties were still intact, and they would recover in a few days. Soldiers passed by from time to time, inspecting every pedestrian on the road. Faint cries of misery could be heard coming from the dilapidated doors. It was completely different from the atmosphere in the Lu family village. Is this still the Changcheng he remembered? Every time he came, Changcheng seemed to deteriorate further. If it weren't for the protection of the Immortal Lord, our Lu family village would probably be even worse off. Lu Ping muttered to himself, feeling a chill in his hands and feet, feeling extremely grateful. Thank goodness, the Immortal Lord is here. Meanwhile, Ji Xing'an was getting anxious. Father, please be safe, you haven't even met the Immortal Lord yet. After wandering around, Ji Xingyan finally arrived at the alley where the ancient herb hall was located, where a few people were lined up for consultations. These people all looked emaciated, hunched over with sunken bellies, leaning against the wall. Inside the ancient herb hall, the voice of Ji Mingji could be heard. Hey, it's not that I don't want to prescribe for you, but this prescription can only cure illnesses, not hunger. No matter how much you eat, it won't help. Master Ji, please prescribe me a remedy. I'm really sick, my stomach is burning. I only have enough money to buy medicine. Please show mercy and give me a prescription. After rummaging through the boxes, Ji Mingji said helplessly, take these, boil them and take them after half an hour, next. Thank you, Master Ji, thank you. Ji Xingyan listened to the tired voice and quickly walked into the hall, calling out loudly, Father. Xingyan is back? Good lad, you've come at the right time. Come help me check on the patients and see if your medical skills have regressed. Ji Mingji joyfully raised his head, his previously furrowed brows relaxing as he smiled and said, Little brother, please wait for a moment. I'm fine, you guys carry on with your work, don't mind me. Lu Ping chuckled and sat down on a chair. Great. Ji Xingyan went to the medicine cabinet, helped with the patients, and quickly finished examining the patient at the door. Before anyone came over, Ji Mingji closed the door tightly. Father, what happened to your hand? Ji Xingyan couldn't help but ask. He had noticed earlier when fetching medicine that there was a noticeable scar on Ji Mingji's hand. Some people came in earlier to steal things. It would have been fine if they just took some silver, but they unexpectedly rummaged through the medicine cabinet, scattering the herbs everywhere. I rushed to stop them and got scratched like this, Ji Mingji said nonchalantly, but luckily, the herbs weren't damaged too much. Ji Xingyan quickly took out dried fish and grilled fish, handing them to Ji Mingji, his eyes red as he said, Father, please eat these, save the grilled fish for last. Could it be that this fish is like the divine fruit before, capable of turning bones white and reviving the dead? Ji Mingji couldn't help but say. Knowing his father's temperament, Ji Xingyan spoke before he could, this divine fish was a gift from the immortal Lord to me. I have plenty more, and it does indeed have the effect of turning bones white and reviving the dead. Father, please eat it, don't think about giving it to others. This was bestowed by the immortal Lord, can't just casually pass it on to someone else, right? Well, alright then. Ji Mingji hesitated for a while but eventually ate it. Watching the scar rapidly fading, he sighed, truly a divine item, the effect is indeed miraculous. Finally, Ji Mingji paused and asked with a trembling voice, have you seen that miraculous medicine that cures all diseases? Ji Xingyan nodded and recounted his experiences in Lu family village to Ji Mingji. That milk that cures all diseases is quite unique. You have to drink a whole bucket of milk for it to take effect, but fortunately, the milk doesn't bloat you, it's like it disappears into thin air once you drink it. Wei sure didn't deceive us. Ji Xingyan said excitedly, then suddenly realized that his father might have forgotten who Wei Sure was and quickly added, he's the burly man with sideburns who let us out before. Unfortunately, the milk was too heavy to bring along. Ji Mingji listened silently, nodding occasionally. By the way, Father, do you know the situation at the court? We've encountered 4 or 5 groups of bandits outside. When will the court send someone? Ji Xingyan asked in confusion. Ji Mingji coldly said, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next year. Next year? Anger surged in Ji Xingyan's heart, and he laughed bitterly. If we really have to wait until next year, by then those bandits will have become entrenched, and it won't be easy to suppress them. The officials. Ji Xingyan turned his head, glanced at the door to make sure it was closed, lowered his voice, and said indignantly, have the officials lost their minds? Even the emperor, are they really allowing these bandits to plunder here? No, the emperor doesn't know about this, Ji Mingji said helplessly. The Shanxi governor Hu Tingyan has suppressed all these matters, saying that these bandits are just hungry people and will naturally disband once the summer harvest brings food. Plus, the inspector Wuzhen has disappeared without a trace, rumored to have been killed by some white monster, which I believe should be the work of the divine general. In short, at least until next year, these bandits won't decrease, they will only increase. Ji Xingyan said, excuses, it's just to avoid punishment from above, but this can be hidden for a while, not for a lifetime. When the truth comes out, it might end up with the whole family being executed. They are not just targeting his family, these officials all have such behavior. Lu Ping, who was listening silently on the side, sneered. I understand now, in the eyes of those high-ranking officials, we are not even considered human. There are many starving in the city, while people in those big houses are feasting. No wonder there are so many uprisings. These officials are not even worth a single toe of a deity, no, not even a single hair. He couldn't forget the way those Yamen officers extorted taxes from them before. Ji Mingji shook his head knowingly, sighed, and continued, now that this matter has spread, the bandits are becoming more arrogant and unruly. Even those who were originally afraid of the imperial officials and dared not rebel are now joining the uprising. It will only get more chaotic in the future. The end is near. Father, come with us. I came here just to bring you over, Ji Xingyan said softly. He knew his father's character, always doing good deeds without expecting anything in return, and now, upon hearing about the deity, he believed even more firmly in his own actions. When Ji Xingyan went to fetch medicine before, he found that his father almost only accepted money for the herbs, even engaging in transactions that made him lose money. People's hearts are unpredictable, not everyone will think well of others. If his father continues like this, the next time he comes, he might not see him anymore. This is not under the rule of a deity, there are no gods watching over. Since his father wants to do good deeds, he will give him an irresistible reason. You should know better than me, these people's illnesses are all caused by hunger, we can't help them at all, Ji Xingyan paused and said. Now that the deity has received many refugees, some of whom are sick and need treatment, the deity is unable to take care of them all, but you can help more people there. Dealing with stubborn people requires going along with their thoughts. After hearing Ji Xingyan's words, Ji Ningji clearly hesitated. Ji Xingyan quickly seized the opportunity and said, Kair misses you, he talks about when grandpa will come to see him every day, and he wants you to hold him. Ji Mingji looked at the neatly arranged wooden medicine cabinets, feeling the traces left by time on them. Looking at the handwritten labels on the drawers, the handwriting had faded slightly. I've been here for almost a lifetime, Ji Mingji murmured, I really feel a bit reluctant to leave. Xingyan, go, take down the sign of Bai Chao Tang, Ji Mingji instructed. That sign was passed down from ancestors and must not be lost. As long as the sign remains, Bai Chao Tang will still exist. Father, do you agree? Ji Xingyan was overjoyed, afraid that he might regret it later, and quickly called Lu Ping over to help remove the sign. It's time to relocate Bai Chao Tang. Shopkeeper, why has the price of this dye decreased by almost 20% compared to before? Niao Jining asked with a furrowed brow. It's unavoidable, sir, as you know, some time ago those bandits entered the city and looted randomly, the shopkeeper explained with a smile, complaining, those lords took their silver to hoard food, and most traveling merchants are now afraid to come to our Changcheng, it's really hard to sell. Don't think I'm giving you less, our shop already offers the highest price for purchases in Changcheng. Sir, if you don't believe me, you can go ask around the other shops nearby. As he said, this was indeed the highest price among the surrounding shops. After selling off the dyes and converting them all into silver, Miao Jiming walked out of that shop and distributed the silver. Take this silver, make sure to remember, now that you've made a fortune, go back and show off. Miao Jiming repeatedly instructed the craftsmen following him, act naturally, don't worry about the money. The Craftsmen's Guild will pay you for 7 or 8 years. If anyone asks, stay silent, give them the feeling that you have something to say but hold back. When more people gather, then speak up. It's best to deceive more people to come back. The more, the better, we can afford it. Yes. Zhu Zi, take this money and buy some fabric, coarse salt, and the things I mentioned to you before. Oh, and also fine salt. If there are seasonings, buy them all. These are for the immortal lord to eat. Make sure to buy the best and most expensive ones in the store, buy more. Also, try to see if you can bring back a few tailors. Leave it to me, it will be done properly. Lu Qi, this is for you. Miao Jiming didn't say much, he trusted Lu Qi the most in this group. Miao Jiming distributed everything one by one until there were only 3 or 4 people left by his side, then he breathed a sigh of relief. All set, now all that's left is to wait for them to come back. Miao Jiming had to return to the starting point so that if the people who went out encountered any problems, they could come back and ask for his advice. Stop, what do you want to do? The soldier next to Miao Jiming raised his iron sword and shouted. Miao Jiming turned around and saw a group of people walking towards them. Among them, one person seemed familiar, as if he had stood next to him when he was selling dyes before. Sir, were you selling dyes in that shop just now? The burly man at the front tried to smile kindly, but his appearance made his smile look rather fierce. Please don't misunderstand, we mean no harm. We are traveling merchants who arrived in Changcheng yesterday. We just wanted to ask if you have more dyes for sale. We are willing to buy at a higher price. Traveling merchants, you don't look like it at all. Miao Jiming looked at the burly man and the fierce-looking people behind him, frowning. Sir, you're joking, the burly man said helplessly. In these chaotic times, those who dare to travel outside the city are fearless. If they have thin arms and legs, not to mention transporting goods, they might not even be able to protect themselves. What do you think, sir? There's some truth to that, Miao Jiming pondered. Moreover, sir, you were afraid we were bandits, right? Men, bring over the goods we bought today. Seizing the opportunity, the burly man had his men take off the cloth covering the goods they were carrying on their shoulders, revealing the items inside. You see, I wouldn't dare deceive you, sir. I must tell you, the quality of your dyes is extraordinary. If taken to other counties, at the price you just sold them, they can be sold for several times more. We sincerely want to trade with you, sir. But with just this amount of goods, I'm afraid it won't even cover your travel expenses, right? Niao Jiming's wary expression relaxed slightly, but he still didn't fully believe it, so he continued to ask. Of course, this amount of goods is not enough. We bought them separately, this is just a small part. If you don't believe us, you can follow us to see. Rest assured, this is within the city, and the goods are right by the city wall. If we do anything to harm you on the way, we won't be able to escape either. Niao Jiming stared closely at the burly man, and seeing his calm demeanor, he finally relaxed, apologizing to the man with a face full of regret. I misunderstood you, it's just that there are too many thieves in this world, one can't help but be cautious. Please forgive me. He said to the militiaman, put down your weapons, don't point iron swords at others, it's quite dangerous. The militiamen surrounding Niao Jiming exchanged strange looks, sensing something amiss. Jiming-gu never referred to himself as a sir. These people, something was off. The militiamen nodded, sheathed their iron swords, drew out the wooden swords hanging from their waists, gripped them tightly, and stared at the so-called traveling merchants. Niao Jiming said impatiently, look at this. Don't mind the righteous men, they are always like this, insisting on holding a sword in their hands. It's okay, I understand. If we weren't cautious, we would have been taken advantage of long ago. Besides, it's just a wooden sword, nothing will happen. People in the martial world don't pay much attention to these things. I don't mind, the big man said cheerfully. I am young Hayu, may I know how to address you, sir? Brother Hayu is truly generous, Niao Jiming replied sincerely, I am Xiao Min Kai. Yang Hayu also bowed and said, so you are Master Qiao, nice to meet you. Niao Jiming cleared his throat and cautiously asked, Brother Hayu, when you mentioned the price of the dye, how much more can you offer, and how much can you pay? Don't worry, we have plenty in our village, and we only sell a small portion to the shops. Whether we sell or not depends on your sincerity. Master Qiao, you know we are just trying to make a living. Just the expenses on the road are quite substantial. So, we can at most increase the price by 50%. I hope you can understand, Yang Hayu said with a smile. 50%? Niao Jiming exclaimed, realizing his own reaction, pretending to hesitate. 50% is too little, I need to think about it. Master Qiao, how about 60%? Another 1%? 70%? 80%? Master Qiao, we really can't offer more, otherwise we won't make much profit, Yang Hayu said firmly. Alright, as you said. Niao Jiming smirked, looking pleased. 80%? Yang Hayu smiled apologetically. 80%, as long as you sell, not a single percent less. I have been traveling the martial world for many years, relying on the word of honor, never deceiving anyone. Niao Jiming smiled, it's settled then. Where can we find you later? Our people still have matters to attend to in the city, it might take some time, but don't worry, it won't be long. That's fine, we can wait for a day or two. How about this, I'll have one of my men follow you. When you are ready to leave, he will come back and inform us? Sure. Niao Jiming hesitated. Wei Si, come here. After Yang Hayu called out, a thin young man came forward. Master Qiao, what do you think of him? Yang Hayu patiently explained, among us rough folks, he is the most gentle. He shouldn't offend you. Alright, he will do, Niao Jiming said calmly. Wei Si stepped forward, smiling innocently. I'm Wei Si, thank you, Master Qiao. Niao Jiming nodded, since everything is settled, we will take our leave. Master Qiao, take care, Yang Hayu and the others said, bowing. Watching Niao Jiming and his group leave, Yang Hayu's smiling face instantly turned grim. Daring to call himself a master, doesn't he see what he's wearing? Taking a few compliments seriously. So greedy. But it's good this way, these self-righteous people are easy to deceive. He wasn't lying, if the other side is stronger, they are just itinerant merchants. But if the situation is different, they better not try to rob them. Being able to enter the city gates and show their faces, it's unlikely they are rebels or bandits from the mountains. Those people don't have the guts. Yang Hayu could hear clearly that Xiao Minkai mentioned a village. How big can a village be? How many people can they have to fight? Although it could be a lie, even the name Xiao Minkai could be fake. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. That die can't be fake. This is a profitable deal. Get the brothers ready, but don't reveal our hand. This is a big deal, Yang Hayu said coldly. If anyone ruins this, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Big brother, something doesn't seem right to me. Where would a village get dye from? Scarface whispered from the side. Why do you think I had Wei Si go with them? Yang Hayu glanced at Scarface. Wei Si might not be good at fighting, but he's great at gathering information. Let him go and find out the truth, then we can make a plan. Regardless of the process, I've got this batch of dye in the bag. Yang Hayu grinned. He didn't notice the intriguing smile that Miao Jiming revealed before leaving. The prey took the bait. Next to the city wall, Wei Si returned to the meeting point of the caravan from Miao Jiming. Yang Hayu asked Wei Si seriously, "How did it go? Did you find out anything?" Wei Si shook his head and sneered. "These people may not be good at keeping secrets, but everything they say is a lie disguised as the truth." He recounted everything he had heard. The more they listened, the more peculiar the expressions of those around became. As soon as Wei Si finished speaking, someone muttered, "Could this village be a cult's hideout? It seems so. Didn't you hear? Even the water they can't finish drinking comes out. They've been brainwashed. I never expected that talented young man to be a cultist. It's hard to believe. It's too cliché. Can't these cults come up with something more original? Hey, do you think it could be true?" As soon as the words fell, the surroundings fell silent instantly, everyone looking at the person who spoke with disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Do you really believe that? Milk cures all illnesses, wheat ripens in 7 days, a wooden sword as strong as an iron sword. Do you really believe this nonsense? Why don't you go join them now if you believe it? We won't stop you. They want people like you, the gullible ones. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." The speaker immediately looked embarrassed, his face turning gray, and he fell silent. Laughter filled the air by the city wall. After they had enough laughs, someone spoke up, "If it's really a cult's hideout, should we go or not?" All eyes turned to Yan Hayu. "Why not? It's not like we're facing an immortal. As long as it's not the White Lotus sect, what's there to fear?" Yang Hayu scoffed. "Immortals descending to Earth? That's even more far-fetched than the White Lotus sect's immortal mother. If these people were from the White Lotus sect, he wouldn't dare get involved with that dye. Those rebels were all crazy, willing to die in battle, hoping to enter some kind of true empty homeland after death. But even so, those White Lotus sect lunatics wouldn't claim an immortal mother had descended. At most they'd say a holy son or daughter had appeared. Let's go, we must leave now. Don't keep young Master Chiao waiting," Yang Hayu said. On the official road, Miao Jiming and his companions pulled the donkey carts, loaded with goods, back towards home, while soldiers stood in a circle, protecting the people brought from the city. Dozens of meters away, Yang Hayu rode on horseback, carrying a bow and arrow, leading his caravan from behind. This was his own idea to avoid startling the young master. "Big brother, look at those people surrounding the circle. They're holding wooden swords, wearing leather boots, just like Wei Si described." Scarface chuckled as he followed Yang Hayu. "They really believe that wearing those things can stop a sword. If they have iron swords, why use wooden ones? What a bunch of fools. Don't underestimate these guys, they may look ridiculous." Yang Hayu's face was expressionless, his eyes flickering as he said, "Once you really face them, you'll know how tough they can be. When it comes to a real fight, there are only two outcomes, either you and your people die or run away, or the other side ends up dead. In my opinion, that so-called immortal lord is nothing but a pleasure-seeking scoundrel. Look, big brother, they even brought back some actors?" Scarface sneered. "How could such people be immortals?" "Indeed." Yang Hayu nodded in agreement. At that moment, a man from Miao Jiming's team stepped forward, approaching Yang Hayu and bowing. "My master is concerned about the bandits causing trouble nearby and wonders if you could come along to protect him, promising a reward upon arrival." Suppressing a smile, Yang Hayu nodded. Since it's Master Chiao's request, Yang will naturally not refuse. He could see through this Chiao Minkai, a cowardly man who feared death, knowing that those with wooden swords were unreliable, hence wanting harmless merchant caravans like theirs to protect him. Such a person could only hold such a position with the backing of a powerful relative. Perhaps he came to Chengcheng out of boredom, finding an excuse to wander around the city. Truly a stroke of luck. Yang Hayu smiled happily, signaling his men to follow Miao Jiming's team, while he rode alongside Miao Jiming. Watching Miao Jiming tightly clinging to his horse, looking fearful, Yang Hayu felt nothing but disdain. Such a scoundrel would have died long ago if not for his good fortune. I need him to trust me completely before making my move. Yang Hayu turned his eyes to Miao Jiming, recounting amusing anecdotes he had encountered along the way, making him burst into laughter. He chatted and laughed as he glanced ahead. Wait, what's happening in the sky? Yang Hayu squinted at the sky, unable to see clearly due to the distance, vaguely making out a faint circle of something spiraling and extending into the sky. Is it an illusion? Yang Hayu wasn't initially concerned, but suddenly Wei Si's words came to mind. White Immortal Lord, Ascension, stairs. A sense of indescribable meaning surged in his heart, his arm hair standing on end as a chill ran down his spine. Master Chiao, I suddenly remembered some things I haven't explained to my subordinates. Would you mind? Go ahead, it's fine. Miao Jiming waved his hand nonchalantly, riding ahead and creating some distance. Young Hayu took a deep breath, leaning down to quietly ask Scarface, "Bring Wei Si to me." Rushing over from the team, Wei Si asked breathlessly, "Big brother, what's the matter? Look up, do you see something in the sky?" Wei Si rubbed his eyes, puzzled. It seems like there is, although it's a bit blurry, but there's something winding around, extending all the way up to the sky. Am I hallucinating? Wait a minute, big brother. Wei Si suddenly realized, staring wide-eyed at young Hayu, You see it too? Damn, encountered a real deal. No, I have to leave quickly before being discovered. Young Hayu's heart raced wildly, each beat echoing in his chest. Preparing his words, he turned to explain to Master Qiao. But he found Master Qiao smiling, looking at him meaningfully. "Brother Hayu, we're all here, do you think I would let you go?" Prey and hunter. In this moment, roles reversed. Miao Jiming stared at young Hayu with a smile that was not a smile, no trace of his previous timidity left. Duped. Young Hayu immediately realized that this young Master Qiao was clearly a cunning fox, and his previous demeanor was completely feigned. Damn it, he fell into the trap of the other side. You saw it too? Wei Si looked at Miao Jiming in astonishment. Wait, if you saw it too, why are you reacting like this? Miao Jiming's reaction was too calm, as if that thing should have been there all along. Wait, why does that thing feel like a staircase to the heavens? Are the villagers telling the truth? Mouth slightly agape, words froze in Wei Si's throat, gripping the iron sword in his hand tightly for a sense of security. He could still remember what the villagers had told him about the fairy magic displayed by the White Immortal Lord. No, you believe in real immortals. Wei Si's legs felt weak, almost unable to move forward. He turned back silently, looking at young Hayu with a helpless expression. Big brother, what should we do? Without considering the feelings of his subordinates, young Hayu's mind froze completely at that moment, his brain buzzing. Who could have guessed that this absurd thing was actually true? Oh, young Master Qiao, what do you mean by this? I was just thinking of buying dye from you, how could I leave? Young Hayu quickly smiled and said, even if you want me to leave, I won't go, why would I let you off? It's just that thing in the sky, I was just a little curious, that's why I wanted to ask you, young master. Oh, I misunderstood you again, sorry about that. Now Jita smiled and said, don't worry, that thing was forged by the Immortal Lord, it's not dangerous at all, and you don't need to be afraid. You are merchants, not robbers, the Immortal Lord won't trouble you. As for who the Immortal Lord is, you should know, right? With a glance at Wei Si, Miao Jiming continued, I know, of course I know. Yan Hayu nodded with a forced smile, understanding Miao Jiming's implication. By the way, I need to trouble Hayu brother with something. It seems like your brothers haven't seen it yet, you better remind them, Miao Jiming hinted, otherwise, there might be misunderstandings later. I'll go right away. At this moment, young Hayu, no longer as carefree as before, couldn't wait to get away from Miao Jiming, whose intentions were unclear. As they moved a little further away, Wei Si gritted his teeth and whispered, Big brother, that person definitely knows our plan. If we really go over, it's like walking into a trap. Why not let our brothers confront them? At least we can get you out of here. Have you forgotten what we discussed earlier, about those wooden swords and armor? Yan Hayu said expressionlessly, these are the followers protected by real immortals, we can't fight them, rushing in would be suicide. Let's take it step by step, Yang Hayu sighed. He knew it was like boiling a frog in warm water. But those were real immortals, the weapons those people around had were real immortal tools, and they were just ordinary people. Fight them head-on? Young Hayu instructed his men not to provoke any conflicts with those people, and the group continued forward. As they approached, some of Young Hayu's men saw the staircase extending to the sky. Look up, what is that in the sky? With a cry, the people under Yang Hayu all looked up, their eyes wide as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. A staircase leading straight to the sky rooted firmly from the ground, at an almost unbelievable angle, gradually rising from small platforms to the sky. Directly below the staircase was a lush green forest gem, embedded in the yellow wilderness. They watched closely, there was no support under the wooden steps, just mysteriously extending all the way up to the sky. Like a gateway to another world, it not only connects heaven and earth, but also reality and mystery, the mundane and the celestial. The wooden staircase hanging between reality and fantasy stood there, challenging all their logic and reason. Ah, I thought I was the only one who saw it, is this real? You all saw it too? This isn't an illusion. Could this be the heaven-reaching ladder Wei Si mentioned? No way, there really is an immortal in that village, how is this possible? We're done for, completely done for. We've offended immortals, what are we going to do? Were we planning to rob this village before? Their steps involuntarily slowed down, their hearts filled with fear. In stark contrast, those brought from the city were different. They followed closely, fearing and worrying, always expecting bandits to come and kill them. Until they saw the staircase that should only exist in dreams or fiction, the scene unfolding before them far exceeded any conventional explanation. Their hearts pounded violently, feeling a shock they had never experienced before. Li Lao Ge, is this what you call a great opportunity? A craftsman stroked his hand, feeling the touch to calm his inner turmoil, he stammered. Initially, to avoid scaring them off, they hadn't told them anything about the immortal Bai. Li Kaiji nodded proudly, that's right, immortals descending to Earth, isn't that exciting enough? Exciting, too exciting. The craftsman chuckled happily, his eyes gleaming with joy, his mouth upturned in a silly grin. Immortals should be able to eat a full meal, right? Ji Ningji's body trembled with excitement, tears shimmering in his eyes. A sign of immortality, a sign of immortality. There really are immortals in the world. In my old age, I can actually have such an opportunity, to see a true immortal, die without regrets, die without regrets. Slowly closing his eyes, Ji Ningji took a deep breath, memories flooding back. He returned to that innocent era, when he was still a dream-filled child, full of longing and fantasy for seeking immortals and enlightenment. With like-minded friends, they climbed mountains, traversed dense forests, all in search of the legendary abodes of immortals. Although they found nothing, he was still tirelessly enthusiastic. Every nightfall, under the brilliant starry sky, he would look up at the sky, hoping to see immortals descending to listen to his wishes. As years passed, his childhood dreams had been worn down by reality, but the memory of seeking immortals was forever etched in his heart, becoming the most precious treasure of his life. It was also the foundation that allowed him to persist in his goodness, even after witnessing the world's evils. His childhood fantasy, at this moment, was validated. There really are immortals in the world. Faced with this sign of immortality, those protected in the middle involuntarily knelt to the ground, their heads lightly touching the dust, prayers echoing in the air. Even the merchant caravan that had originally intended to plunder knelt in fear and reverence. Niao Jiming and the others, influenced by the atmosphere, looked up with longing at the sign of immortality. They did not kneel, as the immortal did not wish for them to. After a few minutes, those who had regained their composure slowly stood up and set off on their way home once again. This time, their steps were unusually light, as if the weight of their bodies had been taken away with their kneeling. Each person's face was filled with indescribable joy and peace, their eyes shining with anticipation of the unknown and hope for a new beginning. Of course, young Hayu and his group were the exception. The mood of these unlucky fellows was like not completing their homework, knowing they couldn't lie, yet still telling the teacher with a glimmer of hope that the homework was left at home. Just in case they could survive, right? As they entered the forest, members of the caravan couldn't help but look up at the steps, feeling as if they were swaying and might suddenly collapse from the sky. They wanted to walk away quickly but were afraid of the unknown ahead. Two travelers with completely different mindsets walked side by side. On one side were the hopeful pilgrims who, upon seeing a miracle, were filled with faith and anticipation. They did not look back, as behind them lay destruction, and the path ahead was where their hearts led them. On the other side were the anxious merchants, their eyes filled with unease and fear. Every rustle of the wind made them panic. Wei Si couldn't help but frequently look back, imagining that he had already escaped far away. He wanted to flee but couldn't. Suddenly, Wei Si trembled and shouted, "In the sky, in the sky! Something red is flowing down." Something red? Hearing this, Miao Jiming recalled what Bai Xianjun had said and turned to look up. A red object, like water, followed the pull of gravity, winding down the stairs, emitting a dazzling orange-red light. Some poured down from the steps straight to the ground. From ancient times to the present, no book had ever recorded such red objects flowing like water. But even though he had never seen such a thing, Miao Jiming inexplicably felt that it was very dangerous. Just a touch of it would be fatal. The red objects formed burning walls, descending slowly from the sky, soon enveloping the entire area in the center. Like a river of flames flowing backward, it reddened the whole world, the air filled with heat and a faint smell resembling rotten eggs. I must be out of my mind. Why did I think of robbing it? Couldn't I just buy it normally? This was a dead end for them. Now there was no escape. Watching the apocalyptic scene, young Hayu's stomach churned, and he had to massage it lightly. He anxiously looked at the sky that was not yet completely covered, wanting to escape on horseback. Brother Hayu, since we're here, let's make the best of it. Now Jiming guessed young Hayu's intention and smiled. Let's hurry, it's getting dark, it's not safe for you to travel at night. It's better to get there early and arrange accommodation for you, right? Oh no, there's no way to escape now. We're almost there. Bai Qin held a wooden board, lying on it and looking down, confirming that below was the starting point, then replaced the last square with a round stone and added 2 more stones to the side. If he used wooden boards under his feet, they would be burned by the lava, and if all the boards were burned, there would be nowhere to put the water, which was unacceptable. As for the wooden boards placed on top, if they burned, they burned. As long as there were blocks at the beginning of the lava flow, it would continue downward. Even if the boards were burned in the end, the lava would still stay in the air, which was in line with the rules. Make sure there's no one below before releasing the lava, Baichan said softly. He didn't think the villagers could swim in the lava. Lying on the round stone, Baichan hugged it with both hands, showing half of his head, carefully looking down, and soon spotted Miao Jiming and his group. It seems like they brought quite a few people, Baichan hesitated. They have ropes tied around their calves and are carrying loads. Could they be merchants? But why do they all look so fierce? However, in this chaotic situation, ordinary merchants wouldn't dare to come out for a stroll. Only those who looked intimidating would dare to wander around. It made sense. And if Miao Jiming could make them follow him, it meant they posed no threat. Baichan thought to himself. Quietly waiting for them to walk a distance, Baichan then placed the magma on the wooden board, letting it flow down along the board. The speed of the magma flow was much slower than water, and Baichan, feeling bored, looked around. He first glanced at the villagers and found that they were not panicking, just quietly going about their business. Miao Jiming and the others just glanced and continued on to the village. That celestial tiger was still crouching on the glass, looking slightly emaciated, but its mouth never stopped moving, appearing quite lively. In the distance beyond the border, it seemed that several bandits had noticed the anomaly here and were looking in this direction. When the magma flowed all the way to the ground, Baichan carefully took out an iron bucket, made sure there was nothing inside, and then collected the magma. This bucket of magma was Baichan's treasure, and if he accidentally spilled water on the magma, turning it into obsidian, he would have nowhere to cry. After collecting the magma, he quickly poured water on it, and the surrounding magma instantly cooled, turning into round stones that surrounded the water in the middle, preventing it from flowing out. Then, Baichan took out another bucket of water from his backpack, poured it over the formed round stones, and when the water started to flow down, he retrieved both buckets of water. The speed of the flowing water and its disappearance were almost the same, so he didn't have to wait in the sky for long. As the water flowed down, a loud hissing sound continued, and the magma kept transforming into round stones. When the water completely disappeared, a huge wall appeared in the sky, towering and unreachable. Baichan landed directly on the ground, installed a miniature iron gate on the huge wall, and added a handle. After 25,200 seconds, the wall of Maria was completed. Baichan took a few steps back, took out an apple to eat, and gazed at the towering wall, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his heart. I'm awesome! It was getting late, time to go back and see what Jiming had brought back for me to eat. Baichan walked back towards the village. Zhong Guangdao and his men witnessed the entire construction process of the towering wall. This can't be real, am I dreaming? Beside Zhong Guangdao, a thin man turned incredulously, hoping to confirm from Zhong Guangdao's reaction. Guangdao, did you see that? The water flowed onto the red object and turned into a high wall. It's not an illusion. Zhong Guangdao stood still, looking at the towering wall, his eyes flickering. It seems that there are indeed immortals in that village. I have to tell this to Big Brother Wang, maybe we won't have to rebel to eat our fill. Thinking so, he couldn't wait and shouted, tell the brothers to head back, we're going to find Big Brother Wang. Outside the Lu family village wall, Baichan greeted Miao Jiming standing at the door with a smile. Jiming, what good things did you bring back on this trip for me? Master Bai, you're back. Miao Jiming couldn't help but smile, his face filled with undisguised joy. He couldn't help but want to move closer, to be closer to his god. In the end, he restrained himself, standing in place, smiling as he listed a long string of snack names. Those who couldn't afford food were just common people, and snacks were just for satisfying their cravings, not really in short supply, though not cheap either, but some people could afford them. I had Lu Er bring all these things and put them on your table. And, considering that there's no shortage of food now, I brought back some opera performers to add some variety to the villagers' lives. If you're interested, you can also enjoy the worldly pleasures, and everyone can share in your blessings. Miao Jiming's face remained calm as he spoke, clearly prepared specifically for Bai Xianjun, yet using the villagers as a cover. Is that so? Why don't I believe it? Suppressing the slight upward curve of his mouth, Baichan looked at Miao Jiming and didn't say much. He wasn't stupid, he naturally guessed that these performers were specially arranged for him, but since it was already mentioned, there was no need for him to expose it. Besides, just being well-fed was indeed not enough, otherwise, when one is well-fed, one starts thinking more, and more problems arise. After all, people tend to pressure themselves easily, even though there were no signs of it at the moment. The only situation was that the villagers would occasionally look up devoutly at him and mutter a few words, mostly like blessings, thanks, protection, and the like. Occasionally listening to a play was also good. One couldn't let the villagers just work without relaxing, could they? Besides, listening to the play, he was also curious. What would the plays of the Ming dynasty be like? Opera singers? Bai Chen became interested, his face suddenly showing excitement and anticipation. Yes, Xin opera, Tongzhou clapper opera, Han tuner Huan, Shanbei Daoqing, and the like. I don't know what the villagers like, so I might as well try to bring back some people. Miao Jiming continued, I have already asked Lu Qi and Lu Wu to build the mushroom houses. I believe they will all be able to move in before tonight. The other purchased items have already been delivered to where they are needed. It's really good. Who would have thought that the destitute scholar who once held red flowers and lay in the arms of Tai Shan would turn out to be so capable? It's like finding a treasure. Bai Chen sighed again in his heart. What's going on with them? Bai Chen frowned and turned to look at young Haiyu and the others. If they were merchants, they wouldn't be waiting here with Miao Jiming, and all these people were trembling like they had eaten jumping beans, their faces pale. They looked guilty, clearly not right. Greetings to Master Bai. Young Haiyu sat as if on pins and needles, beads of nervous sweat visible on his forehead. As soon as Bai Chen looked at him, he knelt down with a swish. His men also went weak in the legs and knelt down in unison. The experiences along the way had been enough to convince them of something they would never have believed before. Oh my, real immortals. We are selling contraband salt. Young Haiyu dared not look up, trembling, trying to remain calm. He explained his original intentions to Bai Chen in detail. His voice was low, trembling, even stuttering, trying to express his apologies sincerely to Bai Chen for forgiveness. This Bai Xianjun even had a relationship with Meng Pa. If they lied, would they still have a next life? Please, Master Bai, show mercy. Yang Haiyu involuntarily curled up, as if bearing an invisible weight. Give us a chance to make amends for our actions. We can do anything. The last time he said this, he hung in the sky for several days and nights. I wonder if Wu Zhen did as he said. Bai Chen thought, asking Yang Haiyu, since you are salt smugglers, where is your salt? Yang Haiyu bit his tongue until it bled, gaining some strength. Trembling, he stood up and walked to one of the loads, took out the goods, revealing the salt wrapped at the bottom. The appearance of this salt was not very pleasing, mixed with some rough salt chunks, slightly yellowish. Master, here it is. Yang Haiyu said cautiously. They were indeed contraband salt smugglers. If I remember correctly, salt was not as cheap as it is today in the past. It was a commodity strictly controlled by the state, a significant source of government revenue, subject to salt tax. People at that time did not have salt to eat every day like today. Once these private salt traffickers are caught, the likelihood of being beheaded on the spot is high. Only these private salt smugglers dare to wander around. No wonder they all look so strong and sturdy. These people can still be reformed through labor. Traveling merchant? Bai Chen's heart stirred as he looked towards Yang Haiyu. A virtual trading panel appeared before his eyes. Can it really be used as a wandering merchant? Bai Chen looked at the panel, paused for a moment, then looked at Yang Haiyu with a strange expression. It was getting dark. Do you still have your invisibility potion and llamas? I wonder if there are any leads left. Bai Chen carefully examined the trading options on the panel, a smile playing on his lips. Infinite lava, this is it. The trading options included exchanging 5 emeralds for a pufferfish barrel, 1 emerald for yellow, green or pink dye, and 1 emerald for 2 tangled mud. 5 emeralds for a spruce sapling. The most crucial one was exchanging 1 emerald for 2 drops of water stone cone. With the 3 key items, water stone cone, lava barrel, and alchemy pot, one could start producing unlimited lava. When the time comes, after collecting 11 barrels of lava, 1 barrel would be used to continue producing lava, while the other 10 barrels would be used to craft obsidian gates using traditional methods. With skilled craftsmanship, who needs diamonds? I wonder what the nether will be like. And that spruce sapling is also a good thing. Planting 4 spruce saplings together will transform the surrounding grass blocks, dirt, and sand into podzol. Mushrooms can grow on it without being limited by light levels, allowing for the growth of giant mushrooms. Saplings, all flowers, and sugarcane can grow on it. This way, even during the day, mushroom houses can be planted. I wonder if the toolmaker will provide precision harvesting tools. Although lacking enchanted tools for precise harvesting, their village doesn't have much else. Bone meal is abundant, so cutting down trees and planting mushrooms will work. Thinking of this, Bai Chen looked at Yang Haiyu with a hint of warmth in his eyes. What a good traveling merchant, coming all this way to bring me things. I didn't make the wrong choice before. If I hadn't chosen this space before, just finding lava would have been very difficult for him. Not to mention changing jobs to a villager, getting enchanted diamond tools and armor, as well as various other enchanted books. Now, through wandering leads, he can get water stone cones and other things. As for the emeralds needed for those trades, to be honest, he doesn't lack them now. With a large number of villagers helping him with planting and obtaining wheat, Even if it's only 60%, he now gets a large amount of wheat every day, and as the number of villagers increases, the amount of wheat will increase dramatically. This wheat doesn't deplete the soil's fertility, so there's no need to worry about the soil becoming barren. Planting 50 to 60 crops a day is no problem at all. This wheat can be exchanged for emeralds by farmers, so his emerald supply is not too tight. After all, these emeralds are used for trading with other professional villagers, and at this stage, what novice villagers can exchange is too ordinary. They need to advance to higher levels to exchange for good things. So currently, what is needed are other uses for emeralds. Bai Chen thought to himself. Earlier, in order to build high walls, he emptied his backpack and filled it with logs. The emeralds were all stored in chests. He had to go home first, bring the emeralds with him for trading. Except for those dyes, Bai Chen planned to exchange all the other items. Young Haiyu had some good stuff on him. After this wandering leash goes out and comes back after a while, will his exchange table be refreshed? In this way, he can be more effective when he leaves here, not to mention that he can help find people. Young Haiyu nervously stole glances at the pensive Bai Chen, not daring to speak. What's your name? Bai Chen asked. I'm Young Haiyu. If the young master has any orders, just speak up. Even if I die, I will do my best. Hearing Bai Chen asking for his name, Young Haiyu understood that things were turning around, feeling happy in his heart, and quickly replied. Bai Chen continued to ask, since you are a salt smuggler, you should be aware of recent major events, right? Major events? Young Haiyu pondered for a moment and cautiously said, the governor of Shaanxi, Hu Yenin. Are you concealing information? I know about that. Anything else? Bai Chen interrupted Young Haiyu and asked, what else could be considered a major event? Young Haiyu racked his brains. He couldn't tell Bai Chen about the ordinary incidents that happen in official families. Those couldn't be considered major events. Major events, got it. In May, Jiannu attacked Ningyuan City, failed, then turned to attack Jinzhou, also unsuccessful, and now they have retreated. Their whereabouts are unknown. Young Haiyu whispered, glancing at Bai Chen's reaction from time to time. Jiannu? Miao Jiming had mentioned it before, but Jiming had been wandering for too long, so he wasn't clear on the specifics. Bai Chen frowned, recalling the atrocities committed by the Jiannu and the humiliations suffered by the Chinese under the Qing rule. These guys must not be allowed to enter the capital again. But this Ming dynasty is also on its last legs. It's time for a change of dynasty. Well, let's take it step by step. In any case, we can't let the Jiannu in. Our own affairs should be handled by ourselves, without outsiders interfering. Anything else? Seeing Yang Haiyu's hesitant appearance, Bai Chen knew he wouldn't get any more information. Forget it. It seems he won't get any more information. Originally, I was going to have you undergo labor reform. Bai Chen looked at Young Haiyu and the others, paused, and then continued. But now, there happens to be something I can entrust to you. I want you to help me find a person. His name is Song Yingxing. Bai Chen said slowly. This person, Bai Chen had a strong impression of him. He appeared in Bai Chen's high school textbook. To appear in a textbook is recognition of one's abilities. Tiangong Kaiwu, a scientific and technological work, known as the Encyclopedia of Technology, was written by him. He was a true Ming Dynasty scientist. In the future, two things will definitely be needed, science and the study of redstone. Both of these subjects require dedicated researchers. Song Yingxing is a good candidate. If he remembered correctly, Song Yingxing wanted to pass the imperial examination, but after multiple attempts at the provincial examination, he gave up on the path of the imperial examination. A scientist who left his mark in textbooks, spending a lot of time pursuing fame and fortune, isn't that a waste of time? Moreover, before that, Song Yingxing needs to reshape his worldview. Scientists, it's better to bring him in early so he has enough time to doubt life. I'm not sure of his exact location, but he should be a scholar. Bai Chen thought for a moment, then added, when you meet him, ask if he has in-depth research on farming, manufacturing, metallurgy, and objects. If he does, it's probably him. Of course, I won't let you do things for nothing. If you find the right person, in addition to making up for your past mistakes, I can also let you move into this walled area, including your families. Making others work for nothing will surely reduce efficiency, so Bai Chen plans to give them some rewards. If you want the horse to run, you must feed it grass. This is the truth that Bai Chen has learned after being a university student for several years. And for most men, their weakness lies in their family. Thank you, Master Bai. Thank you, Master Bai. I will definitely do my best to serve Master Bai. Young Haiyu felt like he had flown from the underworld to the heavenly court in a second, the overwhelming wealth making him a bit dizzy. The salt traders following behind Young Haiyu were just bewildered moments ago, now kneeling in panic. Hearing the words of White Immortal Lord, they suddenly became clear and overjoyed. This was truly a paradise under the Immortal Lord's rule, much more comfortable than serving that incompetent emperor. Serving the Immortal Lord was their honor. Master Bai is kind, thanks for sparing our lives. Master Bai, rest assured, even if that person doesn't come, we will bring him here unconscious. We will never disappoint Master Bai's generosity. I'm the same. Another effortless victory, this time not even spending a torch. They were allowed to skip labor reform and enter the city directly. It was like turning what was supposed to be theirs into a reward. The effect seemed quite good. Bai Chen looked at the enthusiastic merchants before him and thought to himself, truly worthy of the white Immortal Lord, effortlessly subduing these salt traders. Miao Jiming stood aside, gazing at the white Immortal Lord with admiration. Bai Chen sneakily glanced at Miao Jiming. The power of faith was truly terrifying. Once the merchants calmed down a bit, Bai Chen approached Yang Haiyu's men, but none of them exited the trading interface. Perhaps these people were like traveling merchants with their pack animals, all carrying goods. Bai Chen joked to himself. He looked at the private salt in those goods and had an idea. He was no longer a high school senior, his peak knowledge had long passed, but the memory of purifying salt through crystallization was still fresh. Who hasn't fantasized about traveling back to ancient times? Well, he actually did. When it came to refining fine salt, he didn't even need to use the weather-dependent and lengthy method of sun-drying salt. Direct boiling in brine was more efficient, with a shorter cycle and higher purity, albeit at a higher cost requiring a large amount of fuel. But he wasn't running around naked. In the MC world, the one thing never lacking was endless energy, making the neighboring Searle cry with envy. Campfires, from previous experiments, Bai Chen was already sure that these things burned indefinitely, providing continuous heat as long as they didn't touch rainwater, even when submerged in water. As the saying goes, give me a backpack of campfires, and I'll create a real-life flame mountain. So, fuel was scarce, after all, charcoal needed wood to burn, and coal was simply unattainable. But heat energy would never be lacking. We'll take all this salt and exchange it for dye. How does that sound to you? Bai Chen suggested. Of course, we'll follow Master Bai's lead. Yang Hayu nodded without hesitation, his smile almost uncontrollable. Even if the white Immortal Lord didn't give them anything and just took the salt, he would have no problem with it. He felt like he was on a winning streak. He had thought he would be stripped to the bone, but instead, he got a job from an Immortal Lord. As long as he did well, his family and descendants could move into the immortal realm. Working hard for oneself, in the end, wasn't it all about planting a good tree for future generations to enjoy the shade? He had traveled far and wide with his father, even to the capital, where he thought the people's lives were already quite good. But compared to life within this immortal realm, it was incomparable. Alright, discuss the specifics of the salt and dye exchange with Miao Jiming. Bai Chen couldn't wait to go back and get the emerald, trading everything on the wandering merchants exchange list. Yes, I understand. Yang Hayu nodded. As Bai Chen left, Yang Hayu looked at Miao Jiming with a complex expression. He had been deceived. But why did he feel it was a good thing this time? He shook his head slightly, eyes shimmering with sincere gratitude and respect, took a deep breath, and bowed solemnly. Thank you, Master Miao. In his eyes, only the fox scholar known as Master Qiao could earn the favor of White Immortal Lord. Miao Jiming's real name was Qiao Minkai. Oh, why do you say that? Miao Jiming asked with a slight smile. You were quite scared just now. If it were for the goods, when I had evil intentions earlier, with the immortal tool on me, Master Miao could have directly taken action to end our lives. Master Miao, however, gave us the opportunity to meet the Immortal Lord. To hear the way is to die in the evening, I have gained great immortal luck, and I am deeply grateful for this kindness. I am not doing this for you. Miao Jiming shook his head and said slowly. The result is good. Does the process matter? Please tell me what I need to do. Yang Hayu continued, please instruct me, Master, on what needs to be done. Since Miao Jiming spared their lives, he must have had something in mind for them to do from the beginning. It's simple, spread the news of each place you visit, inquire about useful talents living in impoverished conditions in each county. If they are willing to come along, bring them back directly. Also, collect various plant seeds, and if there are rare animals, bring them back alive, just 2 will do. Miao Jiming had already guessed that these people were private salt smugglers as soon as Yang Hayu laid out the goods. His original plan was to have Yang Hayu and the others undergo labor reform first. After meeting the Immortal Lord, he didn't believe these people would dare to cause trouble. Then he would let them continue their travels. These people traveled far and wide, passing through various places. Now, under the rule of the Immortal Lord, managing everything alone was becoming somewhat difficult for him. After the city of Chengcheng had just experienced bandits entering, there were too few good things left inside. What they offered to the Immortal Lord was also too little. This made Miao Jiming feel a vague sense of unease. Among the immortals in the mortal realm, from ancient times to the present, there was only White Immortal Lord. Every day when he woke up and saw the mushroom wall, he felt as if he had crossed into another world. What would happen if the Immortal Lord left? White Immortal Lord didn't need their faith, but they needed him. Without White Immortal Lord, this place would crumble instantly. Even though White Immortal Lord had told him he wouldn't leave, Miao Jiming still felt uneasy. He needed to do more for White Immortal Lord. It seems like White Immortal Lord needs merchants. If you meet fellow merchants, tell them about this place, don't keep it a secret, Miao Jiming added. By the way, you can call me Brother Miao from now on. In this territory, only one person is qualified to be called master, he stated firmly. Yes, Brother Miao, I understand. Young Hayu replied with a bow. For river puffer barrels, 7 cloud cedar seedlings, 10 drops of water stone cones, 10 bundles of root soil. A total of 65 emeralds were spent. For cedar seedlings were actually enough, but just in case, Bai Qin bought them all. After all, there were plenty of emeralds. Moreover, the experience gained from the trade filled his already critical experience points, allowing him to level up again, expanding his range of activities threefold. With the villagers' efforts, there was now an artificial lake next to Lu's village, where fishermen could fish. Bai Chen put those puffer fish into the lake, as physical fish could increase fishing efficiency, and puffer fish were considered physical fish. I can only say that luck was on my side this time, with the useful items dominating the trade table. It's surprising how the seemingly insignificant merchants in the game can play such a significant role. Next, it's time to hurry and create infinite magma. Bai Chen quickly crafted 5 brewing stands with iron ingots, then built a platform 3 meters high in the air with cobblestone, sealed around with cobblestone. He placed the magma in the center, placed a dripping stone and brewing stand below the cobblestone. The red magma dripped into the brewing stand through the dripping stone. Bai Chen knew clearly that the infinite magma was ready. All that was left was to wait for the magma to fill the entire brewing stand before collecting it with an iron bucket. The nether portal was not far away now. A fresh soil fragrance filled the air as Li Kaiji and the others led the craftsmen brought back from the city through the dreamlike mushroom town. This is where we live. Li Kaiji, wearing a square brown hat, pointed to the nearby mushroom houses and said with a smile. For ease of management, villagers of the same profession lived in the same area, so if the Immortal Lord needed them, he could send someone to the corresponding place to find them. Brother Li, can I still go back? A craftsman asked hesitantly. You can leave whenever you want, no one is stopping you. Li Kaiji turned around, looked at the craftsman speaking, frowned, and continued. But if you go back, are you out of your mind? Would you rather go back and starve, being looked down upon? Besides, with all the chaos going on, whether you can go back or not is a problem. But I only have a few days, if I don't go back in time, won't I become a refugee? The craftsman whispered, if I can't go back. Nowadays, there are always people who can't think straight. Ha, I thought it was something big, just this little thing? Li Kaiji sneered, why can't you see the light? Even if you become a refugee, you can still eat and have a place to live. Isn't that better than being a craftsman, struggling to eat and dress poorly every day? Besides, don't forget, we have real immortals here. What's more important, Li Kaiji didn't say it out loud, but you could only feel it after staying here. In the Immortal Lord's place, these craftsmen could truly be called people. In the county town, these craftsmen were seen as lower-class people in the eyes of others, and with their low income and poor living conditions, they faced discrimination everywhere. Low income aside, the work was hard and required long hours. And their descendants would also be craftsmen, who would want to marry their daughters to them and let them suffer for nothing. However, in the Immortal Lord's place, they were almost treated equally, and the treatment of these artisans was excellent, just slightly lower than that of the militia. It is said that the original salary of the militia was only 70% of theirs, but since the Immortal Lord once saw the militia training process, it was increased to the current salary. But Li Kaiji didn't feel resentful, he only felt a dull ache in his corresponding parts when he saw the militia training process. However, even so, the militia's positions were always filled, with plenty of villagers wanting to become the Immortal Lord's sharp blade and die for him. Moreover, just the daily rewards now were dreams he had never dared to dream of before. Ah, praise the compassionate Immortal Lord. Unfortunately, there are always people who have obtained immortal fate but are unaware of it. Thinking of this, Li Kaiji glanced at the craftsman who spoke and said impatiently, if you really want to leave, just go tomorrow, no one is stopping you. I'm not leaving, how could I leave? Thank you, Brother Li, for waking me up with your scolding, the craftsman said, blushing and waving his hands repeatedly. Knowing is enough. Go pick a mushroom house without a sign and store your belongings there. I'll take you all out for a meal. A meal? Upon hearing this, to Li Kaiji's surprise, the craftsmen exchanged glances, their faces filled with shame and embarrassment. One of them stepped forward, forcing a smile and said, "Brotherly, we better not eat this meal. We already had lunch, and we're not hungry now." "Yeah, we just ate not long ago, we can wait until tomorrow to eat again." "That's right, we just ate recently, we can last a day without eating." Everyone chimed in. Watching these familiar faces putting on a brave front, Lee Kaiji felt a pang in his heart, thinking about his life back at the government workshop. It wasn't that they didn't want to eat, it was clear that the officials were withholding their salaries, leaving them with no money for food. Pushing aside those painful memories that surged up, Lee Kaiji's breathing became heavy, accompanied by a slight tremble. He softly said, blame me for not explaining clearly. This meal, anyone who participated in the labor is entitled to it, even newcomers can go. It's like the imperial court distributing porridge, but here the immortal lord provides noodles and steamed buns, and you can have as much as you want." The air paused for a moment, the craftsmen stood quietly in their places, as if digesting the sudden emotional impact. After a while, tears glistened in their eyes. Unconsciously leaning towards Lee Kaiji, they asked in hoarse voices, "Is it true? The immortal lord is watching, how could I deceive you?" Lee Kaiji sincerely said, "It's true. Thanks to the benevolence of the immortal lord. Thanks to the guidance and protection of the immortal lord." The craftsman murmured. Lee Kaiji continued, "Put your things in the house, and let's go. Rest assured, even if you put 10,000 pieces of gold on the table with the door wide open, no one will steal. Even if the gold is left outside, we can find it on our way back." Lee Kaiji's face was devout as he sincerely said, "This is the realm of immortals. No one here would do such foolish things. Our immortal lord is a benevolent god. It wasn't worth risking being expelled for a few things. After the meal, come back and have a good sleep. Tomorrow is the time to test your skills. If you pass the trial, you will receive the immortal's blessing." Lee Kaiji said, proudly adjusting his brown hat, "This immortal hat on my head is a sign of the immortal's approval." The craftsman nodded repeatedly, enviously looking at the square brown hat. It turned out that all the hats they had seen along the way were gifts from the immortals. They must pass the trial. By the bonfire, Bai Shui Wang Er furrowed his brow, stroking his chin, staring at the flickering flames, unable to snap out of his thoughts for a long time. Zhong Guangdao stood by quietly, waiting. Wang Er's men rushed into the camp, panting. "How is it?" Wang Er frowned, urging. As Guangdao said, there is indeed a very high stone wall near Lu's village. The man trembled, and on my way there, I found that the land around that stone wall, which was originally cracked, is now covered with grass. The news from Lu's village is true, it's a real immortal. "Brother Wang Er, look!" Zhong Guangdao exclaimed excitedly, "I told you, don't you believe it? Let's quickly send our brothers to Lu's village, everyone can have a meal there. Why should we cause trouble?" "Guangdao, have you told anyone else about this?" "Not yet." "What about your people?" "No, I specifically instructed them." "In that case, let's keep it quiet." Wang Er touched the jewels embedded in the sword he had seized, and said slowly, "Tomorrow morning, let's have our brothers leave this place. You are my brother, you should know what I mean." Looking at Wang Er's gloomy face in the darkness with flames flickering, Zhong Guangdao instantly realized that their hero Wang Er had changed. The morning sunlight filtered through the glass, casting warmth on the cozy bed. The soft fur gently touched Bai Chen's hand, carrying a barely noticeable weight. Bai Chen lazily stretched, slightly opened his heavy eyes, yawned, and gently reached out, his fingers running through the smooth hair of the dream. "Life is truly beautiful. Let's see what gift awaits today." Bai Chen looked at the gift Dream had given him today, instantly waking up. "Oh, Mirage Wing Membrane?" Bai Chen turned his head, looking joyfully at Dream. He had noticed before that whenever he woke up, Dream would jump off his bed, and there would be some gifts appearing out of nowhere beside him. Sometimes it was a thread, sometimes a feather. There was even spicy strips, which were rotten meat. Who knows where these things came from? Unexpectedly, today, it brought him the Mirage Wing Membrane. So far, the only way he had thought of to obtain the Mirage Wing Membrane was to stay up late at night until the Mirage Wing refreshed. But after such a long time, not a single monster had refreshed. Bai Chen understood that the channel to obtain the Mirage Wing Membrane through the Mirage Wing was no longer feasible. Never thought Dream would still bring it. This is great. This thing is so rare to come by. The probability of receiving it must be very low. Lucky day today. "Ah, I must reward you for this," Bai Chen chuckled, sitting up and hugging Dream. "Accept the love of this immortal." Feeling its warm body and rhythmic breathing, Bai Chen gently stroked its chin. Dream purred contentedly, its body slightly curling up, its tail lightly tapping Bai Chen's arm. Bai Chen enjoyed this tranquility and warmth, starting to hum softly, while Dream occasionally let out a soft meow, following the melody. He buried his head in Dream's soft fur, revealing a slightly twisted smile. He's becoming more and more like a child. But that doesn't seem so bad, Bai Chen thought to himself. No need to worry about the future, no need to think about other troubles, just do what he likes every day. And within his capabilities, help others along the way. Here, he doesn't have to worry about being taken advantage of when helping others up because the moral standards of the people here will be his benchmark. The ancients are even more superstitious than he imagined. Wuzhen is like this, and so are those private salt traders. They would fear him, this immortal, even if they harbored evil intentions. They wouldn't dare to harm him when they saw him. Coupled with the lies he had told before, claiming to be able to determine their reincarnation, they'd probably find it difficult to do evil and pass his test. A gentleman judges by actions, not by intentions. As long as these people do good deeds in the future, they have already turned over a new leaf. If they are as evil as the heavenly tiger, there is no need for redemption. Perfect, his hellgate is almost complete, just throw them into hell. Moreover, in the future, if entering hell doesn't lead to immediate death, then the first thing for the new inmates to do is to take a walk in hell. He doesn't believe that those evildoers will still dare to harbor any illusions. Now, his mushroom source has been developing in the direction he desired, with no lost items on the road and no closed doors at night. The contents written in the book have gradually become reality. He must control the direction of this world, never again becoming like his past self. People should smile, slowly, forever children, crawling through their brief lives like snails. Alright, tender time is over. Baichin gently placed Dream by the bed and walked towards the workbench. With the phantom wing membrane in hand, he opened the synthesis book on the workbench interface. If one of the synthesis materials was available, even if there wasn't enough material, the synthesized item would still appear in the synthesis list on the left. So, Baichin wanted to give it a try, just in case he could synthesize the sheath wing? Unfortunately, after searching through the synthesis table, not leaving any corner unturned, the page for making the sheath wing did not appear anywhere. It seemed like this method wouldn't work. Baichin felt a bit regretful, still wanting to experience what it felt like to fly in the sky. Walking into the warehouse, Baichin placed the phantom wing membrane into the box labeled Monster Drop Items with a notice board. After having breakfast sent by Luer, Baichin walked while snacking on the snacks brought back by Miao Jiming. As usual, he fed the cows, sheep, and chickens for reproduction, relying on the 2 old yellow cows from the village chief's house and the 2 sheep he bought. Now that the cows' population had increased, it was time to start slaughtering them for leather. The same went for the chickens. Keeping them without slaughtering them was not a good idea. Looking at the crowded herd of cows, Baichin thought to himself. He fenced off a section with wooden fences, opened a gap, and a few cows instantly rushed out. This batch was almost done like this. Baichin was quick to close the gap with wooden fences. Then, clenching his fist, Baichin fiercely struck the cow. The cow turned red for a moment and then started spinning inside the fence. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Baichin silently counted in his heart, his strength diminishing. It had to be said that this cow, with its Akuya-like intelligent eyes, couldn't cross the fence, which was just a bit high. It wasn't until the 10th strike that the cow instantly fell to the ground, yielding 2 pieces of beef and a piece of leather. Baichin took out the iron sword he carried with him and lightly slashed at the cow, causing it to fall. It seemed that these non-indigenous creatures didn't require much effort. It could only be said that it was quite reasonable. Baichin wouldn't entrust the villagers with the task of slaughtering chickens and cows. After all, with experience to rely on, he would naturally do it himself. After slaughtering all the cows and chickens, Baichin collected the dropped items into his backpack. He then made a new workbench, placed it at the main entrance of the farm, and proceeded to synthesize a chest and a notice board, labeling the chest as agricultural products. Next, Baichin went to the place where he placed the alchemy pot, which was already filled with magma and ready to be taken out. He used an iron bucket to collect the magma and made 4 magma collection devices. He had discovered earlier that magma could only be collected under the corresponding alchemy pot beneath the magma block. Dripping magma from other locations, even with a dripping stone cone, wouldn't collect in the alchemy pot. So every time he collected magma, Baichin made a magma collector. By now, he had made about 8 such devices. However, after this, Baichin wouldn't make any more because once he reached the nether, magma would be the least of his worries. Next was the salt-making method, which required someone clever. Otherwise, teaching it could be a challenge, and people like Wei Shi and Lu Ping definitely wouldn't be able to learn it. Well, there were enough people now, and Miao Jiming was quite busy every day, so it was better not to bother him. There were only a few people he could trust now, but Lu Qi seemed like a good choice. Although he hadn't read many books, he was quick-witted. He needed to find a teacher to teach people how to read. It just so happened that the exterior of the transfer temple group was almost complete, with all the transfer blocks except for a few that couldn't be synthesized or required too many materials already placed inside. Based on previous experience, Only indigenous people with rich professional experience can obtain the recognition of professional blocks and proceed with the corresponding job change. In other words, a librarian who transitions through the lectern must have excellent abilities. As long as there is a teacher inside, they can confidently let them teach. Moreover, today happens to be a large-scale job change, and those refugees have almost recovered. When the time comes, one should go to the temple, place a box there, put in a few logs, and the wheat collected from the villagers. Logs are used to synthesize sticks, which can be exchanged for emeralds with the arrow maker. It's convenient since a set can hold up to 64, and more can be stored using logs. As for wheat, it is used to exchange emeralds with farmers. If his estimation is correct, farmers transitioning to villagers will be the most numerous. Exchange emeralds for items from other professional villagers, especially armorers. Leather, chain, and iron sets are already complete, only lacking the diamond set. This is truly hard to come by, and the best way is through trading with armorers. Using sacks and feathers caught by fishing, books synthesized with pens, let Miao Jiming record the corresponding villager's name, tradable items, level, and residence. Assign someone to specifically remember this matter, so when needed, they can easily find it. With intelligence, managing is much easier than in the game, not to mention voluntarily handing over the wheat harvested from farming every day. Used to trade emeralds with them. Very convenient, and only need to provide some seeds and compost bins to sustain oneself. This is the correct way to use villagers. Coincidentally, TZ had a flower wreath hanging on his iron neck, passing by. This guy, always idle, wandering around the village, and almost everyone in the village knows him, asking him is sure to be correct. Moreover, sending TZ is because the villagers know that TZ listens to me and won't stop him from taking salt. Besides, he is strong and can carry heavy loads, perfect for bringing all that salt over. Baichen was about to call TZ, but TZ, upon seeing him, walked straight towards him waving his hand. When TZ reached Baichen, he took off the flower wreath from his neck and tried to put it around Baichen's neck. As soon as TZ let go, the wreath went straight through Baichen's body, landing on the ground with a snap. Obviously, TZ came to give the flower wreath to Baichen. However, this guy made the wreath according to his own size, making it too big. It could hang on the 3-meter-wide body of the iron puppet, but here, it turned into a wreath. Is this the first one made specifically for me? Baichen chuckled helplessly. TZ seemed to realize that he might have done something wrong and nodded lightly. Looking at TZ's innocent and somewhat bewildered look, Baichen thought helplessly. I shouldn't have said to make a flower wreath that could be worn around the neck. It's normal for TZ's head not to turn. Bending down, Baichen picked up the flower wreath and slung it over his shoulder, like carrying a single shoulder bag, saying casually, "Thanks, TZ, I really like this gift and will cherish it. Next time if you want to make a flower wreath." Baichen paused, looked around for a while, brought a few stone blocks, and said to TZ, "It should be able to fit on these stones. Give it a reference so it won't be wrong again." "TZ, do you know where Lu Qi is now?" Baichen asked tentatively. TZ nodded. "Good, go find Lu Qi, bring him here, and on the way, bring a small portion of the salt bought from the warehouse." Seeing TZ looking at him with a puzzled expression, Baichen thought carefully and said, "TZ, you should know about salt, right?" Taizhan shook his head. "Forget it. After all, I am the creator of this landlord's foolish son. I can't spoil anyone. When the classes start, I'll arrange for Taizhan to attend as well, so he won't be cheated and end up counting money for others." Baichen helplessly supported his forehead, sighed lightly, took out a book, a pen, and paper from his backpack, and wrote a few strokes on the paper with the pen. "Go find Miao Jiming and give him this, he will understand." Baichen handed over the paper. On it, Baichen wrote the word salt in traditional characters. The Ming dynasty was one of the peaks of the development of printing in China. Books were cheaper and more widespread than before, especially after Changcheng had just experienced turmoil. Those bandits only knew how to steal food and had no interest in books they couldn't eat. Therefore, in Changcheng, households with books would naturally sell them to have money to buy food, causing the price of books to drop. Miao Jiming used his salary from these days to buy some books and also brought some for Baichen. However, after reading so many years of books, his interest in reading had long been worn out during the years of early mornings and late nights. After finally being liberated, how could he continue reading, especially now that he didn't need to rely on reading to eat? But since they were all sent over, he couldn't let Miao Jiming take them back, so he just left them in the cabinet as decorations. Upon receiving the books, Baichen curiously flipped through a few pages and discovered that people at that time still used traditional characters. He had also become half illiterate. Some characters he couldn't recognize, but based on the context, Baichen could still barely identify some. If he really couldn't figure it out, he could mark them and ask Miao Jiming for help. Although his enthusiasm only lasted for a few hours, Bai Chen also learned a lot of traditional characters, including the traditional character for salt. As for why he was looking for Miao Jiming now instead of Lu Qi, because in the village now, only Miao Jiming, a literate person, knew characters. The others were illiterate, including Lu Qi, so they wouldn't understand. After sending Taizhan away, Bai Chen took out his portable workbench, made some campfires, placed them on the ground, and built a platform above them, sealing the edges. Beside it, he placed a 4-grid infinite water source. Bai Chen tried to scoop water into the platform with a regular container until the water inside boiled and began to emit steam. Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, this water could still be boiled. Thank goodness. The rules of reality still applied. Otherwise, this water might have remained cold forever. With everything prepared, Taizhan carried Lu Qi on his left shoulder and a bag of coarse salt on his right shoulder, running towards Bai Chen. Lu Qi, who had grown to the height of a normal adult with good food, now looked as small as a child on Tieshan's shoulder. Seeing Bai Xianjun looking at him strangely, Lu Qi felt awkward and couldn't express his bitterness. He was busy with his own affairs and didn't expect the divine general to come over. Without saying a word, he handed him a piece of paper, which he didn't even have time to read before being carried on Tieshan's shoulder and ran off. But that paper wasn't of much use since he couldn't read. Now, it seemed that the immortal lord had something to tell him, and the divine general was afraid of wasting time, so he brought him over. Bai Chen then said, Taizhan, put down Lu Qi. You have nothing to do with him. Go take a walk. Taizhan carried Lu Qi down to the ground as if catching a cat, and patted his head. Lu Qi quietly accepted it, and when Taizhan moved his hand away, he acted as if nothing had happened, calm and composed, asking, Master Bai, what are your orders? I want to teach you a method to refine high-quality salt. After thinking it over, I trust only you and myself to handle this responsibility, Bai Chen said slowly. After learning it, you will lead a group of people to teach them how to refine it, and they will be responsible for refining the high-quality salt. It is important to know that salt was a significant source of revenue, so the production and distribution of salt were strictly controlled by the authorities. The refining of salt was mastered by the salt officials and salt smugglers, and the common people did not directly participate in the salt refining process, naturally remaining unaware. In Tiangong Kaiwu, there were detailed records of salt-making methods. However, this book has not been published yet. Bai Chen's words blew past Lu Qi's ears like a spring breeze, causing his mind to go blank for a moment. His eyes lit up as if stars were twinkling within them. Bai Xianjun, do you think I am trustworthy? Xianjun, do you approve of me? He looked up at Bai Chen, and Bai Xianjun's figure was reflected in Lu Qi's pupils, a sacred presence. A blush crept up his ears, a radiance never seen before appeared on his face, and Lu Qi's previously flat-mouthed corners began to tremble upwards incessantly, like a child experiencing pure joy after being praised by an elder. This excitement surpassed the feeling of seeing a water source for the first time. Clasping his hands tightly together, as if trying to control his emotions and prevent the excitement from overflowing, Lu Qi took a deep breath, trying to calm the sudden sense of glory, but his trembling voice betrayed the surge in his heart. Really? Do you really think so? His voice trembled with disbelief, his fingers lightly fidgeting as if seeking a touch of reality to prove that this moment was not a dream. This scene, only seen in dreams, actually happened. Am I not dreaming? Did I say something? Why such a big reaction all of a sudden? It seems I mentioned trusting him, and that triggered this reaction. How much filter has been applied to me? Bai Chen looked at Lu Qi, who seemed dazed, and nodded in response, Seeing Lu Qi's shoulders trembling and his breathing becoming increasingly rapid, Bai Chen was worried he might faint from lack of breath. I will not disgrace Bai Gongzi's trust, Lu Qi said in a trembling voice. He was full of spirit. Bai Chen demonstrated the entire process of refining refined salt to Lu Qi. First was filtration, setting up a structure similar to a funnel shape, covering the bottom with cotton cloth to prevent impurities from entering the container, then adding activated charcoal as the first layer of filtration medium, sand as the second layer, and stones and gravel as the third layer. Below was the container for filtering saltwater. Although there was no activated charcoal, Bai Chen had plenty of charcoal on him. Although wood charcoal and activated charcoal were different, he could make activated charcoal from wood charcoal. Covering the magma integrator with round stones and surrounding it with 3-meter stones to utilize the heat generated, then pouring water inside and making oak active boards, placing the charcoal on the oak active boards, using water vapor as the activating gas, contacting the charcoal at high temperatures for activation. The obtained activated charcoal was then dried using the heat energy from the magma. Since there was no filter paper, cotton cloth had to be used instead. Dissolve coarse salt in water on a platform, heat it, and stir it quickly with a wooden stick to dissolve the table salt rapidly, filter the salt water multiple times using a filter, and put it into a container. Barium chloride, sodium hydroxide, sodium carbonate, these things were etched into Bai Chen's hippocampus, he casually mentioned. Of course, none of these were present. But as a second choice, wood ash could be used. Wood ash is produced by burning wheat straw, which is easy to obtain. Of course, in moderation, not too much. This is crucial, it needs to be precise. After settling, filter again, and then start evaporating and crystallizing. However, this time, there was no need for residual heat evaporation, just evaporate all the water inside. Experiments from many years ago were unexpectedly useful now. Looking at the freshly produced refined white salt, Bai Chen was very satisfied. Although these refined salts have formed into blocks, unlike the usual white crystalline salt he eats, it seems that impurities inside have not been completely processed. However, without the use of chemical reagents, achieving this result is already quite good. He pinched a bit and tasted it in his mouth. It didn't compare to what he had eaten before, but at least there was no bitterness or other unpleasant taste. Do you remember? Bai Chen asked Lu Qi. If you still don't understand, just ask, I can demonstrate it again. It must be said that he did not choose the wrong person. During these hours, Lu Qi had been very attentive, asking Bai Chen questions promptly whenever he had any. I have roughly memorized the production process. Lu Qi nodded, looking at Bai Xianjun with reverence. Truly a Xianjun, knowledgeable about worldly matters. Alright, go find Jiming and get some people. You will be in charge of managing the salt production. Bai Chen continued. Yes. After Lu Qi left, Bai Chen inadvertently glanced at the box placed aside and suddenly remembered something. Ah, how could I forget about this artifact? Oh well, after all, there are too many artifacts in the game. They are not worth much, all sold at wholesale prices, so forgetting is normal. Bai Chen thought to himself. A storage space, it's not a big deal. Just forget about it. It's not too late now. In the previous experiment, Lu'er couldn't use it. He always assumed that others couldn't use it, but that was before Lu'er changed jobs. If this thing can be used by villagers who change jobs, then the wheat collected can be stored in the box instead of piling it up in the basement. After all, the box, where Lu'er's wolf meat was stored, had not decayed, indicating that the box can store real-world items and time inside it is frozen. Oh, I suddenly remembered, I have a little house there. I closed the door and never went back. In my world, properties are scattered everywhere, it's quite normal. I need to verify it first. Near the gate of Lu family village, Bai Chen looked at the open box with a flickering gaze. Villagers who change jobs can indeed use the box. Although, like using tools, opening the box consumes stamina continuously, and putting in or taking out items also consumes stamina, but compared to spatial equipment, what's a little stamina consumption? Moreover, the box also has a preservation function. Oh, if I remember correctly, the box can be placed on a boat and moved. If so, can it? Bai Chen muttered softly. Then, he placed the wooden box on the carriage, put things inside, and the box stuck to the carriage as if glued and could move along with it. This box can really be taken away like this. Well, after all, in the original version, besides being able to be placed on a boat, it can also be placed on a minecart, or even added to donkeys, mules, or llamas. This means that the box itself can be moved. And even if this doesn't work, Bai Chen can still combine the box with the boat, place it on the carriage, and it can still move, just an extra step. Looking at the box installed on the carriage, Bai Chen's eyes flickered, but he suddenly thought of a hidden danger. However, if I do this, the things I put in the box might be rummaged through, right? I can lock it with a command, but the problem is I can't use it myself, or else I would have long been flying around in creative mode. There is a lock on the box. Just as Bai Chen was looking at the box, thinking like this, an invisible stream of information directly entered his consciousness. Entering a password in his mind, Bai Chen slowly said to the random farmer he grabbed, "Now try again, can you open it?" The farmer said, "No, do I need something?" After telling the farmer the password, the box opened with a click. Afterwards, Bai Chen tried again and found that even the villagers who changed jobs could lock the boxes. Strangely, Bai Chen could still open them without needing to know the password. As everyone knows, the things in the villagers' boxes belong to Steve, so it was perfectly reasonable for Bai Chen to be able to open them. "Young Master Bai, what should I do next?" the villager who changed jobs asked. Bai Chen replied, "Take this box and give it to Jiming." Acting like a lazy boss, Bai Chen handed all the work over to Miao Jiming, only needing to go collect wheat every day. Miao Jiming was exhausted, with visible dark circles under his eyes, likely from working overnight with the torch Bai Chen had given him before. Consider it his reward. It should be about time, Bai Chen muttered. Teaching Lu Qi how to make salt, along with testing the boxes, had taken quite some time. The branch ceremony should start soon. Everyone was wearing hats, so it was almost time. Hurry, we'll be late if we don't go now. This is a chance to receive divine blessings. Yes, even if we don't have a chance, it's okay to watch from the sidelines. Indeed, just catching a glimpse of White Immortal Lord would be great. The refugees were excited, lining up to walk towards the Lu family village wall. After days of dietary adjustments and the treatment from the 2 doctors brought in from the Bai Chao Tang, more importantly, their souls found solace. The refugees recovered quickly and could start working gradually. Today was an extremely important day for them. White Immortal Lord would bestow divine blessings upon some of them. The crowd surged towards the direction of the temple for job changes, whispering to each other, discussing with excitement and curiosity on their faces. As they approached the sacred buildings, their voices fell silent, their eyes fixed firmly on the buildings before them, unwilling to miss any details, filled with awe and longing. 13 uniquely shaped giant buildings stood on the flat ground. Each one had a distinct outline and design, created by the hands of immortals. The farmer's job change hall was a sturdy building made of earth blocks, with the temple's roof and terrace covered in grass, wildflowers, and trees. Climbing the walls were golden wheat and various crops. Different types of divine trees grew around the temple, swaying in the wind. Currently, only oak and spruce were present, while others had to wait for wandering merchants to bring them. The stonemason's job change hall was primarily made of giant stones, as if carved by the mountains themselves, each stone imbued with life. The shepherd's job change hall, with wool as the main material, had a soft and warm white exterior wall that revealed subtle gradients from light yellow to black. Inside the hall, numerous delicate wool felts were pieced together, with thick wool carpets covering the floor. The priest's job change hall, located at the center of the building complex, was surrounded by the other 12 buildings, a huge glass palace that refracted sunlight into countless rainbows, scattered across the surrounding land. Miracles, who else but immortals can achieve this? We live in the immortals' realm. Some people blushed and couldn't help but whisper. They stood on both sides, looking enviously at the refugees brought up by the villagers of the Lu family village, who were eligible to receive divine blessings. They were all documented artisans, farmers, skilled fishermen, and some soldiers who refused to join the bandits, mixed with a few scholars. Although I have been studying hard day and night these past few days, my heart is still uneasy, feeling uncertain. Regardless of the outcome, having such divine fate is already our honor. Brother Bao, Brother Meng, we have prepared for this divine blessing for a long time, we have done our best, what remains is unpredictable fate, let's leave everything to the heavens. Jia Tun exhaled a turbid breath, his eyes firmly meeting the fellow scholars as he clasped his hands together. Indeed. With a heart full of passion and a hint of nervousness, Jia Tun stepped forward, almost like a pilgrimage, into the hall. The strange wooden objects all around made him feel tense. He knew that these objects held the key to whether he could receive the immortal bestowal. To the left, a courtyard. Xin Yusan, workshop courtyard. Far away, outside the temple, Miao Jiming's arranged people shouted at the top of their lungs. This was the arrangement of the White Immortal Lord, saying they were going to Kos as Hogwarts. Although Miao Jiming didn't understand, if the White Immortal Lord asked him to do something, he would do it. Jia Tun closed his eyes, praying in his heart, recalling the experiences he had in recent days. Not long ago, he was almost tricked out of the city by 2 bandits, but luckily his quick wit saw through their tricks. Unexpectedly, shortly after that, Xingqiang was breached, and he happened to be swept out of the city. Along the way, he had thought about ending his own life, until a few days ago when he was forced by bandits to attack a strange earthen wall. After being struck by those people, he thought he was about to be free. Never did he imagine he would stumble into the abode of immortals, and that they required scholars. He had been teaching for over 10 years, how could he not be a scholar? It was truly a case of going from bitterness to sweetness. Master Kong, you must bless me to pass the test. Just then, he heard the exclamations of the people around him. Brother Jia, something's appearing on your face. Jia Tun, library courtyard. Ha ha ha, I did it! I did it! Jia Tun excitedly exclaimed, holding up the illusory glasses in front of his eyes. Just now, did you all remember what I said? Asked the militiaman wearing a straw hat with a serious expression. Meeting the Immortal Lord is a big deal, we can't be careless. We remember. Jia Tun and his companions carefully adjusted their attire, exchanged a glance, and nodded, saying, we are all ready. Good, let's go. The militiaman turned and walked towards the center of the temple. Jia Tun and the others followed closely, exchanging nervous and excited glances from time to time, their movements becoming more cautious, afraid of inadvertently violating any taboos. In the other temples, several groups of people also emerged, almost all wearing various types of hats. Among them, the most numerous were those wearing straw hats. Jia Tun felt an unprecedented clear vision, curiously looking around, his eyes flashing with an indescribable excitement and reverence. Truly a gift from the immortals, it can actually make my eyes see things in the distance clearly again. He looked towards the entrances and exits of the several temples and noticed that the number of people had decreased by at least half compared to before. Indeed, the bestowal of immortality is not easily obtained. I am truly fortunate. Thump thump thump. As they drew closer, Jia Tun's heart began to beat violently. The child does not speak of strange powers. As a scholar, he had always believed in reason in scriptures, but now the true immortal was right in front of him, making it impossible for him not to believe. Soon, he saw the white immortal lord again. At just one glance, Jia Tun felt all his doubts and fears dissipate, a kind of indescribable aura around the immortal lord, making him feel peaceful and serene. As each person passed by, the immortal lord muttered as if bestowing blessings upon them, while the person beside him held a pen, recording on paper. This was, indeed, divine. With an excited heart, Jia Tun stood in line, quietly waiting as time passed by second, until it was soon his turn. It's finally the turn of the librarian. Let me see which enchanted books you have. Bai Chen lightly exhaled, opening Jia Tun's trading interface. Seeing the enchanted books on it, Bai Chen almost passed out in shock. He looked at the librarian in a complex manner and said to Miao Jiming, who was taking notes, "Bookshelf, bind curse. What's the use of holding a bound curse oneself?" Bai Chen shook his head, watching Jia Tun's every move, always feeling similar to his past teachers. He couldn't help but ask, "Can you teach, sir?" Calling someone sir, Bai Chen didn't think it was a big deal, especially when it came to a profession like teaching. Jia Tun was flattered and quickly bowed, saying, "I am not worthy of the title, sir. I have shallow knowledge and can only share some insights, dare not claim to be a good teacher, only able to offer some guidance." Truly a teacher. Bai Chen was delighted and sincerely said, "I plan to build a school soon. Would you be willing to teach there? I am willing to contribute my humble efforts to impart knowledge and wisdom." Suppressing his excitement, Jia Tun quickly responded, "I will do my best to enlighten and educate." Jia Tun didn't know how he left, his mind filled with thoughts of his conversation with the immortal lord just now. "Hey, why are you here too?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Jia Tun looked up, widened his eyes, pointed at the person in front of him, and exclaimed in disbelief, "You little rascal, how come you're here? And you've even received the immortal's blessing. I didn't see you before, and aren't the bandits all taken care of by the immortal lord?" The big guy in a straw hat in front of him, wasn't he one of the bandits who tried to trick him out of the city before? "Ha! Why can't I receive the immortal's blessing?" Lu Ping scratched his head, looking puzzled. "I am the first one to receive the immortal lord's blessing." Being a scholar, Jia Tun's mind was quick, and he instantly understood the whole situation. No, they weren't bandits. He had been wrong from the beginning. The person in front of him had arrived even earlier than him. Back then, the immortal lord had already descended, and under the arrangements of the immortal lord, they had wanted to find scholars. He was outside the city now, which meant if he hadn't refused in the beginning, he wouldn't have suffered so much. He would have received the immortal's blessing long ago? Why didn't they say so earlier? If they had, I would have come earlier. Even if they had said it clearly, I probably wouldn't have believed it at that time. Jia Tun repeatedly beat his chest, full of regret. Meanwhile, Lu Ping, watching Jia Tun's expression, turned away, smiling discreetly. Although Lu Ping was simple, he wasn't stupid, and naturally recognized Jia Tun, deliberately walking up to him and staging this act. "Regretting not believing me? Regret it now. Now, the education issue is settled." Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction, recording all the remaining items that the few librarians could trade. Flame Protection 2, Bound Curse, Underwater Breathing Eye, Undead Slayer 2, Underwater Speed Digging Eye, and Miao Jiming's Strength Eye. "Jiming, call over those on the list, the sticks, and the wheat," Bai Chen ordered. There was a limit to trading. Once the number of trades exceeded, the corresponding trade would become invalid, and one had to wait for restocking. But fortunately, with the increase in the farmer population, there were more people to exchange wheat with. After trading all the wheat, there were still relatively few Fletchers, so Bai Chen couldn't trade all the wooden sticks. Iron armor was outdated. It was time to switch to diamond armor. Holding the emeralds from the trade, Bai Chen found the armorer. The trading prices were 7 emeralds for 1 iron leg guard, and 4 emeralds for 1 iron boot. After exchanging about 6 pairs of boots for sets of iron leg guards, the armorer upgraded to an apprentice and gave him a discount. Next, Bai Chen exchanged 11 pairs of chain boots, 6 shields, 4 diamond leg guards, 3 diamond boots, finally upgrading him to a master. Unlocked the full set of diamond armor. Among them, the diamond leggings provide projectile protection 3, the diamond chestplate provides projectile protection 2, and the diamond boots provide projectile protection 2. What bad luck! Bai Chen sighed helplessly. Projectile protection, as the name suggests, can reduce damage from projectiles. Bai Chen wasn't very clear about what projectiles there were, but he knew they definitely included arrows and fireballs. However, Bai Chen didn't think that without monsters around, anyone could penetrate the diamond armor set with arrows, which seemed quite useless. The enchantments on the diamond helmet were not bad, with fire protection 1 and respiration 1. Bai Chen had tried respiration before. It allowed him to breathe using an empty bottle since he only needed to breathe, not necessarily oxygen. Who knows if breathing in and out now would consume oxygen and produce carbon dioxide. Fire protection was what Bai Chen was somewhat satisfied with, as he already had 8 magma blocks and just needed to wait a few more days to go to the nether. In the nether, magma was everywhere, and fire protection could reduce fire damage, including from magma. In the nether, as soon as water was poured, it would evaporate instantly. With fire protection, falling into magma might be survivable with reduced damage. If only all projectile protection could be changed to fire protection. Suddenly, Bai Chen remembered something. If I remember correctly, firearms already existed at the end of the Ming dynasty. Isn't ammunition just projectiles? If I'm not mistaken, firearms should already exist by now, mainly matchlock guns, Bai Chen thought with a glint in his eyes. Their power wouldn't be great, and it would be more than enough to rely on the defense value of the diamond set to block them. However, when tanks and similar things appeared later, there might be a shortage, so projectile protection seemed not bad after all. Bai Chen took off his iron set and put on the new diamond set. Seeing the armor value below his field of vision, as long as his health points, Bai Chen felt very reassured. I don't believe anyone can break through my defense like this. Unless it's a little boy washing his hair, I really have nothing to fear. But even with a little boy, Bai Chen had some thoughts. A shield could defend against TNT explosions, so theoretically, as long as he held up the shield against the boy, he could probably block the explosion. Even if there was radiation, leaving aside whether this negative effect would affect him, there was always milk to remove negative effects anytime, anywhere. After wearing it for a while, the novelty wore off, and Bai Chen took it off. I'll take this iron set back and hang it on the armor stand. With almost all sets complete, all that's left is netherite. The armor stand was made of 6 sticks, with 5 crossing each other and 1 stick placed on top, with stone steps at the bottom. The stone steps were made by firing cobblestone in a furnace to obtain stone, arranged in 3 sets. The armor stand could display various armors, mob heads, carved pumpkins, shields, and elytra. The diamond sword from the weaponsmith and the diamond tools from the toolsmith don't seem very necessary right now, at least not urgent, Bai Chen thought as he looked at the remaining emerald sets in his backpack. To inflict damage on mobs in Minecraft, one needed crafted weapons, otherwise, no matter how much effort one exerted, only minimal damage could be dealt. However, until now, no monsters had appeared, only those defenseless animals, so the diamond sword was indeed unnecessary. As for the diamond pickaxe, Bai Chen didn't need to mine at this stage, as finding ores in reality was quite challenging unless stumbling upon a cave. Its purpose was mainly to mine obsidian and create nether portals. However, Bai Chen could use the pouring method, so it wasn't necessary. After the next batch of magma is ready, there will be about 16 barrels of magma. Deducting 1 barrel for emergencies, he still had 5 barrels for margin of error. The iron pickaxe could not mine obsidian completely, but it could still destroy it. Let's upgrade a few master farmers first and see if we can find pumpkins. Bai Chen finally made up his mind. He eagerly brought in a few villagers who initially traded wheat for emeralds. First was Lu Wusan, who, after upgrading to master level, unlocked several trades, 3 emeralds for 18 cookies, 4 watermelons for 1 emerald, and 1 emerald for 2 mysterious stews. Most importantly, the final master trade option was 4 emeralds for 3 glimmering watermelon slices, and 3 emeralds for 3 golden carrots. With the golden carrots, the horses he raised on the grassland could finally breed Minecraft horses. They had unlimited stamina, never tired, and were extremely fast, but the only drawback was that they couldn't leave the area. And this mysterious stew was also a good thing. I wonder what it tastes like. Bai Chen looked at the mysterious stew in his backpack, licked his lips, and muttered softly. Taking out the mysterious stew he traded for to help Lu Wusan upgrade, it emitted a tempting aroma, but Bai Chen hesitated when he saw the purple and green bubbles on top. This thing looks poisonous, doesn't it? Miao Jiming, who was holding a pen and paper on the side, looked worriedly at the strange food-emitting green bubbles and cautiously suggested, Master Bai, shall I taste it for you? No need. Bai Chen simply closed his eyes, ignored the mysterious stew, and took a bite directly. First, there was the delicious taste of mushrooms, followed by a subtle floral fragrance. The combination of this floral scent and mushrooms, although strange, was surprisingly harmonious. The taste was strange but surprisingly delicious. At that moment, Bai Chen suddenly realized that even though his eyes were closed, it was suddenly dark. Did he go blind? Bai Chen remained calm. He knew it was the effect of the mysterious stew and would only last a few seconds. During this time, he looked down below himself. The status bar was still there. Bai Chen opened his backpack and saw the negative effect on Tapu blindness, 1 second. Then, Bai Chen upgraded the other villagers to master level. Many trade options were repeated, but the only one related to pumpkins was 6 pumpkins for 1 emerald. It turns out that villagers in the original version don't trade pumpkins, Bai Chen said regretfully. Pumpkins could be crafted into carved pumpkins, also known as jack-o'-lanterns. By stacking 2 iron blocks upwards, placing iron blocks on the left and right sides, and finally placing a jack-o'-lantern on top, an iron golem could be created. However, what Bai Chen really wanted to make was another type of creature, a snow golem. Made from 2 snow blocks with a jack-o'-lantern on top, a snow golem could be created, attacking by throwing snowballs. Although snow golems were mascots in the original version and would not only take damage when in contact with rain or water but also melt in certain biomes, and their snowballs would only repel hostile creatures without causing harm, in reality, a snowball thrown by them could pack quite a punch. What's more, snow golems wore jack-o'-lanterns as helmets, meaning their jack-o'-lantern heads could be sheared off with scissors, revealing their true heads and dropping carved pumpkins. The exposed head looked quite silly. Additionally, as the snow golem passed through the ground, it would leave a layer of snow, which could be shoveled into snowballs, and 4 snowballs could be combined into a snow block. This could easily facilitate the large-scale construction of a snow golem army. Unfortunately, it looks like we'll have to wait for Yang Hayu and the others to come back to see if we can get some pumpkins. Bai Chen shook his head. He noted down the mysterious stew attributes corresponding to several master farmers. Seeing him pause, Bai Chen continued, Jiming, have Weisher come over to the horse farm area later. I have something important to discuss with you all. Yes, Master Bai, I'll go right away. Without pumpkins, it doesn't mean we can't create iron puppets. Since iron puppets cannot be manufactured, we can only use the rules of MC to let them generate naturally. In the horse farm, Miao Jiming and Wei Shi hurried over. Bai Chen instructed, Wei Shi, go and bring the 2 fastest horses from inside. Yes, Wei Shi responded and left. Then, Bai Chen turned to Miao Jiming and asked, Jiming, how is the situation in the village? Master Bai, currently in the newly incorporated villages, apart from Zhang Village, there are also Wang Village, Zhong Village, and others. The villagers from Zhong and Wang villages, except those taken by Wang Air earlier, have already been fully absorbed as per your instructions. Miao Jiming paused and continued, I have disguised the militia as refugees, with people from each village joining us, taking them back to the village for covert protection while also scouting the movements of bandits. Once they spot anything, they will inform Wei Shi immediately to gather the militia and rush for support. That's good, Bai Chen nodded. With the Maria Wall now in place, Lu Village can be considered very safe, especially with Iron Mountain there. However, the safety of other villages outside the city walls cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, Bai Chen thought of letting bandits outside the walls invade these villages to prompt the birth of iron puppets. For safety reasons, trained militia would infiltrate the villages so that even if iron puppets fail to generate, they can hold on until the main forces arrive. Speaking of the militia, Bai Chen and Wei Shi had discussed the self-harming training method before. However, Wei Shi mentioned that each person in the militia had endured a lot of hardship and was eager to have the ability to protect themselves. Of course, Bai Chen also felt that Wei Shi had not told him everything. For example, those militia members, or rather the villagers under Bai Chen's rule, were actually very afraid that they were of no use to the White Immortal Lord and worried that Bai Chen would return to the heavens. By the way, Master Bai, according to the scouts, they have seen many strange creatures, including foxes, rabbits, various birds, and some wolf packs. These animals are a bit square in shape, and there seems to be quite a few of them, visible at almost every interval. Bai Chen perked up upon hearing this. Square is what we need. This means a large-scale refresh of animals has finally begun? Is there a connection between this and my recent level up? Among the villagers who have changed professions, shepherds can use scissors to shear wool. Farmers can use hoes and shovels to farm mushrooms and dig soil. Blacksmiths can manufacture various tools, armor, and crossbows. Stonemasons can use pickaxes to mine cobblestone. Fishermen can use fishing rods to fish in water bodies. As for butchers, they should be related to animal slaughter, but they have experience in slaughtering chickens, sheep, and cows, and the numbers have not increased yet. So far, Bai Chen has been personally handling it and has not tested it yet. However, there are no professions related to wood, meaning materials like logs can only be obtained by himself. During that time, the lake was not yet built, bamboo had not been planted, and initially, there were very few stonemasons, so cobblestone sources still relied on Bai Chen's own mining. Since arriving at Lu village, he was not alone and was thinking of leveling up quickly to go to the village, spending day and night fishing. And there were a bunch of things waiting for him to do, so he wasn't in a hurry to level up. With the experience gained from burning stones, it took almost the same amount of time as Bai Qin spent fishing to build wonders and offset the transfer to the Temple of Gods. So the speed of gaining experience was almost the same as before. However, it was true that the level up was a bit slow. Even when he wanted to expand, after fishing for so long, day and night, he only expanded to Lu family village. Bai Chen thought to himself, perhaps it was related to this space. You should know that this space shouldn't exist in theory. Maybe most of the experience he gained was swallowed by it, otherwise, theoretically, he should have been level 40 or 50 by now. And until he didn't level up, only a few animals appeared sporadically. With this level up, the frequency of encountering animals has clearly increased. It's as if the proportion of MC's rules in this space is gradually expanding. It looks like he can go out and explore again. When he finishes setting up the lower realm gate, he'll go out and take a look. Young Master Bai. Wei Shi came over with 2 horses. These are the 2 fastest horses in our stable. This is Black Cyclone, and that is Wuqiu, both good young horses from the stable. Wei Shi patted the back of one of the black horses, resting his head against the horse's head to calm its emotions, then excitedly introduced them to Bai Chen. Very good. Bai Chen looked satisfied at these 2 majestic horses with snorting noses. Offspring like this will definitely run very fast. Thinking this, Bai Chen took out the golden carrots in his hand. Woo, Black Cyclone. Wuqiu Wei Shi trembled, almost in tears, while Bai Chen was caressing the young horse. In his hand, he still had the swift arrow given to him by the village hero when he was in the archer state. Bai Chen's plan was like this. First, let Black Cyclone and Wuqiu have 2 foals, then shoot the grown-up foal with the swift arrow, and then breed with the golden carrots. Artificially breed a 1,000-mile horse. The genes of Black Cyclone and Wuqiu will be passed down from generation to generation. As for the other ordinary MC horses, Bai Chen thought for a moment and decided not to breed them, as it could easily cause confusion. Almost done, Jiming, Wei Shi, do you have anything else to tell me? Bai Chen asked. Young Master Bai, there is indeed one more thing. Miao Jiming continued Bai Chen's words, saying, now that young Master Bai has built the rift wall, the scale of the village is different from before. I was thinking, should we change the name? Rift wall? That wall has a name, it's called Maria's Wall. Bai Chen then remembered that he forgot to tell the people in the village the name of the wall. Maria's Wall? Miao Jiming repeated Bai Chen's words. That's right. Miao Jiming then said, okay, I understand, I will inform the others. Bai Chen nodded, then following Miao Jiming's words, he thought for a moment. Change the name? Indeed, with the current scale, calling it Lu Family Village is not quite appropriate. What name should it be then? What do you think of Li City? Bai Chen said calmly. Li City? Good name. Wei Shi said without hesitation. For him, any name given by young Master Bai was a good name. Miao Jiming, on the other hand, did not speak immediately. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, excitedly said, Li, as in approaching dawn, meaning approaching the dawn, since it is after the night until dawn, I understand. Young Master Bai's intention, this city is the city of dawn, dispelling the darkness of the chaotic world, illuminating the light of the prosperous era, truly worthy of young Master Bai, it is indeed a good name. Oh, I see. Brother Miao, if you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have thought of it. Wei Shi muttered to himself thoughtfully, dispelling the darkness of the chaotic world, illuminating the light of the prosperous era, dawn, Li, good name, good name. After finishing reading, Wei Shi looked at Bai Chen with respect. Bai Chen stood still, feeling puzzled. It seemed that Jiming only knew my surname, not my full name. Well, only the village chief and Lu Er's family knew my full name, but they probably wouldn't dare to say it. Ahem, there is indeed a gap between intellectuals, especially between those in liberal arts and science. Alright, this name now carries this meaning. Yes, it does. Bai Chen said confidently, Jiming, I leave it to you to inform about the city's name. Yes. In the 7th year of Tianqi, when immortals descended to the mortal realm, connecting the immortal realm, building the wall of the sky gap, and establishing the immortal city, named Li. In August, at the Xing Wang mansion. In the courtyard of the mansion, with lush flowers and trees, swaying bamboo shadows, one could see inside the study through the window lattice. Exquisite calligraphy and paintings hung on the study walls, all crafted by renowned artists, while the bookshelves held ancient classics, historical records, poetry, and essays. In one corner of the wall hung an ancient chain made of rosewood. The incense burner emitted a faint fragrance, filling the room with a light scent. On the rosewood desk carved with delicate patterns, there were inkstones and inkwells, with the ink at the right consistency, and paper neatly spread out. Zhu Yujian sat steadily at the desk, holding a brush, focusing on the paper. He dipped the brush lightly in ink, his arm suspended in the air, wrist moving flexibly as the brush curved and stretched on the paper. Suddenly, Zhu Yujian's brush paused, a few drops of ink fell on the paper. Seeing the blot, his brows furrowed, his once smooth movements stiffened. As he looked at the stain, the grim face of Wei Zhongxian seemed to appear before him again. Corrupt officials in power, loyal subjects falsely accused, my dear brother, can't discern people. Alas! He sighed heavily, placing the brush casually next to the inkstone. His finger inadvertently touched the cold tabletop, calming his emotions slightly. The onlookers see more than the players. Although he was titled the Xing Wang, he remained in Beijing and did not go to his fiefdom, yet he was aware of court affairs. His brother's several heirs had died one after another, even the Empress Zhang, whom Wei Zhongxian dared to harm, causing her to miscarry by using a peculiar method during her treatment for back pain. Wei Zhongxian feared the birth of a crown prince beyond his control, so he made sure the crown prince would never appear. This matter had spread inside and outside the palace, but his brother seemed oblivious, or perhaps even if he knew, he wouldn't believe it. Previously, his brother had an accident while visiting the Western Park, falling into the water. Although he survived, he was left with a lingering illness, his health deteriorating. That damned Wei Zhongxian publicly sought miraculous doctors, and the Minister of War, Huo Weihua, brought a miraculous medicine called Linglu drink, claiming it could revive the dead. Worried about his brother's health, Zhu Yujian secretly inquired about the recipe for this elixir. At first sight, Zhu Yujian was infuriated. Steamed glutinous rice, old rice, and millet were added to a wooden tube and steamed. Each type of rice was steamed until cooked, then another layer was added. The bottom of the wooden tube was hollow, with a silver bottle placed inside. Water was added while cooking, and the cooked rice liquid flowed into the silver bottle. This was the so-called Linglu drink. It was simply absurd. Miraculous medicine, where on earth does it come from? Zhu Yujian shook his head slowly, thinking of his ancestor who had spent his life cultivating alchemy. After a while, Zhu Yujian pressed his slightly throbbing temples and muttered to himself, I better not bother with this, after all, court matters have nothing to do with me. I'm just a leisurely prince, it's futile to think about it. Just then, a series of urgent hoofbeats shattered the tranquility. The sound of horse hooves continued until it reached the front of the Xingwang mansion. It wasn't until the guards at the gate announced the arrival of the messenger coming swiftly from the direction of the imperial palace, holding a golden token and an imperial decree. Summoned to meet me at this time, could it be difficult? Zhu Yujian instantly understood the intention of his royal brother, feeling not excited but a sudden heaviness in his heart instead. Royal brother, is it almost time? Led all the way into Zhu Yujian's bedroom, Zhu Yujian sought his long-lost royal brother. Zhu Yujian had lost his former radiance. He lay on the bed, plagued by illness, his face as pale as paper, exhaustion evident in his eyes, fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and even his dragon robe, now slightly disheveled, lacking its former grandeur. Seeing Zhu Yujian enter, Zhu Yujian's eyes regained a hint of vitality. He struggled to sit up, forced a smile, and looked at Zhu Yujian. Zhu Yujian quickly entered the room, knelt down, and said, Xing Wang Zhu Yujian, pay respects to your majesty. Rise, come sit. A weak voice squeezed out of Zhu Yujian's throat. Thank you, your majesty. Zhu Yujian quickly stood up, walked to the bedside of Zhu Yujian, half squatting, gently supporting his body, feeling his ice-cold, dry arm. At this moment, for some reason, Zhu Yujian choked up, unable to speak, and the myriad words turned into two, elder brother. They say the imperial family is the most ruthless, but his elder brother treated him exceptionally well. He arranged a foster mother for him, often summoned him, took him to various ceremonies, and at the age of 11, he was titled Xing Wang, with countless other things. A true elder brother like a father. It could be said that Zhu Yujian came this time just to see his elder brother. Zhu Yujian grasped Zhu Yujian's hand, stared directly into his eyes, and said firmly, my brother, you shall be Yao Shun. This sudden statement left Zhu Yujian somewhat stunned. Then, he looked serious and quickly changed from a squatting position to a kneeling one. I am guilty. He knew his brother was a bit dull, and this might be a trap set by Wei Zhongxian. After all, even the unseen crown prince, Wei Zhongxian couldn't tolerate, let alone him. It was too dangerous, he must not agree. Thus, the two fell into silence. One was determined to pass on the throne, the other was determined not to agree. Just as they were at a stalemate, a person emerged from behind the screen. Empress Zhang softly said to the kneeling Zhu Yujian, the situation is urgent, I hope Xingwang will not refuse. Empress Zhang, her child was the one Wei Zhongxian had interfered with, so she would not collude with him. This matter was not a trap. Xu Yujian suddenly understood that his elder brother had not been deceived by Wei Zhongxian. His previous words were not false. However, it seemed that his elder brother's time was indeed running out. "Brother, I will obey," Xu Yujian said solemnly. Then he looked at Xu Yujian imploringly. "Elder brother, may I come to see you more often these days?" Of course, seeing Xu Yujian agree, Xu Yujian nodded with relief, his hand trembling slightly as he smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes. "When I'm gone, you must protect our Zhu family's legacy. And, brother, promise me not to kill Wei Zhongxian," Xu Yujian said, staring straight into Xu Youjian's eyes. "Ah, my foolish brother. Brother, I understand." Xu Yujian nodded in agreement, but a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. "Wei Zhongxian must die." On the 11th day of August, Ming Shizong Xu Yujian passed away at the age of 23. On the 24th day of the same month, Xu Yujian ascended the throne, with the reign title Chongzhen. The horizon was tinged with a fish belly white, and the village rooster flapped its wings high, awakening the sleeping earth. In the early morning, in the first room of Mushroom Town, Miao Zhiming got up from the bed, took the torch from the wooden box at the head of the bed, and hung it back on the mushroom wall. These two things were both bestowed by the White Immortal Lord, one capable of containing all things, the other shining brightly all night long. He picked up the apple on the table, brought it close to his nose, took a deep breath, and the unique fragrance of the apple filled his nostrils. After a while, Miao Zhiming's hazy mind cleared up, and he gently set it back down. Even just smelling this immortal fruit made one feel refreshed and invigorated. He couldn't bear to just eat it like that. Not long ago, after absorbing all those refugees, the number of scholars in Licheng had increased slightly, although only a few could receive immortal blessings. Nevertheless, they could at least read and write, do some simple tasks, and now he finally had some time to himself. His gaze swept over the neatly arranged books, with the 4 books and 5 classics complete, interspersed with books like True Decree and biographies of immortals that recorded stories of immortals. Miao Zhiming had never read books about immortals before, but now he had delved into both Taoist and Buddhist texts, hoping to find records about the White Immortal Lord. As time passed within the books, suddenly there was the sound of footsteps. "Zhiming, I brought you food." Wei Shi held a bamboo basket with steamed buns inside, and mumbled, "Here, just taken out of the pot, still warm." "Thank you, Wei Shi," Miao Zhiming said softly. Wei Shi waved his hand and said, "It's nothing." "Hey, Zhiming, any progress?" "None, I've searched through all the ancient texts I could find, but there's no record of the White Immortal Lord," Miao Zhiming said somewhat dejectedly, furrowing his brow and sighing. "Hey, books are written by people. If they haven't seen it, naturally they wouldn't know. If it's not found, then it's not found. Does that mean the White Immortal Lord isn't a true immortal?" Wei Shi shook his head nonchalantly. He suddenly took out a wooden box wrapped in red cloth from the bamboo basket, handed it to Miao Zhiming mysteriously, and said with a grin, "Open it and see, I bet you'll be amazed." Miao Zhiming took it with confusion, opened it, and was instantly stunned. It was a statue of a person, exuding an elegant air between the eyebrows, with a straight nose, slightly parted lips, gentle eyes that seemed to see deep into the pain and confusion of the world. With a faint smile, showing compassion for the world, long flowing hair swaying in the wind, adorned with intricate and smooth lines. "This is a statue of the White Immortal Lord," Miao Zhiming exclaimed. "Where did this come from?" "Oh, a few days ago a new carpenter arrived, claiming to be skilled in carving portraits. That guy carved a statue of the Immortal Lord himself, placed it at home, and worships it every day." Wei Shi raised his eyebrows, then continued, "Not long after, the neighbors saw it, and news of him carving a statue of the White Immortal Lord spread like wildfire. I got lucky and knew about it early, had him carve a couple, and now there are countless people wanting him to carve statues for them. I'll leave this one in your care, otherwise, knowing your personality, you probably wouldn't even mention it. Don't worry, I paid him in silver." But Miao Zhiming, staring at the statue, lost in thought. Seeing this, Wei Shi's eyes twinkled mischievously, jokingly pretending to take it back. "What, you don't want it? Fine, I'll take it back, no big deal, I'll just worship both of them." Miao Zhiming quickly shielded the box behind him, expressionless. "I want it, I never said I didn't. I was just thinking, does the White Immortal Lord know about this? He should know, and even if he doesn't, it's normal for gods to accept worship, right? The Immortal Lord shouldn't have any objections." Wei Shi scratched his head cautiously. At that moment, a hurried footstep suddenly sounded at the door. Lu Er rushed in holding a live chicken from the real world, panting, "Brother Zhiming, Brother Wei, the boss has urgent matters to discuss with you. He also needs the mountain tiger and a bandit without a hat. Did Bai Xianjun find out about the immortal statue collection? This is too fast." Miao Zhiming's heart seemed to skip a beat, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Holding the box with the immortal statue, he felt an indescribable embarrassment. He subconsciously looked at Wei Shi, only to see Wei Shi hesitating for a moment, then suddenly standing up, sincerely saying, "Ah, you need to find the mountain tiger and the bandit, right? I know where he is. Lu Er, you and your brother Jiming go first, so the immortal doesn't have to wait too long. I'll be right there." With that, he immediately dashed out of the mushroom house, leaving Miyazhiming staring wide-eyed, holding the immortal statue in the wind, feeling disheveled. And off he ran. Is this still human behavior? Unclear about what was happening, Lu Er tentatively asked, "So, Jiming, shall we go first?" "Wait a moment," Miyazhiming said, carefully taking the box and leaving his bedroom. The toilet and bedroom were considered impure and disrespectful places, not suitable for placing statues. Previously, Miyazhiming had asked the farmers to place 2 more red mushrooms around his house, expanding the area, one as Wei Shi's bedroom and the other as the main hall. Placing the box with the immortal statue in the main hall, in a high position facing north. "Let's go, we don't need to wait for Wei Shi. If he is a coarse man, no different from the riffraff," Miyazhiming said expressionlessly, calmly adding, "Inhuman, why walk with him?" Not fully understanding, Lu Er could sense that Wei Big Brother was being insulted. Although not sure why Wei Big Brother was being scolded, Lu Er had a sense of what was inside that box, because he had one at home too. Lu Er still remembered vividly the excitement on his father's face when he took out the immortal statue. Lu Er didn't ask further, just nodded and said, "Okay." Following Lu Er, Miyazhiming walked ahead. The thought of facing the immortal's inquiries next made his face involuntarily show a hint of nervousness and embarrassment. Even his walking posture seemed somewhat stiff, his arms unnaturally hanging by his sides, fingers rubbing against his palms. Time passed quickly in such moments. Soon, Miyazhiming saw Bai Xianjun in the distance, dressed in light blue armor, working on something. "Ziming, you're here. Just wait a moment," Bai Chen said. Miyazhiming nodded eagerly, standing aside, watching Bai Chen's movements. He saw Bai Chen building a 5x4 frame with round stones, water flowing down from above the frame. Then, the immortal poured a bucket of bright red solution on the frame's edge. When the solution met the water, it turned deep purple, forming shiny square blocks. Soon, except for the 4 corners, the frame was filled with these purple blocks, forming a 3-dimensional door shape, and the rootless water was retracted by the immortal. Then, with a wave of his hand, a flame rose out of nowhere, tearing a mysterious crack in the void, and a purple light gradually spread from the center of the door. Around the light, purple particles kept appearing out of thin air, merging into the door, creating intricate patterns of purple light. "Indeed, the frame works well," Bai Chen said, satisfied, looking at the newly created teleportation door. The only conspicuous feature was a protruding obsidian on the side of the teleportation door. It's been a while since he last did this, so his skills were a bit rusty. The lower realm gate was now fully operational. Wei Shi must have gone to fetch the mountain tiger and the bandit. Let's wait a bit longer. At this moment, Bai Chen inadvertently caught a glimpse of Miao Jiming's nervous appearance, which made him puzzled. "Jiming, if there's anything on your mind, just say it. Maybe I can help you solve it," Bai Chen grinned and said. Miao Jiming hesitated for a moment and cautiously said, "Master Bai, there are carpenters in the city making a statue of you. I was wondering when to tell you about this. I thought it was something serious." Bai Chen waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Let them do it if they want to." Ever since he admitted he was an immortal, Bai Chen had mentally prepared himself for things like his statue being worshipped. Seeing Bai Xianjuan's response, Miao Jiming relaxed. He curiously looked at the gate shimmering with purple light, pondering. Since Bai Xianjun didn't mind, it meant that the reason he and Wei Shi were summoned was not about the statue but probably related to this gate. And with the presence of the celestial tiger and bandits, it was likely connected to the gate as well. What wonders could this gate hold? "Master Bai, may I ask what this celestial object is used for?" Miao Jiming asked respectfully. "Through this portal, one can directly reach the mortal realm." Bai Chen's eyes flickered. "Of course, you can also call it hell." "Hell? What, hell?" Miao Jiming was initially puzzled, but then his eyes widened in shock and fear. Hell and the underworld, just a word apart, yet worlds apart. The 18 layers of hell, a place in the underworld for punishing sinful spirits. Tongue-pulling, scissors, iron trees, karmic mirrors, steaming pots, bronze pillars, knife mountains, ice mountains, oil cauldrons, ox pits, stone presses, mortars, blood pools, wrongful deaths, crucifixions, volcanoes, millstones, saws. Each punishment in every layer corresponded to the sins committed in life, all excruciatingly painful. Learning its true purpose, Miao Jiming felt fear looking at the purple radiance, instinctively moving closer to Bai Xianjun with Lu Er. "Jiming, don't be afraid, the boss is here," Lu Er reassured sincerely. Yes, Bai Xianjun was here, so what was there to worry about? As long as he hadn't done anything wrong, even if he entered, Bai Xianjun would surely rescue him, right? Miao Jiming swallowed hard, calming himself down. He now understood why Wei Shi was accompanied by the celestial tiger and the bandits. It was to make those evildoers experience hell while still in the mortal realm. He wondered which layer of hell this gate led to. Miao Jiming thought to himself, discreetly moving behind Bai Chen until Bai Xianjun stood between him and the gate, putting his mind at ease. Soon, Wei Shi led a group, including the weak-looking celestial tiger and another bandit with their heads down. Master Bai, I was wrong. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. I beg you, Master Bai. The bandit pleaded, tears in his eyes, almost kneeling down but was held back by the militia. Bai Chen didn't take his words seriously. Crocodile tears were not worth sympathy. Some people could have a chance to change, but some had to face the consequences. Apologies were useless. Why have police then? If he wasn't present, they would just laugh recklessly. Their crying and begging were just fear of punishment for getting caught in the act. You coward, you're pathetic. The celestial tiger spat at the bandit, speaking rapidly. After doing so many bad things, even if you reincarnate, you'd be an animal. What's there to fear? Just go to hell. I've killed so many, I've earned enough. This guy thinks he's worthy of being called an immortal? If he had come earlier, those people. Sob, sob, sob. Not finished speaking, his mouth was quickly covered by the militiaman next to him. You damn thief, not behaving while in the sky for so long, how dare you? The militiaman scowled, muttering under his breath, wishing to give this sky tiger a lesson. And Miao Jiming's group also stared angrily at the sky tiger. It's fine to curse at them, but daring to curse at the immortal lord, how audacious. Bai Xianjun, you saw it, he cursed at me, we've had a grudge for a long time, now it's irreconcilable, we're not on the same side, I didn't say anything. The bandit quickly distanced himself from the sky tiger. Well, he can still endure the challenge in Biwu town, having been in the sky for so long, it's only been a few days since he can curse at people. Seeing you still so stubborn, I feel relieved, Bai Chen said nonchalantly, smiling at him. I have to say, you are quite interesting, the sky tiger is fierce in the sky, the nickname is well deserved. Now you're eager to go to hell. Since you said so, fine, I'll grant your wish. Wei Shi, press him into that purple light, be careful not to touch it yourself. Bai Chen instructed Wei Shi. Also, tie this live chicken to him as well. Hell, is it the 18 layers of hell that I'm thinking of? Understood. Wei Shi suppressed his surprise, exchanged a glance with another militiaman, and together they pressed the sky tiger, who was trying to resist, into the purple light. Here's some advice, if you don't want to die later, once you enter, step out of this obsidian stone first before entering the portal. Also, bring back the chicken, or else it will be thrown back in when you come out. Bai Chen sincerely said to the struggling sky tiger in the purple light, whose body began to distort. Lastly, I wish you a pleasant journey to hell. I wonder if he can still come out. Bai Chen pondered as he stared at the portal to the lower realm. The sky tiger and the chicken correspond to creatures affected by the MC rules and ordinary creatures, respectively. Considering the environment of the lower realm, with magma everywhere and the instant evaporation of water due to high temperatures, an ordinary person entering would probably burn up immediately. Sending the chicken and tiger in is an experiment to see which of the three possibilities will occur. If both the tiger and chicken die, Bai Chen's ideas about using hell will have to be put on hold. If the tiger is alive but the chicken dies, villagers eligible for a job change can enter. If both are alive, the desired outcome for Bai Chen, it means the establishment of a one-day tour project for labor reform prisoners in hell, as well as his sudden idea of various other significant uses for hell. However, all of this needs to be verified one by one later, based on the premise that both are alive. At the same time, if the sky tiger comes out alive, he can also ask if there is any danger inside. So, even though the sky tiger cursed at Bai Chen, among all those present, the one he cursed at, the immortal lord, was the one who hoped the most that he wouldn't die. Sky tiger, please don't die, Bai Chen muttered to himself. Not long after, the purple light inside the gate of hell began to distort. A figure materialized from the void, curled up in a corner of the portal, tightly holding the chicken, constantly muttering, "No, I don't want to stay in hell, no." The person was none other than the sky tiger. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had before, cowering in the corner, his body trembling violently. Feeling the piercing light, the sky tiger raised his head as if reborn, basking in the sunlight. Complex emotions intertwined on his face, his eyes still holding fear and the relief of escaping hell. Contrary to what he had said, it wasn't as simple as going to hell. Haha, the sky tiger, pale as paper, greedily breathed, sweat and dust mixing on his face, trickling down his cheeks onto his heaving chest. Well, both alive, the best outcome. How is it inside? Bai Chen casually asked, not expecting much from the Sky Tiger's answer. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Tiger raised its head to look at Bai Chen, then lowered it silently, emitting a hoarse and broken voice from its throat. Fire, so much fire, and demons everywhere. Fire? Niao Jiming muttered quietly on the side. I know which level it is. Which level? Wei Shi remained composed, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he asked in a hushed tone. The 16th level, the volcano hell. Niao Jiming affirmed solemnly in a low voice, those who harm the public for personal gain, engage in bribery, theft, robbery, and arson will be cast into the volcano hell after death. They will burn alive but never die. Perfect, a match with this person. Hey, after death, if I remember correctly, living beings cannot directly enter hell, Wei Shi suddenly inquired. Niao Jiming respectfully replied, indeed, in the records of strange beings, there is no record of living beings entering hell, they go straight to the underworld, unheard of. Truly worthy of the white immortal lord. The two exchanged a glance, both smiling mysteriously. Demons? Bai Chen hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, are you sure, you didn't mistake them for demons? Yes, those demons are very close by, holding swords made of gold, staring at me. Zombie pigmen, neutral group attackers, won't attack first. The lower realms don't seem as peaceful as the main world, monsters actually spawn here. Bai Chen thought to himself. But this is good, alchemy, priests, redstone, they all have a place now. Brewing stand. Crafted from a creature in the lower fortress that spews fireballs, the blaze rod dropped by blaze men, and 3 cobblestones. The priest's job-changing block, also a place for alchemy. And the priest can trade redstone dust, a truly endless power source. Just as Bai Chen was pondering, the Heavenly Tiger knelt down, cautiously saying, please, immortal lord, forgive me, I know my wrongs, I shouldn't have killed, let alone insulted the immortal lord. I don't want to spend eternity in that hell. The effect is quite remarkable. You have to follow me back there, Bai Chen pondered. Don't worry, that creature you mentioned won't attack, and most likely you won't have to go down. There's not just one option of going to hell. Thank you for your mercy, immortal lord. The Heavenly Tiger breathed a sigh of relief and bowed in gratitude. As long as it's not forever in that place. When he truly sees hell, he will long for the mortal world, just like some people only appreciate what they've lost. Jiming, inform the nearby people not to come this way for now, and spread the news that the gates of hell have opened. Bai Chen continued in a lowered voice, you should know my intentions. Niao Jiming nodded, excused himself with a bow. Bai Chen instructed, Wei Shi, wait here for a while, if there's any abnormality in the distant sky, come and inform me immediately. Okay, Wei Shi replied without hesitation. Wearing a full set of diamond armor, Bai Chen then took out his shield and diamond axe. These days, with the farmer trades refreshing, exchanging wheat for emeralds, Bai Chen upgraded to a master weaponsmith, trading 22 emeralds for a diamond axe enchanted with efficiency 2 during the discounted upgrade. Efficiency, when enchanted on most gathering tools, can improve mining efficiency. As a diamond axe, and with no hostile mobs around, this enchantment is very suitable. For now, it can be used. After all, the diamond axe itself has a high attack damage of up to 9 points. You, come with me too. Bai Chen pondered for a moment, addressing the bandit brought by the Heavenly Tiger, referred to as Ma Zi, that chicken, bring it along, it might come in handy. Ma Zi's face turned mournful, trembling all over. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, his legs went weak, almost sitting on the ground. Yes, White Master, as you command. The information available now is that villagers who have changed jobs and real-life animals entering will not be affected by the hellish environment. But for villagers who have not changed jobs, it is unknown. Following along, in case these bandits can adapt to the environment and end up being roasted before they can be saved. After all, keeping them might be useful in the future. Watching the two disappear into the gates of hell, Bai Chen also walked in. His body was being pulled by an invisible force, and Bai Chen's vision began to distort. The scene in front of him changed rapidly, a wave of intense heat swept over, and everything was fiery red. The thick smoke filled the sky, the magma sea illuminated the surroundings, making the entire underworld appear dark and oppressive. Flames burned eternally all around, emitting a crackling sound. Faint cries of monsters could be heard. Not far away, groups of zombie pigmen wandered around, wielding golden swords. Hell, they had arrived. SSS, it's so hot, so hot. I'm going to be burned to death, Xiaowenshi, you damn beast. It's all because of you, why don't you go die, why should I suffer this torment? With a hoarse wail, Matzi painfully stood on tiptoe, his face contorted, covering his mouth and nose, one hand clutching his neck, sweat evaporating instantly as it appeared, waving his hands trying to dispel the heat waves, but to no avail. On the other hand, Shang Tianhu was in a much better state, holding a chicken that looked like it was about to die, staring in terror at the zombie pigmen just 10 steps away. A flash of fierceness passed through Shang Tianho's eyes as he quickly covered Mazi's mouth, lowering his voice, "You fool, with this temperature, you won't be burned to death. If that monster comes over, you'll find it hard to die." Seeing Baichen's figure appear at the gates of hell, hope flickered in Mazi's eyes. Despite his weak struggling body, he suddenly exerted force again, breaking free from Shang Tianho's restraint. "Lord Baixian, I beg you, please let me go back." Ignoring the scorching ground, Mazi knocked his head on the ground, his fingers turning white with tension. The despair in his eyes turned into a near-crazy determination as he pleaded, I am willing to pay any price, just please give me a chance to go back to the mortal realm, even if only for a short time." Baichen, looking at Mazi who showed no signs of burning but was in great pain, and at the normal Shang Tianhe, began to speculate. It seemed that there was a protective effect on ordinary people. After all, besides the high temperature, the concentration of hydrogen sulfide produced should also cause those who smell it to die instantly. However, for those under protection, it was obviously not a good thing. Of course, apart from the heavy smell of rotten eggs, he didn't feel much change in temperature. He could even swim in the lava for a while. Let's seal off the gates of hell first, so that no monsters run into the main world. As for why the main world is not sealed, it is naturally kept as a deterrent. Being able to see the gates of hell and not being able to see them are two different things. Baichen held a round stone and sealed the gates of hell, leaving only a small opening. During this time, Mazi kept howling, which annoyed Baichen a bit, as the environment could affect one's mood, and the underworld was particularly oppressive. Baichen said expressionlessly, "Hold it in, keep howling, and you'll stay in this hell forever." It was very effective, as the next moment, there was no more sound. By the way, those monsters, although they wouldn't open the door in the game, now, it was uncertain. Thinking of this, Baichen took out a workbench, made an iron door, and placed it at the gap, with a lever inside and outside. After doing all this, Baichen carefully observed the terrain. The entire landscape was filled with deep red underworld rocks, including the ceiling, which was covered in cracks, showing a strange dark red color in the distance, with flames flickering a few steps away. Dark red particles floated in the air. The location of the Hellgate is situated on a large protruding lower realm rock. Several zombie piglins stand at the edge, patrolling back and forth. A piece of glowstone hangs under the lower realm rock not far above, with sporadic patches of quartz nearby. At the bottom of the Hellgate, 10 meters below, there are clusters of magma blocks, leading to a vast expanse of lava sea in the distance. It seems that he is currently in the lower realm wasteland. On a higher level, there is a small crimson forest. Oh, and lower realm gold ore? Indeed, the lower realm is not lacking in gold. However, Baichen did not immediately mine the lower realm gold ore, planning to see if he could get a pickaxe with precise collection from the toolmaker. It seems that you need to reach the level of a master to get a diamond pickaxe, not worth it. Precise collection is a curse that makes the mine blocks drop themselves instead of their usual drops. After enchanting, mining the lower realm gold ore will yield complete pieces of it, which can be smelted into gold ingots. If mined directly, it drops gold nuggets, and the quantity depends on luck. When Baichen has bad luck, he might even get 2 gold nuggets. 9 gold nuggets make 1 gold ingot, quite a loss. Conveniently, there are piglins nearby, so he can trade with gold ingots later. But for now, it's not the time to provoke these monsters. Baichen glanced at the eye-rolling, seemingly dying pockmarked man and thought to himself. He still had 2 burdens with him, getting in the way. After finishing the final experiment and arranging things in the main world properly, he could explore later. If he left and his small world collapsed, and Weisher didn't find him in time, he would have nowhere to cry. "Tiger from heaven, carry this guy on your back and follow me," Baichen ordered, taking out cobblestone to block the passage of zombie piglins. Then he began crouching towards the depths of the lava sea. As long as he crouched, even if Baichen kept squeezing towards the edge, he wouldn't fall unless someone attacked him. Facing the two of them, Baichen built a 2-block-wide passage behind him. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the Heaven Tiger being afraid of heights and falling, but he was worried about Weisher possibly coming back. Watching Baichen, who was fully focused and standing at the edge, the Heaven Tiger's eyes flickered. Push him down, burn him, and escape from this ghostly place." After much hesitation, Chao Weisher still didn't dare to act. How could an immortal who could bring people into the underworld be burned to death by mere flowing flames? Moreover, being so unguarded, it seemed like he was deliberately showing his flaws, trying to make him make a mistake. That was close, he almost fell for it. The Heaven Tiger followed nervously, and at that moment, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. What was once a red mist gradually turned gray, then darkened to a bloomy blue. The particles in the air also turned gray. Suddenly, Chao Weisher felt the pockmarked man on his back hugging him tightly. He was about to curse when he heard the man suddenly exclaim, "Cold, so cold. How can it be this cold? Where are we?" The man clung tightly to Chao Wenshi, shivering. Yeah, how could it be that he felt a bit hot just a moment ago, and now it's suddenly cold? Chao Wenshi looked at the still-flowing lava sea below, puzzled. Because he was worried about taking the wrong path, Chao Wenshi had been paying attention to his feet, but the man on his back didn't have to worry about that. Going from extreme heat to severe cold, the man's bubbling brain cooled down, his eyes focused, and the next moment, the horrifying scene in the distance made him have another heart attack. Ahead, ahead. He stammered. Ahead? Chao Wenshi looked up in confusion, and in an instant, his eyes widened, hands trembling, face pale. A thought burst from the Heaven Tiger's mind and couldn't be contained. Is this the underworld? As the distance closed in, a massive brown rock wall suddenly appeared in the previously empty front, floating in the sky. Red flowing lava poured down from the sky, flowing into the magma sea below, where several strange-looking red creatures swam. Among the blue mist, several large square monsters roamed, with hollow eye sockets and twisted faces, their eyes and mouths tightly shut, occasionally emitting sharp, high-pitched cries. On the brown rock wall, azure soul flames burned, and the Heavenly Tiger also saw the white, constantly moving, unmistakably resurrected skeletons. They held bows and arrows, wandering aimlessly. These skeletons must have endured long torment here, their bodies decayed, leaving only white bones, turning into this, right? If one were to stay in this hell all the time, would they also become like them? Cough, Maji, loosen your grip, if you squeeze any harder, you'll strangle me. Chao Wenshi coughed a few times, loosening Maji's hand around his neck. Obviously, Maji also saw it clearly, coupled with the extreme cold, his grip on the Heavenly Tiger had increased. Big brother, I'm really cold now, really scared. I don't want to end up like them, enduring eternal torment, becoming dry bones, and wandering in this hell. Maji couldn't hold back anymore, tears and snot streaming down, regretfully saying, "We shouldn't have become bandits, shouldn't have eaten." Shut up. The Heavenly Tiger's face changed, quickly interrupting Maji's next words. He glanced carefully at Bai Chen, who was focused on building blocks and seemed not to have heard, and sighed. Is this your plan, immortal? Connecting yin and yang, showing these sinners in advance the appearance of hell and the punishment they will receive after death. Such extraordinary abilities, such powerful means. Who else dares to be disrespectful after meeting you and seeing this hell? Oh, immortal, why couldn't you have come to this world earlier? Why did you have to come down only after I made a big mistake? Unfortunately, now it's too late no matter what. He turned his head and looked at Maji, whose brows were furrowed, lips turning purple, teeth grinding. Redeem yourself. The Heavenly Tiger shook his head, self-deprecatingly murmuring, I hope in this life, we can offset some sins before we die, strive to spend fewer days in this hell after death. These words seemed to be directed at Maji, yet also seemed to be directed at himself. His ambition had been completely destroyed since entering this hell. Previously, the Heavenly Tiger could still deceive himself that even if this white immortal had extraordinary means, he would be liberated after his death. But now, he found himself walking in the legendary hell with the body of a living person. Hell, he had just mentioned it casually back then, never thought it would actually be brought in early. Ha. You reap what you sow. Heavenly Tiger, what are you standing there for? Hurry up. If you get targeted by evil spirits later, I won't care. Bai Chen urged. Chao Wenshi quickly responded, trying to please, yes, immortal Bai. Bai Chen gave a strange look at Chao Wenshi. Bai Chen still remembered that the first time he saw this person, he wanted to spit thick phlegm at him. Glancing at the boundary wall not far away, connected to the Soul Canyon, for some reason, the boundary was very clear in the mortal world, almost instantly recognizable. The proportion between the mortal world and the main world was indeed there. If he remembered correctly, it should be around 1:8. Transitioning villagers would be protected by hell. The direct route to hell seemed feasible. Bai Chen glanced at the evil spirits in the distance and accelerated the construction pace. When the evil spirits found their target, their red eyes and mouths would open, followed by a whistling noise, then they would shoot fireballs. So, they should not have been discovered yet. As they made their way to the Soul Sand Canyon, Bai Chen did not directly enter the canyon but instead started digging towards the ground at the bottom. This way, they could avoid the skeletons and evil spirits on the island. Bai Chen took out the iron shovel from his inventory and began digging up the soul sand and soul soil at the edge of the wall. As soon as he stepped on the soul sand, he felt a clear resistance under his feet. Bai Chen took out a torch and placed it on the soul sand. Illuminated by the torch, he murmured, "This thing looks much scarier than in the game. It's even dynamic, quite interesting." On the soul sand, countless souls' faces kept rolling on the surface, opening their mouths wide in agony, trying to escape but being dragged back into the sand. The trapped souls could never escape, forever imprisoned inside. However, Bai Chen knew this was just a game, and the texture of the soul sand was designed this way. At most it would move, so there was nothing much to fear. The walking speed on it also slowed down slightly. Why do I feel like something is grabbing me? Being vigilant of the evil spirits above, Bai Chen did not notice anything unusual on the soul sand. Just as he entered the pit, before he could even relax, he sensed something was wrong. He looked down and his body stiffened instantly, his eyes filled with fear. Hands grabbed his ankles, their owners' faces twisted in pain, mouths opening and closing, expressing their fear and unwillingness from their past lives. Their eyes were hollow but filled with deep resentment and a thirst for life. They want to pull me down. Bai Chen instinctively moved towards the wall, only to see faces above him. All of them, they are all here. He breathed heavily, looking around, only then realizing that the tunnel was filled with countless faces. Brother, I feel like I'm calming down, my body feels warm. Thud. Before Ma Zi could finish speaking, his head tilted, and he passed out completely. Ma Zi, Ma Zi. Chao Wenshi shook him, seeing he was still unconscious, he left him there and nervously stepped on the trapped souls, following Bai Chen. Although the trapped souls were weak, their sheer number made it difficult to walk, and Bai Chen was already panting after a few steps. Fortunately, Bai Chen soon stopped. Put that guy down first, he asked Chao Wenshi, can you see it? The wall in front of us? Without hesitation, Chao Wenshi placed Ma Zi on the soul sand and looked up, seeing a faintly glowing thin wall. He quickly replied, I see it, Immortal, I see it. First, throw that chicken out, then reach out your hand outside the light wall, Bai Chen said without hesitation. Yes, I understand. Cluck cluck cluck. The chicken weakly clucked, and after Chao Wenshi threw it outside the wall, it stiffened instantly, unable to move. Once outside the barrier, ordinary creatures were no longer protected. But what about the villagers who had changed jobs? Bai Chen glanced at Chao Wenshi. Seeing this, Chao Wenshi gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and extended his left hand, feeling an intense cold sweep over his entire arm. His expression briefly flickered, and he instinctively shrank back. So, Ma Zi felt like this. It seemed that being outside the barrier would also have an effect, and it seemed quite significant. Watching Chao Wenshi shiver uncontrollably and pleadingly at him, Bai Chen pondered. It's a pity, I was thinking that if this works, in the future, I could send others like the above tiger to explore the outer realms of hell to find fortresses and gold mines. After all, they are not villagers from Li City, so if they die, they die. Let's try the flame protection and see if it can extend the exploration time. Above tiger, try putting this on. Bai Chen took out a brand new diamond enchanted helmet from his backpack and handed it to Chao Wenshi. Before setting off, Bai Chen had made thorough preparations, ensuring he had everything needed for the experiment, including exchanging one for experimentation at the armorer's. He couldn't take off the one he was wearing to give it to this guy. Tisk, I'd rather throw this enchanted helmet into the lava and burn it. Bai Chen sneered. It's just a matter of a dozen or so emeralds anyway, now he's supporting an entire city of farmers on his own, so tossing it away is no big deal. Plink. As soon as Bai Chen let go, Chao Wenshi's hand holding the diamond helmet sank directly, and the helmet fell to the ground. The air fell silent instantly. Chao Wenshi turned into a stone sculpture, maintaining a bent posture, his facial muscles twisted with tension, his brows furrowed, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily, a hint of despair and panic flashing in his eyes. Dead, 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 dead. Watching Chao Wenshi, his face turning red as he tried to pick up the helmet, Bai Chen thought to himself, is it too heavy? Well, after all, it's 5 diamonds. Bai Chen couldn't help but ask, so, touch the diamond helmet with your hand, silently think of using it, and try to put it on. Seeing that the immortal had no intention of blaming him, Chao Wenshi was somewhat incredulous. He had prepared himself to accept punishment, and the sudden forgiveness made him feel a surreal sense of daze. A surge of excitement and gratitude welled up in his heart, and he reached out his trembling hand to touch the helmet. Soon, the diamond helmet shimmered and disappeared. Immortal Bai, it's gone. Chao Wenshi's heart tightened, feeling uneasy. Bai Chen looked at the empty space where Chao Wenshi stood, his gaze flickering. Don't worry, now we're outside the barrier. Chao Wenshi didn't dare to delay, so without further ado, he bit the bullet and stepped outside the barrier. Why does it feel less cold than before? It must be the magic of the immortal. The immortal is merciful. Although still shivering, it was now at a tolerable level, and he gratefully said, thank you, Immortal Bai, it's a bit warmer now. Not as cold as before. Being merciful even when taking you to hell? Has the attribute awakened? Bai Chen raised his head in surprise, staring at Chao Wenshi, and seeing his sincere eyes, he couldn't help but wonder. This guy, could he have Stockholm Syndrome? But judging by his appearance, the enchantment effect of flame protection should be working. Perhaps by obtaining a full set of flame-enchanted armor, these villager-turned-adventurers could explore the underworld. and it seems to ignore weight as well. It appears that the Heavenly Tiger has actually equipped the diamond helmet, but it's invisible. In the original version, villagers could equip armor themselves, but it required a launcher, and the armor would be invisible. It's just like the game. When Luer tested it before, he just put it on directly. In other words, villagers have two ways of wearing armor. One is to wear it directly, which has weight and is visible, the advantage being that even villagers without a job change can wear it. The second is to use telekinesis, ignore weight, and make the equipment invisible, with many advantages, ignoring weight and confusing enemies. This can also explain why Lu Ping and others who have changed jobs feel heavy when picking up an iron sword, as in the original version, even with a launcher, villagers cannot equip weapons. However, the drawbacks are also obvious, perhaps only villagers who have changed jobs can use it, and although the boundaries of the lower world can be crossed, the lower world itself follows the rules of MCE. Outside the main world, job-changed villagers cannot use their abilities, so they may not be able to use equipment. All of this will need to be verified later. Fortunately, the world range has also expanded, so now that he's going out, he'll see how long this small world can support him. Immortal, save me, save me. Woo woo. Suddenly, a faint cry for help came from the side, then it seemed to be blocked by something. By Xianjun, Maji is about to be pulled in by those souls. Chao Wenshi couldn't help but exclaim. Bai Qin snapped back to reality and looked towards the place where the bandits were, the scene before him making him somewhat incredulous. How could this be happening? In the sea of soul sand, countless pale, emaciated arms stretched out and waved, like a dense and terrifying group of snakes in a snake pit, swaying slowly with hunger and greed, entwining around Maji's limbs and torso, tightly and mercilessly gripping every part of him. The arms tightly covered Maji's face, preventing him from making a sound, and half of his body had already sunk into the square. Bai Chen lifted Maji into the air, the arms he tore off turning into black pixels in the air, disappearing. The ghost faces on the soul sand wailed, looking resentfully at Maji and Bai Chen's hands. These ghostly things, could they be real? Staring at the twisted ghost faces on the wall, Bai Chen wondered. Thank you, Bai Xianjun, Maji weakly thanked as he was lifted, breathing rapidly, both from being hot and from being scared almost to death of being pulled into that wall. Bai Chen remained silent, moving Maji towards the wall made of soul sand, where the arms instantly reappeared, groping for every breath in the space, the vengeful spirit's claws crazily reaching for Maji. Lifted back and forth, the arms retracted, released, then came out again. After a few repetitions, Maji was almost scared into passing out again, and only then did Bai Chen stop, glancing at Chao Wenshi who was cowering in fear outside the boundary. Although the arms were reaching out and grabbing, they were too weak to actually pull him in. After some thought, Bai Chen tried reaching his own hand out. The lost souls, however, recoiled as if they had seen a cat and a mouse, the arms instantly retracting, even the ghost faces desperately fleeing into the squares. Am I that scary? Looking at Maji, whose lips were turning blue and who was on the verge of death, Bai Chen took out a prepared bucket of milk. If you don't want to die, open your mouth and drink this bucket of milk. After he finished drinking it all, Bai Chen took out some cookies and continued, eat these cookies until you can't eat anymore. Having upgraded to a farmer before, Bai Chen had exchanged for a large amount of cookies. It must be said that the long-lost taste of chocolate was quite good, but after eating too much, it became a bit nauseating. He still had golden carrots in his backpack, but those were precious items only exchangeable by master-level farmers, so they were meant for his own consumption. After drinking the milk and temporarily recovering, Maji picked up the cookies and started chewing. Sweet. No, even better than sugar, even sweeter. Maji's eyes lit up, showing a surprised expression as he carefully stuffed the cookies into his mouth. Hurry up and eat, don't waste time. Bai Chen watched Maji's hesitant movements, urging him on. He couldn't wait to finish up, collect the soul sand and soul soil, and get out of there as soon as possible, as the place made Bai Chen feel uneasy. Maji hastened his pace, finishing the cookies and licking the chocolate residue off his lips. So delicious. Simply heavenly. Feeling the warmth spreading from his stomach, Maji thanked Bai Xianjun, thank you, Immortal, for saving my life. You're thanking me too soon. Can you move now? See that barrier? Stick your hand out. Yes. Hiss, Maji's outstretched arm instantly turned blue and necrotic, he endured the intense pain and screamed. This soul sand canyon was actually frostbitten. What's the blue soul fire burning outside, compared to the bone-chilling fire of the bone spirits? Once again, Bai Chen took out some cookies to help Maji recover from his injuries. Bai Chen glanced at Chao Wenshi, then summarized, muttering softly, villagers who have transitioned like this semi-MC creature can indeed leave the boundary, but they will be affected similarly to ordinary villagers within the boundary. Flame protection can reduce this impact. I happened to come across a librarian with flame protection before, but synthesizing them one by one is too troublesome. Let's see if we can get a set of flame protection from the armor department. I've been so busy with repairing wonders that I haven't gone fishing in a long time, feeling a bit itchy and missing it. After finishing things in the main world, I'll spend a few days fishing. After Ma Zi finished eating and his arm recovered, he stood quietly with Chao Wenshi, occasionally lifting his feet to kick away the hands grabbing their ankles. Finished eating? Bai Chen came back to his senses and asked. Ma Zi nodded repeatedly. Shang Tianhu, try to see if you can take off the helmet. It's right above your head, you just can't see it. Bai Chen thought for a moment, then added, you try, silently think about taking off the helmet. Okay. Chao Wenshi closed his eyes and did as instructed. Soon, the diamond helmet drilled out of Chao Wenshi's body and fell to the ground with a thud. Ma Zi, try touching this helmet, silently think about using it, see if you can put it on. Bai Chen instructed Ma Zi. Watching Ma Zi place his hand on the diamond helmet without any movement, Bai Chen also understood. Indeed, it can't be worn. But it's fine, as long as villagers who have transitioned can wear and remove it. Now that's settled, no need to worry about not being able to give away the enchanted diamond set. Since it can be replaced, it's all good. After Lu Air transitions, he can wear it. Projectile protection, you'll be my human shield. Specifically responsible for blocking bullets for me. And also cannonballs as for arrows, we'll send them later. For now, we only have the infinite book I fished up before, along with the librarian's power, still not top tier. Let's go, back. Bai Chen waved his hand and said. Alchemy hasn't started yet, the tears of evil spirits are not needed for now. We have enough soul sand and soul soil, it's better not to come back to this place. Going back? Finally returning to the human world? Can we go back? Chao Wenshi doubted his ears, thinking it was just an illusion. He and Ma Zi exchanged a glance, confirming they heard correctly, their faces showing eager expressions. Finally, they can see the light of day again. This dreadful hell, no matter what, they never want to come back. What, Shang Tianhu, do you want to stay here? That's fine too. Bai Chen joked, laughing and saying. Chao Wenshi quickly waved his hands, trembling as he said, No, immortal lord, you misunderstood. I want to go back, I want to go back. Well, forget it then. I thought you were eager to come here, always urging to come, I thought you liked staying in hell. Bai Chen grinned. Ah, so I came to hell because of my big mouth. Didn't expect the immortal lord to really connect with hell. Why is my mouth so troublesome? Chao Wenshi regretted deeply, wishing he could give himself 2 big slaps. He said cautiously, Immortal lord, you're joking, I was ignorant and spoke nonsense back then. Carry him on your back, he seems unable to walk again. Bai Chen looked at Ma Zi, who was trembling again, and whispered to Chao Wenshi. Yes. The group quickly walked out of the soul sand passage, out of the cave entrance, when suddenly, a sharp meow came from the sky. That sound, it's an evil spirit. Bai Chen quickly looked up at the sky. For meters away, an evil spirit with closed eyes and mouth was wandering. Both of you, hurry back into the cave. Raising his shield, Bai Chen drew his iron sword, ready to shoot back any fireballs it might throw. He turned to the two and said, Wow, it's huge. Looking at the white terror monster in the sky, 3 to 4 meters high, even these ruthless killers were instantly filled with fear in their hearts. The terrifying howl of the evil spirit made their legs feel heavy as if they were filled with lead, firmly stuck to the ground, unable to move a single step, making the thought of escape seem out of reach. How many more terrifying monsters are there in this hell? Chao Wenshi was so scared that he was sweating all over, feeling an urgent need to urinate, his legs trembling, struggling to breathe as he said, Immortal, my legs won't move. However, someone was faster than him. Just then, he suddenly felt a warmth on his back, and the water on his back turned cold and stiff. You don't need to hide. Bai Chen looked at the evil spirit in the sky, which remained motionless with closed eyes, looking puzzled. It could be explained why the Tianhu trio were not attacked. After all, evil spirits only actively attacked players. But he was definitely within the attack range himself, so logically, the evil spirit should have noticed him by now. Why wasn't he attacked? Forget it, you guys better hide inside, I'll conduct another experiment. Bai Chen looked at the two motionless people and decided to enclose them with round stones. Then, Bai Chen expanded the area, set up a fence to prevent himself from falling, took out his bow and arrow, and confidently said, Take this arrow. Swish, the arrow missed, landing several meters away from the evil spirit, into the lava. Again, Bai Chen shot several more arrows, none hitting the target. Without a crosshair, how am I supposed to hit it? I wasted several arrows, damn it. Watching the unscathed evil spirit, Bai Chen made up his mind to have Lu to teach him archery. If I remember correctly, this Tianhu seems to be good at archery. Bai Chen muttered, recalling the arrow that had made the villagers of Lu village go berserk before. Although it didn't cause harm, it was quite accurate. Let him give it a try. Bai Chen took out a workbench, made a new bow and arrow, opened the round stones, pulled Xiao Wenshi out, and handed him the wooden bow and several arrows. You, use this arrow to shoot that big guy, Bai Chen said. What? Xiao Wenshi was shocked, his face pale, trembling. What's wrong? You dare to shoot me, but not that big plastic bag? Bai Chen said impatiently, hurry up, if the evil spirit runs away, I'll have you go up and shoot with the skeletons. I didn't know it was you, immortal, otherwise how could I dare? Xiao Wenshi took the bow and arrow, aimed at the evil spirit, and with determination, released the bowstring. Accompanied by a loud scream, the evil spirit turned to look at Xiao Wenshi, its red eyes and mouth wide open, emitting a whistling noise. A fireball shot out from its mouth straight towards Xiao Wenshi. Finally, it's here. Playing ping pong with the flower rabbit, how funny. Bai Chen wielded an iron sword, blocked the fireball, rebounding it and hitting the evil spirit, causing it to fall from the sky with a wail, disappearing. Go to hell! Witnessing the entire process of the monster's death, Xiao Wenshi secretly rejoiced. The terrifying monster was killed by Immortal Bai with just one blow? It's a good thing he didn't push Immortal Bai down at that time. Otherwise, he would have been the one down there. Wait here, Bai Chen said softly, and give me back that bow. Taking back the bow and arrow he gave to Xiao Wenshi, Bai Chen also took out some cookies and handed them to Matzi. Eat when you're hungry, it should last until I come back. With that, Bai Chen took out the round stones and hopped all the way towards the depths of the Soul Canyon. Indeed, they've all become neutral creatures. They don't even look at me now. Bai Chen walked up to the skeleton Xiao Bai and carefully examined it. He reached out and poked inside Xiao Bai's chest, observing its movements. However, even so, Xiao Bai still didn't look at Bai Chen directly, swinging around with his little wooden bow. This won't do. Bai Chen took out the artifact, a wooden boat. It is well known that few of the MC's indigenous people can resist the temptation of sailing. Placing it on the ground, Bai Chen then pushed Xiao Bai onto the boat, and Xiao Bai instantly sat quietly in the center of the boat. This bow is not bad, why not give it to me? Anyway, there's no one in hell, and you can't shoot it anyway. Bai Chen looked sincere, grabbed the wooden bow, tried to pull it out, but the wooden bow seemed to stick to Xiao Bai's hand like glue, impossible to remove. No, can't mooch off, I still plan to snatch the witch's potion later, looks like it won't work. Bai Chen pushed. As soon as the wooden boat crossed the boundary, the skeleton pulled out a bow and shot an arrow at Bai Chen. Block! Using a shield to block the arrow, Bai Chen held a diamond axe and launched several attacks at Xiao Bai, ultimately killing it on the wooden boat. Bones take up space, too lazy to carry. Neutral inside the boundary, normal enemies outside the boundary. This trip to the lower realm, after finishing what needs to be done, collecting some materials on the way back, and then returning. Knocking down the wooden boat, Bai Chen ran back along the roundstones. Sending the two to the gates of hell, Bai Chen let them go back, while he went to collect materials. As soon as Bai Chen walked out of the room, Xiao Wenshi couldn't wait to run into the gates of hell. When he opened his eyes again, it was a clear sky outside. I'm back, really back, ha ha ha. Xiao Wenshi's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, he staggered, excitedly shouting, tears silently streaming down, even starting to retch uncontrollably. He breathed rapidly, trying to get rid of the sulfur smell in his nose. His face was red, eyes slightly narrowed, bloodshot, lips dry and cracked, skin dehydrated and lacking elasticity, looking somewhat shriveled, sweat constantly dripping. Even so, he showed a look of madness, shouting hoarsely, alive, I'm back to the mortal world, I'm back to human. Before he could finish, he tilted his head and passed out again. Seeing the miserable state of the two, Wei Shi, Miao Jiming who brought the message back, and the accompanying militia showed no signs of mockery, they glanced at each other, eyes flashing with fear and horror. This is hell. Even in just a short time, less than half an hour, people can be tortured into this ghostly appearance. Miao Jiming glanced at the two, then focused on the teleportation gate, waiting for Bai Xianjun to come out. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. He asked himself. Going to hell has nothing to do with him, Miao Jiming. After a while, Wei Shi frowned, noticing Miao Jiming pacing anxiously in place. Heaven's tigers have been out for so long, why hasn't Bai Xianjun come out yet? This shouldn't be. Seeing Miao Jiming's rapid breathing, Wei Shi was somewhat puzzled. Jiming, why are you so anxious? At this moment, he suddenly remembered the phrase Miao Jiming often muttered. We have done too little for Xianjun, if he leaves and returns to heaven, what should we do? It's over, Xianjun might not come back. Wei Shi felt an indescribable sense of urgency in his heart, glaring with furrowed brows, grabbing Xiao Wenshi's shoulder, gritting his teeth and shouting, Where's Xianjun? Why didn't he come back with you guys? Xianjun let us come back on our own, and he left. Xiao Wenshi replied calmly. Wei Shi quickly asked, Did Xianjun say whether he will come back or not? Damn it, I would have killed you long ago with such effort. The other party is Xianjuan's person, can't lay a hand on them, can't lay a hand on them. No, he didn't. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Xiao Wenshi took a deep breath, his face cold, saying word by word, maybe, Xianjun doesn't plan to come back. Upon hearing these words, the militia visibly began to panic. Shut up, Wei Shi growled lowly, casting a worried glance at Miao Jiming. His hands started trembling involuntarily, while Miao Jiming clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails almost embedding into the flesh of his palms. He kept looking up at the gates of hell, muttering incessantly, it won't happen, the immortal lord won't abandon us. Let him worry about it himself. Xiao Wenshi sneered inwardly. Tell me, what is it like inside hell? Miao Jiming suddenly turned his head, his eyes red as he looked at Xiao Wenshi. Wei Shi lowered his voice and said, Jiming, you're not thinking of going into hell, are you? No, wait a little longer, it's too dangerous to do that. Just wait a bit more, maybe the immortal lord is just delayed with something and will be back soon. Okay, I'll wait a bit longer, Miao Jiming said in a muffled voice. Passing through the crimson forest, Bai Chen casually picked some leaping vine. Actually, he preferred the resentful vine, as it could produce a different type of water landing. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen a trace of the eerie forest yet. He also collected some fungal lights along the way for illumination. After checking the rough distribution of gold ore, he surrounded the few pig spirits with round stones to prevent them from running around. Digging up a set of fluorescent stone powder, Bai Chen picked some brown mushrooms commonly seen in hell and then turned his gaze to the final block of magma. This thing, when combined with soul sand, could create a water elevator. However, stacking water blocks one by one was quite troublesome, and as for kelp, it was something only wandering merchants could have. Kelp had the ability to convert downward flowing water into water source blocks, making the production of water elevators faster. Yang Haiyu didn't know if he had found Songingxing. Forget it, let's mine the magma blocks and return to the main world. Bai Chen half squatted, took a few steps on the magma block unharmed. Walking on the magma block while crouching down wouldn't cause any harm. After digging up all those magma blocks, Bai Chen put away his pickaxe and returned to the main world. What the heck, Jiming, Wei Shi, what are you guys doing? Bai Chen looked helplessly at the scene before him. Wei Shi, Miao Jiming, along with a group of butcher militia with thin ropes tied around their heads, looked like they were ready to cross the transfer gate as if going to their deaths. Lu Er was trying to dissuade them on the side. The sudden appearance of a figure startled Wei Shi at first, but upon recognizing it was by Xianjun, he smiled broadly and said, Immortal. Bai young master, you're back. Otherwise? If you didn't come out, you would have gone to hell. Bai Chen shook his head, looking serious. Didn't I tell you to wait outside? Why did you rush in? Want to go on a day trip to hell, soak in the red soup hot spring? He had planned to let Xiao Wenshi come down first, then he would go in himself, just to see if hell was dangerous. Although the neutral zone was now inside the barrier, they didn't know that. Unfamiliar with the mechanisms of the underworld creatures, if they attacked first, who could they defeat? Well, Bai young master, your immortal power hasn't recovered yet. We were worried that you might encounter danger in hell and not be able to come back. Wei Shi, seeing Bai Chen's serious expression, felt like his heart had been hit hard, and he hurriedly explained, we thought we could help, and so on. My immortal power hasn't recovered? Did I say that? I don't think so, I don't remember. What are these guys thinking about all day long? If I really encounter danger, you guys won't be of any use. Little Bai probably can't even beat it, not to mention Little Hay and the others. They can only come up as a temporary meat shield, just to take a beating. Watching the bearded man babble like a guilty child, Bai Chen could only sigh. What kind of law is there to worry about one's own safety and think about running to hell? For them, it's not a game scene I'm thinking of, but a real hell. But why would Jiming get involved? A weak scholar like him shouldn't be thinking about going to hell. Jiming, since you plan to enter hell, shouldn't you find out about the situation there? Bai Chen asked tentatively. Miao Jiming nervously replied, I know, Xiao Wenshi told us. Xiao Wenshi? That should be the name of the heavenly tiger, the one who followed us to hell. Then why didn't you advise them and instead joined in the mischief? Bai Chen asked puzzled. Xiao Wenshi said, Master Bai, you may not come back. Just because of this? Bai Chen sighed lightly, touching his forehead, and said, he said you believed it. Miao Jiming lowered his head, not daring to look at Bai Chen, standing there like a punished child, and whispered, at that time, for some reason, it felt like Master Bai, you had been gone for a long time. It's only been a short time since entering hell, probably not even an hour, and these guys act like they've lost their minds, believing anything and even planning to enter hell. How did it end up involving me, as if they've lost their minds? I dare not imagine what these guys would be like if I really left. Alright, don't look so gloomy, I don't intend to blame you. Bai Chen walked over, patting each of them on the shoulder. When he reached Miao Jiming, he smiled and said, "Don't worry about these things. Remember what I said when we first met? I will always be here." Master Bai. Miao Jiming looked up, murmuring, "Don't look at me like that. My sexual orientation is normal. I'm not into that. So if you ever feel lost again, just remember this sentence." Bai Chen joked. "Anyway, instead of thinking about these things, it's better to work hard and maybe one day you'll get a promotion and a raise." "Yes, Master Bai." Miao Jiming took a deep breath, understanding Bai Chen's joke, and chuckled, bowing respectfully. Bai Xianjuan's words relaxed everyone around, giving them support once again. Of course, there was one person sweating profusely. "Damn, why can't I control my mouth?" Chao Wenshi sat alone on the cold grass, the scorching sun unable to melt the icy coldness in his heart. His legs trembled involuntarily, fear uncontrollable deep within, his fingertips turning white from exertion, eyes filled with anxiety and unease. Looking at the unconscious Ma Zi, he felt an intense envy. Why couldn't it be him unconscious instead? Watching Bai Xianjun approaching step by step, he forced out a smile uglier than crying. Bai Xianjun, you're back. Heavenly Tiger, why is it always you causing trouble? Ah, if I had come back a moment later, I would have had to post missing person notices in hell. Bai Chen said expressionlessly, "You're really something. Up to the heavens and down to the earth, and your mouth still can't be shut. Who knows if those pig spirits can understand?" Master Bai, don't speak, I don't want to hear it. One more word and I'll send you to hell, literally. Bai Chen's gaze flickered. Setting up a round stone room for this troublemaker alone, with a lightning rod inside, to see if a witch can be conjured. The copper ingots needed for the lightning rod won't be lacking. After all, with copper coins, it might rain and thunder at any time. Better to be prepared. Wei Shi, take your men and bring these two back first, Bai Chen instructed. Wei Shi hurriedly said, "Yes, Master Bai." Just as they were about to lift Ma Zi, he suddenly opened his eyes, laughing wildly, dancing around. "Ha ha ha, I'm back to the mortal world, I'm back to the mortal world. Hey, my arms, they are waving at me, they are calling out to me, they didn't drag me in. Hell's flames didn't freeze me to death, white monsters, drifting everywhere." Saying this, he suddenly started crying again. "I'm alive, I survived." Why, he ha ha ha. The militiaman in charge of the pockmarks subconsciously looked at Bai Xianjun. Is he crazy? Bai Chen frowned, looking at the mad pockmarked man, trying to see things from his perspective. Ice and fire hell, ghostly hands, imprisoned souls, and countless monsters. He almost got dragged in and couldn't be reincarnated. Indeed, one could go crazy. Take care of him, put him with the other bandits, let them take care of his daily needs, Bai Chen said softly. Looking at this brother who had been to hell with him, Chao Wenshi felt deep sorrow. "Xianjun, can I take him with me?" Chao Wenshi pleaded softly. Bai Chen concisely replied, "Okay." Hunched over, Chao Wenshi, looking like an old man, led the pockmarked man, escorted by Wei Shi, preparing to leave slowly. In the distance, a tense militiaman hurriedly ran towards Wei Shi, seeing Bai Xianjun ahead. He paused subconsciously, stopped running, and walked quickly, almost as fast as he had been running. "Young Master Bai." The militiaman bowed, his voice trembling. Bai Chen smiled and asked, "What's going on?" A scout from the north reported that a group of bandits is attempting to enter the boundary. Finally, someone has arrived. Bai Chen's casual expression turned serious as he asked softly, "Are you sure they didn't make a mistake? According to the scouts, those people are armed, not like commoners, and there are soldiers chasing them from behind." The militiaman paused, then added, "The scouts have followed your orders, driving away all suspicious animals in the area, preparing to lead them to the nearest village." Obviously, Bai Chen's actions were to test the natural generation of the Iron Golem. Driving away those animals was also necessary, especially in a strange forest during a famine year. If those people saw square-shaped animals, they might mistake them for monsters and scare them off. He had to go on this first trip himself, in case the Iron Golem didn't generate, and to prevent those people from being stubborn and not fighting back if attacked. Since seeing how the militiamen were trained, he felt they might actually do it. And it wouldn't hurt to see the process of the Iron Golem's generation, considering that the Iron Mountain had already existed when he arrived. Maybe he should bring Iron Mountain along, they might be able to communicate as fellow beings? After some thought, Bai Chen shook his head in the end. Iron Mountain's large size might attract attention with just a slight movement, so it's better to leave him in Licheng. "Young Master Bai, I also want to go," Miao Jiming said hesitantly. He had some matters to discuss with Bai Xianjun. Bai Chen nodded and said, "All right, let's go now." A group of bandits quietly advanced through the jungle, their steps light, trying to avoid making too much noise. Leading them was a burly man with scars crisscrossing his face, his eyes gleaming with cunning, his black hair casually tied up with a cloth band, revealing a forehead covered in sweat. He tightly gripped a large knife, its blade reflecting dappled sunlight, a chilling gleam emanating from it. Dozens of companions followed closely behind, mostly lean like monkeys, all vigilantly scanning their surroundings. These bandits had a strong understanding among them, almost no need for verbal communication as they moved forward. Occasionally, a slight insignificant sound would instantly put them on high alert, ready for battle, only to realize it was a false alarm. Then they would resume their cautious advance. The long trek, coupled with the constant surprises along the way, left them with a hint of weariness in their eyes. The air was filled with the moist scent of soil and the faint fragrance of wildflowers, while sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows. A gentle breeze rustled through, caressing the treetops, leaves whispered to each other, and colorful butterflies danced among the flowers, creating a scene of peace and tranquility. However, the bandits knew that this seemingly beautiful forest concealed indescribable dangers. Fortunately, their journey had been full of surprises but no real dangers. "Big brother, we've shaken off those soldiers," Chen Ming'er worriedly continued. "Should we really stay in this place? I can't shake off the feeling that someone is watching us." Gan Hongyi remained silent. He knew there was something peculiar about this place, but with the officials chasing them, they had no choice but to flee here. "Since we're here, let's spend the night in this forest. When daylight comes, we'll leave the forest." "I don't believe they can guard us all night," Gan Hongyi said sternly. "Have the brothers gather some firewood and pick some wild vegetables and roots to eat. Once we find a village, we can have a good meal." Chen Ming'er nodded, gave orders, and joined the others in foraging for food. Carefully moving among the trees, Chen Ming'er was suddenly drawn to something unusual on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he found several wild mushrooms, uniquely shaped with bright red caps. They could be a delicious food source, but they could also be deadly poison, and he didn't dare to take the risk. "These mushrooms are quite large." Chen Ming'er regretfully shook his head. "It's a pity, but it's better not to bring them back, just in case they're poisonous." As he was about to turn away, Chen Ming'er heard a sharp cry. He looked towards the source and saw a rat trapped in a snare, bleeding and howling. "Meat to eat." Chen Ming'er's eyes lit up, and he was about to run towards the trap. Wait, he couldn't just rush over like that. There might be more traps around, and he could get hurt. Thinking quickly, he grabbed a long stick and cleared away the grass on the ground. As he approached the trap, he couldn't wait to open it, grab the rat, and watch the blood flow with a tinge of sadness. Can't let it go to waste. Chen Ming'er killed the rat and sucked the blood that flowed from it. Ah, delicious, truly delicious. There must be a village nearby. Chen Ming'er stuffed the dead rat into his pocket and muttered to himself, "I need to hurry and tell the big brother so we have a place to sleep tonight." Chen Ming'er hurried to the meeting point, where Gan Hongyi and the other bandits had gathered. "Search separately." Gan Hongyi laughed. "There must be a way around here." Soon, they found a path that had been trodden by people. "You, and you, come with me to the front." Gan Hongyi commanded. "Ming'er, take the others and move away from us. If things change, lead the brothers and retreat directly." "Yes." After adjusting their positions, the group followed the path deeper into the forest. Every move they made was observed by several pairs of eyes hidden in the shadows. "They're heading towards Tay village," one scout said solemnly. "I'll inform the village and have them prepare in advance." "Good, be careful on the way, don't get caught. May the immortal protect us. May the immortal protect us." The man lowered his voice, finished his prayer devoutly, and quietly left. Avoiding the bandits, he stealthily made his way towards Tay village. At the village gate, he mimicked a bird call. Soon, a man approached, his eyes flickering. "Are you from this village?" This man was one of the militia members hidden in Tay village. "Yes, have the other villagers prepare. By the way, you haven't been exposed, have you?" the scout asked. "Of course not. Only the village chief knows about this. The others think we're just refugees fleeing," the militia member replied confidently. Within the realm of immortals, Miao Zhiming only communicated with the village chiefs, with the purpose of instilling fear in the villagers in case of bandit attacks. "Very well, according to the plan, have the village chiefs find an excuse to take all the men out of the village. Remember, unless these people intend to kill, even if someone gets their arm chopped off, you must not act until the last moment." This is what the immortal instructed. There must be no mishaps. Of course. Outside Tay village. "Big brother, why don't we just go straight up instead of waiting here?" Chen Ming'er approached and asked. Gan Hongyi's face was solemn as he shook his head. "This village is a bit strange." He pointed to the women coming and going inside and whispered, "Look, in this famine and chaotic era, suddenly a forest appears. These village girls are all strong and well built, with big buttocks. They look well nourished, not like people starving. And there's one more thing, have you noticed?" "I have, they are all so beautiful, much prettier than the girls in my previous village. Chen Ming'er chuckled foolishly and muttered, "You fool, did I ask you to look at that?" Gan Hongyi was exasperated, smacked him on the back of his head, and sternly shouted in a low voice, Men, there hasn't been a single man appearing in this village until now, this is too abnormal." "Oh, it does seem so." Chen Ming'er winced in pain, rubbing the back of his head, muttering, "What should we do? Go back the way we came? We need to investigate." "Ming'er, go to a household in the village, touch base discreetly to see if there's any warmth, don't engage too much, come back immediately." Gan Hongyi stroked his chin and tentatively asked, "Ming'er, you probably haven't touched a woman before, have you?" Chen Ming'er nodded awkwardly, feeling uneasy and somewhat expectant. "Big brother, why are you asking this? Are we going to abduct women?" Women, all you think about is women, you're hopeless." Gan Hongyi exploded in anger, pointing at Chen Ming'er's nose and scolding loudly, "Go over there, get some boy's urine, splash it if there's anything unusual." "Oh, do I go alone?" Chen Ming'er asked with a mournful face. "I would go myself, but with my appearance," Gan Hongyi pointed to the scars on his body, impatiently said, "I'm afraid I'll be exposed at first sight, do you think I want you to go?" Chen Ming'er agreed and ran to a tree, placed a container on the ground, rolled up his pants, but struggled to urinate for a long time. He hadn't drunk water for too long. "Ming'er, what's taking so long?" "Almost done," Chen Ming'er stammered. Finally, he managed to squeeze out some urine. He quickly picked it up, unloaded his weapons, leaving only a small knife for self-defense, dusted himself off with ash, and prepared to walk towards the village. "Big brother, shall I go now?" "Wait." Gan Hongyi stopped Chen Ming'er, solemnly said, "Be careful, flee immediately if anything seems off, understood?" "Got it." Chen Ming'er nodded in agreement, and as he walked into the village, found a household, exchanged a few words with the old lady who came out, asked for a bowl of water, and then returned. "How was it?" Gan Hongyi asked cautiously. "I made contact, there was warmth, I found the old lady quite amiable, asked for a pot of water, the people in the village are quite generous, gave me a full pot of clean water." Chen Ming'er took out the pot of water, handed it to Gan Hongyi, and continued, "They all seem like decent families, and almost half of the men in the village have been called away by the village chief, they won't be back for a while." "All decent families." Gan Hongyi grinned, "As long as they're not monsters, it's fine. You say the men have all left. Is the information reliable? I overheard it from the other men chatting on the road, it's absolutely reliable." Chen Ming'er added. "Refreshing." Gan Hongyi took a sip and then passed the pot of water to others, sincerely saying, "It's been a long time since I've had such clean water. Come on, brothers, we've traveled so far, everyone take a sip. After drinking, get ready to grab your weapons, this is a great opportunity." While others were drinking water, Chen Ming'er hesitated. "Big brother, can I not go?" Just the thought of bringing his big brother and the others along made Chen Ming'er feel uneasy about the way the woman who gave him water looked at him. Gan Hongyi glanced at Chen Ming'er and understood what was on his mind, saying calmly, "Are you afraid of seeing that woman again?" Chen Ming'er nodded. "Ming'er, in our line of work, we have to ignore our conscience." Gan Hongyi frowned. "These days, if you feed your conscience to the dogs, you'll live more freely without it weighing you down. And we're considered mild, only robbing things, hardly killing or setting fires. You have to understand, once we pass through a village, whether anyone is left alive is still uncertain. Whether you want to come along, you decide for yourself." After speaking, Gan Hongyi picked up his big knife, his face transforming into a fierce smile, leading the way towards the village. Chen Ming'er hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed. The bandits stormed into the peaceful village like wolves, Gan Hongyi brandishing his big knife, shouting, "Brothers, search for everything. Copper coins, silver, food, cloth, leave nothing behind." The sudden turn of events frightened the women left in the village, their faces pale, instinctively looking at the few outsiders still in the village. The outsiders looked terrified, huddling together, too scared to move. "Shirlai, are you still a man?" A villager scolded tearfully, "You're so big. Didn't you say you once drove off bandits? Why are you more afraid than me? Are you lying to me? I told you, these outsiders are unreliable. The village chief didn't believe me. If our villagers were here, they wouldn't let them act so recklessly." "Exactly." Others chimed in. The man known as Shirlai remained silent, just lowering his head. "It wasn't time yet. Big brother, this village is wealthy, full of flour. We'll be rich, ha ha ha." The bandits emerged from the houses, laughing recklessly. "There's even fish." Gan Hongyi nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the nervous Chen Ming'er and said, "Go check that temple, there might be something hidden there, don't just stand there." Chen Ming'er nodded and followed two other bandits towards the temple. "No, you scoundrels who do nothing but evil." Seeing them about to enter the temple, the village women and elders gathered courage, picking up farming tools and standing up, filled with righteous indignation. Even if we have to fight to the last person, we won't let you in. Chen Ming'er turned to look at Gon Hongi. Ha, letting women fight for you, how shameful. Gon Hongi sneered at the cowering man. You're so big, yet so cowardly. There must be good things hidden inside. Gon Hongi muttered to himself, stepping forward. Someone is trying to ambush me. His eyes widened suddenly, his heart racing at that moment, his whole body tense like a bow about to be released. He turned abruptly. There was no one behind him, just those few cowardly men still bowing their heads. Was it an illusion? Gon Hongi took a few steps closer, peering into the temple. In front of him was a clay statue of a deity, seated on a shrine, with a compassionate smile on its lips, silently watching over every worshipper who came. Incense wafted through the temple, adorned with fresh flowers and candles offered by devotees, filling the air with a serene fragrance. Wind chimes hung on the walls, producing a pleasant tinkling sound whenever a breeze passed by. Which god is this? How come I've never seen it before? He racked his brain but couldn't match the deity in front of him with any god he knew. Despite his confusion, he ultimately didn't pay it much mind. Perhaps it was some wild god the villagers here believed in. Gon Hongi gave a signal, and the bandits understood. They looked at the village girls blocking the temple entrance and laughed rudely. A few girls like you think these pieces of wood in your hands can stop us? Be smart and move aside quickly, to avoid suffering. No, this is the temple of the immortal Lord. You won't be allowed in. If you want to enter, kill us first. The immortal Lord won't let you off. The village girls gathered their courage. Just that lump of mud? One skinny bandit sneered. Some wild god who knows where it came from. I want to see how he won't let us pass. If it were Guanyin Bodhisattva or Yama, they might have hesitated, but they weren't afraid of some sudden newcomer. Refusing a toast only leads to drinking a forfeit. The bandits turned back, looked at Gon Hongi, saw him nod, and with a roar, raised their swords to strike. If you won't move, then die. Not killing doesn't mean they won't harm. Women who dare to block them from taking food will be cut without mercy. Zhang Yanglan watched as the blade drew closer, her eyes flickered towards the motionless stone beside her, feeling utterly broken. Her shoulders trembled slightly, tears already falling silently down her pale cheeks. She had always been living a lie. Her vision was filled with the blade, reflecting a cold glint under the sunlight, the sharp silver gradually enlarging before her eyes, the shadow of death inching closer. Death might be better. Immortal Lord, please protect the other villagers from these thieves. As she stared at the blade so close, Zhang Yanglan closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate. What she didn't see was the pained and conflicted look in Stone's eyes. No, she couldn't give up. Clang! A crisp collision sound, accompanied by the bandits' terrified cries. What kind of ghost is this? Where did it come from? What just happened? Zhang Yanglan opened her eyes in confusion, and as her gaze focused, an expression of disbelief spread across her face. Before her stood an extremely familiar white giant, towering and covering her entire field of vision. Her heart pounded fiercely, the shockwave freezing her in place. Her body stiffened, hands instinctively clenched into fists, almost hearing her own heartbeat echoing in her ears. This was the god of war. The iron puppet turned its head, sizing up Zhang Yanglan, and seeing she was unharmed, turned away. Under that towering shadow, Zhang Yanglan felt enveloped in a thick sense of security. She relaxed and sat down with the other village girls. Sharing a smile, they turned to the deity sitting on the shrine, watching them with kindness. The immortal Lord has indeed been protecting us all along. The rushing bandits grabbed their swords in a panic, mustered their courage, and fiercely swung at the iron puppet, shouting madly, "It can't be cut, how can it not be cut?" Clang! With a loud noise, the blade shattered into pieces, splintering and cutting the bandit's face. He looked at the nearly unscathed iron skin, muttering, the sword broke?" The iron puppet lowered its head, its red eyes fixed on the bandit who had been trimming its feet. Danger! The bandit reflexively jumped aside, and with a loud crash, the ground he had been standing on was instantly smashed into a spiderweb shape by the iron puppet. Seeing this unimaginable destructive power, the instinct for survival made Gon Hongi subconsciously want to turn and run, suddenly remembering the strangeness along the way. The soldiers who drove them into the jungle and then left appeared in the forest of the wilderness, caught off guard, coincidentally in a village where all the men had left. And then, the white monster that appeared out of nowhere. They wouldn't just happen to be here, someone deliberately led them here. For some reason, Gon Hongi's mind conjured up the image of that deity. If that's really the case, can they still escape? Quick, kneel down. All of you, kneel down. Gon Hongi shouted at the top of his lungs, then took the lead by prostrating himself on the ground, facing towards the temple, and knocking his head. Some of the surrounding bandits hesitated for a moment, then followed suit and knelt down. The bandit who was being relentlessly attacked by the iron puppet, seeing no way to escape, made up his mind and knelt towards the temple. The fist wind, like a tiger's roar, stopped at the bandit's forehead. The iron puppet tilted its head, hesitated for a moment, then lightly smashed down. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came. Intense pain continuously radiated from his legs, the bandit sweating profusely, tightly gripping his fist, looking around at the shattered ground as if it had been plowed by a catapult, feeling lingering fear. He survived. The iron puppet then turned to the other bandits still standing, and rushed towards them. Feeling the ground tremble, some bandits tried to take hostages. However, the several burly men they thought were cowards, grinned and stood up, wielding wooden swords, charging at them with a slash. They didn't take those wooden swords seriously, never expecting them to be sharper than their iron swords. Run, scatter and run. The remaining bandits had lost their composure, panicking as they fled into the forest. Rustle, rustle. The once silent forest suddenly echoed with sounds. A group of people appeared silently, forming a tight encirclement, surrounding the entire village in the middle. Their arrival was without any warning, as if they had appeared out of thin air in the dense forest. Everyone's faces were expressionless, their eyes cold and firm, with a hint of fanaticism, standing straight, all trained soldiers, clad in uniform leather armor, wielding wooden swords. What was even more chilling was that the front row of people carried a more deadly weapon on their shoulders, crossbows. These people with crossbows had loaded their bolts neatly, gripping the crossbow handles tightly, aiming at the fleeing bandits. There was a stifling silence in the air, no swords drawn or crossbows aimed, but the unmistakable sense of threat made the bandits feel a chill rising from the soles of their feet. We are just a small group of bandits. The bandits quickly stopped in their tracks, not daring to make any sudden movements, because they knew that any sudden action could lead to fatal consequences. Just as the tense atmosphere reached its peak, a path suddenly opened up in the crowd. All eyes involuntarily turned to the newly formed passage. An unmistakable sense of majesty emanated from afar, gradually approaching with the steady and calm sound of horse hooves. It was a handsome young nobleman, his appearance like a flag on the battlefield, naturally becoming the focus of all eyes without the need for words. Beside Ganhani, the villagers all knelt in that direction, silently praying. Ganhani, observing the situation, raised his head and looked towards the direction where everyone was bowing, and saw the nobleman on horseback. When he saw the nobleman's face clearly, an indescribable sense of horror spread throughout his body. His face full of horror, he hurriedly lowered his head, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. The gallant young nobleman was none other than the immovable figure in the shrine. A true, immortal being, whom, luckily, the iron puppet refreshed normally. If it had been a step later, I would have had to charge straight in, muttered Baichin to himself. Honored with reverence, granting protection. The premise of the experiment is to ensure the safety of the villagers. Just as this group of bandits arrived, it was time to see if these bandits could pretend to attack the village. Maybe they could summon an iron puppet. Baichin glanced at his status bar, but there was no village hero in sight. This group of bandits was too small. The previous group from Shangtianhe, with hundreds of people, only produced a village hero but now there were only dozens of people in front of him, probably not enough to meet the invasion criteria. It seemed that a village hero couldn't be summoned. However, being able to refresh the iron puppets was a good thing. To make this group of bandits cooperate, they needed to be polished first to avoid any mishaps later on. The first cooperation naturally required some adjustment. I think hell should be a good place for that. Wei Shi, have the injured ones treated, keep them together with the bandits from Shangtianhe, blindfold them so that people from other villages won't see them. Baichin thought for a moment, then whispered, they look so emaciated, let them have a good meal, prepare fish, eggs, and noodles for them at night. Yes. Wei Shi replied promptly, leading his men to detain all the bandits and take them to Liqing. Lu Er, Jiming, come with me into the village, Baichin said, dismounting. This horse was, of course, a horse from the real world, an MC horse. He would have to wait for the lightspeed horse to come out before taming it. As they approached the iron puppet, Baichin didn't feel the same way as when he first saw Iron Mountain. Let's call you Iron 2, Baichin hesitated and said. Iron 2 nodded, scratching his head, staring blankly at Baichin. It seemed that each iron puppet had a different personality. Baichin said, alright, go patrol. Iron 2 began patrolling around the village. Meanwhile, Baichin headed straight for the temple. He had seen that the statues inside looked a lot like himself. This time, the villagers didn't stop him. They knelt down, their faces filled with piety and anticipation. Fine, kneel as you wish, I won't lose any weight anyway, Baichin thought to himself. As he entered the temple and saw himself sitting on the top, he felt a bit bewildered. This posture, wasn't it how I looked when I was fishing before? If only I had a fishing rod, it would be even more alike. So this is how the villagers see me. Surprisingly, the statue was quite well made, but the more I look at it, the less it resembles me. Bai Chen turned to Miao Jiming and Lu Er, unable to help but ask, "Do you think I look like the one up there?" "That statue only captures a fraction of young Master Bai's grace," Miao Jiming replied respectfully. Lu Er also chimed in, "I think the boss is much more handsome." I think so too." Bai Chen raised his chin, unable to hold back a laugh. Now was a good opportunity. Miao Jiming hurriedly said, "Young Master Bai, regarding the matter of the statue, a carpenter came to Licheng recently and carved the statue, placing it at home for blessings. Others followed suit, placing statues at home for blessings. I just learned about this today. How do you think we should handle this?" He didn't mention that he also had one at home. What else could he do? Given his current situation, just go with the flow. Bai Chen shrugged indifferently and said without hesitation, "Let them place it if they want, I don't mind." "There is another matter," Miao Jiming hesitated. "I searched through ancient books but found no records of young Master Bai. I was thinking, could I write something based on you?" "Is this serious?" Bai Chen couldn't help but ask. "Of course, I wouldn't dare use young Master Bai for frivolous matters, otherwise, not only the people of Licheng, but even Wei Shi wouldn't forgive me." Miao Jiming grinned. "True," Bai Chen chuckled. "All right, but let me see it first when you're done." "Of course," Miao Jiming nodded. "The sky is getting dark, let's head back to the mansion." Bai Chen lazily yawned and waved his hand. As soon as he stepped out, Bai Chen caught sight of a strong man comforting a teary village girl in a corner of the village. "What's going on over there?" Bai Chen curiously asked. Miao Jiming looked in the direction Bai Chen was gazing, instantly understanding, and patiently explained, "Perhaps those two have developed feelings for each other." The man, bound by a summoning spell, couldn't make a move, leading to a misunderstanding by the woman, who he is now consoling. "How do you know?" Bai Chen asked in surprise. Miao Jiming couldn't help but smile. "I just guessed, Bai Gongzi." "Jiming, do you have a way to resolve this?" Bai Chen pondered. "I think they make a good match." With his keen eyesight, Bai Chen naturally observed the silent exchange between the two and knew it wasn't a random pairing. "Leave it to me, Bai Gongzi," Miao Jiming confidently replied, bowing. It was unclear what Miao Jiming said, but the woman stopped crying, wiped her tears, embraced the man, and looked towards Bai Chen's direction with reverence. "What did you say to her?" "The effect was remarkable," Bai Chen curiously inquired. "I simply relayed your words to her," Miao Jiming patiently explained. The blessing of a celestial being was more effective than any explanation. Upon returning to Licheng, with the sky already dark, Miao Jiming took the black horse and left, leaving Bai Chen with Lu Er. "Lu Er, are many people interested in that statue?" "The wooden carving I have," Bai Chen suddenly asked. "Yes, many people want it. I have one at home that my father brought back with great effort," Lu Er replied. Bai Chen smiled brightly. "Go get another one." "Ha! If I go now, it will be a long wait for my turn," Lu Er earnestly replied. "Stupid? I want it, and I'll jump the queue if I have to, me." Bai Chen playfully tapped Lu Er's head, pointed to himself with his index finger, and said confidently, "Why should I wait in line? I haven't even asked for portrait rights, and I don't plan on paying either." "Well done, Bai Chen will exchange it for a torch later." He, Bai Chen, was penniless. "When you go, tell them directly that it's me, Bai Chen, who wants it. Do it well, understand?" "Oh." Lu Er nodded, indicating his understanding. "See you later, boss." Watching Lu Er's retreating figure, Bai Chen couldn't help but wonder. He never expected that even Lu Er's family had their own deity statue. Miao Jiming's words, could they be true? "He's back." Miao Jiming stared at the railing where Bai Xianjun had written, then walked back into the mushroom house. He lit the incense he had just bought and placed it in the censer. The smoke rose gently, enveloping him as he knelt with closed eyes and moving lips. After finishing, he slowly raised his head, returned to the room, took out pen and paper from the box, and began to write. "The wisdom of the past unseen, now recorded by me." Night fell outside the Licheng prison. Leading Gan Hongyi and his group, they arrived at a circular stone-enclosed cell. Wei Shi stepped forward, pulled the lever, and the iron gate creaked open. He turned to Gan Hongyi and the others, saying, "Go in, this will be your residence for the foreseeable future." Through separate interrogations earlier, Wei Shi had roughly figured out the backgrounds of these guys. Driven to desperation by heavy taxes, they imitated Bai Shuiwan's uprising, eventually arriving here without knowing the local situation. In this area, local bandits usually avoided coming close, either fleeing elsewhere or avoiding trouble. Unlike the Tianhu gang, these people only stole goods and rarely harmed others, showing conscience, but not in abundance. In his opinion, the fact that these guys could survive was already the mercy of the immortal lord, considering the last batch had only a few left. It was just an excuse forced by generations. He and Jiming had never resorted to robbing others even if they were starving. Gan Hongyi and the others obediently entered the house. Wei Shi pulled down the latch, closed the door, and said sternly, "Don't even think about escaping. You should have realized by now that there's no way out." Wei Shi looked at the two militiamen guarding the door, lowered his voice, and said, "You go, let today's food delivery person bring some fish and eggs." "Yes." Wei Shi nodded and left. The room was extremely dim, with the only light source coming from torches on the walls, casting a faint light and revealing a few figures cowering against the wall. One of the figures raised his head slightly, glanced at Gan Hongyi, smirked, then lowered his head again, muttering to himself. More unlucky souls came in. His appearance was undoubtedly that of a celestial tiger, but compared to before, he had aged by several decades, with even white hair growing on his head. Gan Hongyi and the others avoided that group of people, leaned against the wall, and sat on the other side in silence. With a furrowed brow, Gan Hongyi's slightly trembling fingers revealed his inner fear. Looking at the brothers around him, their eyes were filled with unease, which made Gan Hongyi regret deeply. Initially, when he felt something was amiss, he shouldn't have ventured deeper into the woods. His stomach growled loudly, but Gan Hongyi paid no attention. "Big brother, here, this is for you." Chen Ming'er took out a rat from his pocket and handed it to Gan Hongyi. "This is a good catch. I got it from a trap set by the villagers." Concern and a hint of pain were evident in Chen Ming'er's eyes, his hand trembling slightly from hunger. Gan Hongyi stared at the rat meat, stunned for a moment, his eyes red, and hoarsely said, "Ming'er, will you hate me, big brother?" Chen Ming'er shook his head without hesitation. "How could I hate you, big brother? If it weren't for you leading us, we would have died long ago. Now, even if things get worse, we can only die. We've had a few good meals, haven't we?" He turned to look at the others, who all nodded. Chen Ming'er grinned and said, "Big brother, look, everyone thinks the same way." Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Gan Hongyi's face, the red bloodshot eyes more prominent, but the burden seemed to lighten a bit. Unfortunately, there was no fire, so they had to eat the meat raw. Raw meat was hard to tear apart, so Gan Hongyi slowly split it into two pieces, handing the smaller one to Chen Ming'er, whispering, "You found this, so you should have the bigger share." "If I were you, I wouldn't eat this uncooked meat," a voice from the shadows said. Gan Hongyi looked over, noticing that the people in the shadows had raised their heads, looking at them expressionlessly. He ignored them, put the piece of rat meat in his mouth, and the extreme exhaustion and hunger made him think of swallowing the whole piece. In the end, he resisted and bit off a small piece, passing it to the next person. The taste of bloody iron, the slippery and slightly sticky raw meat, was incredibly tough, requiring Gan Hongyi to chew several times before swallowing. As the raw meat slid down his throat, Gan Hongyi felt lost. Everyone was eating the meat strips when a fragrance wafted in, growing stronger. The iron gate opened, and the bandits looked towards the door in disbelief. What did they see? Fragrant fish, steaming noodles and buns, and a basin of eggs. "Is this for us to eat? Are we dreaming?" The bandits murmured, their eyes shimmering with desire, unconsciously licking their lips or swallowing saliva, yet none dared to approach. Normally, they would only eat some wild vegetables and rice porridge, but now there was fish and meat? They were criminals who had just finished looting a village. Even though they had failed, the precious rat meat Chen Ming'er was holding slipped and fell to the ground. That fish, it smelled much better than this stuff. Shang Tianhu and the others got up from the ground, lined up voluntarily, received their food for the night, then returned to the shadows to eat quietly. "It's really for us." The new bandits exchanged glances, their faces showing anticipation, hunger awakened by the strong visual stimulus. They immediately stood up and formed a long line. When they got the food, they didn't care about the heat. They grabbed the noodles and steamed buns with their hands and stuffed them into their mouths. "It's so fragrant, so delicious. It's too delicious, so delicious. Even if we die now, it's worth it." The bandits stuffed themselves with food. Gan Hongyi swallowed his saliva, holding the full plate of fish and noodles, feeling a bit hesitant, unable to start eating for a long time. This was obviously a last meal. It would cost his brothers' lives. Big brother, even if it's just death, being able to eat such good food before dying is already satisfying enough." Chen Ming'er stuffed the fish, a bit scared but still comforting. "Big brother, don't think too much. If it weren't for this trip, we might never have eaten such delicious food." "Yeah, big brother, it's just death. What's there to be afraid of?" "Exactly, we should have died long ago, we've earned so many days here." The surrounding bandits comforted one another. Suddenly, a sound came from a dark corner. "Hee, death? You're quite optimistic," Xiaowenshi sneered. "You might find that living is worse than death." "Damn, are you looking for trouble?" Chen Ming'er looked at Xiaowenshi, about to curse, but was intimidated by Xiaowenshi's terrifying gaze, his voice getting smaller as he leaned towards Gan Hongyi. "Damn, so scary. This guy must have killed many people." Gan Hongyi thought. "Wait, isn't he the one who told me not to eat rat meat?" Does he know something? I need to ask. Sure, Gan Hongyi walked over, but was interrupted by Chao Wenshi raising his hand. I'm nothing but a criminal, not a hero, Chao Wenshi mocked himself, looking at Gan Hongyi. You must be their leader, am I right? Gan Hongyi nodded. I used to be. Chao Wenshi glanced at the bandits who were staring at him intently, ready to pounce at any movement. Maybe I've really gone the wrong way? He shook his head slightly and asked, I know what you want to ask, but before that, let me ask you, how many people have you killed, and why did you come here? Gan Hongyi answered straightforwardly. In that case, there's still a chance, Shang Tianhu muttered, looking into Gan Hongyi's eyes and said, you must have seen him, right? Him? Gan Hongyi was slightly distracted, involuntarily recalling the god statue sitting on the altar and the young man on horseback he had seen. This person should be the one he was referring to. I have seen him, Gan Hongyi nodded solemnly, carefully asking, that young master, who is he exactly? Chao Wenshi frowned. On the way here, didn't that Wei guy tell you? Seeing his bewildered expression, Chao Wenshi understood that these people didn't know anything at all. He shook his head, sighed, forget it, perhaps this is also the reason they brought you to me. His own fate was already determined, he would eventually go to hell after death, all he sought now was to spend more time on this earth. Chao Wenshi took a few bites of fish, adjusted to a more comfortable position, and glanced at Gan Hongyi. Since you've given me the opportunity to eat fish, you better listen. Chao Wenshi whispered, he is known as the White Gentleman by the people here. It is said that he dislikes being called a deity. Of course, privately, the people here refer to him as the White Immortal Lord. On the way here, you probably saw that this forest exists as a fairyland because of him. Even the food in your hands appears out of thin air. Out of thin air? Gan Hongyi mumbled, his gaze unfocused. Exactly, that wheat, although grown from the ground, does not deplete the soil, and matures in a very short time. The water is the rootless water he takes from the sky, never running out. Chao Wenshi paused, picked up a piece of fish, waved it in front of Gan Hongyi's eyes, ate it, and said expressionlessly, do you know where this fish comes from? The villagers here rely on his fairy magic to fish it out of an empty pond. Do you know why I told you not to eat that rat meat earlier? Chao Wenshi asked himself and answered, the one thing this place doesn't lack is food and water. I understand. The people here provide offerings to the White Gentleman, and in return, he offers them protection and a source of food and water. Chen Ming'er, who had been listening, suddenly realized and added. No, Chao Wenshi's eyes flickered. Gods need offerings, but he is an immortal who doesn't need offerings. He accepts the offerings here simply because the people need him to. Compared to the immortals in stories who are aloof from worldly affairs, he felt more human, with emotions, preferences, and a temper. He found himself in his current predicament due to 3 reckless actions. The first time, he wanted to slaughter the village where the immortal lived, intending to shoot him standing on the earthen wall. The second time, due to his foul mouth or perhaps his nickname, he was taken to the heavens, exposed to the elements, and planned to seek death, only to survive after falling into the water. The third time, with a desire for death, he intended to mock before dying, but ended up clumsily thrown into hell. After that, he no longer dared to seek death. Perhaps there would be one more time. Chao Wenshi came to his senses, glanced at Gan Hongyi waiting for his response, and instructed, the sky here is that White Immortal Lord. Remember, maybe tomorrow or in the following days, if you see him again, speak carefully, bow to him, and be willing to accept any punishment for your actions without explanation or begging for mercy. Understand? Chen Ming'er exclaimed, wait, are you saying we don't have to die? Hee, of course, Chao Wenshi sneered, showing a hint of pity in his eyes. If you were meant to die, you wouldn't be here, locked up with me. That's great, we don't have to die. Yeah, big brother, you don't need to worry anymore, the new bandit cheered. Hey, can I ask if the food from now on will be as good as today's? Chen Ming'er asked eagerly. Chao Wenshi continued to smile without saying a word. Chen Ming'er turned to Gan Hongyi, who looked troubled and deep in thought, and asked, Big brother, why are you still frowning? Isn't it a good thing that we don't have to die? Big brother. Chen Ming'er raised his voice slightly and called out. Gan Hongyi snapped out of his thoughts, his expression dark, fists clenched tightly, and said sternly, excuse me, you mentioned earlier that we were fortunate to eat fish, implying that we don't usually have such good food. And that line about life being worse than death, what's the meaning behind it? Chao Wenshi smiled faintly, there are still smart people, no wonder they can become their big brother. Suddenly, a burst of crazy laughter came from the shadows. Hee. You will also go down, you will see, those ghosts will pull you down, and you will be with them forever, your body will burn, and you will turn into ashes too. Ha. The man's hands waved in the air, trying to get rid of something invisible, and thrust his face in front of Gan Hongyi, with a hint of a strange smile hanging on his lips, a kind of madness that was incomprehensible. Gon Hongi was startled, subconsciously raised his hand to hit the man's face. He tried to hold back when he came to his senses, but it was too late. Bang! Gon Hongi's fist was caught steadily by a hand, stopping in front of Ma Zi. Such strength! Gon Hongi stared blankly at Chao Wenshi, who had white hair and a decadent look on his face, feeling surprised. This guy is probably not an ordinary person. Suddenly, Ma Zi's eyes became confused, desperate, and helpless, a deep-rooted fear. He jumped back, hiding in the corner again, muttering, "Go away, go away. You damn arms." Chao Wenshi sighed and gestured for one of his bandits to appease Ma Zi. Then he let go of Gon Hongi's hand, helplessly saying, "This is Ma Zi, my bro. My man. He has been like this since he came back from that place." "Which place?" Gon Hongi asked. "That place is definitely related to them." Chao Wenshi didn't elaborate, just looked at the bandits next to Gon Hongi who were eavesdropping. "Finish eating and go for more, you can add more here." "You guys go first, I'll come later," Gon Hongi instructed. After they all left, Chao Wenshi said solemnly, "Just as you thought, although you can eat your fill on ordinary days, there is no fish or eggs, just plain rice. If my guess is correct, you will go to that place. I can't say it clearly, you don't want to know, just remember, when you see him, you must do as I say. If the door is closed after you enter, go over and block the crack in the door, don't let them see you." Chao Wenshi said sternly, "And you, absolutely do not look. Understand?" Gon Hongi looked serious and nodded. "Good." After some instructions, Chao Wenshi said no more. In the cell, the new bandits were excitedly discussing the days when they could eat their fill, unable to fall asleep. After all, they wouldn't die. Nothing was more uncomfortable than starving. The older generation lay quietly, no one spoke. Only Gon Hongi, lying diagonally, kept thinking back to the previous conversation. What could be in that place? The night quickly passed, and morning arrived in the blink of an eye. To everyone's surprise, breakfast was provided here. Although there was no fish, there was plenty of cooked porridge and eggs, a feast that they rarely enjoyed. Chen Ming'er handed 2 bowls of porridge and 2 peeled eggs to Gon Hongi. "It's great, being caught is great, he he he." Blowing on the hot porridge, he scooped some up and ate it, enjoying it with his eyes closed, happily saying, "Big brother, wouldn't it be great if we got caught earlier?" Gon Hongi silently took the bowl and ate the porridge. Chen Ming'er said nonchalantly, "I'm telling you, big brother, at worst, they'll just beat us up. It's no big deal, after all, we were planning to rob this village, right? It can be cured anyway, just endure a bit of hardship." Creak. The door slowly opened. Weishi entered the cell with his men, urging, "Hurry up and stuff what you have in your hands into your mouths. You need to finish before Bai Xianjun arrives." Gon Hongi and the others quickly stuffed the food into their mouths and followed Weishi out of the prison cell. A few soft coughs came from behind. Gon Hongi turned around, met Chao Wenshi's inquiring gaze, nodded solemnly, indicating that he remembered. Soon, they were taken to the destination of this trip. They also saw the extremely strange door? Perhaps, by entering that door, they could reach that place. Gon Hongi thought so. He began to replay in his mind the words he should say after meeting the White Immortal Lord. "I have seen the White Young Master." Sounds came from around. Gon Hongi came back to his senses and saw the White Immortal Lord again. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Send them to hell in the morning. After that, let them go urge the iron puppet, then go to the workshop to get a precise collection, and then take Lu Er around for a while. Haven't been out of the village for a long time. Li City. Bai Chen muttered all the way and arrived at the gates of hell. This one has seen the White Young Master. Who is shouting? Why is it a beat slow? Turning his head, Bai Chen saw the scar-faced man, the big brother of the group from yesterday, bowing to him in greeting. He didn't even kneel and beg for mercy. It seems he knew some information in advance. According to Weishi's temperament, he probably wouldn't say. Could it be the Heavenly Tiger? Is he so kind? Let's listen for now. If he dares to insult me, I'll send him to the ends of the earth. Bai Chen stared at Gon Hongi and said, "Just speak directly, I'm listening." "It's on." Gon Hongi's eyes flickered. "We know our sins are grave, deserving of death. We do not shirk responsibility, willing to endure the suffering of boiling pots. We only hope the young master sees clearly, leaves us a glimmer of hope, willing to listen to the young master's method, to redeem ourselves, to do everything without worry. Awaiting severe punishment to uphold the law." Exactly. The bandits behind him imitated Gon Hongi's actions sincerely. They didn't hear what the Heavenly Tiger said, but they thought the same way. This place is too good, as long as they don't die, can eat, endure any beating. Anyway, they can be treated, won't die. This doesn't seem like the cultural level a bandit should have, right? This muscular body doesn't look like a scholar. Bai Chen asked puzzled, "Were you originally a military officer?" "Just a leader of 10 men, Gon Hongi shook his head, whispered, "Read a few books, barely recognize some characters." No wonder, his mind works so fast, has some sense of propriety, and not one died under Iron's hands. He didn't ask why he became a bandit, because it's nothing but the same old story: famine, lack of water, and most importantly, debt. The attitude of admitting guilt is acceptable, at least much better than that gang led by the Heavenly Tiger. In this light, 5 minutes might be a bit long. Anyway, these people, according to Wei Shi's interrogation results, are worth reforming. But a visit is still necessary. Endure what needs to be endured. Maybe cut some time, just have it. 2 minutes. Bai Chen thought, pointing to the gates of hell, slowly said, "Go in there, wait for 2 minutes, I will have someone call you out. Consider it a punishment for robbing the village." He spread his hands, extending his thumb at a fixed speed. 2 hands, 12 cycles of rebirth, that's about how long it is. Bai Chen had asked Miao Jiming before and found that ancient timekeeping was too vague. There were no modern concepts of seconds, minutes, hours, only time periods and quarter hours. A day was divided into 12 time periods, each equivalent to 2 hours now. Each time period was divided into 8 quarters, each quarter roughly equivalent to 15 minutes in modern times. He could only describe very short time spans in this way. "Go up by yourself, I won't let Wei Shi and them escort you over." Bai Chen paused and asked, "By the way, do you know where you're going?" Gan Hongyi shook his head and replied, "I don't know." "Good, it's better this way. It's good to have the habit of closing the door easily to avoid any mental issues later on. Once they go in, they will probably scream in pain, so they won't have the leisure to look at the scenery outside. But what if they think that's the way out? This group of people can still stay." Bai Chen said to Gan Hongyi, "After you go in, quickly take off your clothes, block the gaps on the door, be quick, understand?" The door was 2 meters high. With his head alone, he probably couldn't block the gaps, so it's better to remind him. It's better not to tell him not to look outside. Curiosity killed the cat. If you don't say it, he might not look, but if you say it, he will definitely look. Personal experience. Gan Hongyi replied with a bow, "I understand." Then, he took the lead and entered the purple teleportation gate. His vision twisted, a wave of heat hit him, the burning hot air rushed into Gan Hongyi's nostrils, every breath felt like inhaling flames, burning in his lungs, his chest heaving violently, his whole body stinging as if jumping into flames. His Gan Hongyi cried out in pain. Looking around, he found himself in a stone room with an iron door in front of him. "Ah!" A miserable scream came from behind. Gan Hongyi knew his brothers had entered. He had to quickly go and block that door. Gan Hongyi took off his dry clothes, ran to the door, blocked the gap, and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the outside. Looking at the fiery red and distorted world outside affected by the heat waves, Gan Hongyi instantly had an answer in his mind. No wonder they didn't allow looking, that's why. The place where he and the others were was hell. If someone had said it, he would have spent the night worrying and scared. After all, hell, he couldn't have imagined in his wildest dreams that he would end up here alive. Shocked, Gan Hongyi quickly blocked the door. The room was getting more and more crowded, almost overcrowded. Chen Ming's painful expression almost distorted his face, his feet kept stomping, his eyes filled with fear. He begged pitifully, "Brother, please let us out, it must be more comfortable outside, please." Behind him, some bandits looked expectantly at him. This door was the only thing burning in their confused minds, the only thing that could lead them out of this misery. "Go back," Gan Hongyi's dry lips cracked, blocking the door, his throat hoarse as he roared, "Get back." His consciousness became increasingly blurred, time disappeared completely at this moment. Gan Hongyi didn't even bother to count his fingers, he stared at the teleportation gate. The 2 minutes the immortal lord mentioned should be almost up, right? On the other side, Bai Chen counted silently. As soon as the 2 minutes were up, he said to Wei Shi, "Time's up. Wei Shi, go in and bring them all out." Since that person had blocked the gap, Wei Shi wouldn't be affected going in. In the future, when the Hell Express opens, the villagers will definitely go in, so let Wei Shi go in step by step, get familiar with it, and gradually overcome the fear. "Yes, Master Bai." Wei Shi bowed, without hesitation, and walked towards the teleportation gate. The entrance of the teleportation gate was not big. The bandits came out one after another, all sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. Gan Hongyi was the last one to come out. He weakly twisted to Bai Chen, bowed and said, "Thank you very much, Master Bai, who I am Gan Hongyi, who please instruct me, Master." This guy, he still somewhat admired him, but it's a pity, he's a bandit. "Very good, you did well," Bai Chen sincerely exclaimed. "Go back and rest, later I will let Wei Shi take you, pretend to raid the village, when the iron puppet comes out, you should know what to do. Don't worry, based on your performance, I won't treat you unfairly in terms of food and drink." "Thank you, Master Bai," Gan Hongyi said gratefully and sincerely.